Chapter 1. A Chance Encounter. In the city of K, at the Xuan Hotel. Morning light streamed through the curtains, softly illuminating the face of Yuan Xuan, who stirred in bed. Gradually, he lifted his heavy eyelids and gazed at the ceiling of the hotel room. A throbbing pain in his head compelled him to cradle his forehead, his brows furrowing in discomfort. Damn it, I got drunk again last night. Having just begun his internship, Yuan Xuan, known for his impressive tolerance for alcohol, frequently found himself accompanying clients for drinks, often indulging to the point of inebriation. As he slowly sat up, Yuan Xuan intended to rise and fetch a glass of water when a voice, laced with evident confusion, emerged from beside him. He turned his head to see a woman clad in a disheveled, alluring camisole dress, her fair skin exposed as she slowly opened her eyes. A smile crept across Yuan Xuan's face. This woman was someone he had encountered in the dance floor of a lounge the previous night, who had embraced him tightly, refusing to let go. She had complained of exhaustion and insisted that he take her somewhere to rest. Yuan Xuan, having lost his parents at a young age and raised by indifferent relatives, had developed a fondness for women. Thus, when such a stunningly beautiful woman requested his company, he naturally sought an excuse to bid farewell to his client and take her back to his room. He surmised that she must have consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, as well the dark circles under her eyes and their swollen, bloodshot appearance were undeniable evidence of a hangover. Hey, did you drink too much? Not sure how you ended up here. Shall I jog your memory? Last night at the lounge, you came over and clung to me, saying you were exhausted, insisting that I take you to a hotel. And here we are. After speaking, he anticipated her reaction. However, she merely opened her mouth. Ugh. The woman began to vomit profusely, a torrent of dark liquid erupting from her mouth like a fountain. The noxious blend of alcohol and stomach acid nearly sent Yuan Xuan reeling. Once her retching subsided, she collapsed limply on her own vomit. My goodness, what on earth did you drink last night? How could you expel such a vile substance? Yuan Xuan pinched his nose and leaped from the bed, intending to call for hotel staff to clean up the mess. However, as he reached for the phone, he reconsidered and set it down. The room was booked by the company, and, as a mere intern, it would reflect poorly on him if word spread about him bringing an unknown woman back during a business trip. Reluctantly, he resolved to clean it up himself. With a grimace, he approached the bed, grasped the woman's arm, and dragged her toward the bathroom as if she were a lifeless weight. He felt somewhat crude in his actions, but the woman remained unresponsive, whether due to her poor drinking capacity or sheer intoxication. Disgusting. Such a beautiful figure wasted. Yuan Xuan unceremoniously tossed the woman into the shower, yanked her dress upward, revealing her enticing form. Though her behavior was regrettable, her looks and physique were undeniably exquisite. Gazing at her alabaster skin, Yuan Xuan swallowed hard, contemplating, perhaps after a shower, I could engage in some activities. With this thought, he grinned wickedly, removed the shower head, and directed the spray at her face. The woman, previously in a deep slumber, stirred with a whimper akin to a drowning survivor and began to scream in panic, thrashing her limbs wildly. Yet Yuan Xuan paid her no mind, intent on thoroughly cleansing her. However, as he continued, he noticed something peculiar. With merely water, her skin began to shed in flakes. Ugh! The woman abruptly halted her cries, drew in a deep breath, and opened her mouth to vomit once more. Drawing from past experience, Yuan Xuan shouted, "What the hell?" Tossing the shower head aside and leaping out of the shower, slamming the door shut behind him. Just as he secured the glass door, a torrent of dark liquid, akin to ink, splattered against it, showering the enclosure with grotesque splashes. The vast majority of the shower door became smeared with the viscous liquid, obscuring the woman's once alluring form. Yuan Xuan remained outside, mouth agape, struggling to comprehend the scene before finally stammering. Did you just vomit blood? He noticed a hint of red within the viscous black substance. Are you all right? Should I call an ambulance? Realizing the woman's condition was far beyond mere intoxication, he shouted through the door. Yet, she offered no response. Through the portions of glass that remained unobscured, Yuan Xuan discerned her slowly rising, swaying unsteadily towards him, before colliding with the glass door with a thud. In alarm, he swung the door open, intending to assist her back to the bed and call for medical help. The moment the door opened, a nauseating, metallic odor surged forth, and the woman appeared disconcertingly altered. Flakes of skin had degraded from her face and body, revealing a pair of gray, pupilless eyes that glared at him with an unsettling ferocity. This was no longer the enchanting beauty from moments earlier. With a sudden ferocity, the woman lunged at him, gripping his shoulders and pinning him against the wall. She opened her grotesque mouth, caked with dark, sticky substance, preparing to bite his face. "Get the hell off me!" Regaining his senses, Yuan Xuan swiftly raised his knee, delivering a brutal strike to her abdomen, sending her sprawling to the ground. Taking advantage of her fall, he retreated into the room, shouting, "What the hell is wrong with you?" As he yelled, he rubbed his shoulder, still stinging from her earlier grip. "Ugh!" The only response was her hoarse growl, after which she executed an astonishing maneuver, rising upright without the support of her hands, solely using the strength of her knees. This action left Yuan Xuan dumbfounded. What was she? Her movement bore an uncanny resemblance to Mia from the game Resident Evil 7. Wait. Mia, a zombie. As Yuan Xuan scrutinized her, observing her unsteady gait, increasingly pallid complexion, shedding skin, grotesque features, and pupilless eyes, combined with the earlier biting attack, he realized she bore an uncanny resemblance to a zombie from the game. This woman was a zombie. Had he, last night, unwittingly shared a bed with a zombie? Chapter 2. Transformation. This must be a dream. It has to be a dream. Yuan Xuan incessantly repeated these words in his mind. How could zombies possibly exist in reality? Yet, the pain from his thigh, which he was nearly crushing with his grip, starkly indicated that this was no dream. Suddenly, the female zombie crouched down, her limbs splayed on the ground, and opened her gaping, dark maw, resembling a grotesque human grasshopper, lunging toward him with ferocity. Being bitten by a zombie meant certain death. Clenching his teeth, Yuan Xuan seized the ashtray from the table and hurled it at the right side of the female zombie's face. With a resounding crash, the ashtray struck her squarely, sending her tumbling onto the bed. Die! Seizing the moment, Yuan Xuan picked up the ashtray and continued to strike at the zombie's head. The weak point of a zombie is undoubtedly its head, a notion perpetuated in nearly all films and novels, and Yuan Xuan attacked her accordingly. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3, until the ashtray shattered, and the female zombie's skull was caved in, at which point he finally ceased his assault. Only after confirming the zombie lay motionless did he slide down against the wall, breathless and gasping for air. After a prolonged moment, he shakily fished out his phone from his pocket, intent on calling for help. But as he glanced down at his phone, a black worm, resembling an earthworm, emerged from the gaping wound on the female zombie's head. Hearing the commotion, Yuan Xuan jerked his head up, but it was too late. The worm darted into his mouth at an alarming speed, perfectly sized to fit, and within a second, it burrowed down his throat. Coughing violently, Yuan Xuan struggled to expel the repugnant creature lodged in his throat. But in the next moment, his body began to convulse, followed by a searing pain radiating from his stomach. The agony was so intense that he wanted to scream, yet no sound escaped his lips. With all his might, he attempted to shove his hand into his mouth to extract the vile intruder, but his hand was too large to fit. The pain escalated with each passing second, sapping his strength and blurring his consciousness until everything faded to black. Time passed, though he couldn't tell how long. Yuan Xuan slowly regained consciousness, and as clarity returned, the horrifying memories of the zombie attack and the worm invading his body flooded back. He immediately thrust his right hand into his mouth, attempting to dislodge the worm by pressing against his uvula. However, upon touching his throat, he felt an unusual sensation. Lowering his gaze to his hand, he froze in shock. His right arm had swollen, the skin completely vanished, replaced by a layer of pulsating black organic material that resembled muscle, a visage akin to the grotesque creatures from Resident Evil or the skin of the movie Venom. Terrified, he screamed, scrambling backward on the ground, trying to distance himself from this horrifying appendage. But it was futile. He soon collided with the television cabinet, panting heavily, his gaze fixated on his monstrous arm, filled with confusion and dread. How could this be? What has happened to my hand? Is this the work of that black worm? Minutes later, Yuan Xuan managed to calm himself, gradually accepting the reality of his arm's transformation. Fortunately, aside from the change in his right arm, everything else appeared normal. If he had mutated, could it be akin to becoming a superhero as depicted in movies? He attempted to grasp the remote control beside him, and to his relief, he found that using his fingers felt no different than before. However, when he tried to lift the television with one hand, he found himself unable to do so. His strength remained unchanged. What, then, does this mutation signify? Wait, Yuan Xuan suddenly thought. What if my appearance has also changed? He sprang to his feet and rushed to the bathroom. His face remained unchanged. Thank goodness, he sighed, then tugged at his pants. Little brother, you're still here. After checking himself in the mirror, he breathed a sigh of relief. No other parts of his body had altered, and his memories were intact. He initially feared he had transformed into a zombie or some other bioweapon. Yet, just as he thought this, his gaze fell upon his right arm, and he swallowed hard, retracting his previous statement. The sight of his hand was monstrous enough, but without any monstrous abilities, what was the point? What kind of absurd mutation is this? Ding dong. Suddenly, his phone outside emitted a WeChat notification. The sound jolted Yuan Xuan back to reality. That's right. I need to call for an ambulance and report this incident. He hurriedly returned to retrieve his phone and opened it, discovering a message. Is anyone still alive? We have been trapped in the student council's storage room on the 5th floor for 2 days. Can someone come rescue us? The message was from the student council group chat, and the sender was Ling Xue. This name was well known at the university, the renowned campus beauty, the unattainable ideal of many male students, including Yuan Xuan. Ling Xue was 2 years his junior, and they had worked together in the student council for half a year. Afterward, due to internships and graduation, Yuan Xuan had left the council, and they had not communicated since. The notion of an unattainable ideal. Yuan Xuan appreciated women, but never sought to pursue them. Ling Xue had always radiated an aura of aloof elegance, making him feel he could never reach her. Yet, what did her message mean? Trapped for 2 days? What happened? After sending a reply, Yuan Xuan scrolled through the previous messages, hoping to find context, but discovered nothing relevant. The chat had been filled with student council matters, with Ling Xue's message appearing 2 days after the last. Yuan Xuan then opened his moments. As he scrolled through, one post made him freeze. It was a video from the accounting sister at his internship company. The footage showed her standing frantically laughing on the rooftop of a 6-story building, while hordes of zombies roamed below. Behind her, the door to the rooftop was being violently battered. Moments later, the door burst open, and a swarm of zombies surged toward her, ending the video abruptly. A chill ran down Yuan Xuan's spine as cold sweat broke out across his body. Had the zombie apocalypse truly begun? Just last night, everything seemed fine. How could it have devolved into this? Suddenly, Yuan Xuan noticed the time displayed in the upper left corner of his phone. October 17th, 20XX, 6:32 p.m. I've been unconscious for over 2 days. He vividly remembered that he had accompanied a client on the 14th, and the encounter with the female zombie must have occurred on the 15th. Had the apocalypse erupted during those 2 days? Slowly, he retracted his phone, locked the guest room door, stepped over the lifeless body of the female zombie, and cautiously drew back the curtains, as if needing to confirm with his own eyes, peering out. Good grief, it truly is. The streets below were teeming with zombies, and not a single living soul was in sight. How did it come to this? What is the government doing? Logically, even in the event of a biochemical crisis, how could flesh and blood zombies overcome an armed military? Ding dong. Just as Yuan Xuan pondered this, Ling Xue's message popped up. Yuan Xuezhong, it's so good to know you're alive. Are you okay? Where are you now? Yuan Xuan could sense her relief through her words. It is quite normal. She would send distress signals to the group, presumably in a state of desperation, especially given the horrific circumstances outside. However, I must apologize, dear Junior. I am unable to rescue you. Just as I contemplated responding, an excruciating pain suddenly surged from my abdomen, intertwined with an unprecedented sensation of hunger, as if something within me were relentlessly siphoning away my very essence. The agony contorted me into a fetal position on the ground, with beads of sweat oozing from my pores, cascading onto the floor. What on earth is happening to me? I have endured hunger for 3 days before, yet never like this. Yuan Xuan found himself pondering this unsettling question, summoning all his strength. He crawled to the snack cabinet in the guest room, flinging it open and hastily devouring its contents, beverages included, without a moment's hesitation. After depleting the snacks and drinks, he felt a semblance of relief. At least he could stand, albeit still plagued by hunger and pain. Should I venture out in search of food? Yuan Xuan hesitated. knowing that stepping outside in such a perilous situation could mean certain death, yet the relentless pangs in his stomach made remaining inside unbearable. To hell with it. Dying in battle is preferable to succumbing to starvation. With this resolve, Yuan Xuan began to scour the room for anything that might serve as a weapon. After an exhaustive search, he found only a folding stool that could suffice. He donned his clothing, though it proved difficult as his right arm had swollen considerably. Approaching the door, he cautiously opened it and peered through the crack, observing that the hallway was eerily deserted, a typical sight for a hotel, where guests are either in their rooms or in the lobby and workspaces. Confirming there were no zombies in sight, Yuan Xuan stepped out quietly, noticing that the door of room 604 across the corridor stood ajar. Surely, it too contained a snack cabinet. As he approached room 604, he heard strange noises emanating from within, and upon peering inside, he was met with a horrifying scene. Two men crouched within, their hands gruesomely plunged into another man's abdomen, extracting bloody entrails. The sight sent a wave of despair through Yuan Xuan, rendering him momentarily paralyzed with fear, yet the instinct to flee surged within him. He had prepared himself mentally for such horrors, yet the sight of zombies still filled him with dread. He had witnessed their ferocity firsthand, their immense strength and speed, coupled with the grotesque creatures that infested their bodies. Fortunately, these two zombies were preoccupied with their gruesome feast and had not yet noticed him. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from a nearby door, likely indicating the presence of another zombie. The noise caused the two zombies to swivel their heads in his direction, their bloodied, grotesque visages and hollow, gray eyes sending chills down Yuan Xuan's spine, compelling him to retreat to the safety of his room. However, the agonizing hunger and pain in his stomach quelled that urge. Fate has a way of determining life and death. Let it come. Whispering this to himself, Yuan Xuan readied himself for confrontation. Yet, inexplicably, the two zombies merely glanced at him before returning to their grisly meal. This left Yuan Xuan bewildered. Did he appear less appetizing than the corpse? Bang! Another sound, louder than before, startled him. A zombie burst through the emergency exit door. Yet, this zombie, too, glanced at Yuan Xuan before ignoring him entirely, wandering aimlessly in the corridor. What on earth was happening? Why were these zombies not attacking him? The female zombie had lunged at him like a rabid dog, yet these two seemed disinterested in him. Could it be that these zombies do not attack humans? No, that could not be right. He had witnessed a zombie feasting on a person just moments ago. Perhaps it was not that zombies do not attack humans, but rather that they do not attack him? With this thought, Yuan Xuan glanced at his right arm, now covered in a dark, organic substance. Chapter 3. The white moonlight and inexplicable sense of hunger engulfed him. The zombies showed no signs of aggression. This peculiar state only emerged following the intrusion of the black worm into his body, resulting in a transformation of his right hand. Aside from this, Yuan Xuan could scarcely fathom any other explanation for his current predicament. He attempted to elicit a response from the zombies, calling out to them. Yet they merely turned their heads to glance at him, their gazes devoid of any hostility, resembling the way they would look at fellow zombies before promptly losing interest in him. Yuan Xuan felt as if his mind were on the brink of explosion. What sort of chaotic nonsense had he encountered today? However, he had no time to ponder, for the insatiable hunger in his abdomen continued to urge him to consume something. Summoning his courage, he ventured into the guest room occupied by two zombies, retrieved some food from the glass cabinet, and made his way into the corridor to eat. The zombies remained indoors while he sat outside, munching on his snacks. Crunch. The sound of him biting into a potato chip drew the attention of a zombie in the corridor, which cast a curious glance in his direction, as if questioning, "Why is it you again?" Yet, it quickly turned away, no longer paying him any heed, unfazed by the cacophony of his chewing. As he ate, Yuan Xuan contemplated his circumstances. Despite his transformation, it seemed to be a rather fortuitous occurrence. In this apocalyptic world, the fact that zombies did not attack him implied that he could procure anything at will, essentially enjoying a zero-cost shopping spree. He recalled how protagonists in films often struggled for resources, fighting tooth and nail for survival, and he felt no such anxiety. Food was abundant. He could choose any vehicle he desired, and there were no restrictions on which house he could occupy. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. With such capabilities, this apocalypse felt akin to paradise for him. Ding dong. A notification from WeChat interrupted his reverie. It was a message from Yuan Xuan. "Senior, are you still there? Why haven't you replied?" Upon reading the message, A smile crept onto Yuan Xiancheng's lips. It served as a timely reminder that resources extended beyond mere material possessions. In this dystopian reality, people themselves constituted a valuable resource, though he lacked for nothing at present. What would the future hold? When all the food had spoiled, he would eventually find himself without sustenance. He could not rely on hunting for survival in the wilderness, especially considering the potential for mutated animals. Moreover, to stave off loneliness, he would need to surround himself with a few beautiful women, enlisting their help in cultivating land for crops, a truly imperial arrangement. In the initial phase, he would provide them with supplies, protection, and a safe haven, and he was confident that none could refuse such an offer. Later on, he could rely on them to produce resources in return, alleviating his solitude. This partnership seemed advantageous from every angle. As for his first target, Lin Xuan would be. After all, in terms of beauty, she was undoubtedly the most stunning individual he had ever encountered, and academically, she was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, truly impressive. Picking up his phone, Yuan Xiancheng contemplated for a moment before replying. Apologies, Junior. I just encountered a horde of zombies, and it took some effort to eliminate them, hence my delayed response. On the other end of the line, Lin Xuan widened her eyes in astonishment as she read his message, murmuring to herself, he actually dared to fight zombies? A whole group? She then glanced over at the corner of the storage room, where several despondent boys huddled. Having not dared to venture outside since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, they would likely not even muster the courage to face a single one, let alone a horde. Senior, you're amazing. You've already ventured out to confront zombies? Lin Xuan replied. Upon reading her response, Yuan Xiancheng raised an eyebrow. Not mistaken. He hardly knew her well enough for such a statement. Well, while these zombies are fast, they lack intelligence, and their weaknesses are evident. Just aim for the head to deal with them. You're in the student council storage room, aren't you? Stay there. I'll come to rescue you. Yuan Xiancheng was in no rush to ask her further questions, as his phone was running low on battery. However, after sending the message, he waited for quite some time without receiving a reply. Could it be that they were overrun by zombies? Are you still there? Why haven't you responded? Yuan Xiancheng, unable to remain still, sent another message. I'm here. This time, Lin Xuan replied promptly. Thank you. She quickly sent a second message. Upon receiving her two messages, Yuan Xiancheng breathed a sigh of relief, although he was puzzled by her slow response. It was not the right time to inquire. That is good to hear. I was beginning to worry that something had happened. Just stay put. I'll be there shortly. Okay, please be careful. Just as he finished reading her message, Yuan Xiancheng's phone powered down, the battery exhausted after 2 days of standby. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan repeatedly glanced at her phone, unable to believe that Yuan Xiancheng was genuinely willing to come to their aid. Over the past few days, she had sent countless distress messages and made numerous calls, most of which went unanswered, and even those that did were laden with conditions. We can rescue you, but we're in the cafeteria storage room, where there's plenty of food, and we're all strong members of the track team who have already fought off a few zombies. But what's in it for us? We might lose someone in the process. Unless you agree to be my girlfriend, I can't persuade my team. This was one of the responses from the track team captain, whom Lin Xuan had previously rejected. Such a demand was utterly outrageous. She would rather perish than accept it. The replies from others were similarly disheartening, leaving her in despair. The same boys who had once pursued her with flattery and familiarity were now either making unreasonable demands or ignoring her completely. Only Yuan Xiancheng stood apart. Before she even voiced her plea, he had offered to come and save her, stirring a sense of gratitude within her. Lin Xuan smiled at her phone, softly murmuring, Senior, you haven't changed at all since I first entered school. Yet, amid her gratitude, she was also filled with dread, fearing for Yuan Xiancheng's safety in the midst of so many zombies. The conflicting emotions of longing for rescue, while wishing to spare him from danger, had left her unable to respond to him sooner. Ultimately, her myriad thoughts condensed into a simple, heartfelt thank you. The fear of losing him overshadowed all else. Senior, please don't let anything happen to you. Lin Xuan silently prayed. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiancheng, satisfied and nourished, rose and made his way toward the emergency exit. The hotel was not far from the school, roughly 4 kilometers away, a journey of about 40 minutes on foot. Nevertheless, he felt it prudent to arm himself, while he had no fear of zombies. He was wary of people, as his mutation had not enhanced his physical capabilities. He also needed to find some bandages to conceal his hand, lest it draw too much attention. Thus, Yuan Xiancheng began his search through the hotel, floor by floor, and soon discovered a short-handled fire axe in the fire cabinet on the 5th floor. This was a fine weapon, equally effective against zombies and humans alike. Bang! As he descended to the 4th floor, he heard a peculiar sound emanating from the corridor beyond the emergency exit door. It was a noise he recognized from games, reminiscent of a firearm discharging with a silencer. Cautiously, he approached the door, opening it just a crack. Through the narrow opening, he glimpsed a woman clad in a black leather jacket and pants, her figure striking, with a high ponytail accentuating her fierce features, engaged in combat with something. The woman appeared remarkably valiant, her countenance marred by a deep furrow of concern. The leather jacket draped over her shoulders bore 3 distinct gashes, as if sliced by a sharp instrument. Though her skin remained unscathed, these marks were testament to the fierce struggle she had endured, starkly contrasting with the unblemished zombies. Yuan Xuan slightly widened the gap, revealing her adversary, a robust zombie, standing at 1.8 meters, suspended from the ceiling. Each of its limbs was adorned with 3 thick fingers, each tipped with approximately 10 centimeters of claw-like nails resembling drill bits. This peculiar anatomical structure endowed the creature with formidable piercing capabilities during its assaults, enabling it to traverse walls and ceilings with a speed surpassing that of the previous female zombie. Yet, the woman was no ordinary opponent. Each time the clawed zombie lunged at her, she skillfully evaded its strikes and retaliated with gunfire. Suddenly, the mutated right arm twitched, and an inexplicable urge surged through Yuan Xuan's mind. He distinctly sensed his right arm yearning for the clawed zombie. Chapter 4. Devouring Yuan Xuan clenched his right hand tightly, striving to suppress the burgeoning impulse within him. Yet, it was futile. The urge intensified, nearly overwhelming him. Just then, the woman was seized by the clawed zombie, propelled violently against the wall, blood erupting from her mouth. As the clawed zombie prepared to launch another attack, it suddenly turned, seemingly sensing something. Its gaze fixated on Yuan Xuan's hiding spot. Although the woman was oblivious to the zombie's distraction, she seized the moment, scrambling to the window and shattering the glass to escape. The clawed zombie emitted a furious roar, disregarding the fleeing woman, and charged rapidly towards Yuan Xuan with all 4 limbs. Startled, he never anticipated that the woman would flee, nor that the zombie would react to him with such intensity. In a flash, it barreled into him, crashing through the door and pinning him against the wall. The clawed zombie then landed and lunged at Yuan Xuan's head with a ferocious swipe. Instinctively, he raised his hand to block it. In the instant their arms collided, a metallic clang resonated. His mutated right arm withstood the blow, devoid of any pain. Subsequently, his right arm underwent a transformation. The black organic matter softened and liquefied, morphing into a viscous black substance that began to envelop the zombie's claw. Within a heartbeat, it entirely encased the zombie's arm. The zombie held in anguish. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Xuan drew the fire axe from his waist and struck the zombie's head with a powerful swing. With a sickening thud, the zombie's eyes dimmed, and it collapsed lifelessly. After the zombie's demise, the black liquid accelerated its spread, completely engulfing the corpse before finally halting. This liquid, Yuan Xuan recalled it vividly. It was identical to the substance expelled by the female zombie earlier, approximately 10 seconds later, akin to gastric acid. The liquid fully digested the zombie before returning to Yuan Xuan's hand, where he instantly sensed something amiss. The dense black liquid began to seep over his body, encasing him entirely. This sensation was markedly different from before. There was no excruciating pain, no loss of consciousness. Instead, he felt an exchange occurring, enveloped by a warm force, as if caressed by a gentle breeze, leaving him in an exquisite state of comfort. It was an unprecedented experience, akin to a transcendence of his very being. Moments later, the black liquid fully permeated his skin, and when he opened his eyes, he beheld his transformed physique. The once average build had evolved into a robust silhouette with well-defined muscles, rivaling that of a fitness instructor. This was no mere overnight transformation. He had achieved it in an instant. Even more astonishing was that his mutated right hand had reverted to its original form, now indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human, and even appeared significantly lighter. Yuan Xuan stood transfixed, continuously absorbing the changes within him, until a thought crossed his mind. His arms began to secrete the black liquid, which gradually covered them, initiating a transformation that culminated in the formation of sharp claws reminiscent of those of the clawed zombie. Testing the claws, He swung them a few times before grasping the iron door of the emergency exit with all his strength, leaving 3 deep gashes in the solid metal. Laughter erupted from him, a joyous realization dawning upon him. After absorbing the clawed zombie, he could now communicate with the entity within him, unlocking a wealth of knowledge. First, he learned that zombies could evolve by consuming humans. This particular clawed zombie had devoured around 40 individuals to attain its current form. The creature within him possessed the ability to devour, allowing it to consume all evolved zombies, acquiring their abilities and fragments of memories from their undead existence. Moreover, it enhanced his physical attributes. The extent of the enhancement depended on the evolutionary level of the consumed zombie. For instance, after absorbing the clawed zombie, Yuan Xuan's physical capabilities would be augmented twofold. Such an increase was significant. If Yuan Xuan's original physical development was at 10%, it would rise to 20% post-enhancement. Should he consume a zombie that had undergone 2 mutations, the enhancement would be threefold, and so forth. Conversely, devouring ordinary zombies yielded no effect. Additionally, when Yuan Xuan had descended to the 3rd floor, the clawed zombie had detected him but exhibited no immediate aggression. It was only later, sensing the danger posed by his right hand, that it initiated an attack. Henceforth, proximity to mutated zombies necessitated restraint of his urges, otherwise, he would attract their aggression. Finally, and most delightfully, Yuan Xuan had stood still not out of fear, but because he was engaging in a form of mental communion with the entity within him. This exchange, akin to a telepathic connection, allowed him to grasp the creature's intentions effortlessly. The black entity was a parasitic mutant, entirely reliant on Yuan Xuan's body for survival. Previous hosts had repelled it, yet he remained an exception. Unable to survive outside for more than 10 minutes, the parasite required a long-term, or even permanent, host to persist. The entity desired to inhabit Yuan Xuan's body indefinitely, promising to assist him wholeheartedly, while he was obliged to meet a singular requirement, consuming 20,000 kilocalories of food daily. The parasite would absorb the energy from his digested sustenance to sustain itself. 20,000 kilocalories equated to the energy derived from approximately 13.5 kilograms of pork or 16 kilograms of rice. Transporting such quantities would prove cumbersome, if only spatial abilities existed, but alas, that was not the case. It seemed imperative for Yuan Xuan to find a location to cultivate high-calorie vegetables like legumes and tubers. Additionally, a reliable source of meat was essential, otherwise, in a few years, even canned goods would spoil, making sustenance difficult to procure. He could only hope that animals had not mutated, otherwise, acquiring meat would become exceedingly challenging. Having contemplated these matters, Yuan Xuan turned his gaze to the shattered window through which the woman had escaped. Beside it stood a guest room door, demolished into 3 sections. Undoubtedly the handiwork of the clawed zombie, likely the woman's quarters. Given her remarkable agility and possession of a firearm, she could very well be affiliated with the military. In her hasty retreat, he wondered if there might be other weapons left behind. With that thought, Yuan Xuan retracted his claws and entered the room. Upon stepping inside, he was immediately drawn to a cylindrical duffel bag lying open on the bed. Approaching it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Inside lay a folding sniper rifle. Good heavens! An L-115A3. Having a penchant for military programs, Yuan Xuan instantly recognized the rifle. This weapon was a derivative model of the AWM, utilizing 8.6mm caliber ammunition, heralded as the most formidable sniper rifle in British history. Its folding stock allowed for easy transport in a backpack. Who on earth was this woman? Such a firearm was not typically within the reach of ordinary soldiers, especially not one who could traverse the city with it. He rummaged through the bag but found nothing indicative of her identity. However, the rifle's accessories were quite comprehensive. A 6x thermal imaging scope, a 10x sniper scope, a silencer, a flash suppressor, a laser rangefinder, a quick-release tactical flashlight, a folding bipod, 2 5-round magazines, and a box of subsonic ammunition, along with the 2 rounds already in the magazine, totaling 13 rounds. Had she already utilized the ammunition? And why subsonic rounds? Typically, a box of sniper rifle ammunition contains 20 rounds, yet the woman had used 7. Moreover, she employed a suppressor along with subsonic ammunition. This combination could drastically diminish the sound of the L-115A3 when fired. What purpose could she possibly have had? Was she preparing to combat zombies? Such an approach seems wasteful. With her skills, ordinary zombies should pose no threat to her. Notably, He did not observe any gunshot wounds on the clawed zombies. Puzzled, Yuan Xuan decided to abandon the thought. Drawing from previously viewed videos and television programs, he began to familiarize himself with the operation of the L-115A3. If memory served him correctly, this weapon required bolt action. After approximately 10 minutes of acclimatization to the firearm's mechanisms, he shouldered the rifle along with his backpack and exited the room. In this apocalyptic world, anything he found was rightfully his. No one would contest it. Moreover, had he not intervened, the woman likely would have met a grim fate. Upon leaving the hotel, he stepped onto the street, which remained brilliantly illuminated. Currently, utilities such as water and electricity had not been disrupted, yet the silhouettes illuminated by the lights were no longer those of hurried pedestrians. Instead, they were the swaying forms of zombies, each exhibiting distinct modes of movement. A few crawled laboriously on all fours, occasionally leaping to the second floor to peer through windows. Some ran about the streets, their speed akin to that of an ordinary person, while the majority ambled along in a manner reminiscent of cinematic portrayals. According to the memories of the clawed zombies, once a zombie has consumed 10 individuals, it would begin to sprint. After consuming 25, it would crawl using all fours, exhibiting a speed and leaping ability approximately double that of its original state. Upon reaching 50 consumed souls, a mutation would occur. Thus, Yuan Xuan traversed the street with his backpack, unbothered, as not a single zombie turned to regard or assault him. Chapter 5. Power outage. As Yuan Xuan passed by a convenience store, he decided to enter and gather some supplies. He focused on items with a longer shelf life, such as instant noodles, canned goods, compressed foods, and energy gels, to ensure a stable food source for the future. While collecting, he consumed some perishable items to lighten his load. Additionally, he selected a few high-priced daily necessities for backup. Once his bag was filled, he continued on his way. Upon reaching Scenic Avenue, he was confronted by a horde of zombies crowding the streets, reminiscent of a bustling tourist destination during the Golden Week, with heads bobbing everywhere. Yuan Xuan had no desire to mingle with these filthy and odorous creatures. Just as he pondered his next move, an idea struck him, leading him into a narrow alley. He removed his shoes, tied the laces together, and slung them over his shoulder, transforming his limbs into claws. Recalling the memories of a clawed zombie, he realized it could scale walls. Imitating its movements, he inserted his claws into the wall and began to ascend the building. Everything proceeded smoothly. After consuming the clawed zombie, he inherited its muscle memory, effortlessly scaling the 7-story edifice. Soon, he reached the rooftop's edge, positioned himself on all fours, and leaped across to an adjacent building approximately 15 meters away. A rush of exhilaration coursed through him as he experienced a fleeting sensation of flight. Was this the feeling of being airborne? How invigorating! Yuan Xuan continued jumping from building to building, his speed increasing. What would typically take around 40 minutes, he accomplished in under 10, arriving at the Finance and Trade Academy. Standing atop a building across from the campus, he surveyed the entire area. Though it was night, the teaching buildings were devoid of light, with only a few dormitory rooms faintly illuminated. Upon closer inspection, he realized the occupants of those lit rooms were swaying unsteadily. Unmistakably zombies. It made sense. Anyone who survived the last 2 days wouldn't be foolish enough to attract attention with lights. According to the clawed zombie's memories, these creatures had decent vision, and turning on lights was akin to inviting doom. Just as Yuan Xuan prepared to descend into the school, the entire city plunged into darkness as all lights extinguished simultaneously. The urban landscape was engulfed in an inky blackness, with the only flickers of light coming from distant flames, likely the result of a vehicle accident igniting a fire. This power outage seemed to signal a permanent darkness. It appeared he would need to devise a means of generating electricity in the future. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the Finance and Trade Academy, in a storeroom exceeding 80 square meters, 3 males and 2 females simultaneously witnessed the citywide blackout. Ingxue, look, the power is out, one female student exclaimed in terror, pointing out the window. The girl, no older than 20, wore a pink knitted vest paired with a white shirt and jeans. She stood at a petite height of approximately 1.5 meters, with an endearing appearance and striking, bright eyes that betrayed her anxiety. Her name was Li Qing, a close friend of Lin Ingxue, and both were accountants in the student council. Beside her was Lin Ingxue, a slender girl in a simple yet elegant sky blue chiffon dress. Her soft facial features complemented by porcelain-like skin, her hair gathered in a neat ponytail. Lin Yingxue gazed out the window, taking in the city enveloped in darkness, with only sporadic fires flickering in the distance. She glanced at her phone, discovering that her messages to Yuan Xuan had gone unanswered, filling her with concern. She had considered calling him, but feared that the ringtone might endanger him. Now, however, such worries were moot, as the power outage had severed all telephone signals and internet connectivity. Yingxue, what should we do? Li Qing clutched Lin Yingxue's hand tightly, her voice trembling with fear. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yingxue endeavored to remain composed. She understood that only by maintaining calm and rationality could they hope to find a means of survival. Qing, don't be afraid. We must stay calm. The outside is swarming with zombies. We cannot venture out. We must remain here. But I'm so weak from hunger. I've only eaten a bag of chips and a few biscuits over the past 2 days. We've run out of food and water. We can't last much longer. Li Qing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Lin Yingxue tightened her grip on her hand, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. There is still hope. Do you know Yuan Xuan from the External Relations Department? Li Qing nodded. Of course, I know him. He once dated Sister Xiao Zhirong from our dorm, and I even joined them for a meal during their dates. I have no idea how he ended up breaking up with her. What a jerk. Really? Lin Yingxue was taken aback, hearing this for the first time. She was aware of Xiao Zhirong, a senior in the urban management program and the president of the archery club. As an accountant in the student council, she often interacted with various clubs to allocate funds. You didn't know? They were together for a whole semester during freshman year. It caused quite a stir, and many people in school knew about it, Li Qing asserted. At this revelation, a complex expression crossed Lin Yingxue's face. What kind of stir? Let us not discuss that. Why did you suddenly mention him? Li Qing sensed something amiss with Lin Yingxue. Lin Yingxue handed her phone to Li Qing. He said he would come to rescue us. Li Qing took the phone, her gaze drifting over Yuan Xuan's last message, a flicker of hope igniting in her eyes, only to dim again almost immediately. Yingxue, we haven't been in contact with the outside world for 2 days. Do you really think he will come here to save us? We might as well wait for a rescue team. Lin Yingxue's eyes were resolute as she looked at Li Qing. I believe in him. He will definitely come. That doesn't seem right. Li Qing teased with a playful smile. How can our campus belle trust a guy so easily? Could it be? Lin Yingxue looked at Li Qing in confusion. Could it be what? Leaning closer, Li Qing whispered, do you like him? Upon hearing this, Lin Yingxue's face flushed crimson, and she quickly waved her hands in denial. What nonsense are you talking about? I've hardly spoken to him. Is that so? That's good. Li Qing replied skeptically. Then she added, you should keep your distance from Yuan Xuan. Why? Lin Yingxue inquired. He has had quite a few girlfriends. And while dating Sister Xiao, there were rumors of him being entangled with a girl from outside the school, though there's no solid evidence. Li Qing leaned in closer, sharing some rumors about Yuan Xuan. On the other side of the storeroom, a male student named Zhou Ming sat by the window, his face contorted with jealousy as he watched Lin Yingxue and her friend, a third-year student at the Finance and Trade Academy and the vice president of the student council. Zhou Ming had long harbored a crush on Lin Yingxue, who paid him no mind and had never even glanced his way. At this moment, witnessing her attentively listening to Li Qing discuss the notorious playboy Yuan Xuan, he felt a surge of jealousy and resentment. He had never seen Lin Yingxue show such concern for any man, and the boys who had previously confessed to her had all been rejected. While he had managed to maintain some balance in his heart, seeing her care so much about another guy was unbearable. An inexplicable rage surged within him. Yuan Xuan was acutely aware of his tarnished reputation. Was it possible that even the campus belle had fallen prey to that rogue? Rather than this, it would be better to. Ma Teng, were your words just now genuine? Zhou Ming inquired, turning to the towering figure of the dazed boy standing by the window. What? Ma Teng, startled by the conversation, finally regained his senses. You mentioned that the citywide blackout signifies that the authorities have lost control of the situation, and the rescue teams will not be coming. In despair, Ma Teng nodded. Look outside. Aside from the wails of the zombies, can you hear anything else? Zhou Ming and another shorter boy shook their heads in unison. Ma Teng continued. It has been 2 days, and not a single aircraft has graced the skies. Initially, there were a few gunshots, but since then, silence has prevailed. Do you remember the horrifying scenes when other classmates transformed into zombies the day before yesterday? Zhou Ming and the shorter boy nodded, unable to shake off the terror of that unforgettable moment. Classmates, friends, even teachers, all collapsed simultaneously, and soon after, Social media erupted with reports of the mass fainting. Calls to emergency services were met with busy signals. Approximately 15 minutes later, those who had fallen rose as ferocious zombies, devoid of reason, intent only on attacking and tearing apart those around them. Ma Teng spoke solemnly. I observed that roughly 9 out of 10 people in our vicinity succumbed to the fainting spell and turned into zombies, a staggering 90% mutation rate. If this were to occur within the military, his voice trailed off, as fear gripped him further with each speculative thought. Zhou Ming and the shorter boy fell into a heavy silence, understanding the implication of Ma Teng's words. The abruptness of the events left them stunned. It was likely that the military had also collapsed. It had been 2 days without even the sound of sirens. Such a realization extinguished any flicker of hope they had clung to for rescue. Their expectations now felt utterly futile. The apocalyptic scenario depicted in films had truly arrived. With this thought, both the shorter boy and Ma Teng wore expressions of despair, while Zhou Ming's lips curled into a sly grin. Perhaps it was time to engage in activities previously deemed unacceptable in a civilized world. Zhou Ming, with a mischievous smile, placed his hand on Ma Teng's and the shorter boy's shoulders. Don't be so pessimistic. Perhaps this is not such a bad thing after all. Not a bad thing. What do you mean, Zhou Ming? Ma Teng and the shorter boy looked at him with puzzled expressions. Zhou Ming glanced at Lin Xue and Li Qing, who were engrossed in conversation, oblivious to their presence. He lowered his voice to address the shorter boy. Wen Hao, didn't you have feelings for Li Qing? The boy named Wen Hao nodded, confusion etched on his face. Yes, she's the belle of our class, many like her. I confessed, but was rejected. Why do you bring this up? You still don't see the implications? Zhou Ming replied, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Since we are in the apocalypse, it means there are no longer any moral or legal constraints. Civilization has regressed to a survival of the fittest mentality. Though they were once high and mighty, they are now at our mercy. Don't you agree? Ma Teng's eyes widened as he grasped Zhou Ming's intent, his face revealing a flicker of hesitation. But is that really all right? They are girls. Wouldn't this be too cruel? Cruel? Zhou Ming shot him a glare. Ma Teng, do not forget, this is the end times, not a peaceful era. Here, only the strong survive. If they wish to live, they must seek our protection. And that protection comes at a cost. But Wen Hao hesitated, understanding the implications of Zhou Ming's words, which suggested coercion against the 2 girls. But what? If the rescue team doesn't come, we must venture out to slay zombies, which is a deadly endeavor. To put it bluntly, we might die. Don't you want it? Zhou Ming's words echoed like a devil's whisper in Ma Teng's and Wen Hao's minds, gradually eroding their rationality, and the hesitation on their faces began to fade. Observing their changing expressions, Zhou Ming smirked, realizing they were nearing a decision, and events were unfolding as he desired. Though Zhou Ming had no intention of fighting zombies, his character was one who lived for the moment. He merely wished to entangle the 2 in fleeting pleasures, postponing future consequences while satisfying his own desires and relieving his frustrations. Wen Hao cast a glance at the ethereal beauty of Li Qing, swallowed hard, and a glint of determination crossed his eyes. I understand, Zhou Ming. What is our next move? Perhaps we should wait until they're asleep. Zhou Ming's eyes gleamed with coldness. No need for that. Let us first have a proper discussion with them. If they are agreeable, it will be effortless. If they refuse, remember, we must act swiftly, overpower them, and allow no chance for resistance. Muffle their cries to avoid attracting zombies. Ma Teng cautioned. The trio reached a consensus and approached Lin Xue and Li Qing, who remained unaware of their sinister intentions, still engaged in their discussion regarding Yuan Xuan. Hey, beautiful ladies, what are you 2 so engrossed in? Zhou Ming asked with a sly grin. Lin Xue and Li Qing turned to him, puzzled. Li Qing tilted her head, unsure why they had approached, while Lin Xue furrowed her brows, sensing something amiss in Zhou Ming's smile. Oh, you wouldn't be interested in our private conversation. Isn't it agreed that boys stay over there, and girls here? Why are you crossing boundaries? Li Qing replied nonchalantly. Crossing boundaries? In times like this, such concerns are trivial. Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Yuan Xuan is notorious for his wayward ways. You should steer clear of him. You were eavesdropping? Li Qing's expression shifted to one of indignation as she glared at Zhou Ming. Lin Xue's concern deepened. She sensed the underlying menace in Zhou Ming's words, as if they were scheming something nefarious. Eavesdropping? Not at all. Your voices were simply too loud. Zhou Ming retorted with a cold chuckle, his expression turning predatory. Look outside. The streets are teeming with zombies. Do not expect anyone else to come to your aid. Yuan Xuan? He has probably been devoured by now. Now, we are the only 5 left. As men, we naturally must venture out to slay zombies and procure food to sustain you. However, your contribution will not be substantial, just a small price to pay. Lin Yingxue and Li Qing were taken aback by Zhou Ming's proposition. A small price? They noticed the aggressive glances exchanged among the 3 boys, fixating on their chests. And the predatory expressions on their faces were unmistakable. What do you intend to do? Lin Yingxue's face paled as she instinctively stood, reaching for a mop nearby to defend herself. But before she could rise, Ma Teng seized her wrist, yanking her off balance, and she fell to the ground. Ma Teng and Wen Hao swiftly restrained her, and the still-dazed Li Qing, silencing their protests. What are you doing? You wanted to hear us, didn't you? Let us enlighten you. Zhou Ming sneered as he advanced step by step towards the 2 women. Lin Yingxue and Li Qing were filled with terror, struggling in vain against the overwhelming strength of Ma Teng and Wen Hao. I had intended to converse with you amicably, but since you lack discernment, I shall resort to force, Zhou Ming scoffed, crouching beside Lin Yingxue. Do you know, Lin Yingxue, that I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time? Join me in surviving this apocalyptic world. As he spoke, he reached out to brush his fingers against her face. Lin Yingxue immediately turned her head away, her eyes brimming with disdain and revulsion. Yet Zhou Ming seemed oblivious to her reaction, continuing, Rest assured, if you agree to be with me, I will protect you and ensure you suffer no harm. With that, he extended his hand towards her clothing. Beside them, Wen Hao leered, Li Qing, I promise to protect you as well. My previous declarations of affection still stand. He leaned in, attempting to kiss her rosy lips. At that moment, a light laugh interrupted. What a pathetic lot. Girls are not to be pursued in such a manner. Zhou Ming and his companions were taken aback and turned to see a tall, robust young man standing behind them, brandishing a sniper rifle with a mocking glint in his eyes. Upon seeing Yuan Xuan, Lin Yingxue's eyes filled with tears of joy, while Li Qing gaped in astonishment, realizing he had indeed come. How had he grown so muscular in just half a year? And how did he manage to enter? Yuan Xuan, how did you come in? Zhou Ming asked, suspicion lacing his voice. Yuan Xuan merely tilted his head towards the wide-open window. The window? Ma Teng exclaimed incredulously, That's impossible. We're on the 4th floor, and there are zombies below. How could you have entered through the window? That's none of your concern. Release them, or I shall shoot you in the face, Yuan Xuan warned, pulling back the rifle's bolt to aim, his gaze conveying that he would indeed pull the trigger. Fear gripped Wen Hao and Ma Teng, and as they began to loosen their grip, Zhou Ming halted them, saying, Don't listen to him. Who knows if his gun is real? Even if it is, he wouldn't dare shoot. The noise would attract a horde of zombies. At this, Yuan Xuan raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Is that so? A sound, akin to a nail dropping on concrete, rang out as he fired, piercing Zhou Ming's thigh. Zhou Ming fell to the ground, howling in agony as his left leg was obliterated. In that instant, apart from Zhou Ming's anguished cries, everyone stood frozen, unable to fathom Yuan Xuan's decisiveness in shooting. Did you not see the silencer? Oh, it's too dark here. It's understandable you wouldn't notice, he remarked, swiftly pushing aside the bewildered Ma Teng and Wen Hao. Then, with one arm around Li Qing and the other around Lin Yingxue's waist, he commanded, Hold on tight. Don't move around, and try not to scream. Before the 2 women could fully comprehend the situation, Yuan Xuan turned and leapt out of the window. Their shrill screams echoed as Ma Teng crouched down, covering Zhou Ming's mouth to silence him, while Wen Hao rushed to the window. He beheld Yuan Xuan, barefoot, cradling Lin Yingxue and carrying Li Qing, charging through a throng of zombies, each one being knocked aside by his formidable physique. He then vanished around a corner, their piercing screams still audible. My goodness, is he even human? We're on the 4th floor. How did he land safely? Wen Hao exclaimed in disbelief. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as something struck the door of the supply room behind them. Bang, bang, bang. The pounding intensified, causing the entire door to tremble. The zombies are coming. They've found us. Wen Hao shouted in terror. Quick, grab something to barricade the door. Ma Teng, disregarding Zhou Ming, sprang into action, moving to gather items. But it was too late. A swarm of zombies burst through the door, and the anguished screams of the 3 men reverberated across the night sky of the campus. Meanwhile, Yuan Xuan, on the playground, chuckled softly upon hearing the screams from the direction of the teaching building, making such a racket in the dead of night. How disruptive. Chapter 7. Li Qing in the tranquil night of the campus of the Finance and Trade Academy. Two melodious dolphin sounds resonated, forming a sharp duet. Lin Yingxue nestled her snow-white thigh against Yuan Xuan's waist, covering her eyes and screaming at the top of her lungs. Similarly, Li Qing, with her eyes tightly shut on Yuan Xuan's shoulder and hands clasped over her ears, flailed her short legs in a frenzy, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, a sound that overwhelmed Lin Yingxue by several decibels, rivaling the cacophony of a horde of zombies. As she sought to alleviate her current terror. Stop screaming. It's deafening. How many zombies do you intend to attract? If you keep this up, I will throw you both down. Yuan Xuan, having already felt the numbness in his legs from jumping down from the 4th floor, could no longer tolerate the incessant shouting of the two girls, which only drew more zombies toward them. He bellowed, startling both into silence as they instinctively covered their mouths, refraining from uttering another sound. With the two girls quieted, Yuan Xuan continued to navigate through the campus. Having surveyed from the rooftop earlier, he knew that there weren't many zombies capable of running. By the time he reached the teaching building, he had already dealt with all of them. In his presence, these zombies were akin to helpless prey, making their elimination as effortless as mowing grass. The surrounding zombies were all slow-moving, allowing Yuan Xuan to evade them with ease. When confronted with one he could not sidestep, he would simply pivot and use Li Qing's legs to strike it down. Feeling as though her leg had struck something, Li Qing longed to open her eyes and scream, yet fear restrained her, leaving her to shed tears in frustration. After putting some distance between themselves and the horde, Yuan Xuan dashed toward the North Academic Building at the edge of the school. This was an older structure, mostly filled with vacant classrooms, typically used by obscure interest clubs, ensuring it was devoid of people. Moreover, the surrounding walls made it an ideal temporary refuge. After circling to the back lawn of the North Academic Building and confirming the area was clear of zombies, Yuan Xuan gently set Lin Yingxue down on the ground. You are safe now. There are no zombies around. Upon hearing Yuan Xuan's words, Lin Yingxue cautiously opened her eyes. Upon recognizing the serene environment, she exhaled a sigh of relief and replied, "Thank you, senior." "It was nothing. No need to thank me," Yuan Xuan replied with a gentle smile. Then, with a sharp clap, he playfully swatted Li Qing on her behind, chiding, "You could have escaped long ago. It was your loud screaming that attracted the horde." With that, Li Qing yelped as she was unceremoniously tossed to the ground. Already feeling embarrassed and angry from the slap, being thrown down only deepened her sense of injustice. Sitting on the ground with her hands on her hips, she glared at Yuan Xuan, indignantly retorting, "Yuan Xuan, is this how you treat a lady? You have no regard for delicate feelings." At her words, Yuan Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. "Is this your first day knowing me? Besides, what makes you think this short little pumpkin qualifies as delicate?" Due to his previous relationship with Xiao Zhirong, he had met Li Qing during his junior year. This girl was notoriously thick-skinned, often acting as a third wheel during his dates with Xiao Zhirong. Yuan Xuan had been unable to do anything about it at the time. As Li Qing was a close friend of his girlfriend and came from a wealthy family, her father was reportedly involved in mobile game development, with assets in the billions. Li Qing bristled at Yuan Xuan's remarks, her expression morphing into one of defiance as she flailed her arms and kicked her short legs in retaliation. "You're the short pumpkin. Your entire family is made up of short pumpkins." Observing their playful banter, Lin Yingxue found it amusing but felt it was inappropriate given the situation and interjected, "All right, Qinger, the senior just saved us. Let us keep the bickering to a minimum." With this, Li Qing fell silent, crossing her arms and huffing in a sulky manner, turning her head away defiantly. "Now is not the time for games. Let us head into the North Academic Building and find a place to hide. We can discuss things later," Yuan Xuan stated, turning to walk toward the building. "Okay." Lin Yingxue nodded, following closely behind. Oh, Li Qing's expression was one of reluctance, yet she obediently trailed behind them. Arriving at a classroom with open windows, Yuan Xuan peered inside to ensure it was free of zombies before entering with the two girls. Once inside, he closed the window and, as he drew the curtains, he heard Lin Yingxue sincerely say, "Senior, thank you so much for saving us just now." As she spoke, Lin Yingxue bowed slightly to express her gratitude. Yuan Xuan smiled at her earnest demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. We're all classmates. It's only right to help each other." He then moved to the center of the classroom, unloaded his large backpack, and retrieved a bottle of mineral water and some compressed biscuits. "Let us eat something. You must be starving after being trapped for 2 days," he said, unscrewing the cap of the water bottle and handing it to Lin Yingxue. "Thank you, senior." Lin Yingxue replied politely as she accepted the water. "What about me?" Li Qing interjected, noticing that Yuan Xuan had only given Lin Yingxue the water and not her. She was instantly displeased and demanded, "Why does she get it? What I have to do with you? I only promised to rescue Yingxue. You were just an afterthought." Yuan Xuan feigned confusion, tearing open half of the compressed biscuit package and placing it in Lin Yingxue's hands. Yuan Xuan was well aware of Li Qing's nature. She was a typical pampered rich girl. Though she had an appealing appearance, fitting his criteria for a legal lowly, her temperament was prone to extremes. He decided to keep her in check, otherwise, she might cause trouble in the future. "You." Li Qing was momentarily speechless. Caught off guard by Yuan Xuan's retort, she had intended to argue that Lin Yingxue had nothing to do with him, but upon recollection, it seemed Lin Yingxue harbored feelings for Yuan Xuan, implying there might have been something between them. Lin Yingxue, sensing the awkward tension, quickly smiled and took Li Qing's hand, saying, "You haven't thanked the senior yet." Though Li Qing was reluctant, facing Yuan Xuan's teasing grin and recalling his bravery against the zombies, she mustered the courage to mutter, "Thank you." Yuan Xuan, observing her awkwardness, couldn't help but chuckle internally, maintaining a serious faade as he replied, "Now that is more like it." He then produced another bottle of mineral water and handed it to Li Qing, saying, "Here, have some water." Li Qing accepted the water, feeling slightly embarrassed but not voicing her discontent. After 2 days of snacking, she was both thirsty and hungry, and upon taking a sip, she found herself unable to stop, gulping down nearly half the bottle. "Drink slowly. There's more," Yuan Xuan remarked, offering her some biscuits. "Thank you," Li Qing said softly, a hint of shyness in her voice as she took the biscuits. Yuan Xuan nodded inwardly, recognizing that while her temper was spoiled, she was not entirely ill-natured. With a bit of guidance, she could be quite manageable. Chapter 8. The Conjoined Zombie and the Corpse Baby. "Senior, aren't you going to eat?" Lin Yingxue inquired, observing Yuan Xuan as he divided food between the two of them, while he himself had not taken a single bite. "It's fine, you girls eat. I still have plenty in my bag," Yuan Xuan replied with a smile, shaking his head as he opened his backpack for the two girls to see. Lin Yingxue and Li Qing were taken aback by the amount of food and water visible in Yuan Xuan's bag. "Senior, you are quite impressive to have gathered so much food," Lin Yingxue remarked with admiration. Prior to the power outage, she had witnessed the chaos and danger outside through her phone. The fact that Yuan Xuan managed to collect such a bounty amidst such turmoil filled her with respect. "It's nothing. I just happened to clear out some zombies in a convenience store and took what I could find. In this apocalypse, there's no need to spend money," Yuan Xuan explained lightly, downplaying his efforts. Lin Yingxue did not believe it was as simple as he claimed, but seeing that he did not elaborate further, she refrained from pressing him for more information. "By the way, Yuan Xuan, how were you able to take us down from the 4th floor without any harm?" "I was terrified and kept my eyes shut the whole time," Li Qing suddenly recalled, nibbling on a biscuit as she posed the question. "Haha, well, it's a bit complicated to explain right now. I'll tell you when the opportunity arises," Yuan Xuan responded with a mysterious smile, not providing a direct answer. He left his backpack behind, shouldered his sniper rifle, and stood up to head towards the classroom door. "I'm going out to clear the zombies in this building so they won't disturb our sleep tonight. You two stay here and don't wander off. Just shout if anything happens," he instructed before departing from the classroom. Fine, don't say anything, you stingy guy," Li Qing muttered, pouting in dissatisfaction. However, Lin Yingxue tugged at Li Qing's sleeve and said, "Let us not pry into what we shouldn't. The senior will tell us when he feels ready." Lin Yingxue's words momentarily stunned Li Qing, who turned to look at her, seemingly puzzled by her reasoning. "But he could tell us. Why keep it a secret?" Li Qing questioned, perplexed. "Every person has their own secrets. Perhaps he has his reasons. Since we have received his help, we should trust him instead of questioning him," Lin Yingxue explained with a smile. Hearing Lin Yingxue's words, Li Qing fell silent for a moment before nodding, as if she grasped some understanding, yet remained slightly confused. Outside the classroom, Yuan Xuan leaned against the door, nodding in approval after overhearing their conversation. "Lin Yingxue is quite remarkable, beautiful, intelligent. Knows what to ask and what to leave alone. She possesses a gentle demeanor and a good sense of propriety. My efforts were not in vain. Subsequently, Yuan Xuan departed the classroom, blending into the shadows of the North Academic Building. Although the number of zombies here was few, he needed to ensure the safety of the two girls by thoroughly clearing the building. Yuan Xuan meticulously checked each classroom up to the third floor, encountering not a single zombie, which struck him as odd. Under normal circumstances, even in a sparsely populated area, there should be at least a few zombies. Was it possible that everyone had evacuated when the apocalypse erupted? That seemed unlikely. According to the memories of the Claw zombies, the outbreak occurred on the afternoon of the 15th around 4 p.m., a time when many members of various clubs would likely be active in this building. Yuan Xuan had visited here numerous times before, having participated in a survival club established by his roommate. Choosing to come to the North Academic Building was also to check on the club and see if any acquaintances were still alive, as well as to search for useful supplies. Arriving at a classroom at the far end of the third floor, Yuan Xuan took out a set of keys from his pocket, unlocking the door with a nostalgic sigh. Everything is still here. This was a large classroom of approximately 300 square meters, illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the windows, casting a white reflection on the wooden floor. It resembled a miniature adventure gear repository, filled with various survival tools. The classroom walls were adorned with numerous outdoor expedition maps, marking countless places for wilderness exploration, igniting a sense of endless imagination and adventure. In one corner of the classroom, a neat row of tents was arranged, including four-season tents that could withstand the cold, lightweight tents for easy transportation, and professional mountaineering tents that were sturdy and durable, suitable for harsh environments. The cabinets against the wall were stocked with spare food and water, neatly organized with compressed rations, energy bars, canned goods, and emergency drinking water. In another corner, various tools and equipment were displayed on a table, such as survival knives, candles, fire starters, compasses, ropes, portable gas canisters, and water bottles, alongside books and guides on wilderness survival techniques for club members to study and reference. Yuan Xuan assessed the supplies, confirming that everything was intact and undisturbed. It seemed that during the catastrophe, the club members had not come here. Tonight, I'll sleep here. Observing the ready-to-use tents, he decided to bring the two girls here after patrolling the building. Yuan Xuan then proceeded to the fourth floor, which housed lesser-known clubs such as the Cosplay Society, Mahjong Association, and Foodie Alliance. He inspected each area, finding no one and no zombies. It was not until he reached the stairwell on the fifth floor that Yuan Xuan felt a sudden twitch in his right arm. A mutated zombie? On the sixth floor? The sensation was reminiscent of when he encountered the Claw zombie in the hotel. Yuan Xuan slowed his pace, cautiously ascending to the fifth floor while communicating with the black worm in his mind, urging it to remain calm to avoid attracting the mutated zombies as before. Upon reaching the sixth floor, Yuan Xuan was taken aback by the scene before him. The concrete floor was covered with a layer of blood-red soil, densely intertwined with purple tendrils of approximately 5 centimeters in diameter. However, this soil and these tendrils did not resemble typical plant vines. The soil appeared to be flesh, while the tendrils moved along the ground like tentacles from a horror film, evoking a sense of revulsion. Fortunately, these tendrils showed no sign of aggression, remaining unresponsive even as Yuan Xuan walked past them. He let out a sigh of relief. At least they would not attack him. Under normal circumstances, upon encountering such a sight, Yuan Xuan would have turned and fled. However, the insatiable appetite of the black worm left him unable to resist. He cautiously advanced in the direction of the dense tendrils, arriving at the door of a classroom. The door was tightly shut, but he could hear deep, guttural sounds emanating from within, akin to the moans of zombies. Peering through the window, he was stunned to see the classroom filled with swaying zombies, numbering over 50. In their midst stood a grotesque conjoined zombie, its body unnaturally fused from two originally separate entities, cradling a bizarre infant. From its hideous appearance and dark gray skin, it was evident that this infant was far from human. Seriously? Zombies can give birth now? Chapter 9. The mutated zombies of Beishu. A building. Yuan Xuan could hardly fathom the notion that zombies were capable of reproduction. Bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, he observed that some of the zombies within appeared dazed, standing in a fixed position, swaying gently, unlike their counterparts outside who wandered aimlessly. In the center, a conjoined pair of zombies, a male and a female, were grotesquely fused at their hands and thighs. The male's skin bore a dull gray hue, marred by festering sores that oozed a shimmering, pale blue fluid. The female, resembling a plant, seemed to grow from the ground, her skin mirroring the blood-red earth beneath her. She was licking the male's pale blue fluid, her expression akin to that of a human infant savoring maternal milk. Nearby, an infant lay quietly in her embrace, soundly asleep. This unsettling scene churned Yuan Xuanqing's stomach, prompting him to avert his gaze and instead scrutinize the classroom's layout and structure, seeking the most advantageous routes for both attack and retreat. Following his previous encounter with the clawed zombies, he understood that negligence and complacency were luxuries he could ill afford when confronting mutated zombies. Moreover, if he succeeded in exterminating them, he would gain new mutated abilities. With a preliminary plan forming in his mind, he resolved to utilize his sniper rifle to target the heads of the conjoined zombies, aiming to eliminate them swiftly. He believed that the remaining zombies would not pose a threat, allowing him to dispose of them without excessive effort. Yet, having fired a shot before, he feared missing his mark and provoking the mutated zombies into launching an assault against him, especially with tendrils surrounding him. A misfire could lead to his complete encirclement. As he pondered alternative strategies, the female conjoined zombie had finished licking the male's fluid. The male tilted his head and opened his pitch-black mouth, from which a tendril emerged, piercing the brain of a nearby zombie, as if siphoning its essence through a straw. In mere moments, the zombie's body shriveled, leaving behind only a hollow, human-shaped skin. The conjoined male then withdrew the tendril and plunged it into another zombie's brain, continuing this grotesque feeding cycle. After absorbing the essence of 5 zombies, the male's sores began to exude fluid again, nourishing the female. Once the female had licked clean the fluid, a peculiar phenomenon occurred. Tendrils sprouted pale blue, strawberry-like fruits by the dozens. Simultaneously, the infant awakened, its crimson eyes fixated on the blue fruits. With a sudden leap, it grasped a tendril and began stuffing the fruits into its mouth. With each fruit consumed, the infant's body grew larger, transforming from that of a mere baby to that of a 4- or 5-year-old child after devouring several. Witnessing this transformation, the dark worm within Yuan Xuanqing urged him to kill the infant post-haste. The consequences of allowing it to continue consuming would be dire. Recognizing the danger, Yuan Xuanqing swiftly raised his sniper rifle, aiming at the infant's head and firing. The shot rang out, creating a hole in the infant's cranium, which fell lifelessly to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the conjoined zombies ceased their feeding, and the tendrils in the building began to writhe in agitation. Yuan Xuanqing would not grant them the opportunity to retaliate. After his first shot, he redirected his rifle to the female conjoined zombie's head and fired again. However, this time, the zombie had become alert. Before he could pull the trigger, a row of thick tendrils erupted from the ground, forming a barrier to shield against the bullet. Yet, the penetrating power of the L115A3 sniper rifle was not to be trifled with. The bullet pierced through the flesh wall, striking the female zombie's head directly. Her head snapped back, lifeless. The male conjoined zombie, witnessing the fall of his offspring and mate, emitted a heart-wrenching howl, glaring fiercely at Yuan Xuanqing. Undeterred, Yuan Xuanqing continued his assault, aiming again at the male. This time, however, the male zombie had already dropped to the ground, evading the shot. It then unleashed its tendril, burrowing into the earth to manipulate the surrounding tendrils into a coordinated attack against Yuan Xuanqing. Tendrils assailed him from all directions. Recognizing the imminent danger, Yuan Xuanqing slung his sniper rifle onto his back, transforming his limbs into lethal claws, and began to fend off the incoming tendrils. Each tendril that met his sharp claws was severed in an instant, yet they persisted, relentlessly advancing toward him. He was forced to retreat, evading their onslaught. Damn it! If only I had fire, he thought. Fire was the most effective means of dealing with tendrils. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Downstairs lay the activity room of the Foodie Alliance. They must have gas canisters there. Resolute, he turned and dashed toward the staircase, quickly outpacing the tendrils. Upon entering the Foodie Alliance's classroom, he indeed found a gas canister. Grabbing it with one hand and snatching a lighter from the table, he rushed outside. By now, the tendrils had followed him to the 5th-floor corridor. Without hesitation, Yuan Xuanqing twisted the gas canister's valve to the maximum and ignited the lighter, directing the flame toward the nozzle. A torrent of fire erupted forth. Yuan Xuanqing retracted the lighter, wielding the flaming gas canister as if it were a weapon, igniting a veritable barbecue of tendrils. Come on, weren't you just so bold? He taunted. Many of the advancing tendrils caught fire, retreating in haste, while those unable to escape were charred and writhed helplessly on the ground. The corridor cleared, and no tendrils dared approach him as he wielded the canister, making his way back to the 6th floor. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the classroom housing the conjoined zombies, followed by the door bursting open as a robust mutated zombie charged forth. Yuan Xuan was taken aback. How can there be more mutated zombies? Just how many are there? This new mutated zombie towered nearly 2 meters tall, its muscles bulging, its skin a grotesque shade of blue-gray, resembling an ancient monument frozen in the chill of night. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Xuan noticed 2 human faces embedded in the creature's chest, faces he recognized all too well. They belonged to the recently fallen corpse of the cherry blossom and the female conjoined zombie. Could it be that they had fused together? The mutated zombie let out a low, menacing growl, akin to an enraged beast, its gaze filled with hatred as it lumbered toward Yuan Xuan. Each step leaving deep imprints in the ground, as if the very building trembled beneath its weight. Chapter 10. New Abilities Beneath the Dim Glow of the Moonlight. Yuan Xuan's gaze was fixed upon the mutated zombie charging towards him. He ignited his lighter once more, intensifying the flames spewing from the liquefied gas canister. However, the mutated zombie displayed no fear, enduring the flames as it continued its relentless advance without a hint of diminished speed. Realizing the futility, Yuan Xuan abandoned the cumbersome gas canister and swiftly retreated. As he withdrew, he unstrapped his sniper rifle from his back and aimed at the mutated zombie. Pulling the trigger, a faint crack of gunfire echoed as the bullet struck the zombie's chest. Yet the creature did not so much as falter, continuing its assault unharmed. This revelation startled Yuan Xuan. Even a close-range sniper shot could not breach its skin, indicating an absurd level of defense. Though the subsonic bullet lacked the power of a standard round, it was still capable of penetrating light body armor. Given this ineffectiveness, he quickly discarded the sniper rifle, transforming his arms into claw-like appendages, preparing for close combat. At that moment, the mutated zombie lunged before him, raising its fists to strike. Yuan Xuan dared not absorb the blow directly. He swiftly maneuvered backwards, narrowly evading the impending strike. With a thunderous crash, the zombie's fists smashed into the ground, generating a tremendous shockwave that caused the floor to buckle, sending shards of debris flying like arrows toward Yuan Xuan's face. One sharp stone carving a wound upon his skin. However, this momentary rigidity in the zombie presented an opportunity. Yuan Xuan seized it. Thrusting his clawed hand towards the mutated zombie's head, he had previously communicated with the black insect, which informed him that this mutated zombie had undergone at least 2 evolutions, making it immune to the slime used against clawed zombies. Thus, Yuan Xuan needed to find a way to penetrate the zombie's body, allowing the black insect to consume it. Just as his claws were about to make contact with the zombie's head, it suddenly lowered its posture, causing his attack to miss. Following this, the mutated zombie let out a deafening roar and propelled itself off the ground, using its shoulder as a battering ram aimed at Yuan Xuan. In the face of this unexpected onslaught, Yuan Xuan swiftly adjusted his stance to defend. Despite his rapid reflexes, the immense force still sent him hurtling backwards, crashing heavily against the wall. Coughing up blood from the brutal impact, Yuan Xuan found himself with no respite, as the mutated zombie charged at him once more, intent on delivering another shoulder tackle. Just as the monstrous figure was about to collide with him, Yuan Xuan managed a slight smile, sidestepping at the last moment, allowing the zombie to crash against the wall. The impact created a significant hole in the structure, causing the mutated zombie to plummet from the 6th floor. Simple-minded creatures are easy to deal with. A bait is all it takes, Yuan Xuan scoffed, swiftly transforming his feet into claws as he leapt down, utilizing the force of his descent to plunge his sharp talons into the zombie's body, gushing forth a deluge of blood that splattered across him. A chilling scream resonated through the night. The surrounding zombies, however, did not converge towards the sound as they typically would. Instead, they exhibited distinct signs of fear, retreating from the source of the noise. The sound reached Lin Yingxue and Li Qing, where the latter, trembling with fear, clutched Lin Yingxue's hand tightly and stammered. "Yingxue, that cry has returned, and it seems closer this time. What should we do? Should we escape?" Though Lin Yingxue felt a surge of trepidation, she shook her head resolutely. "This cry is different from before. It sounds more tragic. It must be our senior battling something. And it appears he is on the verge of victory. Let us remain here quietly and not run around. We must trust our senior and not add to his troubles." Though still anxious, Li Qing nodded, pressing close to Lin Shui as they both listened to the mournful cry, their hearts filled with worry and a flicker of hope. Outside the North Academic Building, Yuan Xuan had successfully utilized the black insect's abilities to consume the mutated zombie, albeit at the cost of considerable stamina, leaving him panting heavily. As he absorbed the newfound powers from the defeated zombie, a smile crept across his lips, nearly prompting a shout of joy. He had struck a veritable mother lode, acquiring 3 mutated abilities in one fell swoop. 1. Black Beast Form. Possesses the capability to secrete black organic matter from his entire body, forming a solid layer of black armor that provides comprehensive defense. 2. Enhanced Fruit. Upon slaying a zombie, it absorbs the creature's energy, transforming it into enhanced fruit. Any organism consuming it can unlock their latent potential, bolstering their physical attributes. The enhancement effect is temporary and cannot be stacked by the same individual consuming fruit derived from zombies of the same level. 3. Tentacle Manipulation. Allows the conversion of black organic matter into tentacle forms. These abilities corresponded to those of the giant mutated zombie, the female conjoined zombie, and the male conjoined zombie. The undeveloped corpse baby only enhanced Yuan Xuan's physical abilities by 0.5 times, while the 3 combined provided a total enhancement of 3.5 times. Comparatively, the method of utilizing these abilities had also shifted. According to the black insect, this was due to the structural differences between zombies and humans. Yuan Xuan focused intently, channeling the excess energy within him to his hands, from which a tentacle sprouted, yielding 2 azure fruits. Is this all that remains of the energy from that behemoth? This is after it absorbed the energies of hundreds of ordinary zombies over the last 2 days. Had I known, I would have slain that corpse baby sooner for additional rewards. What a pity. Stowing the fruits away, he suddenly noticed flames erupting from the rooftop of the North Academic Building, recalling that he had forgotten to extinguish the gas canister. Yuan Xuan raised his hand, channeling black organic matter into a tentacle-like form, aiming at the hole created on the 6th floor. The tentacle extended upwards, wrapping around a sewage pipe at the wall, effortlessly pulling him from the 1st floor to the 6th. He could distinctly feel that even after launching the tentacle, he retained control over its movements, capable of altering its trajectory mid-flight or binding it to specific objects. As the flames on the 6th floor intensified, threatening to engulf the entire building, he realized the fire extinguisher was located at the stairwell, necessitating a perilous passage through the flames. However, this posed no challenge for the current Yuan Xuan. With a mere thought, his eyes glowed crimson, reminiscent of blazing fire. His muscles swelled, and his skin began secreting black organic matter, resembling twisting vines that coiled around him until enveloping his entire form, eventually forming a dark armor adorned with eerie patterns. Gazing at his reflection through the glass, Yuan Xuan observed his stature had transformed into that of a towering, formidable figure. His once 1.8-meter frame now exceeded 2 meters, with limbs that had thickened significantly, rendering him a fearsome sight, nearly indistinguishable from the earlier giant mutated zombie. Yuan Xuan approached the source of the flames, stepping into the fire with a foot, feeling no heat emanating from the flames. No wonder the mutated zombie had shown no sign of discomfort when he had used fire against it. Chapter 11. After traversing through the flames and extinguishing the fire on the 6th floor with a fire extinguisher, Yuan Xuan made his way directly to the classroom occupied by the fused zombies. The 50-odd zombies that once inhabited the room had vanished, leaving only the charred remnants of human skin on the floor. It seemed that while he had gone down to fetch the liquefied gas canister, the fused zombies had absorbed them all. After ensuring the safety of all classrooms on the 6th floor, Yuan Xuan returned to the 1st floor classroom. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Shui rushed towards him, her face etched with concern. "Senior, are you hurt?" She examined him from head to toe, noticing the cuts on his face and the bloodstains on his clothes, quickly pulling out a tissue to help him clean up. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Yuan Xuan waved his hand and smiled. "Let us go. This building has been cleared. We should head to the 5th floor. There are places to sleep there." "What about the roar we heard earlier?" Li Qing asked, a hint of fear in her voice. "Just a mutated zombie, along with over 50 ordinary zombies, which I have dealt with," Yuan Xuan replied succinctly. "A mutated zombie? Over 50 zombies? You took care of them all by yourself? Surely you jest." Both Lin Shui and Li Qing exhibited expressions of astonishment. Though they had never seen a mutated zombie, they had watched films featuring them. where such creatures were depicted as formidable and terrifying. Coupled with the presence of over 50 zombies, could Yuan Xuan truly be that powerful? Why not go up to the 6th floor and see for yourself? Although the bodies have turned to ashes, you can still get a rough idea, Yuan Xuan chuckled, pointing to the ceiling. Li Qing glanced at him, then at the ceiling, but ultimately could not muster the courage to investigate alone. I knew you wouldn't dare. Let us go. We're heading to the 5th floor, Yuan Xuan said as he led Li Qing and Lin Xue out of the classroom. On the way, Li Qing leaned closer to Lin Xue and whispered, Xue, do you believe what he said? I do. After all, he managed to return from outside to rescue us. And you heard that roar. Ordinary zombies don't make such sounds. Lin Xue nodded, her gaze filled with admiration as she observed Yuan Xuan's sturdy figure. But I still think it's a bit exaggerated, Li Qing remarked, though deep down, her admiration for Yuan Xuan was growing unbeknownst to her. The trio arrived at the 5th floor, where Yuan Xuan led them into the Wilderness Survival Interest Club. Under the moonlight, the two girls marveled at the various survival tools and equipment scattered throughout the classroom. I'll stay here tonight. Feel free to choose any tent you like, Yuan Xuan said. Wow, there is so much stuff, Li Qing exclaimed, excitedly circling the equipment and examining each item with curiosity. Senior, are all these yours? Lin Xue asked, her eyes reflecting her curiosity. Not entirely. This was my previous club. Some of it belongs to me, but now that we are in an apocalyptic world, feel free to use anything. The original owners have no idea where they are, Yuan Xuan replied with a gentle smile, casually selecting a tent to set up. Lin Xue and Li Qing exchanged glances and smiled, each choosing a tent to assemble as well. After a while, the 3 tents were successfully erected within the classroom. Senior, which tent will you sleep in? Lin Xue inquired. I won't be sleeping. I'll keep watch tonight. You two should rest well, Yuan Xuan said, glancing at her with a smile. But what if you're not rested tomorrow? Lin Xue expressed her concern. It's fine. I have a strong constitution. A night without sleep won't be an issue. You two should rest. We have much to do tomorrow. Yuan Xuan shook his head, declining her kindness. How about we take turns keeping watch? That way, everyone can rest, Li Qing suggested. Lin Xue nodded in agreement. Yes, I think that's a better idea. No need. You both haven't eaten much in the past few days, and likely haven't slept well at night. Just rest well tonight. Yuan Xuan firmly rejected their offer. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep. He simply felt uneasy about the two of them keeping watch, especially Li Qing, who might inadvertently doze off. Seeing Yuan Xuan's resolute attitude, Li Qing huffed, what an ungrateful person, before crawling into her tent. Lin Xue could only smile wryly at Li Qing's reaction. She politely bowed to Yuan Xuan in gratitude before entering her own tent. Inside the tent, the soft sleeping bag provided immense comfort. As Lin Xue lay in the sleeping bag, she watched Yuan Xuan outside, diligently cleaning his sniper rifle with a cloth, followed by loading bullets into a magazine. Her heart swelled with gratitude and admiration for him. She understood that this man was sacrificing his rest for their safety, and such selflessness brought her a deep sense of security. Is this the essence of safety? Lin Xue murmured softly to herself. She recalled the first time she met Yuan Xuan, experiencing a similar feeling. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the faint metallic clinks of Yuan Xuan's sniper rifle and the rhythmic breaths emanating from Li Qing's tent. Lin Xue couldn't help but chuckle softly, murmuring, though we may bicker, you certainly sleep soundly. I didn't see you so at ease in the storage room. With that thought, a wave of drowsiness washed over her, and she closed her eyes, gradually drifting into slumber. She dreamt a dream, a recollection of the past. She dreamt of her parents, who had gone to work and never returned, and of her grandmother, who had recently passed away and raised her to adulthood. She dreamt of the day she arrived in the city to enroll in university, dressed in unfashionable clothes, only to accidentally bump into a senior holding a cup of milk tea. The senior, drenched in milk tea, was furious and scolded her loudly. Lin Xue, pale with fright, repeatedly apologized and attempted to wipe the senior's clothes, but the senior pushed her away, claiming her outfit was expensive, costing thousands, and that the milk tea would not wash out, demanding Lin Xue pay for it. Having just arrived from the countryside with only 200 yuan to her name, Lin Xue was utterly helpless. When the senior saw her refusal to pay, she immediately summoned her boyfriend, leading Lin Xue to a small alley at school. The senior's boyfriend suggested that if she couldn't pay, she should write an IOU and take a photo in the prescribed style as collateral, promising to delete it once the debt was settled. At that moment, Lin Yingxue was terrified and knew she had no choice but to comply. Just as she was about to acquiesce, a tall figure suddenly appeared at the alley's entrance. It was Yuan Xuan. Chapter 12. Lin Yingxue 2 Bullying Girls? That is unbecoming of a man, Yuan Xuan coldly remarked as he gazed at the two before him. At this moment, Lin Yingxue awoke from her slumber. The sun had already risen. She felt a slight moisture at the corners of her eyes, her heart brimming with excitement. Yet her face bore a hint of a blissful smile. She realized that from that moment on, her heart had been firmly captured by Yuan Xuan. She pondered whether her senior still remembered that incident. Lost in thought, a delightful aroma wafted in from outside the tent. Slowly, she rose, shedding her sleeping bag and unzipping the tent. To her surprise, she saw Yuan Xuan clad in a new black leather jacket and jeans, the bloodstains from before completely absent. He had also procured a hydraulic gas tank and a stove, busily preparing rice in a corner of the classroom. "You're awake?" Yuan Xuan turned at the sound of her movement, smiling as he spoke. "Did you stay up all night, senior?" Lin Yingxue inquired, her voice tinged with concern. "It's quite all right. I'm not tired," he replied. After staying awake for the entire night, Yuan Xuan felt invigorated, a testament to the benefits of enhanced physical fitness. He gestured towards the tent beside Lin Yingxue. "It's about time for breakfast. Wake that lazy one beside you." "All right," Lin Yingxue responded with a smile. Then approached Li Qing's tent, gently calling, "Qing, wake up. Senior has made breakfast." However, no response came from within the tent. Lin Yingxue chuckled and shook her head. "This girl." She then pulled back the tent flap and peered inside, discovering Li Qing sprawled out, not cocooned in her sleeping bag, but lying with limbs akimbo, drooling slightly. Revealing her little belly, her hands occasionally wandering over her stomach in a most undignified manner. "Uft." Lin Yingxue couldn't help but laugh at the sight, extending a finger to gently poke Li Qing's belly while exclaiming, "Lazy pig, it's time to get up." Li Qing mumbled sleepily, then grasped Lin Yingxue's hand, pulling her close and hugging her tightly, giggling, "Yingxue, it feels so nice to hold you." As Li Qing's hands wandered beneath Lin Yingxue's clothing, the latter was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. She attempted to wriggle free from Li Qing's embrace, but the latter held on tightly, making it difficult for her to escape. "Yingxue, so soft and fragrant, he. Qing, what are you doing? Let go." Lin Yingxue protested, her voice low with embarrassment. "How am I fragrant? I haven't bathed in 2 days. You're fragrant. And I want let go unless you let me touch more," Li Qing playfully insisted. "If you don't let go, I'll call senior," Lin Yingxue threatened. "Humph. Do you think I'm afraid? If you dare shout, I'll lift your clothes and let Yuan Xuan see everything." As she spoke, she did indeed tug at Lin Yingxue's clothing, exposing her belly. You rascal. Let go. Stop lifting, or I'll lift yours too," Lin Yingxue retorted, a mix of anger and embarrassment. "Who is the rascal? What are you two lifting?" Suddenly, Yuan Xuan's voice came from outside the tent. Both girls froze, realizing how close he was. Turning around, they saw Yuan Xuan squatting outside the tent, a smile gracing his face as he watched their playful antics. Their startled squeals echoed through the quiet morning. During breakfast, both Li Qing and Lin Yingxue sat pouting, not uttering a word. Yuan Xuan paid them no mind, focusing on his own meal. He had intentionally interrupted them, knowing that if he hadn't shown up, the two would continue their playful bickering. After all, he was now a man of integrity, unlike his former self. Reflecting on the girl's earlier flustered expressions, Yuan Xuan felt a wave of nostalgia. Such was the essence of youth. In high spirits, he plucked a piece of beef from a can and stuffed it into his mouth, then grabbed a bowl of instant noodles beside him, slurping it eagerly. 6 empty bowls lay beside him, devoid of even a drop of broth, yet he showed no signs of stopping. Unable to contain herself any longer, Lin Yingxue questioned, "Senior, is it all right to eat like this in the apocalypse?" "It's fine. Once I finish, I'll go find more. You both should eat as much as you want. There will be plenty of food later," Yuan Xuan replied, chewing on his noodles. Hearing his words, Lin Yingxue felt it unnecessary to argue further. After finishing her first bowl, she paused and said, "I'm full." "Is that all? You're full already?" Yuan Xuan asked, puzzled. The bowl Lin Yingxue used was a small one from the Foodie Alliance, even smaller than a regular rice bowl, and she hadn't consumed much in the way of vegetables. He knew well that Lin Yingxue was trying to conserve food. aware of the difficulties of obtaining sustenance in this zombie apocalypse. Unlike Li Qing, who was devouring her food without a care. No, keep eating. I didn't say to stop, Yuan Xuan insisted, handing her another bowl of noodles. I really am full, senior. Lin Yingxue hurriedly waved her hands. Full. Do you think I can't afford to feed you both? Eat up, or I'll get angry. He feigned irritation. Exactly. Yingxue, it's so chaotic outside. If you don't eat enough, you'll lack the strength to run later. Don't you usually eat quite a bit? Li Qing chimed in. I don't eat that much. Lin Yingxue retorted, blushing as she accepted the noodles. Then Yuan Xuan peeled a sausage and tossed it into Lin Yingxue's bowl, saying, Li Qing is right. You must eat well in these times. As Lin Yingxue looked at the noodles in her bowl and then at Yuan Xuan, the warmth from the bowl seeped into her palms, mirroring the warmth in her heart. After their meal, Yuan Xuan asked, by the way, do you both want to take a shower? A shower? Is there a place to bathe here? Li Qing perked up at the mention of bathing. Yuan Xuan nodded yes. There's a fire hydrant outside where you can wash up. I bathed there last night, but it's cold water. Cold water? That is fine. Let us go, Yingxue. Li Qing excitedly pulled Lin Yingxue towards the fire hydrant. But we don't have any change of clothes, Lin Yingxue pointed out. The 506 room is the cosplay club's activity room, and there are plenty of clothes there. I found this outfit from there. Yuan Xuan indicated a direction. All right. Thank you, senior. Lin Yingxue expressed her gratitude. Yuan Xuan, you better not peek, Li Qing warned with a playful tone before they left. Yuan Xuan merely chuckled. Am I that kind of person? If I were to look, it would be openly. Puffed, you rascal. Li Qing glanced back, making a cute face at Yuan Xuan. Chapter 13. The empowering fruit. After a little over half an hour, Li Qing pushed open the classroom door and leapt out. Yuan Xuan turned around and beheld Li Qing adorned in a white short-sleeved shirt paired with a black pleated skirt and black combat boots. She had also accessorized with magazine pouches, tactical straps, and military gloves, exuding an air of vivacity and vigor. What are you staring at? Li Qing playfully inquired. Yuan Xuan, taken aback by her ensemble, asked, where did you acquire these items? These. I found them in that cosplay club you mentioned. I believe it's called Armed JK. What do you think? Looks good, right? Li Qing replied with a proud smile, twirling in place to allow Yuan Xuan a more comprehensive view of her new attire. Indeed. It's quite appealing, Yuan Xuan nodded, conceding that Li Qing truly suited this style, embodying both military gallantry and youthful sweetness. If only you paired it with black stockings. It would be perfect, he added, unable to resist the suggestion. Ugh, men, Li Qing scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Yuan Xuan. But I do have black stockings. Isn't Yingxue? Li Qing turned around, realizing she could no longer find Lin Yingxue, who had been trailing behind her. Ah, why are you so shy? Hurry in and show your crush, Li Qing called out. Qinger, don't pull me. I'm not ready, came Lin Yingxue's bashful voice from outside. Moments later, Li Qing forcibly dragged her inside, and upon seeing her outfit, Yuan Xuan's eyes lit up instantly. Lin Yingxue's attire closely mirrored Li Qing's, both opting for a classic black and white color palette. Her hair was styled in twin ponytails, and she wore a pure white crop top paired with a black and white pleated skirt, also complemented by tactical gear. Adding a sporty touch, she wore a black jacket accented with white and yellow stripes, along with knee-high boots and black over-the-knee socks, showcasing her long legs and graceful curves. Isn't that the outfit of Lena from Girls Frontline? Yuan Xuan recognized immediately, having a fondness for the character. Lin Yingxue blushed and nodded slightly. Yes, I saw you playing that game in the student council, so you guessed I might like this outfit? Yuan Xuan smiled. Lin Yingxue nodded again, speaking softly, I thought you might appreciate it. Yuan Xuan approached Lin Yingxue, gently ruffling her hair and saying warmly, you truly are considerate. I really appreciate it. Lin Yingxue's face reddened further, her gaze dropping as she felt shy. In truth, Yuan Xuan had sensed Lin Yingxue's affections for him the night before, but he had not anticipated her taking such initiative to dress up for him. It seemed that the elusive moonlight was not so unattainable after all, he mused. Ah, I'm stuffed. Don't feed me anymore. I can't eat another bite. Li Qing interjected, feigning a look of being overwhelmed by their interaction. Qinger, Lin Yingxue playfully scolded, raising her tiny fist to strike at Li Qing. All right. I won't tease you anymore. I apologize, Li Qing chuckled, quickly relenting. Enough of your antics. I have something to discuss with you too, Yuan Xuan interrupted, producing 2 green fruits from his pocket. Here, eat these. What are these? Li Qing asked, puzzled, as she examined the fruit, which resembled strawberries. Smooth in texture and a pale green hue, exuding a faint fragrance. She looked up at Yuan Xuan, awaiting his explanation. Yuan Xuan pondered briefly before explaining. These are fruits I discovered after the apocalypse began, known as Xingling fruits. Consuming them can enhance your physical capabilities. The name and reasoning were fabricated. He certainly could not disclose that these fruits were produced within him or derived from zombies. Really? Lin Yingxue asked, her eyes wide with excitement. Absolutely. The reason I was able to jump down from the 4th floor without any issues yesterday was due to these fruits, Yuan Xuan confirmed. Upon hearing this, Lin Yingxue and Li Qing accepted the fruits without skepticism and promptly consumed them. Yuan Xuan had no intention of giving them away for free. He aimed to build rapport first, and then deepen their relationship when they were alone. After all, both girls were likely inexperienced and had previously faced coercion from men. So he believed it wise not to rush into anything too stimulating. There would be plenty of time ahead. Soon, both girls felt a warm energy coursing through their stomachs, followed by a surge of strength enveloping their limbs, filling their bodies with vitality. The sensation was extraordinary, as if they had been revitalized with newfound vigor. How do you feel? Yuan Xuan inquired with concern. He had only heard about the fruit's effects from He Chong, as he had never tried it himself. Given that He Chong had mentioned it would be ineffective for him. It's warm and quite pleasant. I feel as though my body is brimming with energy. Li Qing exclaimed with excitement. Me too. I feel so much more agile. Lin Yingxue echoed her enthusiasm. Try lifting this, Yuan Xuan said, bringing over a gas canister weighing approximately 35 kilograms. See if you can lift it with one hand. Okay. Lin Yingxue extended a hand and effortlessly lifted the gas canister. Her expression one of astonishment, clearly surprised by her newfound strength. This is incredible. Li Qing marveled. Indeed, I feel significantly stronger, Lin Yingxue agreed, sharing in the amazement. Let me try? Li Qing also effortlessly lifted the gas canister. Seeing their excitement brought joy to Yuan Xuan. According to He Chong, these fruits could enhance human physical abilities by twofold. In gaming terms, that meant improvements in strength, agility, constitution, as well as reaction speed, vision, and hearing. Where exactly did you find these fruits, Yuan Xuan? Do you have more? Li Qing inquired. Yuan Xuan shook his head. No, just these two. I was fortunate to acquire them, but having more wouldn't matter. The effects of this fruit are only temporary, and consuming more won't yield further benefits. I see. Li Qing said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Yuan Xuan continued. All right, I need to step out for a bit. You two stay here and don't wander off. Where are you going? Li Qing and Lin Yingxue asked simultaneously, concern etched on their faces. Don't worry. I'll return shortly. I observed the area during my night watch last night. It's quite safe with minimal zombie presence. As long as you remain quiet, there is no danger. With that, Yuan Xuan handed Lin Yingxue a walkie-talkie. Take this. Use it if you encounter any danger. The channel is already set, and I will return as quickly as possible. This walkie-talkie had been purchased by their club previously, with an effective communication range of up to 10 kilometers. Be careful, Lin Yingxue urged him. Rest assured, I will, Yuan Xuan nodded, grabbing an empty backpack as he exited the classroom. Suddenly recalling something, he turned back, removing the sniper rifle from his back and handing it to Lin Yingxue. Take this, let me show you how to use it. It's quite simple. Lin Yingxue accepted the sniper rifle, feeling a warm sense of security as she watched Yuan Xuan earnestly instruct her. Following his guidance, she carefully adjusted the rifle's scope and shooting stance. Very good, you're learning quickly. Yuan Xuan observed Lin Yingxue with a satisfied nod before continuing his instructions. The ammunition is scarce. This weapon should be reserved for confronting humans rather than ordinary zombies. In this apocalyptic world, one must never place blind trust in others. Surely, you have seen enough end-of-the-world films. In the absence of moral and legal constraints, humans can commit atrocities far more terrifying than zombies. You experienced a taste of that last night. Understood. I will heed your advice, Lin Yingxue replied solemnly, nodding her head. Yuan Xuan then turned his gaze towards Li Qing. Li Qing, you too must remain composed in the face of danger. You are now far stronger than the average person. Got it. I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of myself, Li Qing retorted, pouting slightly. Although she appeared somewhat displeased, a trace of reluctance towards Yuan Xuan lingered in her eyes. Chapter 14. The police station. After departing from the North School building, Yuan Xuan made his way to a shadowy corner to activate his black beast form. Once transformed, he gazed at his imposing figure and fearsome visage reflected in the glass, unable to suppress a sardonic remark. I truly resemble a monster more and more. However, this appearance had its advantages. Walking down the street, others would mistake him for a zombie, thereby concealing his unique ability to evade their attacks, which would save him considerable trouble. After all, traversing the streets in human form without attracting a single zombie would be exceedingly conspicuous, easily drawing the attention of survivors who might exploit his vulnerabilities for their own nefarious purposes. Carrying a backpack, he surveyed the situation. A zombie. Well, after glancing at the bag slung over his shoulder, he retrieved the map acquired from the club and began to study it. He pinpointed his destination, the police station, located approximately 10 kilometers from the school. Today, he intended to procure some firearms. While the local precinct had its share, it could not compete with the police station in terms of quantity and variety. He also hoped to uncover information regarding the locations of military or special police units. With the police station's location firmly etched in his mind, Yuan Xuan set forth on his journey. Along the way, he indulged in his tentacle manipulation ability, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of soaring between buildings like Spider-Man. The 5-kilometer trek took him less than 7 minutes. Upon reaching the entrance of the police station, he halted, his expression grave as he surveyed the scene before him. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the sight was still jarring. Once a solemn edifice, the police station now lay in ruins, its walls marred by claw marks from zombies, windows shattered, and doors ajar. The ground was littered with spent shell casings and the mangled corpses of officers in uniform, as if narrating the fierce battles that had transpired here. After rummaging through the entrance, he managed to find 3 Type 92 pistols and 1 Type 79 submachine gun, all devoid of ammunition. What is going on? With so many dead, where did all the firearms go? Yuan Xuan mused, counting the bodies, which did not align with the number of weapons. Had they been taken by zombies, or perhaps scavenged by others? With these questions lingering in his mind, he ventured into the police station building. His heavy footsteps echoed through the desolate hall, the silence palpable, save for the occasional gust of wind and distant moans of zombies. Ascending the staircase to the 2nd floor, he found the offices and interrogation rooms had transformed into zombie nests. Without pausing, he pressed onward to the 3rd floor, where he discovered the armory. Inside, he scavenged a UMP-9 submachine gun and a handful of 9mm rounds. As anticipated, the supplies were sparse. Given the grim state outside, he had braced himself for a meager haul. Still, he reasoned that having something was better than nothing, and he could only hope for more information regarding military outposts. After loading the Type 92 with ammunition, he ascended the stairwell to the 5th floor when he sensed something amiss. Numerous zombies were congesting the stairway, attempting to ascend but failing to do so. Disposing of the zombies one by one, he noticed the entrance to the 5th floor was barricaded by cabinets and sofas, creating an almost insurmountable barrier. Is there someone on the 5th floor? Yuan Xuan pondered, pushing aside the obstructing zombies to approach the entrance. Through a narrow gap, he faintly heard muted sounds, suggesting the presence of someone on the 5th floor. Suddenly, a burly man and a lanky youth came into view. The large man wore a white tank top and jeans, while the slender youth donned a motorcycle outfit, both armed with Type 92 pistols. The tall youth, with bleached hair and a swaggering demeanor, bore the unmistakable visage of a rogue. They were clearly not law enforcement. After a moment's contemplation, Yuan Xuan resolved to force his way in. He had no intention of conducting a reconnaissance before making his move. His purpose was weapons and information, and he would tolerate no obstructions. Given his current strength, he could easily overpower ordinary humans, even if they were armed. Besides, he had the advantage of zombies assisting him. Thus, he began to charge up his left fist, intending to shatter the barriers before him. However, just as he completed his preparation, he suddenly felt his strength waning, the dark organic matter receding back into his skin. Moments later, he reverted to his human form. What is happening? Confused, he sought clarification from the black bug. Why didn't you inform me that the transformation has a time limit and cooldown? After some discussion, the black bug revealed that the black beast form could only be maintained for 15 minutes with a cooldown period of 1 day. The bug then inquired about the meaning of CD, leaving Yuan Xuan perplexed. Had he known about the time constraints, he would have refrained from using this form for a hasty retreat. Now, he would have to wait a day to access the 5th floor. While he could still utilize the claw form and tentacles, he was reluctant to confront armed individuals in his human state. When it was time to act boldly, he must do so. To hesitate would only invite peril, as life was singular and precious. Thus, he turned and descended the stairs, resolving to return the following day. Boss, what if that old man refuses to divulge the military's location? Given his condition, he seems to be on the brink of death, the lanky youth suddenly interjected. The burly man chuckled. Don't fret. Let us summon the brothers and bring his granddaughter to his room for a bit of interrogation. Sounds good. That's the way to do it. His granddaughter is the police flower here, and the brothers have been eyeing her for some time, the slender youth leered. His expression grotesque, as though he envisioned the police flower beneath him. Their conversation prompted Yuan Xuan to halt in his tracks, a frown creasing his brow. Police flower? Military base? These two matters were precisely why he had come to this place. What? Guns? Forget about those women. It seemed he could not return today. He had to devise a plan to reach the 5th floor and rescue the police flower. Returning to the 4th floor, he began searching for alternative routes to ascend to the 5th floor. After a thorough examination, he found a fire escape that could lead up, yet it too was completely blocked. No other routes presented themselves. It appeared he had two options, either charge in using the claw form or utilize the tentacles to ascend to the 6th floor and descend to the 5th. However, both choices bore their own drawbacks. Charging in would inevitably attract zombies, risking harm to the young officer, while entering the 6th floor through a shattered window lacked stealth. Even if he managed to slip in silently, who could say if there were others present? Contemplating the 6th floor, Yuan Xuan gazed upward at the ceiling, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. He could ascend via the ventilation ducts. Generally, ventilation systems connect between floors, even if they did not. He could use his claws to slice through the flooring. With resolve, Yuan Xuan used his claws to carve a sizable opening into the duct and climbed inside. Inside, the darkness enveloped him, and he relied on his memory of the duo's movements to navigate. His breath echoed within the confines of the duct as he crawled forward, dragging his backpack, periodically pausing to listen for any sounds from the 5th floor and searching for any passage leading to the 6th. 3 minutes later, he suddenly overheard voices. Pressing closer to the duct, he strained to catch their conversation. Old man, are you going to speak or not? Humph, dream on. The voice emanated from directly above Yuan Xuan. He cautiously used his claws to create a small opening and looked up to assess the situation above. He beheld a burly man and a tall, lean youth interrogating a frail middle-aged man in a police uniform, nearing his 60s, who bore injuries and had his hands and feet bound. Is that so? If you refuse to speak, do not blame me, the burly man sneered. Turning to the person behind him, Lu Ao, go fetch the others. Understood, boss. The slender youth named Lu Ao nodded and exited the room. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ao returned with a young female police officer, similarly bound. She wore a police uniform, her skin pale and delicate, her features striking, suggesting a well-toned physique often honed by exercise, though marred by an unflattering bust. Nevertheless, her posterior was quite prominent. The burly man leered, old fellow, your granddaughter is truly beautiful. Tell me, should I torment her first, or you? The middle-aged officer glared with fury, but could not utter a word. The burly man approached the female officer, reaching out to touch her face, only for her to recoil in disgust. Do not touch me, she shouted vehemently. Ha ha ha, quite spirited. I see. Just like your grandfather. The burly man laughed heartily, then turned to the middle-aged officer. One last time, where is the military base located? If you refuse to speak, I shall proceed. Shameless. You scoundrels. My grandfather arranged for your protection during the disaster, and yet you remain unrepentant and ungrateful. The female officer retorted, her voice filled with anger, undeterred despite her perilous situation. Yuan Xuan watched the female officer with growing admiration, determined to recruit her into his ranks. Yet, he pondered his course of action. Humph, do you think I care about your insults? The burly man sneered, glancing at Lu Ao. Call the others over. I want everyone to see how this old man's granddaughter behaves beneath me. Lu Ao nodded and left the room. Old man, you have one last chance to reconsider. The burly man said with a cruel smile. Ching Ching, I am so sorry. The middle-aged officer's eyes glistened with tears as he gazed at his granddaughter, overwhelmed with helplessness and anguish, knowing he might not be able to protect her. He could never divulge the location of the military base to these fiends. Should they acquire weapons there, countless innocents would suffer. The middle-aged officer had resolved that he would rather sacrifice himself and his granddaughter than let the innocent be ensnared. The female officer shook her head, smiling at her grandfather. Grandpa, do not blame yourself, nor bear any burden. I am proud of you. Yuan Xuan surmised their thoughts. Sacrificing oneself for the greater good seemed foolish to him. Why not simply lie by time? All right. The burly man clapped his hands, amused by the defiance of the grandfather and granddaughter. Let us see how long you can maintain this facade. Just then, 8 men appeared at the doorway, including Liu Ao, all tall and robust, bearing the countenances of villains adorned with tattoos. Brothers, you shall observe first. Once I am done, it will be your turn, the burly man declared, bending down to rip the stockings from the female officer's skirt. Any other woman would have screamed at such treatment, yet the female officer gritted her teeth in silence, her face a mask of defiance. She suppressed her fear, determined not to show weakness before these brutes. The burly man held the torn fabric to his nose, chuckling at the middle-aged officer. Last chance, old man. Suddenly, the floor beneath them trembled, and 9 tendrils shot up, piercing the feet of everyone present except for the grandfather and granddaughter. The tendrils penetrated deeply, swiftly reaching their brains, leaving the villains no time to scream. The 9 men fell without a moment's notice, blood spraying forth and splattering the grandfather and granddaughter. In shock, they stared wide-eyed, speechless, as one by one the assailants collapsed. I can barely breathe. After the tendrils retracted, a youthful voice emanated from below the floor. A moment later, the ground was shattered by a punch, and a robust and handsome young man emerged. Yuan Xuan, with a sly smile, regarded the middle-aged officer and Qingqing. Are you both all right? He inquired. They snapped back to reality, gazing at Yuan Xuan with astonishment and confusion. Who are you? What just transpired? The middle-aged officer asked. Me? Just an ordinary college senior passing by. I saw you were in distress, so I intervened, Yuan Xuan explained succinctly. An ordinary college senior? Qingqing's eyes narrowed with skepticism. No ordinary student emerges from the floor after dispatching 9 men without flinching. Yet Yuan Xuan waved his hand, signaling her to relax. Rest assured, I am not a villain. He smiled, drawing a dagger from his waist to cut the ropes binding the officer and Qingqing. They exchanged glances, gratitude evident in their eyes. Thank you, young man. The middle-aged officer expressed gratefully. I am Fong Tianhai, the police chief here, and this is my granddaughter, Fong Qingqing. I am Yuan Xuan. It is a pleasure to meet you both, he replied with a smile. What transpired here? How did you find yourselves in this predicament? Upon hearing this, Fong Tianhai sighed deeply. It is my fault. I showed mercy and released those criminals. Cough, cough. Before he could finish, he was seized by a fit of coughing. Grandpa, are you all right? Qingqing rushed to support him, her eyes filled with concern. However, Fong Tianhai's coughing worsened. Sensing something amiss, Yuan Xuan approached to examine Fong Tianhai's wounds. This, a bite? You have been bitten by a zombie? Chapter 16. The Armory. How could this happen? Grandpa, when were you bitten? Fong Qingqing asked incredulously. Cough, cough. It was my carelessness. I was bitten while fighting them this morning, Fong Tianhai said, his gaze filled with fury as he stared at the lifeless bodies on the ground. Otherwise, how could these wretched creatures have overpowered me? Grandpa, please stop talking. Let's go. I'll take you to the hospital. There has to be a way to save you. As she spoke, she reached out to help her grandfather. The thought of potentially losing a loved one before her very eyes caused Fong Qingqing to lose her usual composure. She was acutely aware of the dire situation in the city, yet the idea of standing idly by while her kin perished was utterly unacceptable. Foolish child. You have seen what happens to those bitten by zombies. Don't concern yourself with me. Fong Tianhai gently stroked Fong Qingqing's head, his eyes filled with love and reluctance, trying to dissuade her. But Fong Qingqing bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes as she struggled to accept the harsh reality. Yuan Xuan observed the somber exchange between the grandfather and granddaughter, feeling the weight of their sorrow resonate within him. He focused on the black insect within him, inquiring if there was a solution. The black insect simply replied, "You are not capable at this moment." The implication was clear. Unless he could devour a zombie possessing such abilities, there was no alternative. But did such a zombie even exist in this world? Young man. Fong Tianhai weakly called out to Yuan Xuan. Uncle Fong, I am here. Yuan Xuan interrupted his communication with the black insect and crouched beside him. Thank you for saving both me and Qingqing. I feel embarrassed to ask another favor of you so soon. Fong Tianhai fixed his hopeful, and pleading gaze on Yuan Xuan. No, please share your request. I will do my utmost to assist, Yuan Xuan replied, not wishing to refuse the frail elder before him. And he could surmise what Fong Tianhai was about to propose. You possess commendable skills, Fong Tianhai remarked as he glanced at the shattered floor and then at Fong Qingqing. Though she is strong-willed and has some aptitude, she is still too inexperienced to survive alone in this world. Can I entrust her to you? At this, Yuan Xuan was taken aback, thinking, this old man certainly has a lot of faith to hand over his granddaughter so readily. However, before he could respond, Fong Qingqing exclaimed, Grandpa, how can you? But she was silenced by Fong Tianhai's raised hand. Qingqing, do not act rashly. Fong Tianhai cast a stern look at her, then turned to Yuan Xuan, softening his tone. Young man, I realize this request is quite abrupt, but I genuinely worry for her. If you are willing, please take her with you. Very well. I will take good care of her. Yuan Xuan nodded without hesitation, recognizing the folly of rejecting such a beautiful girl, especially one who was a police officer. His intention to acquire firearms had been to strengthen their team, as Lin Yingxue and the others had yet to learn any combat skills. And one misstep could lead to a fatal bite by a zombie. Originally, he had only planned to bring back guns for long-range combat, but now, with Fong Qingqing, the possibilities for learning had vastly increased. Fong Tianhai smiled and nodded, then said, Young man, in the deepest right office on the 5th floor, there is a compartment beneath the water dispenser containing a set of keys. Can you retrieve them for me? They unlock the armory on the 6th floor, and I will instruct you on their use. Understood, Yuan Xuan replied, immediately departing. Upon reaching the office, Yuan Xuan transformed his claws and opened a hole in the ground, revealing the ventilation duct he had traversed earlier. I am curious to hear what you two are discussing without my presence. Since he had decided to take Fong Qingqing under his wing, he would not allow any secrets to exist between them. Moreover, he did not believe that Fong Tianhai was merely the man he had seen. Someone who could become a police chief must possess far more depth than that. He descended into the ventilation duct, returning to the room beneath the grandfather and granddaughter. Grandpa, why would you entrust me to someone so enigmatic? Fong Qingqing's voice echoed from above. Qingqing, you do not yet understand. This world has changed. To survive, one must align with people like him, Fong Tianhai replied. That kind of person? I have been a police officer for my entire life and have encountered many individuals of varying morality. This Yuan Xuan does not strike me as malevolent, yet he is certainly not benevolent either. In the old world, I would never have considered placing you in his care. However, the world has transformed, and perhaps only someone like him can ensure your survival. Cough, cough, cough. Enough, Grandpa. Do not speak any further. I will follow him. No, there is one more thing. Lean in closer. Yuan Xuan could no longer hear their conversation. This old man is quite cautious. He speculated they were either discussing the military's encampment or his earlier actions in combat. Alas, it is my own kindness that led me to intervene when witnessing a beautiful woman being coerced by a man. Shaking his head, Yuan Xuan exited the duct and proceeded directly to the office Fong Tianhai had mentioned. Upon finding the keys and returning to the door of the grandfather and granddaughter, he was met with the sound of a gunshot, followed by Fong Qingqing's cries. Sigh, Yuan Xuan lamented, realizing that Fong Tianhai had either concluded his life or instructed Fong Qingqing to end his suffering before he transformed into a zombie. Upon entering the room, Yuan Xuan found Fong Tianhai clutching a gun, presumably taken from one of the assailants, indicating he had chosen to end his own life. Fong Qingqing knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with grief. Yuan Xuan retrieved a pack of tissues from his backpack and handed it to Fong Qingqing, saying, My condolences. Fong Qingqing accepted the tissues but remained silent. Yuan Xuan refrained from offering further comfort, opting instead to sit quietly to the side, allowing her the time to grieve. In moments like these, excessive consolation often exacerbates sorrow. Once she had expressed her emotions and regained her composure, he could offer solace more effectively. After approximately 10 minutes, Fong Qingqing ceased her tears and rose to her feet. Her voice hoarse as she addressed Yuan Xuan, You should follow me. Grandpa said the weapons on the 6th floor are yours as a token of gratitude for saving us. Very well, Yuan Xuan nodded and followed Fong Qingqing up to the 6th floor. Arriving at the door of a storage room, Fong Qingqing first entered a code, then used the keys Yuan Xuan had retrieved to unlock the door. Upon entering, Yuan Xuan's eyes widened in astonishment at the array of weapons on display. In addition to the Type 95 assault rifles, Type 79 submachine guns, Type 97 shotguns, and various police handguns. There was also a plethora of ammunition and specialized tactical gear. How does the police station possess SWAT team equipment? Yuan Xuan asked, his surprise evident. Chapter 17. The Brave Third Generation. 4 days ago, we received orders to stand by in this location, and all this equipment is what we brought with us, Fang Qingqing explained. You? Are you part of the SWAT team? Yuan Xuan asked in astonishment. Yes, I am one of the members of the assault group, Fang Qingqing nodded. Yuan Xuan had assumed she was merely an ordinary police officer, only to discover she was part of the Special Police Force. He understood that SWAT, also known as the Special Police Unit, is tasked with executing various perilous missions. Clearly, this woman is not to be underestimated. As for Fang Qingqing's other teammates and the officers in the police station, Yuan Xuan was too tactful to inquire about their whereabouts. They had either transformed during the outbreak or perished in battle. Now that Fang Qingqing's spirits had slightly lifted, it was best not to mention others' misfortunes. Why were you ordered to stand by here? Did your superiors receive any information regarding this disaster? Yuan Xuan questioned, his curiosity piqued by the timing of their arrival. Fang Qingqing shook her head. I don't know. We were simply instructed to come here and wait. There was no further information provided. Since the disaster erupted, we have had no contact with our commander. Is that so? Yuan Xuan observed Fang Qingqing's demeanor and concluded she was not deceiving him, so he refrained from pressing further. Nevertheless, he felt certain that the authorities must have some knowledge of the situation. Brother Yuan, feel free to take any of these weapons. They are all yours. Fang Qingqing gestured towards the armory. Thanks, but you call me brother. Does that mean you're younger than I am? Yuan Xuan inquired. Yes. I heard you mention you are a senior in college, which means you are likely between 22 and 23 years old. I am only 18, so you must be older than I am, Fang Qingqing replied. You're only 18? Yuan Xuan was taken aback, realizing she was even younger than Lin Xue. To join the SWAT assault team at such a young age, she must be exceptionally gifted. Indeed, observing Yuan Xuan's astonishment, Fang Qingqing allowed a small smile to surface, evidently proud of her early achievements. Afterward, Yuan Xuan and Fang Qingqing counted the weapons. There were 2 Type 97 shotguns, 3 Type 95 assault rifles, 3 Type 79 submachine guns, 1 Type 88 sniper rifle, and 9 QSW-06 handguns. Including the arms he had previously scavenged from Liu Ao and others, they had a total of 11 rifles and 20 handguns. As for ammunition, there were 300 rounds for the shotguns, 600 rounds for the assault rifles, 800 rounds for the submachine guns, 100 rounds for the sniper rifle, and 1,200 rounds for the handguns, along with 30 grenades and 30 flashbangs. Additionally, there were various tactical gear, silencers, scopes, combat knives, and riot sticks, a complete set to equip a 10-person unit. Upon completing the inventory, Yuan Xuan noticed the ammunition and accessories were in disarray, prompting him to ask, has anyone touched this equipment since the disaster began? Fang Qingqing nodded yes. These weapons belong to our SWAT unit, and others are not authorized to use them. When the disaster first broke out, the entire police station was thrown into chaos. All my teammates, except for me, have turned into zombies. A flicker of sorrow crossed her eyes as she continued. Initially, my grandfather believed that reinforcements would come to rescue us, so we saved these weapons for an escape. However, we have had no contact since then, and those ruffians have taken control. Do those scoundrels not know of the existence of this equipment? Yuan Xuan asked. They do not, Fang Qingqing replied. Is that so? After grasping the general circumstances, Yuan Xuan began to ponder how to transport these items back. Even if he could use Black Beast form, making multiple trips would be necessary, and with Fang Qingqing present, it would be prudent not to reveal that ability yet, as he had not fully trusted her. Additionally, figuring out how to bring Fang Qingqing back to school posed a challenge. Brother Yuan, are you worried about not being able to take these items all at once? Fang Qingqing, noticing the troubled expression on Yuan Xuan's face, asked. Indeed, to be frank, I have 2 friends at the Finance and Trade College. I came here to gather equipment for them, Yuan Xuan admitted. The Finance and Trade College. Fang Qingqing looked at Yuan Xuan in disbelief. She was astonished by how he had managed to navigate through the horde of zombies in the city and traverse 5 or 6 kilometers to this place. Recalling her grandfather's words before he left, she realized this man was indeed formidable and likely possessed some secrets. Yes, it was quite a challenge. Yuan Xuan replied with a smile, not intending to elaborate on his experiences. A challenge. Fang Qingqing observed Yuan Xuanqing's reluctance to share further and chose not to press him. She understood that pursuing the matter would yield only falsehoods. After a moment's thought, she pulled a set of car keys from her pocket and tossed them to Yuan Xuanqing, saying, "Use this car to return." "What kind of car is this?" Yuan Xuanqing caught the keys and inquired. "This is the key to our squad's vehicle. Have you heard of the Hummer 3? Fang Qingqing replied. "With this vehicle, we should be able to transport all these firearms." The Hummer 3. Yuan Xuanqing's eyes lit up upon hearing the name. He was well aware that this was the most advanced domestic lightweight tactical armored vehicle, renowned for its impressive defense capabilities, reputedly able to withstand 12.7mm caliber machine gun fire. It was said online that it could also endure rocket launcher attacks, though he was uncertain of the truth. However, acquiring this vehicle would not only allow him to transport all the equipment back, but would also make future scavenging and transporting supplies, as well as taking Lin Yingxue and her friends out, significantly safer and more convenient. "Where's the car? Let me there." Yuan Xuanqing's voice was laced with excitement. "It's in the underground parking garage. We need to pass through the zombie horde downstairs to get to it, but, with your abilities, it shouldn't be too difficult, right?" Fang Qingqing said, her face displaying a hint of anticipation. She was eager to witness the extent of Yuan Xuanqing's abilities, which had enabled him to travel from the finance and trade college to this location, as well as his peculiar powers during the confrontation with the thugs. "This is indeed manageable." Yuan Xuanqing smiled, eager to see the legendary Hummer 3. With that, he turned to head downstairs alone. "I'll accompany you. It's better to have someone watching your back." Fang Qingqing quickly followed, stating, "You? Very well. It will allow me to see just how capable the police flower is." Yuan Xuanqing did not deter her. After all, they needed to clear the zombies in the building to transport the weapons and Fang Qingqing down. And it was an excellent opportunity to gather energy and create a strengthening fruit for her while assessing her abilities. "Are you not bringing a weapon?" Fang Qingqing asked, noticing Yuan Xuanqing's empty hands. "A weapon? Are you foolish? Even if I fired all these thousands of rounds, I doubt I could kill every zombie in this building. That would be a waste. I need to conserve ammunition for my team as practice." Yuan Xuanqing laughed without looking back. "You are the foolish one. Do you plan to rely solely on cold weapons to eliminate all the zombies in this building?" Fang Qingqing retorted. "Otherwise." Yuan Xuanqing turned back with a confident smile before walking towards the staircase. This man. Watching Yuan Xuanqing's retreating figure, Fang Qingqing found herself momentarily lost in thought. She could perceive that Yuan Xuanqing's confidence was not mere bravado. Growing up in a military family, she had encountered many remarkable individuals, but she had never seen anyone as self-assured as Yuan Xuanqing while undertaking tasks that could easily lead to death. Chapter 18. The school belle's determination. Before departing from the armory, Fang Qingqing secured 2 combat daggers to her person. After a moment's contemplation, she also retrieved 2 QSW-06 pistols and 120 rounds of ammunition, equipping herself with a tactical flashlight and a silencer for unforeseen circumstances. Yuan Xuanqing, witnessing her preparations, did not intervene. Instead, he proceeded to the fire safety equipment, choosing 2 fire axes before descending to the 5th floor, where an array of furniture formed an obstacle. He turned back to Fang Qingqing and inquired, "Are you ready?" Fang Qingqing gazed at the horde of zombies outside the barricade, swallowing hard, before nodding vigorously, "Yes, I'm ready." Seeing her resolve, Yuan Xuanqing wasted no further words. He raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick to a sofa that had been used as a makeshift barrier. The force of his kick sent both the sofa and the zombies tumbling down the staircase, overwhelming a vast expanse below. The resounding crash attracted the attention of the zombies on the 3rd and 4th floors, who began to converge towards the 2. Yuan Xuanqing chuckled softly, wielding the axes in a sweeping motion towards the approaching horde. With each precise strike of the fire axe, the fragile skulls of the zombies shattered, sending blood and brain matter scattering in all directions. Some zombies were cleaved in half by the sheer force of his blows. The crisp sound of axe meeting bone harmonized with the guttural moans of the undead, creating a macabre symphony of slaughter. On the narrow staircase, the zombies could not breach the barrier that was Yuan Xuanqing. Fang Qingqing, mesmerized by the sheer brutality of the scene and the display of Yuan Xuanqing's formidable strength, was taken aback. She had anticipated his prowess, but had not expected him to be this powerful. The zombies couldn't even approach him. After a brief moment of astonishment, she quickly regained her composure, her pistol seeming to possess a will of its own as each shot found its mark with unerring accuracy. Ah, Qing, you're quite accurate. Yuan Xuan praised, glancing back at her. Don't get distracted. Watch out in front of you, she admonished, noticing how close the zombies had come to him. Yuan Xuan chuckled, undaunted. They're not targeting me. Their focus is on you. Unbeknownst to her, Yuan Xuan consistently dispatched or kicked the zombies away before they could reach him, ensuring Fang Qingqing remained oblivious to the fact that they did not attack him. With Fang Qingqing's bullets clearing a path, the ordinary zombies found it challenging to approach him in the confined corridor. In mere minutes, the two had dispatched nearly 100 zombies. Breathing heavily, covered in the dark ichor of the undead, Yuan Xuan surveyed the small mountain of corpses before exhaling. The zombies on the 3rd and 4th floors are mostly dealt with, but we should scour the rooms to ensure none are lurking, ready to ambush us while we move our supplies. Agreed, Fang Qingqing nodded in affirmation. After they eliminated the remaining trapped zombies on the 3rd and 4th floors, Yuan Xuan noticed Fang Qingqing appeared fatigued and suggested she take a moment to rest. During the respite, he thought of Lin Yingxue and the others, retrieving the walkie-talkie. He called out, Yingxue, do you read me? Senior. I'm here, came Lin Yingxue's voice shortly thereafter. How are things on your end? All clear? Yuan Xuan inquired. Everything's fine. Qing is keeping watch outside. No zombies or anyone else nearby. Good to hear. It will take me some time to return. If anything arises, use the walkie-talkie to contact me, and I will come back as swiftly as possible. Who are you talking to? Fang Qingqing interjected suddenly. Just a teammate I mentioned before. Yuan Xuan replied, then continued speaking to Lin Yingxue. I have matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Remember to call me if anything happens. However, after he finished speaking, Lin Yingxue remained silent on the other end. Is the signal bad? Hello, Yingxue, are you still there? I'm here. Yes, senior. Please be careful, she finally responded. Okay. After the conversation, Yuan Xuan stowed the walkie-talkie and noticed Fang Qingqing regarding him with a peculiar expression. What is the matter? He asked. Was that your teammate who just answered? She queried, her curiosity piqued. Yeah, what is up? Yuan Xuan replied, looking at her quizzically. Is she your girlfriend? Fang Qingqing asked, unsure why she posed the question, perhaps due to the series of shocks Yuan Xuan had dealt her, stirring a desire to know more about him. Upon perceiving her reaction, Yuan Xuan comprehended her thoughts and chuckled. Not quite. Not quite. What does that mean? Fang Qingqing was momentarily confused, eager to delve deeper, but was interrupted by Yuan Xuan. All right, have you rested enough? Let us clear out the zombies on the 1st and 2nd floors and secure the police station's main entrance before heading to the basement. Yuan Xuan dismissed her inquiries and descended the stairs. What happened to the promised rest? Fang Qingqing murmured, trailing behind him. Meanwhile, Lin Yingxue stared blankly at the walkie-talkie, her mind consumed by a singular question. Who was the woman accompanying her senior? She yearned to ask, but found herself at a loss for words. Was she a newly rescued survivor? Yet, their familiarity suggested otherwise. Could it be? Lin Yingxue suddenly recalled a possibility. Perhaps it was Yuan Xuan's ex-girlfriend, mentioned by Li Qing. He had gone out today without disclosing his destination. Could it be he set out to rescue his former love? The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed, just as she was lost in thought. Li Qing rushed in, urgency etched across her face. Yingxue, we have a problem. Someone is approaching us. Li Qing's words tightened Lin Yingxue's heart, and she swiftly seized her rifle, checking the ammunition before turning to Li Qing. Are they from our school? How many? Male or female? Are they armed? It's the track team, a group of 12 boys, wielding steel pipes and sharpened wooden sticks, Li Qing replied. The track team? Lin Yingxue frowned. She held a poor impression of them after their previous encounter, where they had demanded she become their girlfriend in exchange for help. What should we do, Yingxue? Should we hide or call Yuan Xuan back? Li Qing asked, anxiety and fear flickering in her eyes. No, Senior has his own matters to attend to. We can't summon him back for something trivial. Besides, this classroom is stocked with food and supplies. Since Senior entrusted this place to us, we cannot allow others to take our resources. Lin Yingxue's gaze conveyed unwavering determination, though Yuan Xuan had repeatedly instructed her to call him if anything went awry. Lin Yingxue was resolute in her desire not to rely on him for every little issue. Armed with a rifle and enhanced capabilities, she believed she could handle a few ordinary individuals. If she couldn't even deal with them, how would she survive in this post-apocalyptic world? She refused to be seen as useless in Yuan Xuan's eyes, and she had become acutely aware that in this new reality, A man of his strength would undoubtedly attract many women's attention. If she continued to be a mere decoration, she would eventually be forgotten or cast aside by him. Lin Yingxue was determined not to allow that to happen, so she resolved to confront this challenge on her own. She was no longer the timid newcomer she had once been. She had grown stronger and more capable. Chapter 19. The Mantis Zombie. Approximately 300 meters from the North Learning Building, 12 members of the athletics team stood, perplexed by their surroundings. Jiang Xiong, what is going on? Why are there no zombies at all? Inquired one of the team members, Wang He, the vice captain. If you ask me, who should I ask? Jiang Xiong replied, equally bewildered. He found it strange that while zombies swarmed in other areas, there were none here. Had they all been cleared away? Yet, there were no signs of struggle or zombie corpses. However, this absence was a blessing. They had already lost 2 members on their way from the cafeteria, and avoiding further encounters with zombies was certainly preferable. Wang He, are you sure you saw light here last night? Jiang Xiong asked. Yes, I definitely saw light while on watch last night. Someone must still be alive, Wang He affirmed with a nod. Well then, let us proceed. We'll search floor by floor until we find them and demand that they hand over all their food. Jiang Xiong's eyes glimmered with avarice. Upon hearing Wang He mention the light, he had envisioned that there must be survivors. In the apocalypse, places illuminated often indicated human activity. In this dire world, food and water were in short supply. The food inventory at their cafeteria was already low, and with several members lost during their recent scavenging efforts, the pressure on the athletics team was mounting. Acquiring food and water would alleviate their immediate concerns about sustenance. Moreover, if memory served him right, most members of the Foodie Alliance were female and would likely be easy to deal with. Let us go and take a look, Wang He nodded, taking the lead towards the North Learning Building. Unbeknownst to them, not far behind, Lin Yingxue was observing through the scope of her sniper rifle. Indeed, it's Jiang Xiong and his group. Lin Yingxue grimaced in disdain, whispering to Li Qing. What should we do now? Should we shoot? Li Qing asked nervously. Having witnessed Jiang Xiong's repugnant response to Lin Yingxue's plea for help, Li Qing had no fondness for this group, especially after the recent incidents involving Zhou Ming and Wen Hao. However, the thought of taking a life was daunting. She had never even been in a fight, let alone killed someone. There are only 8 bullets left from what the senior left behind, not enough to deal with them. Lin Yingxue shook her head. Let us just hold our position at the 5th floor staircase. We have guns, and I trust they won't dare to come up. The space is narrow, making it difficult to miss if we end up having to fire. With that, Lin Yingxue strode towards the staircase, leaving Li Qing astonished at her resolute demeanor. Li Qing was certain Lin Yingxue would follow through on her intentions. She was surprised by how quickly Lin Yingxue had adapted to the apocalypse, and her mind began to speculate on the reasons behind this transformation. Yuan Xuan, you truly are a scourge. On the 1st floor of the police station, everything had been cleared. Let us head down to the underground garage, Yuan Xuan declared, discarding 2 blunted fire axes and replacing them with 2 sharp ones from the fire cabinet. He turned to the panting Fang Qingqing behind him, wiping the sweat from her brow with the back of her hand. Fang Qingqing looked at Yuan Xuan incredulously. By the time they reached the 1st floor hall, she had exhausted her ammunition and was now engaged in close combat with zombies. After dispatching over 20 zombies, she was utterly fatigued. Such battles drained not only the body, but also the spirit. In contrast, Yuan Xuan had killed several times more zombies, yet remained unfazed, as if it were merely a routine task. What are you staring at? Do I have flowers on my face? Yuan Xuan quipped, noticing Fang Qingqing's gaze. And no, it's nothing. She quickly shook her head, then stopped daydreaming. We only have the underground garage left, he urged, leading the way to the staircase. Fang Qingqing nodded softly, following behind him, already accustomed to his presence. As they entered the underground garage, the darkness was palpable, but for Yuan Xuan, whose vision had been enhanced threefold, it was akin to daylight. He opened the garage door slightly, revealing hundreds of zombies within. There are a lot of zombies here, Fang Qingqing remarked, her scalp prickling at the sound of their growls. Indeed, there are many, but they pose no threat to me, Yuan Xuan reassured her. It's too dark here. You should stay back and shine the tactical flashlight for me. His intent was not due to an inability to see, but rather a means to ensure Fang Qingqing's safety in the oppressive darkness, where a moment's distraction could lead to injury. Understood, she replied, acknowledging her limitations compared to him. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Xuan kicked the door open and charged in with his axe swinging. Instantly, the zombies were roused, turning their attention towards him. Yet, they merely observed. With each swing of his axe, Yuan Xuan claimed the lives of several zombies, his figure darting swiftly through the dim garage. Each appearance accompanied by the sound of bodies collapsing. Fang Qingqing followed behind, illuminating the path with her flashlight. Despite her racing heart, witnessing Yuan Xuanqing's valor lessened her fear. Suddenly, as he pressed forward, a jolt surged through his right arm. Was there a mutated zombie nearby? It felt like 3, positioned at. Not good. Qingqing, get down, he shouted, sensing one was directly above her. At that moment, Fang Qingqing also felt the ominous presence above, and without hesitation, she dropped to the ground. In the instant she crouched, something zipped past her back, slicing through the air. She barely had time to see what it was before Yuan Xuan rushed towards her. His face grave. He raised his axe and hurled it in her direction. A strange shriek echoed, followed by a deluge of green liquid splattering onto Fang Qingqing, blinding her momentarily. Run! Yuan Xuanqing's voice pierced through the chaos, and she felt herself being lifted as he sprinted towards safety. Wiping the liquid from her face, Fang Qingqing struggled to open her eyes, catching sight of a tactical flashlight illuminating 2 mutated zombies resembling mantises in pursuit of them. Nearby, where she had just crouched, lay the lifeless body of another mantis-like zombie. With a thud, Yuan Xuan bolted into the corridor, slamming the iron door of the garage shut and bracing his body against it just as a violent impact shook the door. Chapter 20. The First Stage Dilemma. What should we do? Should we flee? Fang Qingqing asked anxiously, the darkness rendering combat impractical. Yuan Xuan shouted, flee? This door won't hold for long. We can't escape. I will hold it here. You hurry upstairs and retrieve the gun. But, no buts. Go now? Yuan Xuan interrupted, his voice booming. The force of his shouts startled Fang Qingqing, compelling her to nod obediently and rush up the staircase. Once she disappeared from his sight, Yuan Xuan exhaled a sigh of relief, muttering, finally, the hindrance is gone. He found it troublesome to conceal his abilities in front of her and began contemplating whether he should reveal his powers to Fang Qingqing and Lin Yingxue. However, his trust in them was insufficient, and he felt he lacked the strength to share such secrets. Furthermore, would any girl truly be attracted to a terrifying mutant like him? Unless she were some kind of pervert with a penchant for peculiar games. Clearly, neither Lin Yingxue, Fang Qingqing, nor Li Qing could be that way. As Yuan Xuan stepped away from the door, it was immediately flung open by a violent impact. 2 mutated mantis zombies charged in from either side, their ferocious gazes fixed on him. How dare mere first-stage mutated zombies act so brazenly before me? Yuan Xuan scoffed disdainfully, then propelled himself forward with a powerful leap, darting between the 2 mantis zombies. Enhanced by a 3-5-fold strength, his speed rivaled that of a cheetah. His objective was the corpse of a mantis zombie he had previously slain. The dark insect had informed him that consuming the zombie would not only grant him its abilities, but also restore his energy to a level where he could utilize the black beast form. Reaching the corpse, Yuan Xuan swiftly devoured the mantis zombie, feeling a chilling energy surge into his body. This energy, emanating from a first-stage mutated zombie, revitalized him rapidly. He had designated the first-stage zombies as those he had evolved once, while those evolved twice were labeled as second-stage, and so forth. Having previously consumed a second-stage zombie, Yuan Xuan took less than 3 seconds to absorb the first-stage one. Immediately, he activated the black beast form. Meanwhile, the 2 mantis zombies had caught up, howling as they raised their scythe-like arms to strike at him. However, Yuan Xuan opted not to evade. He understood that his current defensive capabilities rendered him impervious to their attacks. Standing his ground, he awaited their assault. Just as their claws were about to make contact, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, with a swift thrust of a scythe-like arm identical to that of the mantis zombies, Yuan Xuan pierced one through the back, twisting forcefully to churn the blade within, releasing a torrent of green blood. The mantis zombie emitted a harrowing scream, convulsing violently before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The other mantis zombie, witnessing this, let out an enraged roar and charged at Yuan Xuan. Yet to him, its movements appeared as sluggish as a snail's. He effortlessly dodged its attack and countered with a slash across its throat. With a sickening thud, the zombie's head tumbled to the ground, green blood splattering across Yuan Xuan. Unfazed, he wiped the blood from his face and extended his hand, releasing a black organic substance that enveloped both mantis zombies before absorbing them into his body. After the consumption was complete, Yuan Xuan opened his palm to reveal a newly grown tendril, adorned with 3 enhancement fruits, 1 0 stage and 2 first stage. Upon devouring the same type of mutated zombie, he would no longer gain abilities. Instead, the energy would be stored within him. The energy had 2 primary uses. First, it could serve as a restorative, akin to a blue potion in a game, allowing him to re-enter his Black Beast form or other skills during their cooldown periods. Second, it could transform into enhancement fruits, where the first stage fruits surpass the 0 stage ones previously consumed by Lin Xue and the others. These could amplify the consumer's physical abilities by 3 times, provided they had previously ingested a 0 stage fruit. If not, consuming a first stage fruit would lead to fatality due to overwhelming power. Furthermore, similar to the 0 stage fruit, the enhancement effect occurred only upon the first consumption. Subsequent intakes would be ineffective. After stowing away the fruits, Yuan Xuan turned to the ordinary zombies, who were staring blankly at him. Have you seen enough? With that, he plunged into the defenseless horde, reveling in a massacre. Seizing the opportunity while Fang Qingqing was absent, he intended to familiarize himself with his new abilities, cleansing the area of all zombies. The entire process resembled a game of mowing grass, and soon, the parking garage was devoid of zombies. Once he reverted to his normal form, he settled cross-legged before the iron door, awaiting Fang Qingqing's return. Just as he sat down, he heard hurried footsteps approaching from the staircase. Quite fast, he mused with a light chuckle, feigning exhaustion as he lay on the ground. The footsteps drew nearer, eventually halting in front of him. Yuan Xuan sensed Fang Qingqing's breath quickening, evidently worried. He saw her, armed with 2 Type 95 rifles slung over her back and grenades hanging from her waist, anxiously observing him. Are you all right? Fang Qingqing's voice quivered, clearly concerned for his safety. Yuan Xuan smiled. What could possibly be wrong? As you can see, I am perfectly fine. Hearing this, Fang Qingqing finally relaxed, releasing a sigh of relief. As long as you're unharmed, that's all that matters. Upon lifting her gaze, she was taken aback by the sight of countless zombie corpses littering the parking garage. With wide eyes, she stared at Yuan Xuan. Did you do all of this? Indeed. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Yuan Xuan beamed with pride, rising from the ground and brushing off the dust from his clothes. Fang Qingqing's disbelief was palpable. How is this possible? I'm just teasing you. After you left, for some reason, those 2 mutated zombies began attacking the ordinary ones. Most of the zombies in the garage were taken down by them. Yuan Xuan gestured toward the bodies with heads severed cleanly by blades. Zombies attacking zombies? Why? Fang Qingqing was skeptical, yet upon witnessing the evidence of the gruesome slaughter, she began to believe it, recalling the sharp arms of the mantis zombies. How would I know? Yuan Xuan shrugged. But it worked out well for me. I seized the opportunity to eliminate those 2 mutated zombies. What happened to their corpses? Fang Qingqing inquired. Yuan Xuan pointed to a nearby pile of bodies, forming a small mountain. Buried them. Uffed. Fang Qingqing erupted into laughter at Yuan Xuan's unexpected jest, not doubting the truth of his words, especially given the green blood that stained him as evidence of his confrontation with the mantis zombies. By the way, I haven't thanked you for saving me again. Fang Qingqing gazed at Yuan Xuan earnestly, gratitude shining in her eyes. Why the formality? It's only right. Yuan Xuan replied with a gentle smile, shaking his head. I promised your grandfather I would look after you. At his words, a complex expression flitted across Fang Qingqing's face, a mixture of joy and sorrow. She was grateful to have met Yuan Xuan amidst the apocalypse, yet heartbroken over the loss of her only family member that day. After a brief silence, Fang Qingqing expressed her gratitude once more, saying, I truly appreciate your help, Brother Yuan. No need for thanks. Let's go, Yuan Xuan replied, gently patting Fang Qingqing on the shoulder as he headed towards a larger vehicle in the garage. It was precisely their objective for this endeavor, the 3rd-generation light armored vehicle, the Mengshi. Chapter 21, Jiang Xiong, the 3rd generation of warriors. This vehicle has been developed entirely from scratch within our country, showcasing significant enhancements in all performance parameters compared to its predecessors. Its maneuverability and defensive capabilities have reached a world-class standard. The model before Yuan Xuan is the Black Special Police version, measuring a remarkable 5.8 meters in length and weighing 3.7 tons. With an effective payload capacity of 2 tons and a standard crew capacity of 110 individuals, it can achieve a maximum speed of 135 km/h on roads. Multiple firing windows are positioned on both sides, and the weapon station on the roof can accommodate a 12.7mm heavy machine gun, making it a formidable steel beast suitable for combat in various environments. Yuan Xuan stood before the vehicle, increasingly enamored, gently caressing its surface and remarking that he had long desired to possess such a machine after seeing it in a video. Regrettably, the special police version was not equipped with a heavy machine gun. Otherwise, it could easily dispatch thousands of zombies. Fang Qingqing, observing Yuan Xuan's enthusiasm, smiled and said, "From today onwards, it belongs to you." "Indeed, it will be mine," he replied. "Let us return to gather weapons before picking up my teammates." Yuan Xuan nodded and, alongside Fang Qingqing, returned to the 6th floor to begin transporting their equipment. Meanwhile, Lin Yingxue and Li Qing stood vigil at the entrance of the North Academic Building. While upstairs, they had noticed the athletics team, but after reaching the 3rd floor, there had been no further sounds from them, which struck the two as peculiar. Li Qing inquired, "Why haven't they come up yet? Is something amiss?" Lin Yingxue furrowed her brow, contemplating the situation. They had distinctly heard noises below, suggesting that the team should have ascended promptly. Yet, silence now reigned. Could it be that they encountered zombies? That seemed unlikely, as there had been no sightings of such creatures nearby. Perhaps they had found food downstairs and were indulging? Yet that too seemed improbable, as the senior had seemingly searched the entire building. "Yingxue, could it be that they discovered us? Seeing our firearms, perhaps they fled?" Li Qing questioned with concern. Lin Yingxue shook her head slightly. "That shouldn't be the case. We have been cautious and made no noise. They likely remain unaware of our presence. What shall we do now? Should we descend to investigate?" Li Qing asked anxiously. Lin Yingxue pondered for a moment. "Let us wait a little longer. It is best not to act rashly until we ascertain the situation below." The two remained in silence, waiting patiently. After approximately 10 minutes, footsteps finally echoed from the staircase. Soon, the members of the athletics team appeared at the staircase entrance. "Do not move. Anyone who dares to take a step will be shot," Lin Yingxue commanded, aiming her sniper rifle at the team. The leader of the athletics team was Jiang Xiong, who, upon seeing Lin Yingxue aiming at them, displayed a moment of surprise. And the group halted, raising their hands in surrender. "Do not shoot. We mean no harm," Jiang Xiong exclaimed. "Oh, is that not Lin, the campus belle? It is wonderful to see you alive," he added, his earlier panic replaced by joy upon recognizing her. Lin Yingxue frowned slightly. She held no fondness for him. "This is our residence. I ask you to leave," she stated coldly, her rifle unwavering. Jiang Xiong's face flushed with embarrassment. "I sincerely apologize, Lin. My previous actions were inappropriate. Please do not be upset. With zombies rampant in the school, we, as fellow students, should assist one another." He then glanced back at his teammates, speaking earnestly. "We discovered a light source here last night and thought there might be people in need of help. We have already sacrificed several comrades to reach this place." As he spoke, Jiang Xiong raised his hands, attempting to ascend the stairs to the 5th floor. "Do not move." Lin Yingxue's voice resonated with undeniable authority, her rifle poised and ready to fire. Jiang Xiong's steps halted immediately, his expression stiffened, and he awkwardly smiled. "Lin, we truly harbor no ill intentions. We merely seek to survive together in this apocalypse." Lin Yingxue remained unmoved, her grip on the sniper rifle unyielding. She recalled Yuan Xuan's words before his departure. "In this world of chaos, morality and law are absent, and human nature is unpredictable. Even former classmates cannot be trusted. Especially not someone like Jiang Xiong. You must leave. You are not welcome here," Lin Yingxue stated icily, denying Jiang Xiong further opportunity to plead, her tone filled with resoluteness. Jiang Xiong and his companions exchanged glances, their expressions resigned, knowing that further discourse would be futile. "Very well, since Lin does not welcome us, we shall take our leave." Jiang Xiong sighed in resignation, turning to depart. However, after taking a few steps, he paused and turned back. "Lin, regarding the WeChat message from the other day, I believe it is necessary for me to apologize." With that, Jiang Xiong knelt, proclaiming loudly, "I am sorry, my response the other day was wrong." As he spoke, he bowed his head, leaving both Lin Yingxue and Li Qing bewildered. Is such dramatics truly necessary? Lin Yingxue thought, puzzled by Jiang Xiong's sudden humility. Did he genuinely recognize his error, or did he have ulterior motives? Just as Lin Yingxue and Li Qing were distracted by Jiang Xiong's unexpected actions, they heard the sound of shattering glass from behind them, as if something had crashed through the window. Instantly alert, They turned to see a short male student wielding two gleaming knives, pointed threateningly at their throats. They had not anticipated someone entering from the window behind them. The assailant was Wang He, a well-known figure at the school. Lin Yingxue recognized him. He was the vice captain of the athletics team and an extreme sports enthusiast, previously boasting 1 million followers on a video-sharing platform until his perilous content led to his banishment and disciplinary action from the school. "You finally arrived. You were quite slow," Jiang Xiong remarked, his face betraying satisfaction at Wang He's successful capture of Lin Yingxue and Li Qing. "I told you, the building is not easy to climb. There are few places to land, and I had to do it quietly, which was no small feat," Wang He replied, visibly disgruntled. Jiang Xiong laughed heartily. "All right, perhaps I was too demanding." He then approached Lin Yingxue, seizing the firearm from her grasp. "Wow, this is indeed a real gun. Lao Zhou, you have sharp eyes. Otherwise, we might have rushed in without a plan and found ourselves at a disadvantage," Jiang Xiong remarked to a male student named Lao Zhou. Lin Yingxue paused in realization. Had she truly been discovered while observing them? "Indeed, it was fortunate I noticed the reflection of your scope. Otherwise, we would have faced a significant challenge," Lao Zhou replied, his expression reflecting lingering anxiety. Chapter 22. Let other men perish. Upon discovering that there were armed individuals on the upper floor, the other team members were understandably alarmed, suggesting that retreat might be the wisest course of action. However, Jiang Xiong shook his head. He surmised that anyone in this country wielding a sniper rifle was likely an official sent for rescue. They would never harm innocents. If they were indeed officials, joining forces with them would ensure their safety and alleviate their concerns about sustenance. Yet, a question lingered. If they were truly there to assist, why had they not yet descended? This anomaly prompted them to send Wang He to investigate. When Wang He returned, the revelations he brought forth astonished everyone. To their utter disbelief, the individuals upstairs were none other than the campus beauty, Lin Yingxue, and Li Qing, the class representative of the 37th cohort. While the source of their sniper rifle remained a mystery, the fact that they were merely two women suggested that they could be subdued with cunning tactics. Thus, they devised a strategy of diversion, successfully disarming Lin Yingxue. Holding the weapon proudly, Jiang Xiong inquired, "Lin, the illustrious campus beauty, where did you procure this firearm? Would you be so kind as to enlighten me?" Lin Yingxue offered no response, merely fixing him with a frigid stare. She recognized the peril of her predicament, but resolved not to yield, for she possessed a hidden advantage bestowed upon her by Yuan Xuan. Should Wang He dare to lower his blade, she would retaliate swiftly. As Jiang Xiong noted her silence, the smile on his face faded. "Choosing not to speak? Then you leave me no choice but to be ungracious. What do you intend to do?" Lin Yingxue's voice bore an icy detachment. "What do I intend? Oh, do you recall how I responded to you on WeChat?" Jiang Xiong's expression morphed into a sinister grin as he leaned closer, articulating each word deliberately. "I demand that you become our girlfriend." Shameless. Lin Yingxue could not suppress her outrage, her eyes blazing with fury. Jiang Xiong seemed unfazed by her indignation, his grin growing more audacious. "Shameless? Indeed I am. Do you believe that the times have not changed? You, the proud campus beauty, once dismissed us when we chased after you. Now, the tables have turned. Women like you ought to be trampled underfoot by men, stripped of dignity, and made to suffer." Lin Yingxue's complexion paled as she bit her lip to stifle her fear. Yuan Xuanqing's words echoed in her mind. "Do you understand why they act with such impunity? It is because you display too much weakness. I, too, was once bullied for my timidity, but once I shed that weakness, no one dared to challenge me again." Resolutely, she suppressed her terror and began to contemplate a strategy. "Jiang Xiong, do not push too far," Li Qing interjected, witnessing Lin Yingxue's humiliation. "Push too far? Huh. You are rather appealing yourself. Fear not. When we are done with Lin Yingxue, you shall not be neglected," Jiang Xiong retorted, casting Li Qing a lecherous glance. Repulsed by his gaze, she grimaced in disgust. "Ugh, you are truly despicable." Jiang Xiong's expression darkened. He was perplexed. Although Lin Yingxue appeared outwardly unfazed, he sensed her veiled fear. Conversely, Li Qing exhibited no signs of trepidation, which baffled him. He presumed that her confidence stemmed from her illustrious background and influential father. Yet he considered her naivety in such dire times. "Li Qing, do not assume I would hesitate to act against you. This is a world in chaos. Do not presume that your father can come to your rescue," Jiang Xiong warned as he commanded his companions to bind the two women, intending to showcase the brutal reality of this new world. With ropes in hand, two team members ascended the stairs to secure Lin Yingxue and Li Qing. Although Lin Yingxue was unwilling to submit, Wang He's knife remained steadfast against her throat, leaving her powerless to retaliate. Was there truly no other recourse? Her mind raced. But she could conjure no alternative. Must she truly surrender her dignity to these men? Absolutely not. Why had these men devolved into beasts so swiftly with the onset of the apocalypse? Zhou Ming was one, and now Jiang Xiong as well. Were all men merely creatures governed by their basest instincts? It was utterly revolting. Only her senior, Yuan Xuan, stood apart. He had rescued her countless times without ever demanding anything in return. Such was the man she admired, and her first would only belong to someone of his caliber. Other men could perish. Do you intend to resist, campus beauty? Jiang Xiong sneered. Very well, soon you shall. Before he could finish, Lin Yingxue sprang into action. She would rather die than allow these men to violate her. If that were to happen, her senior would despise her. With fierce determination shining in her eyes, she launched a kick aimed squarely at Wang He's groin. Enhanced by her training, her speed was astonishing. Only Wang He, closest to her, managed to react in time. Unprepared for such a counter, he instinctively retaliated, but in his haste, he lost control of the knife, the blade grazing Lin Yingxue's cheek. The impact was immediate. Wang He crumpled to the floor, clutching his groin, racked by excruciating pain that rendered him incapacitated. You vile woman, Jiang Xiong shouted, raising his weapon to Lin Yingxue's legs, devoid of any semblance of mercy. To him, a broken limb was inconsequential. He desired only her body. Yet, as he squeezed the trigger, no shot rang out. Damn it, I forgot to disengage the safety, he muttered in confusion. At that moment, Li Qing surged forward, seizing the sniper rifle from him before delivering a resounding slap across his face. The force of it sent him sprawling to the ground, dazed. With the sniper rifle now in her possession, Li Qing promptly returned it to Lin Yingxue. With a heart filled with vengeance, Lin Yingxue aimed the weapon at the now prostrate Wang He. Though he lay incapacitated, he could see Lin Yingxue leveling the gun at him, prompting him to plead for mercy. Wait a moment, Lin. Let's talk this through. It's all Jiang Xiong's fault. Bang. Chapter 23. Descent into darkness. Lin Yingxue offered Wang He no opportunity for defense. She swiftly disengaged the safety and pulled the trigger, resulting in the catastrophic explosion of his skull. A torrent of blood erupted forth, splattering Lin Yingxue and Li Qing, who stood closest by. The gunshot rendered everyone present momentarily paralyzed, including the athletes who had rushed to assist and Jiang Xiong, who had just risen. No one anticipated Lin Yingxue would act with such decisiveness. Not even Li Qing, who had entrusted her with the firearm, conceived that Lin would fire it. She had assumed that, even with the gun in hand, Lin would merely threaten. Li Qing stared blankly at Lin Yingxue and discerned that her dear friend was in a disturbingly altered state. Her gaze was vacant, her expression devoid of any emotional fluctuation, an incongruous reaction for someone committing murder for the first time. After killing Wang He, Lin Yingxue did not pause. She racked the slide once more and turned her aim towards Jiang Xiong. Jiang too sensed the chilling aura emanating from Lin Yingxue. Don't. He began to plead, but his words were cut short by another gunshot. The shot had not found its mark. Lin had intended to strike his chest, yet her inexperience redirected the bullet to his abdomen. Nevertheless, it proved fatal. Blood bubbled from Jiang's mouth as he attempted to articulate something, but the blood in his throat rendered his final words unintelligible, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Within mere seconds, both Jiang Xiong and Wang He had been slain by Lin Yingxue. The swiftness of the events left the athletes in the corridor in shock. Looking at Lin Yingxue again, her eyes were as frigid as ice, and her body was drenched in the blood of Wang He and Jiang Xiong, intensifying the dread felt by the athletes. Previously, they had only encountered the concept of killing intent through television. Today, they witnessed its tangible manifestation. The once ethereal beauty of Lin Yingxue now radiated a cold, sharp presence that silently invaded every inch of the surrounding space, causing the athletes' hairs to stand on end as their instincts screamed at them to flee from this perilous woman. Just as they turned to escape, Lin Yingxue racked the slide again. Bang! A cry erupted as Lin fired once more, this time hitting one of the athletes in the arm. The limb disintegrated, and he collapsed, coughing blood, though he was not yet dead. In that life-threatening moment, none dared to look back. They fled in a panic, some leaping down 4 or 5 steps at a time, consumed by the singular instinct to escape. oblivious to their fallen comrade. Seeing the injured athlete on the ground, Lin Yingxue racked the slide again as she descended the stairs, intent on ensuring his demise. Yingxue, enough. They're fleeing. Li Qing shouted, desperate to halt Lin Yingxue's rampage. Yet Lin appeared deaf to Li Qing's plea. Approaching the fallen athlete, she aimed at his head and fired another shot. Blood splattered across her face once more, her expression remaining impassive. With another racking of the slide, Lin Yingxue prepared to proceed down the stairs, as if she would not cease until every last one was eliminated. Yingxue, stop. It's too dangerous for you to go alone, Li Qing implored, rushing forward to grasp Lin Yingxue's arm. At last, Lin seemed to respond to Li Qing's presence, turning slowly, her vacant eyes locking onto Li Qing as she spoke. Each word heavy with conviction. They all deserve to die. All men must perish, except for the senior. As long as the senior remains, that is sufficient. With that, Lin Yingxue shrugged off Li Qing's grip and continued her descent in pursuit of the fleeing athletes. Yingxue, halt. A male voice called from below. Moments later, a man, drenched in blood and carrying a Type 95 assault rifle, appeared at the top of the stairs, halting Lin Yingxue in her tracks. The newcomer was Yuan Xuan, his hands stained with the blood of those athletes who had just attempted to escape. Senior, upon seeing Yuan Xuan, Lin Yingxue's eyes flickered with a spark of recognition. Oh, so you remember to call me senior? You disobedient girls, prepare for punishment, Yuan Xuan said sternly, his gaze fixed upon them. Senior Lin Yingxue, now regaining her composure, lowered her head like a chastised child, unable to meet his eyes. This sudden shift puzzled Li Qing, who watched Lin with a mix of confusion and disbelief. What caused her to revert to her former self? Did Yuan Xuan cast some spell upon her? Take these. After approaching, Yuan Xuan produced shower gel and various first aid supplies from his bag. Clean yourselves up, we'll talk afterward. Li Qing, you too. After handing the items to Lin Yingxue, he turned his attention to the lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, beginning his examination. Li Qing attempted to speak, but Lin Yingxue silenced her with a shake of her head, guiding her toward the classroom adjacent to the fire hydrant. Once the two had departed, Yuan Xuan crouched down to inspect the bodies. All three had succumbed to sniper fire. Connecting the dots, he recalled that the sniper rifle had been in Lin Yingxue's possession when he ascended. Considering their differing states, it was evident that Lin had committed the killings. Yuan Xuan smiled slightly, murmuring, an unexpected gain, not too shabby. To think that the typically delicate and gentle Lin Yingxue had the audacity to take a life. This was promising news. After all, in this apocalyptic world, one could hardly expect to survive without the courage to kill. Yet, Yuan Xuan felt a twinge of anger, despite instructing them to contact him in case of trouble. Neither had heeded his warning. It seemed he would have to administer a proper lesson later. After completing his examination, he returned to the classroom, rinsed his hands with bottled water, and then activated his walkie-talkie. Qing, where are you? Previously, when Yuan Xuan had called out to Lin Yingxue without response, he had sensed something was amiss. He had rushed back to the school alone, coincidentally encountering the fleeing athletes. After interrogating them at gunpoint, a surge of fury had overwhelmed him, compelling him to eliminate them all without hesitation. Dare to touch my women? You shall die? Before long, Fang Qingqing replied. All is well. I've entered the school. The zombies could not hinder the third generation of warriors. What is the situation on your end? All dealt with. Just come to the 5th floor of the northernmost teaching building. I have 2 people for you to meet. Understood. When Lin Yingxue and Li Qing returned to the classroom, they kept their heads bowed, afraid to speak or meet Yuan Xuan's gaze. They were acutely aware that they had defied his instructions. With a sharp sound, Yuan Xuan approached and delivered 2 resounding slaps to their backsides. Ah! Lin Yingxue's face flushed crimson as she gasped, instinctively protecting herself and casting a pitiful glance at Yuan Xuan. Yuan Xuan, you pervert. Li Qing, more audacious than her friend, was momentarily stunned by the unexpected slap, her face a mixture of indignation and embarrassment as she prepared to confront him. Though enhanced to twice her original speed, Li Qing was no match for Yuan Xuan, whose enhancements surpassed her own at 4.5 times. He swiftly subdued her hands, pinning her to the ground and sitting upon her back. Oh, you dare to resist after misbehaving? Yuan Xuan taunted, delivering 2 more slaps to her rear. Let this be a lesson using the intercom for urgent matters. I called again. They just wouldn't listen to me. Thwack. Ouch, I admit my fault. Yuan Xuan, I was wrong. Li Qing was completely immobilized under Yuan Xuanqing's weight, only able to glare at her legs and plead loudly for mercy. Lin Yingxue, standing nearby, felt compelled to intervene. Yet given her position, how could she? The primary responsibility for the incident lay with her. However, witnessing Li Qing being punished, she felt a pang of sympathy and gently grasped Yuan Xuanqing's hand, whispering, "Senior, the main fault lies with me. I didn't allow Qinger to call for you, and besides, she later." "Shut up. Turn around. Do you think you can escape this?" Yuan Xuanqing interrupted Lin Yingxue directly. At his words, she instinctively wanted to retreat, but seeing Li Qing suffer on her behalf, she had no choice but to obediently turn away. Yuan Xuanqing observed Lin Yingxue's back, his playful demeanor shifting to one of sternness as he scolded. "If I hadn't been nearby, you know very well what the consequences would have been." Thwack! This hit was particularly forceful. He needed to ensure Lin Yingxue learned her lesson. "Will you dare to disobey again?" "And no, I won senior. Now, tell me, where did you err? In not killing." Yuan Xuanqing was momentarily stunned. Was Lin Yingxue genuinely concerned about this? Thwack! Ouch! That hurts. Yuan Xuanqing's strike was especially harsh this time, and he angrily exclaimed, "You truly don't understand where you went wrong. In this apocalypse, killing is nothing. Those rapists deserve to be executed 10 times over. Your mistake was not listening to me. When there's an issue, use the intercom to inform me." Lin Yingxue, still nursing her sore backside, was taken aback. She had been worried that Yuan Xuanqing would despise her for having taken a life. "Senior, you don't blame me for killing? What a joke. The sin of disobedience is far graver." Just as Yuan Xuanqing raised his hand to strike again, the classroom door swung open. Fang Qingqing entered, carrying a large bag, and immediately observed Yuan Xuanqing atop Li Qing, hand raised high, while Lin Yingxue faced away, her posture submissive. "Brother Yuan, do you have some peculiar fetish?" Fang Qingqing remarked disdainfully. At her words, Yuan Xuanqing ceased his actions and didn't respond to her inquiry. He rose from atop Li Qing, cleared his throat, and said, "Ahem, allow me to introduce. This is Lin Yingxue, and this is Li Qing, both my companions." He then introduced the two to Lin Yingxue and Li Qing. "This is Fang Qingqing, a remarkably skilled special police officer, though she is younger than you, only 18. "She is only 18? Lin Yingxue and Li Qing exclaimed in astonishment as they turned to Fang Qingqing. Fang Qingqing observed the awkward situation, flipped it around, and noted how her age had captivated Lin Yingxue and Li Qing. She thought to herself, "Goodness, Yuan Xuanqing is truly incorrigible." After the three women exchanged greetings, Yuan Xuanqing added, "Yingxue, Li Qing, your punishment is not yet complete. Tonight, Qingqing will teach you how to use firearms. And tomorrow you will start learning how to eliminate zombies." "Understood, senior." Lin Yingxue nodded earnestly in response. To her, as long as Yuan Xuanqing was no longer angry, she would comply with anything. "Ah!" Li Qing exclaimed, completely unprepared for Yuan Xuanqing's sudden declaration. "Why do we have to learn?" she asked, her voice tinged with fear. "Because you will frequently encounter zombies. This is the apocalypse, not your previous life," Yuan Xuanqing replied sternly. "But we..." Li Qing attempted to argue, only to be interrupted by Yuan Xuanqing. "There are no buts. This is a punishment. And it is also a fundamental condition for your survival in the future." Resigned, Li Qing could only agree, recognizing the validity of Yuan Xuanqing's reasoning. In this apocalypse, they had no other options. Subsequently, she took the bag from Fang Qingqing and began distributing firearms. Li Qing received a Type 97 shotgun and a Type 92 pistol, while Lin Yingxue was given a UMP-9 submachine gun and a Type 92 pistol. This distribution was based on the quantity of ammunition available, given the limited supply. It was better for each person to stick to one type of weapon. Fang Qingqing then commenced teaching them the usage methods, with Yuan Xuanqing learning alongside them. At dinner time, Yuan Xuanqing allocated the enhancement fruits. 2 first-tier fruits were given to Lin Yingxue and Li Qing, while a 0-tier fruit was given to Fang Qingqing. After consumption, Lin Yingxue and Li Qing experienced a 3-fold enhancement, while Fang Qingqing's enhancement was doubled. Since they would be going out to learn how to eliminate zombies the next day, a single enhancement for Fang Qingqing was sufficient to handle most situations. In contrast, Lin Yingxue and Li Qing were weaker, so prioritizing their enhancements would increase their margin for error. Curiously eyeing the enhancement fruit in her hand, Fang Qingqing asked Yuan Xuanqing, "Is this the secret behind your strength?" Yuan Xuanqing nodded, affirming, "Indeed." Fang Qingqing contemplated asking him where the fruit came from, but quickly dismissed the thought. considering he likely wouldn't divulge the truth, especially since she had just joined the team. After dinner, Yuan Xuan clapped his hands and said, "I'd like to discuss our future plans with everyone." The group looked up at him, eagerly awaiting his next words. "First and foremost, our goal is to survive. To endure as long as possible," Yuan Xuan stated solemnly. "This world has changed, zombies roam freely, and humanity is no longer the master of the earth. However, we cannot give up. We must seek opportunities for survival. Therefore, in the coming days, we will train to enhance our survival skills. Afterward, I plan to find a secure location to establish a force that will ensure our safety and livelihood in the future." "Establish a force?" Li Qing questioned, looking at Yuan Xuan with confusion, struggling to grasp the meaning behind his words. "Yes, establish a force," Yuan Xuan confirmed, nodding as he elaborated. "The world is in chaos. What we witnessed yesterday and today has proven one point. In this lawless, disorderly environment, only the strong can survive. We must create our own force to secure our footing in this apocalypse. Moreover, establishing a force serves another purpose, to restore production. Eventually, the food in the city will spoil and decay. We must expedite the restoration of production to meet our daily needs. The sooner we establish ourselves, the sooner we can reap the benefits. A secure location? Isn't this place adequate? There are fewer zombies, and it has walls," Lin Xue inquired. Yuan Xuan shook his head. "There is no arable land here. The walls aren't tall enough. Those jumping zombies could easily scale them, not to mention the mutated ones. As for where to establish our force," he looked at Li Qing and continued, "the 5-star prison hotel to the west of K City. Miss Li, you've surely visited it, right? You mean the happy prison that my father invested in?" "Of course I've been there," Li Qing responded immediately, realizing what Yuan Xuan was considering. That hotel was constructed to resemble a prison, and her father had invested over 200 million. It boasted thick walls reaching 7 meters, surrounded by barbed wire and a moat, with all the necessary facilities powered by solar energy. Additionally, to enhance its appeal as a tourist attraction, it featured a fish pond and a farm. All they needed to restore food production was to bring seeds. "Exactly, that's south the place," Yuan Xuan confirmed, continuing. "It's elevated, with sturdy walls that are hard for zombies to breach. Most importantly, it has ample farmland and livestock areas to provide us with sufficient food resources. However, it is likely that the place has been overrun by zombies, rendering our access impossible." Li Qing expressed her concern. Yuan Xuan chuckled and said, "That is precisely why we must enhance our strength swiftly. With sufficient power, we shall be able to seize that location." In truth, Yuan Xuan spoke these words merely to motivate them. He intended to clear the hotel alone, for its many corners and rooms posed a risk of ambush, making it safer for him to venture forth alone. "But our ammunition may be insufficient," Fang Qingqing interjected. "I have heard of that hotel as well. It seems to have over 20 floors, and undoubtedly, there are numerous zombies, perhaps even mutated ones inside. How we allocate our ammunition rests in your capable hands," Yuan Xuan remarked, looking at Fang Qingqing. "You are the expert here. We shall heed your guidance." Fang Qingqing felt a bit uneasy but replied, "Very well. I shall do my utmost." "All right, let us conclude for today. Everyone should take a rest," Yuan Xuan announced, rising to indicate the meeting was over. Li Qing hesitated before speaking up. Yuan Xuan turned to her and inquired, "What is it?" Biting her lip, Li Qing said, "On our way to the happiness prison. Could we make a stop at Liu Club?" "Liu Club?" Yuan Xuan furrowed his brow, as the name seemed vaguely familiar, yet he couldn't recall its significance. "It is my father's company," Li Qing added, sensing Yuan Xuan's confusion. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xuan realized he had yet to inquire whether the 3 women had any family or friends to rescue. Accustomed to living alone, he had few relatives and friends, most of whom were mere drinking companions without deep connections. Yet the others were different. They likely had families and friends, and amidst this catastrophe, they must be deeply concerned about their loved ones. "Ah, you are worried about your father's situation then? Very well, we shall make a visit," Yuan Xuan promptly agreed. "Thank you, Yuan Xuan," Li Qing said gratefully, her eyes shimmering with tears. She had refrained from mentioning it earlier, fearing Yuan Xuan would decline, as she believed their bond was not particularly strong. To request assistance in rescuing someone in this apocalypse felt akin to asking someone to risk their life for her. Her heart had been tumultuous with anxiety. Yet Yuan Xuan's easy consent moved her, and tears flowed uncontrollably. "It is nothing. We are now friends and partners." It is only right that we assist one another. Yuan Xuan waved his hand dismissively, indicating she need not concern herself. Given his current capabilities, rescuing a few individuals was not a daunting task. Ing Shui, Qingqing, do you have family that requires rescue? Speak up, so we can plan our route accordingly. Yuan Xuan turned to the two women again. I do not. My parents have been unreachable since they left the village for work years ago, and my grandmother, who raised me, has also passed away. Lin Yingxue lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly, clearly recalling her deceased relatives. I have no one either. Fang Qingqing fell silent for a moment, revealing her family circumstances. Similar to Lin Yingxue, her father had perished in the line of duty. Her mother had been abroad for a long time without returning, and her grandfather, who had raised her, had also passed away that very morning. Upon hearing their responses, Yuan Xuan fell silent as well, surprised to learn of the dire circumstances surrounding their families, both having lost loved ones. He scratched his head, uncertain how to comfort them. And after a moment of contemplation, he organized his thoughts and said, "It appears we are all kindred spirits in misfortune. My situation is not dissimilar. I have never even seen what my parents look like, having been shuffled around among relatives since childhood." Lin Yingxue and Fang Qingqing lifted their heads in astonishment, realizing that Yuan Xuanqing's familial situation was equally bleak. At least they had seen their parents' faces, and they couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. However, since fate has brought us together, Yuan Xuanqing took a deep breath and continued, "From now on, we shall be like family. I will treat you as my own kin. Whatever food I have, you shall share." Wow, such words. Family? You don't mean to suggest you wish to marry us all, do you? Li Qing teased, covering her mouth with a mischievous smile. Why not? If you are willing, I would be more than delighted, Yuan Xuanqing replied with a smile, raising his hands in a gesture of openness. The three women were momentarily taken aback, particularly Li Qing, who had intended her jest to lighten the mood, expecting Yuan Xuanqing to respond with a quip to dismiss the matter. To her astonishment, Yuan Xuanqing had taken her jest seriously. She couldn't help but admire his audacity. He was indeed the notorious playboy of the school, unabashedly admitting such a thing without a hint of embarrassment. Ah, truly impressive, Yuan the playboy? I never anticipated such a response from you. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Li Qing mimicked the ancient gesture of clasping her hands in greeting, bowing playfully. Yuan Xuanqing mirrored her action, returning the gesture. I must accept your challenge, Lady Li. How could I possibly back down? Observing the two, Lin Yingxue and Fang Qingqing exchanged amused glances, recognizing that Li Qing and Yuan Xuanqing were merely trying to lighten the atmosphere. Yet both couldn't help but ponder what they would do if Yuan Xuanqing's words were sincere. Although this was an apocalypse, the idea of multiple women sharing a single husband seemed rather. Lin Yingxue contemplated earnestly, while Fang Qingqing dismissed the thought with a quick slap to her forehead, casting it aside. However, only Yuan Xuanqing understood that his earlier statement was indeed serious. It was one of his future aspirations, to build an immense force, gather a multitude of companions, and live a life akin to a harem. In this apocalyptic world, who wouldn't seek a harem? Of course, he had no intention of forcing anyone. Those who wished to join would be welcomed, while those who did not could simply depart. Yuan Xuanqing preferred voluntary companionship over coercion. After all, he envisioned a future partner with whom he could share his life, not someone he had to remain vigilant against while sleeping, fearing betrayal. That would be most unpleasing. Chapter 26. Rain in the Dead of Night. A gentle drizzle began to fall, the water pooling on the streets reflecting the moonlight, creating mottled shadows. The city of K seemed to grow more silent in the rain, with only the occasional growls of zombies piercing the stillness, a reminder that this place remained a hellish dystopia. On the playground of the Finance and Trade College, a colossal shadow stood in the rain, gazing skyward at the delicate droplets. It was Yuan Xuanqing, transformed into his black beast form. He looked up at the descending rain with a hint of perplexity. Each droplet that landed upon him seemed to invigorate him, as if the continuous downpour would prolong the duration of his black beast form. He had come to the playground to resolve matters left unfinished during the day, rooting out the problem entirely. After dispatching an exhausted member of the athletics team in the gym, this peculiar rain had begun to fall. Strange, indeed, for not only did the rain contain energy, but Yuan Xuanqing could also discern bluish light within the droplets, each the size of a grain of rice. Observing his surroundings, he noted that the zombies had ceased their wandering, standing still and gazing skyward, motionless. Upon inquiring with the black insect within him about the nature of the rain, he learned that it too was uncertain. Only aware that this rain could replenish energy and suggesting that Yuan Xuan collects some in containers for future use, not only as a restorative liquid, but also as sustenance. The black insect estimated that the energy content of a cup of this rain was equivalent to the calories found in 10 kilograms of pork. Unfortunately, it also conveyed some bad news. This energy could not be utilized to create enhanced fruits. Furthermore, the zombies exposed to the rain might evolve, their transformations varying according to their individual absorption capabilities. Upon grasping the situation, Yuan Xuan took immediate action, gathering numerous containers outside the North Academic Building. He also procured some beverage bottles to collect and preserve the rainwater. During this endeavor, he inquired whether humans could consume it, but the black insect remained uncertain. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. "Brother Yuan, what are you doing here?" It was Fang Qingqing, descending from the building, her expression one of curiosity. Yuan Xuan had asked her to keep watch while he left the North Academic Building, and it seemed she had noticed his unusual activities. "This rain is rather peculiar. I intend to collect some for research," he replied. "Peculiar? What is strange about it?" Fang Qingqing asked, tilting her head to observe the sky while shielding her lovely face from the falling droplets. To her, it appeared to be nothing more than ordinary rain. "I noticed a downside to this rain. It can cause zombies to evolve," Yuan Xuan sighed, turning to face her, concern evident in his tone. "This means that if the zombies absorb enough of this rain, they may become stronger and more dangerous." Upon hearing this, Fang Qingqing's expression shifted, the implications dawning on her. "I saw one earlier. It was a stumbling, ordinary zombie, but after being drenched in the rain, its movements became much quicker." Yuan Xuan nodded. "Doesn't that make our situation even more perilous?" "Yes, indeed," she replied, anxiety creeping into her voice. "Thus, we must devise a solution to this problem," he said, furrowing his brow in contemplation. "Should we inform the others?" Fang Qingqing ventured cautiously. Yuan Xuan shook his head. "Not yet. I need to observe further. Perhaps this rain has other applications. Speaking of which, Qingqing, you previously mentioned our ammunition was insufficient. Did your grandfather ever tell you the location of the military encampment? If the zombies grow stronger, those that can run and jump will significantly reduce our accuracy." Yuan Xuan diverted the topic. He had not intended to directly ask Fang Qingqing about this matter, preferring to wait until their rapport deepened. Yet today's rain instilled an unsettling feeling within him. Fang Qingqing pondered his words. Her grandfather had indeed shared that information before leaving, but he had instructed her to first assess Yuan Xuan's character before making any decisions. After spending a day with him, she felt that although he acted ruthlessly, it was a necessity in their current world, lest they fall victim to the wicked. Moreover, Yuan Xuan did not resemble those nefarious individuals. Despite having two beautiful girls by his side, he never coerced them into anything, and both girls willingly chose to accompany him. Additionally, Yuan Xuan had saved her twice in a single day. After deliberation, Fang Qingqing resolved, "Yes, my grandfather did mention it, but that place is quite distant. Over 60 kilometers from K-City. It won't be easy to reach, and we will need to find several vehicles to transport the supplies back." Yuan Xuan nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your trust. I will handle the logistics of transport." What began as a tentative inquiry had surprisingly yielded a positive response from Fang Qingqing, indicating that his rapport with her had indeed improved. He gazed at the sky, where the rain continued to fall incessantly, as he contemplated how to procure ammunition from such a distance. Since it is so far, we should not alter our immediate plans. For ammunition replenishment, we can check the police station and precinct in the city when the time comes, Yuan Xuan stated. "All right then," Fang Qingqing replied, nodding. "If we head west, there is the location of our special police team's base, where we can also look for ammunition." However, before the outbreak of the zombie disaster, all teams were deployed, so I suspect there won't be much left. "Yes, we shall see when we arrive." The two continued to converse for a while, after which Yuan Xuan suggested that Fang Qingqing return to rest. He would keep watch for the night, observing the rain's behavior. He considered that if zombies could evolve through the rain, perhaps humans could as well. However, he was uncertain whether the rain would be beneficial for them and did not wish to risk allowing them to be drenched or to drink it. If the rain were harmful, there would be no means to find a doctor for treatment. This water must be tested on someone, had I known. I wouldn't have eliminated the entire athletics team. But regretting it now is futile. I can only hope to find a survivor to experiment upon. The rain fell for approximately 30 minutes before it ceased. Yuan Xuan took stock of his collection, which amounted to 31 filled 500-milliliter bottles of mineral water. The next morning, after breakfast, everyone began preparing for the day's training. Today, we will first learn how to use firearms, Fang Qingqing informed the three individuals. She then picked up a gun and began demonstrating how to load ammunition and how to shoot. The three watched attentively, diligently noting each step. Under Fang Qingqing's guidance, they quickly grasped the fundamentals of shooting. Subsequently, they moved to the road approximately 500 meters from the North Academic Building. Ahead, 200 or 300 zombies swayed aimlessly. Fang Qingqing pointed at the zombies and instructed the three, "Today, your targets are those zombies. Each of you will have 100 rounds. Use your firearms to hit as many of them as possible. Remember the 3 points of alignment I taught you during practice last night. When aiming, consider both air resistance and light interference. Do not aim directly at the center of the vital area, but rather at its lower edge. Additionally, lower your breathing frequency while aiming, and control your trigger pull to avoid excessive force." Lin Yingxue and Fang Qingqing nodded, their expressions tightening with tension. This was their first time wielding a gun and facing zombies in reality. Fang Qingqing stepped forward first, taking a deep breath as she aimed at a zombie 200 meters away, squeezing the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the zombie 200 meters away collapsed. Lifeless. Just like that. After Fang Qingqing's demonstration, Yuan Xuan and the other two began their shooting practice in succession. Initially, Lin Yingxue and Li Qing struggled with accuracy, but as time passed and their ammunition increased, they gradually mastered the art of shooting. Although they had yet to strike any vital points, their hits on the zombies became more frequent. In contrast, Yuan Xuan demonstrated remarkable proficiency, achieving a 60 hit rate within a distance of 100 meters after firing only about 40 shots. Fang Qingqing, astonished, inquired, "Brother Yuan, have you used a gun before?" Yuan Xuan nodded. "Yes, I often visited a shooting club to practice with air guns." This statement was fabricated. His extraordinary accuracy stemmed from enhanced abilities, superior reflexes, controlled breathing, and formidable strength, which ensured a recoil-free experience. Additionally, his lack of fear towards the zombies meant that his current practice merely required the accumulation of aiming skills and shooting experience. On the other hand, Lin Yingxue and Li Qing, having enhanced their abilities to 3 times their normal capacity, grasped the basic techniques after firing 100 rounds, ultimately achieving a 40 hit rate with their last 10 shots at the 100-meter mark. Upon realizing they had exhausted their ammunition and observing the relentless approach of the zombies, Fang Qingqing concluded, "All right, let's call it a day." Concerned for the trio's safety amidst the growing horde, Yuan Xuan spoke up. Lin Yingxue and Li Qing both exhaled in relief. Despite the brief duration of their training, it had pushed their mental limits. After all, they were merely ordinary female university students, and managing to suppress their nausea in the face of such gruesome scenes was commendable. As they retreated, Fang Qingqing noticed that the zombies ceased their pursuit approximately 400 meters from the North Academic Building. Intrigued, she asked Yuan Xuan, "Why did the zombies stop chasing us?" Before he could respond, Li Qing interjected, "It's because the day before yesterday, Yuan Xuan killed a mutated zombie. Its death cry was utterly chilling, and since that day, no zombies have approached the North Academic Building." Fang Qingqing turned to Yuan Xuan with a look of astonishment. Could this man truly have slain a mutated zombie? Did he also eliminate those in the police station? Why was he concealing such information? Her curiosity about Yuan Xuan deepened. Upon returning to the North Academic Building, the group took a brief respite before Fang Qingqing commenced instruction on the use of melee weapons. Chapter 27, Scavenging at Noon. After lunch, Fang Qingqing commenced instructing Lin Yingxue and Li Qing in the usage of close combat weapons and hand-to-hand combat techniques. Yuan Xuan did not participate. He merely observed the three engaged in sparring. Although Fang Qingqing's enhancements were not as pronounced as those of Lin Yingxue and Li Qing, her skills utterly overshadowed theirs. Even when they teamed up, they struggled to match her prowess, often finding themselves bested by a single well-placed move. After watching for a while, Yuan Xuan concluded that the two still had much to learn, prompting him to venture outside. He instructed the 3 women to contact him via walkie-talkie should any incident arise, and if they wished for a repeat of the previous day, he would seize what was most precious to them. This was not a jest. Upon hearing this, aside from Lin Yingxue, whose face flushed crimson and remained silent, both Li Qing and Fang Qingqing simultaneously chastised him as a rogue. Having given his instructions, Yuan Xuan departed from the Financial and Trade Academy in his armored vehicle. He had two objectives for the day. First, to visit a nearby police station to procure any available equipment and ammunition. Second, to gather food and medical supplies. For one cannot subsist solely on ration packs and instant noodles every day. A balanced diet and essential medications were imperative. After leaving the school, Yuan Xuan noticed a grocery store along the way and decided to enter. He meticulously collected non-perishable food items such as canned fruits, self-heating rice, instant hot pot, nuts, and chocolate. Following this, he proceeded to the nearest farmer's market, where he sought out long-lasting vegetables like potatoes, onions, radishes, pumpkins, sweet potatoes, and cabbage. He also rummaged through a butcher's freezer for any salvageable meat. Lastly, he visited a pharmacy, gathering an assortment of commonly used medications to fill his vehicle. Although the space in the armored vehicle was ample, it could only accommodate so much. Within 2 hours, it was filled to the brim, leaving no room even in the passenger seat for additional supplies. Subsequently, Yuan Xuan sought out several local police stations in search of ammunition and weapons. However, his efforts yielded little. The ordinary police stations were poorly equipped, only possessing a handful of service revolvers, which Yuan Xuan regarded with disdain. He did manage to take some bullets, totaling just over 300 rounds of handgun ammunition and slightly more than 100 rounds of rifle ammunition across the 3 stations. After transporting these items back to the academy, he casually dispatched 2 zombies to smear himself with their blood, thus reducing any suspicion from the women. Upon arriving at the Northern Teaching Building, Fang Qingqing and the others were taken aback when they came down to retrieve the supplies. They were unaware of how Yuan Xuan had managed to acquire such a substantial amount of resources in just over 2 hours. However, they tacitly refrained from inquiring, trusting that he would share the details when he deemed it appropriate. The 3 women busied themselves with organizing the supplies, while Yuan Xuan remained downstairs, inspecting the armored vehicle. He noticed that the vehicle, which had only a third of its fuel when he first set out, had nearly depleted its reserves after 2 days of travel. Additionally, he realized he needed to find tools and materials to further modify and reinforce the vehicle. During his return the previous day, he had collided with numerous zombies. While the body of the vehicle sustained minimal damage, the bumper was considerably dented, and the headlights had suffered minor cracks. Yuan Xuan contemplated adding a plow to the front of the vehicle, inspired by certain films and video games. With daylight still on his side, he resolved to venture out once more in search of gasoline, tools, and materials for modification. Though he was not adept at vehicle modification, he believed that anything could be learned, and if all else failed, he could always seek out books to study. Upon leaving the academy again, Yuan Xuan first headed to a gas station. Due to a power outage, the pumps were inoperable. However, the station was equipped with a generator, allowing him to temporarily access the fuel. After filling the armored vehicle to capacity and securing an additional canister of gasoline, he made his way to an auto repair market. As he approached the entrance, he spotted dozens of zombies moving towards the interior of the market. Alive humans? Yuan Xuan observed the zombies heading in a singular direction, a behavior indicative of potential prey. Narrowing his eyes, he focused on their destination, a closed storefront with an iron gate, where zombies were already pounding against the roll-up door. Curious about who could be so careless as to attract such a horde of zombies, he retrieved his binoculars to observe the window of the shop. Through the lenses, he discerned another zombie on the 2nd floor, relentlessly banging against the door. Realization dawned upon him. The sound of a person within the shop, transformed into a zombie, had attracted the nearby undead, drawing them to the roll-up door. Setting down the binoculars, Yuan Xuan exited the vehicle, intending to investigate who was trapped inside. If it were a woman, particularly an attractive one, he would rescue her. However, if it turned out to be a man, he would reconsider. Yuan Xuan had no intention of adding men to his group, as his team comprised solely of women. Having a man would complicate matters. As for himself, he was destined to be the future husband of several women, which presented no inconvenience. Arriving at the storefront, he extended his tendrils to pull himself up to the 2nd floor's security cage, peering through the window. Inside, he found a trapped individual curled up on the bed, tightly wrapped in a blanket, trembling from fear. Judging by the physique, it appeared to be a young child. Alas, the poor child. Yuan Xuan sighed softly, then forcefully created an opening in the security cage large enough for him to enter. Upon entering the room, the sound of his feet landing on the floor startled the child, who instinctively trembled more violently. Noticing this, Yuan Xuan quickly reassured, "Do not be afraid. I am human, not a zombie." Hearing a voice, the occupant of the bed cautiously lifted the blanket, revealing a cherubic face of a boy around 10 years old, with short hair. Initially filled with terror, the boy's eyes seemed to flicker with a glimmer of hope upon recognizing Yuan Xuan. However, upon realizing the boy was male, Yuan Xuan felt conflicted about whether to take him along. Not taking him seemed unkind, yet bringing him would complicate matters. Thud, thud, thud. Why was he even wrestling with such thoughts? In this apocalyptic world, one ought not to possess a savior's heart. Thud, thud, thud. Such sentimentality could lead to his own demise. Thud, thud, thud. The incessant noise from the zombies outside only heightened his agitation, prompting him to stride over and open the door. Drawing his axe, he cleaved through the nearest zombie, leaving the boy in stunned silence, trembling even more violently at the sudden display of violence. After dispatching the zombie, Yuan Xuan noticed that a female corpse, partially devoured by the undead, lay nearby. He paid it no further mind, closing the door behind him as he asked, "Are you the child of this shop?" Ultimately, he resolved to ascertain the child's circumstances before making any further decisions. Due to his irritation, his tone was somewhat harsh, and with blood staining his visage from the recent kill, he must have appeared rather fearsome, causing the boy to shudder. "Why yes, I am the child of this shop," the boy stammered, his voice quivering as he struggled to respond. Yuan Xuan inquired, "Was that zombie outside someone you knew? Your father?" If the slain creature was indeed the boy's family, he would reconsider rescuing him, for the child might not comprehend that Yuan Xuan was there to save him. The young boy shook his head, a sorrowful glint in his eyes as he replied, "No. My father transformed into a monster from the very beginning, and my mother killed him. The person outside is a neighbor who came here seeking help this morning. My mother. She let him in, but just a short while ago, he too became a monster and attacked my mother." Although the boy's voice quivered with emotion, he succinctly conveyed the entire sequence of events, proving himself to be quite an astute child with a clear sense of logic. "Oh, to save others, yet bring harm upon oneself?" Yuan Xuan scoffed inwardly, reflecting on the fate that befalls those who play the role of a savior in a post-apocalyptic world. He had perused numerous narratives set in such dire circumstances and understood the peril of adopting a martyr's stance. Self-destruction was inevitable, not to mention the potential danger posed to companions. Henceforth, he resolved to intervene less, unless, of course, the individual in question happened to be an attractive girl, in which case he would assess the situation accordingly. "Well, child, I shall leave some food for you, and the zombies at the entrance will be dealt with. Remember this lesson, do not let strangers in again." After stating this, Yuan Xuan placed some provisions down and intended to depart, thinking to himself that the role of a savior was one he would not assume, choosing instead to act according to his own desires. "Wait, big brother, can you take me with you?" the boy suddenly exclaimed, his voice tinged with a hint of desperation. Yuan Xuan halted, turning to scrutinize the boy with a furrowed brow. "Kid, do not overreach. I can fix cars, and I can cook and do laundry." Despite his fear, the boy was attempting to persuade Yuan Xuan to allow him to accompany him. "Oh, you can fix cars at such a young age? Who taught you?" Yuan Xuan queried, a flicker of admiration crossing his gaze, regardless of the truth of his claim. It was impressive that he understood the importance of showcasing his worth at such a tender age. Evidently, he had been raised well. Moreover, Yuan Xuan indeed required assistance with modifying and maintaining vehicles. "With my father, he started teaching me when I was very young," the boy replied nervously, uncertain whether his knowledge was sufficient, and added, "I can also cook and do laundry." "All right, then come with me. However, let me make myself clear. If you deceive me or disobey, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. Do you understand?" Yuan Xuan gazed at the boy with an unyielding authority. The boy trembled under Yuan Xuan's intense gaze, but nodded firmly, whispering, "I understand, big brother." Satisfied, Yuan Xuan turned and left the room, instructing, "Prepare your belongings before I finish dealing with the zombies outside." 10 minutes later, Yuan Xuan returned to the boy's room, bloodied axe in hand, to find the boy ready with a backpack and a red suitcase beside him. Approaching, Yuan Xuan was taken aback to discover that aside from a few articles of clothing, the boy's belongings consisted predominantly of tools and books for car repair. Not bad. Yuan Xuan began to grow fond of this clever child and inquired, "What is your name? How old are you?" "My name is Tang Zishi, and I am 12 years old." As he answered, Tang Zishi carefully observed Yuan Xuanqing's expression, fearful of any misstep. Yuan Xuanqing nodded. 12 years old was an acceptable age, suitable for entry into a women's bathhouse. In other words, the boy was still naive regarding certain matters, posing no threat. "Let us go," stated Yuan Xuanqing, turning to another room to lift the female corpse before descending the stairs. Tang Zishi followed closely, uncertain of where Yuan Xuanqing intended to take his mother's body. Upon exiting the shop, he was astounded to see a multitude of zombie corpses strewn about, realizing that one person had single-handedly vanquished so many. He also noticed a freshly dug pit in the nearby greenery. Yuan Xuanqing approached the pit and placed the female corpse inside, then began to cover the hole, forming a grave. Afterward, he stacked several stones atop it, clasped his hands together, and offered a silent prayer. This series of actions deeply moved Tang Zishi, who felt grateful for his decision to accompany Yuan Xuanqing. Though he appeared fierce, Yuan Xuanqing was indeed a good person. Had he known Tang Zishi's thoughts, he would have scoffed, dismissing the idea as absurd. What did a mere child know of morality? Tang Zishi approached the grave, clasping his hands together in his heart, whispering, "Mother, I promise to live well for both of us. Please bless me and this big brother from above." Upon reaching the formidable third-generation vehicle, Tang Zishi's eyes widened with curiosity and awe. It was his first encounter with such an impressive and advanced machine, and he could not resist reaching out to touch the cold metal surface, which sent his heart racing. "I want to add a plow to this vehicle. Can you manage that?" Yuan Xuanqing asked. Tang Zishi nodded, responding, "Yes, that modification is not difficult, but it requires some materials." He pointed towards a nearby shop, indicating where the necessary supplies could be found. Eagerly, he started to run towards the store, but Yuan Xuanqing quickly grabbed the collar of his shirt, pulling him back. Raising his hand, Yuan Xuanqing slapped Tang Zishi across the face and scolded, "Do you wish to die? Do you know if there are zombies in that store?" Stunned by the sudden blow, Tang Zishi covered his face and lowered his head, refraining from retorting. Yuan Xuanqing glared at him, his tone stern as he admonished, "If you want to help, you must first ensure your own safety. In this apocalypse, never let your guard down. Otherwise, you will become the next target of the zombies." Tang Zishi trembled at Yuan Xuanqing's words, biting his lip and falling silent. Being a clever child, he recognized that his actions had been recklessly impulsive. "Remember this lesson," Yuan Xuanqing declared, seizing Tang Zishi's collar to open the car door and throwing him inside. "Tell me what materials you need, and I will retrieve them." Sitting in the car, Tang Zishi cautiously observed Yuan Xuanqing's expression, fearful of inciting his anger anew. He promptly listed the required materials for the modifications, silently grateful that his father had taught him about car repairs from a young age, enabling him to respond so quickly. After hearing the list, Yuan Xuanqing entered the store, gathered the materials, and emerged as dusk began to fall. He returned to the school, with Tang Zishi in tow. When Lin Yingxue and the others saw Yuan Xuanqing returning with the child, they were taken aback. "Senior, who is this?" Lin Yingxue asked, glancing at Tang Zishi. "Oh, this is Tang Zishi. He will be our new companion from now on," Yuan Xuanqing introduced simply. "Hello, everyone. I am Tang Zishi," the boy greeted politely, though his demeanor remained somewhat shy and tense. "Hello, I am Lin Yingxue," she replied with a warm smile, which brought a sense of comfort to Tang Zishi. Lin Yingxue attempted to extend her hand for a handshake, but Yuan Xuanqing interjected. "You are filthy. Do not touch my Yingxue. Come, let's get you cleaned up." With that, Yuan Xuanqing dragged Tang Zishi away from the classroom. Yuan Xuanqing had always been somewhat selfish in this regard, disallowing any man from touching his women, and this included children. Wow, Yuan Xuanqing's tastes are growing increasingly peculiar. He doesn't even spare such a young girl. What a lilicon. After Yuan Xuanqing's departure, Li Qing teased from the side. "Qing do not speak nonsense. She is just a child," Lin Yingxue replied, casting a disapproving glance at Li Qing, as she did not believe Yuan Xuanqing would harbor any improper intentions towards Tang Zishi. "Girl? Isn't that a boy?" Fang Qingqing asked in confusion. No. That is a girl. I would never mistake that." Li Qing extended her index finger and shook it, saying, "Ah, really? It looks like a boy to me." Fang Qingqing appeared somewhat incredulous. "Oh, stop arguing. Regardless of whether it's a boy or a girl, it's brought back by the senior. The gender is of no consequence." Lin Yingxue interjected, putting an end to their dispute. Meanwhile, Yuan Xuanqing had already taken Tang Zishi to the fire hydrant. Ever since the water supply had been suspended, they had been bathing using the water from the hydrant. "It's only cold water, but we'll have to make do," he remarked, beginning to remove his clothing. After undressing, Yuan Xuan noticed that Tang Zishi stood there, dazed, gazing at him, a faint blush adorning her youthful face. Why are you just standing there? Aren't you old enough to wash by yourself? Yuan Xuan inquired, puzzled. Tang Zishi, upon hearing his question, felt her blush deepen and replied softly, I can. I just. Stop with the nonsense. Hurry up and take off your clothes. We have things to do later, Yuan Xuan said impatiently, stepping forward to strip Tang Zishi of her clothes entirely. Then, he froze, staring at Tang Zishi's body for a prolonged moment before, feeling embarrassed. He hastily put her clothes back on. After dressing himself, he silently took Tang Zishi's hand and walked back to the classroom, calling out to Lin Yingxue. Yingxue, could you help her with a bath? I'm a bit uncomfortable, he stated. As soon as Yuan Xuan finished speaking, the classroom erupted with Li Qing's boisterous laughter. Ha! Yuan Xuan, are you really that foolish? Did you just realize? What a scoundrel you are. Not even able to distinguish between boys and girls. How can you call yourself a scoundrel? Pathetic. Ha. Oh dear, you're killing me with laughter. Damn it, Li Qing. 3 days without a beating and you're climbing the walls. Yelling scoundrel day in and day out. I've put up with you for far too long. Yuan Xuan retorted angrily before handing Tang Zishi over to Lin Yingxue and storming into the classroom. Soon, the classroom was filled with the sounds of slapping and Li Qing's pleas for mercy. Moments later, Fang Qingqing, her face flushed, exited the classroom, saying, I'll go on patrol, and left without looking back. At that moment, Fang Qingqing felt a bit embarrassed. After all, she was a special police officer. Yet she had failed to see through this situation, which left her feeling somewhat humiliated. Lin Yingxue, meanwhile, could only smile wryly as she gently patted the bewildered Tang Zishi on the head. Zishi, let us go take a bath, shall we? Tang Zishi obediently nodded and followed Lin Yingxue away from the Wilderness Survival Club's classroom entrance. Chapter 29. The Helicopter During Dinner Time. Yuan Xuan returned with a plethora of fresh ingredients, enriching the evening's feast significantly. The dishes prepared by Lin Yingxue were all specialties from her hometown in Long Province. The table was adorned with a delightful array of items: crispy fried pork, stir-fried scallops, sauerkraut stewed with vermicelli, iced city red sausage, 3 fresh vegetables, bouquet roasted meat, braised pork ribs with potatoes, tiger skin pork knuckle, and hot and sour soup, among others. Lin Yingxue was exceptionally skilled in the culinary arts. Each dish was a feast for the senses, prompting eager anticipation among the diners. Li Qing, in particular, could not contain her delight, praising Lin Yingxue's cooking to the point of making her blush. Yingxue, your skills are truly remarkable, Li Qing exclaimed, swallowing a morsel of meat with a look of sheer bliss. Enjoy it while you can. I'll cook for you every day from now on. Lin Yingxue replied with a smile, her heart warmed by the joy of feeding others. Back in her village, she often took on the responsibility of cooking for the family due to her grandmother's limited mobility. She would also lend a hand to neighbors, receiving food or monetary compensation in return, which honed her culinary prowess over time. Yingxue, stop fussing and come eat, Yuan Xuan called from the dining table. All right, senior. Just one more dish, Lin Yingxue responded cheerfully, continuing to stir the ingredients in her large iron pot. Over the past few days of shared living, she had learned about Yuan Xuan's hearty appetite, leading her to procure a large cooking pot from the Foodie Alliance to prepare meals. The dishes were served in bowls, as plates would never suffice for Yuan Xuan's voracious appetite. Before long, Lin Yingxue approached with the final dish, a bowl of fragrant crispy shredded pork. Setting it down, she noticed a bowl of rice and vegetables already prepared for her. Upon looking up, she met Li Qing's knowing glance, which directed her gaze toward Yuan Xuan. Understanding dawned upon her. This meal had been thoughtfully served by him. She looked at Yuan Xuan, her eyes filled with gratitude and tenderness. Thank you, senior, Lin Yingxue whispered, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Eat up. Your dishes are so delicious. I naturally want to serve you more, Yuan Xuan replied, his gaze warm and affectionate. They exchanged smiles, enveloped in a cozy and sweet atmosphere. As Yuan Xuan grew increasingly fond of Lin Yingxue, he appreciated her lack of the undesirable traits often seen in urban women. Instead, she exuded an admirable grace and gentility, embodying the essence of a devoted partner, which any man would cherish. Sometimes, he even felt grateful for the apocalypse. Otherwise, he might never have had the chance to connect with Lin Yingxue. Ugh, I'm full. Why is there still food being served? Li Qing teased with a mischievous grin. Go away. Yuan Xuan shot her a look before placing a piece of meat into Tang Zixie's bowl. Thank you, big brother, Tang Zixie replied politely, though she found Yuan Xuan's sudden change in demeanor puzzling. Since she returned from her bath, he had transformed, speaking to her in a much gentler tone and even presenting her with a lovely dress to wear. No need to thank me. Eat more to grow strong, he said, handing her a box of milk. Tang Zixie accepted it and began to drink, her cherubic face glowing with satisfaction and joy. Such a Lolita lover, Li Qing muttered under her breath, rolling her eyes. Yuan Xuan caught her whisper but chose not to respond. What is wrong with being a Lolita lover? It's not like I'm eating your rice, he thought. He intended to nurture this intelligent and adorable girl into a remarkable woman, envisioning a future where she would marry an extraordinary man. Who might that man be? Of course, it would be himself. He was determined to protect her for a lifetime, under the care and affection of Yuan Xuan and the others. Tang Zixie gradually integrated into this small family amidst the apocalypse. Despite her young age, she was remarkably sensible and knew her responsibilities. Each morning, she would rise early to assist Yuan Xuan in modifying vehicles. Concerned for her safety, he accompanied her, mindful that while there were no zombies nearby, caution was still necessary, especially since she was unable to lift heavier objects. Meanwhile, Lin Xue and Li Qing also rose early to undergo training with Fang Qingqing. Thus, 3 days passed. During this time, after helping to install a vehicle shovel, Yuan Xuan ventured out to eliminate zombies in preparation for creating enhanced fruits for Tang Zixie. He encountered 2 clawed zombies, which he dispatched, yielding 2 first-tier enhancement fruits. The enhancement level of everyone in the group reached the first tier. Yuan Xuan also sought survivors on campus and beyond, but most remained in hiding, fearful to venture outside. He refrained from disturbing them, primarily because he had yet to spot any attractive women. With the presence of exceptional companions like Lin Xue and Li Qing, his standards had risen. He found it challenging to regard anyone below an 85 as worthy, unless they possessed unique skills like Fang Qingqing and Tang Zixie. As dawn broke on the 8th day of the apocalypse, Fang Qingqing and Lin Xue had taken turns keeping watch overnight, allowing Yuan Xuan a much-needed rest. A cacophony of noise jolted him awake. He quickly rose and exited the tent. Brother Yuan, there's a helicopter flying in from the 9 o'clock direction. Approximately 4 kilometers away, Fang Qingqing reported, rushing in from outside. A helicopter? Is it military? Yuan Xuan furrowed his brow, concerned that military personnel might still be active. If they were, he would need to exercise extreme caution to keep his secret, his immunity to zombie attacks, and the presence of black worms within him hidden. Otherwise, the military would surely take action and attempt to capture him for research. No, it doesn't seem to be a military aircraft. I can't describe it precisely. You should go take a look, Fang Qingqing replied, shaking her head. Upon hearing this, as Yuan Xuan prepared to ascend to the rooftop for a better view, he suddenly realized the helicopter's loud noise might attract a horde of zombies. While he could handle it, the safety of the women was paramount. Xue, Li Qing, Zixie, wake up, grab your firearms and ammunition. We must leave immediately, he shouted towards the other tents. Understood, senior. Lin Xue and the others had also heard the helicopter, but were delayed by their need to dress. Don't worry about food, we're out of time. Just take your guns and ammo. Qingqing, help me gather survival gear, he instructed, swiftly packing useful survival tools from the Wilderness Survival Club into a sleeping bag for transport. After about 10 minutes of packing ammunition and gear for Lin Xue and the others, they set off in the vehicle, leaving the North Academic building behind. Without the cover of the building, Yuan Xuan could finally see the helicopter's full silhouette. It was a massive black-painted helicopter. Chapter 30. The onslaught of the undead. Yuan Xuan furrowed his brows and inquired of the driver. Fang Qingqing, can you discern the origin of that helicopter? Fang Qingqing, with a solemn expression, shook her head and replied, this aircraft bears a striking resemblance to the American-made Apache attack helicopter, yet its fuselage is significantly larger, more akin to a transport variant. Such equipment is not typically available to ordinary military forces, and I have never encountered the insignia displayed on it. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xuan seized a pair of binoculars and leaned out from the weapon station atop the vehicle, pondering the helicopter's purpose for its arrival. Was it in search of survivors? Or did it harbor ulterior motives? Through the binoculars, he observed numerous survivors on the rooftops of the nearby skyscrapers, clutching fabric banners emblazoned with SOS. desperately seeking the helicopter's assistance. However, the helicopter showed no inclination to halt, proceeding directly towards the direction of the Financial and Trade Academy. It was now a mere 2 kilometers away. Li Zhongmin, Professor Li Zhongmin and his family, if you can hear this broadcast, please signal back. We are here to provide rescue. A cold male voice emanated from the helicopter's loudspeaker, resonating throughout the vicinity of the Financial and Trade Academy. Professor Li Zhongmin? Is that our school's economics professor? Lin Xue inquired with a hint of surprise. Yes, it must be him. It appears these individuals are here for a rescue operation. Yuan Xuan affirmed with a nod, though a sense of unease lingered within him. To dispatch such a significant helicopter merely for the sake of rescuing one professor? In his estimation, the helicopter could accommodate at least 50 individuals. Yet, it remained indifferent to the pleas of the survivors on the rooftops. Truly, this was the apocalypse. Even in rescue efforts, only those deemed useful were saved. He thought to himself that had he not fortuitously acquired the black insect, he too might have perished from starvation within the confines of a hotel, uncared for, and the fates of Lin Xue and the others would likely have been equally grim. At that moment, Yuan Xuan felt an overwhelming urge to shoot at the helicopter's cockpit with a sniper rifle. However, it was merely a fleeting thought. He lacked the precision for such an endeavor and found no inclination to pursue it. A mental image of the helicopter being shot down served as a momentary release. Suddenly, from a skyscraper less than 2 kilometers west of the Financial and Trade Academy, a missile was launched. The helicopter, upon witnessing this, swiftly altered its course towards the building, presumably to rescue those within. Brother Yuan, we must retreat. Zombies are approaching, Fang Qingqing urgently warned. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xuan immediately leapt down from the weapon station and glanced ahead. A horde of zombies was charging towards the helicopter's direction, their guttural moans echoing ominously. As they passed by the vehicle, they noticed the presence of individuals at the Meritorious Three and redirected their momentum towards Yuan Xuan and his companions. Fang Qingqing, realizing the peril, attempted to steer away, but upon checking the rearview mirror, she saw yet another throng of zombies surging from the direction of the North Academic Building. It was not only the remnants of zombies that Yuan Xuan had previously dispatched within the campus, but also a multitude pouring in from the surrounding streets. The densely packed heads formed a terrifying sea of darkness, instilling a sense of claustrophobia among the women in the vehicle. What horrified them further was the sight of the zombies relentlessly crashing against the North Academic Building's walls, with those at the forefront sustaining grievous injuries and falling to the ground, only to be followed by their companions who stumbled over them, rapidly creating a mound of corpses that allowed subsequent zombies to surmount the walls. An unrelenting wave of undead surged towards the helicopter, their cacophony of wails and thundering footsteps drawing in even more from afar. The North Academic Building's walls could not withstand the onslaught for long, eventually crumbling under the weight of the horde. The zombies infiltrated the building, smashing through doors and windows. When blocked, they either circumvented the obstacles through the courtyard or ascended the stairs, descending from upper windows, all in relentless pursuit of the helicopter. The women observed with trepidation, grateful for Yuan Xuan's decisive order to vacate the area, for had he hesitated, they would surely have been engulfed by the horde. Yet the crisis was far from over. They found themselves trapped, with zombies swarming in from both front and rear. Charge through, Yuan Xuan commanded decisively, understanding that hesitation would only invite more zombies. At that moment, even the Meritorious Three would struggle to break through. Hold on tight. Fang Qingqing responded to the order, lowering the bulletproof steel plate of the front window before flooring the accelerator, propelling the vehicle straight into the mass of zombies. Li Qing, Xue, armed with shotguns, took their positions at the side shooting windows, targeting the approaching undead, while Zishi dutifully replenished their ammunition. Yuan Xuan, seizing 2 grenades, opened the vehicle's roof once more and hurled them into the swarm before swiftly retracting and sealing the hatch. Boom, boom. The thunderous explosions shattered the front ranks of zombies, scattering them in a gruesome display of carnage. However, this did little to deter the relentless tide, which continued surging towards the vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Xue and Li Qing, with shotguns in hand, unleashed a barrage of fire through the shooting ports, each round capable of obliterating the bodies of the zombies. Yet, the sheer number of the undead was overwhelming. Despite their fervent efforts, they could not stem the tide. Yuan Xuan ascended to the weapon station once more, wielding 2 submachine guns as he began to spray the approaching zombies, endeavoring to carve out a path through the carnage, occasionally tossing grenades into particularly dense clusters. Inside the vehicle, Tang Zishi, despite her visible fear, exerted herself to assist the others by loading ammunition, swiftly handing filled magazines to her companions. Yuan Xuan grabbed 3 more grenades and hurled them towards a distance of about 100 meters, then ducked back into the vehicle and shouted, "Qingqing, accelerate." Upon hearing this, Fang Qingqing immediately pressed the accelerator further, the meritorious 3 charging forward like a wild stallion amidst the throng of zombies. From the roof, Yuan Xuan continued to launch grenades, the explosions creating a bloody path for their escape. Occasionally, grenades detonated near the vehicle, but the meritorious 3's defenses were more than capable of withstanding the blasts. Within the vehicle, Lin Yingxue and Li Qing mirrored the chaos outside, their shotguns firing in a symphony of destruction, intertwining with the anguished wails of the undead, painting a vivid tableau of the apocalyptic onslaught. Yet, the zombies were inexhaustible, seemingly emerging from every direction, creating an overwhelming sensation of encirclement with no avenue of escape. "Brother Yuan, what should we do?" Fang Qingqing's voice trembled with fear. Despite her resolute nature, the overwhelming horde instilled a sense of dread. "Do not fear, I am here," Yuan Xuan reassured her, then retrieved 2 cotton balls and stuffed them into Fang Qingqing's ears, disregarding her puzzled expression. He then called out to the other 3 women. "You 3, put down your guns, close your eyes, and cover your ears." Chapter 31. The tigers roar in the forest. Upon hearing this, the 3 women promptly followed suit. While Yuan Xuan extended half of his body out of the car's roof and activated his black beast form. However, this time, he only manifested a small portion of the black organic material, which enveloped his mouth and throat like an assassin's mask. Taking a deep breath, he filled his lungs with air and opened his mouth wide. A roar erupted from his throat, resonating through the sky like thunder striking the ground. Lin Yingxue and the others were startled by this deafening sound, their bodies trembling, yet they dared not open their eyes. The surrounding zombies, upon hearing this thunderous roar, halted in their tracks, gazing at Yuan Xuan in fear, refraining from attacking the vehicle. Although the slower zombies stopped, many of the faster ones, due to inertia, collided into those that had halted in front, initiating a domino effect within the horde, causing them to topple one after another, thereby scattering the zombie crowd significantly. Witnessing this, Yuan Xuan quickly reverted to his original form and signaled Fang Qingqing to rush forward. Fang Qingqing, taken aback, glanced at Yuan Xuan but did not question him. She swiftly pressed the accelerator, and the roar of the Monster 3 engine surged forth as they charged into the zombie horde, successfully breaking through the encirclement in no time. Meanwhile, the personnel aboard the helicopter were equally startled by Yuan Xuan's roar. A blond man in a black military uniform, his expression one of shock, asked, "Is there a tiger-level zombie nearby?" "It's unclear. The sound originated from the 10 o'clock direction, but our view is obstructed by the commercial building. So we cannot confirm the presence of a tiger-level zombie," replied a dark-haired youth in the same uniform, peering through binoculars from the side of the helicopter. "Do we need to get closer to investigate?" The dark-haired youth inquired further. "No, our mission today is to retrieve Professor Li. Let us not complicate matters. Continue your observation. And if any zombie of tiger level or higher approaches, immediately inform the pilot to retreat," the blond man decisively responded. "Understood." After Yuan Xuan and the others drove out of the school, the number of zombies on the streets diminished significantly, suggesting that the main force had moved towards the helicopter. Yuan Xuan settled back into the vehicle, exhaling a sigh of relief. They had succeeded. This roaring tactic was inspired by the sound emitted by the gigantic mutated zombie in the North Learning Building before its demise. Even when it was a fused zombie, it had once controlled the undead to remain in the classroom. Its roar after death had caused the nearby zombies to retreat from the North Learning Building. Initially, he thought it was a skill, but after devouring it, he realized he hadn't acquired it. It was akin to a beast's howl, a form of communication. As the saying goes, the tiger's roar shakes the mountains and forests, for the tiger is the king of the wilderness, and its roar instills fear and reverence in other creatures. Yuan Xuan theorized that zombies might communicate in a manner similar to wild animals, using vocalizations. After consulting with the black insect, he received confirmation that a hierarchy existed among zombies. Those of higher evolutionary levels could intimidate lower-level zombies with their roars. Once confirmed, Yuan Xuan had decisively employed it. Yet, After using it, he felt a sharp pain in his lungs and throat, leaving him somewhat uncomfortable. Turning his gaze towards Lin Yingxue and the other women, he found them obediently covering their ears and keeping their eyes shut. Yuan Xuan found it amusing. He hadn't expected them to be so compliant. Even Li Qing, who often teased him. It appeared they had developed a profound trust in him. Gently moving their hands away, he said, "It's safe now. You may open your eyes." Upon hearing this, the three women opened their eyes simultaneously and looked outside. The number of zombies on the street had significantly dwindled, and the vehicle had successfully escaped the encirclement. Lin Yingxue, Li Qing, and Tang Zixi all breathed a sigh of relief, while Fang Qingqing curiously glanced at Yuan Xuan, eager to understand what he had just done. However, Yuan Xuan remained silent, and she felt it inappropriate to inquire. Instead, she posed another question, "Brother Yuan, where are we headed next?" "To Happiness Prison, via Hashan Road. That route is not a thoroughfare, and there's usually little traffic, so there shouldn't be too many zombies. We can also pass by Liu Society along the way." Fang Qingqing replied, nodding in agreement and promptly adjusting their direction towards the bypass highway. On Hashan Road, Yuan Xuan and the others indeed encountered few zombies. The vehicle sped along, and as Yuan Xuan sat in the passenger seat, he observed the surroundings while contemplating their next plan. Occasionally, Fang Qingqing would steal glances at Yuan Xuan's profile, marveling at how he consistently emerged in critical moments to lead them out of peril. She understood that the tremendous roar earlier had undoubtedly emanated from him. Yet how had he managed to achieve that? This man harbored an abundance of secrets. Glancing through the rearview mirror at Lin Yingxue and Li Qing seated in the back, she presumed they had also sensed something, though they had never inquired. Whenever Yuan Xuan issued a command, they complied without hesitation. Fang Qingqing soon deduced the reason. Yuan Xuan's meticulous care and concern had fostered a deep trust within them. Reflecting on her own feelings, she realized she too felt similarly. Yuan Xuan was reliable in significant matters and attentive to the minutiae during their interactions. After her training sessions, he would always prepare warm water for her, assist her in serving food during meals, and even recently, as the weather turned chilly, he had gone to great lengths to procure a large iron tub to provide them with bucket baths. Despite occasionally casting her a peculiar glance, she understood that such behavior was not unusual for a man. Qingqing stopped the car. As they exited Hepping Road and approached the Fourth Ring interchange, Yuan Xuan suddenly called for a halt. "What's wrong, Brother Yuan?" Fang Qingqing asked, coming back to her senses. "I believe I hear something ahead." Yuan Xuan furrowed his brow, straining to discern the faint and chaotic sounds. After about 10 seconds, Lin Yingxue and Li Qing also picked up on it, and the noises grew increasingly closer. "It's zombies, and there are quite a few," Yuan Xuan asserted confidently. "Should we take a detour?" Fang Qingqing suggested. "No, listen carefully. It seems there are people fighting against the horde." Yuan Xuan's words instantly heightened the tension within the vehicle. Everyone perked up their ears, attentively listening to the sounds emanating from ahead. Indeed, amidst the characteristic groans of zombies, there were also distinct noises resembling human struggle against the undead. However, the sounds were not merely those of hacking and slashing. They were interspersed with crackling noises reminiscent of electrical surges. "What should we do? Should we go check it out?" Fang Qingqing inquired. "Everyone arm yourselves. We're going to investigate," Yuan Xuan decided, his curiosity piqued regarding who would dare to confront such a vast horde of zombies so soon after the apocalypse. As they drew closer, the scene ahead gradually came into focus. It was an expanse of commercial land. In the center of the area, two figures were engaged in combat against approximately 200 zombies, among which were 5 mutated zombies. 2 were clawed zombies, 2 were mantis zombies, and 1 was a type Yuan Xuan had never encountered before. It was larger than the gigantic zombie from the North Learning Building, standing at least 3 meters tall, and its physique was characterized not by exaggerated musculature, but by a round, corpulent form. Its skin was a bluish hue. Its left arm was short and humanoid, while its right arm resembled a hammer, a large round mass. Overall, this overweight zombie bore a striking resemblance to Chung Guohan from the King of Fighters series, differing only in that its hammer was affixed to its hand and it lacked a beard. For reasons unknown, this colossal zombie was shielding its face with the iron hammer it wielded, as if anticipating some impending threat. Were there only 2 of them? Fang Qingqing widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at the 2 young women valiantly battling against the horde of corpses. Chapter 32. The ex-girlfriend squad among them. One petite woman, Possessing an endearing visage and standing nearly at the same height as Li Qing, sported shoulder-length hair and donned a striking black, white, and red martial arts outfit. 2 large blades were sheathed at her waist. Yet, when confronted by the approaching zombies, she refrained from drawing her weapons and instead assumed a martial arts stance recognizable to most of her compatriots, Wing Chun. With remarkable finesse, she executed a series of techniques: the straight punch, the palm strike, the rising fist, whip kicks, and side kicks, each blow landing with precision upon the zombies. Her diminutive frame belied an astonishing strength, capable of shattering a zombie's body with a single punch. With every undead foe she dispatched, a sweet smile graced her small, red lips, evoking a phrase in Yuan Xuanqing's mind: "Though I am charming and delightful, I bring forth death." In contrast, another woman of tall stature and striking features, her long hair flowing in the wind, wore a fitted tank top and tight athletic pants that accentuated her perfect S-curve silhouette. Armed with 2 batons that crackled with electric energy, she dispatched zombies with ease, each swing resulting in an electrifying defeat. With Yuan Xuanqing's keen observation, it became evident that the electricity did not emanate from the batons, but from the very limbs of the woman herself, a revelation that left him astounded. Who was she, truly? Amidst the horde of the undead, 2 clawed zombies leapt about, seemingly in search of an opportunity to attack. Soon enough, they appeared to have found their chance, leaping towards the petite woman in unison. Yet, she seemed blissfully unaware, neglecting the looming threat. "Danger!" Fang Qingqing instinctively shouted. Bang! Bang! Just as her warning echoed, 2 gunshots rang out from the 2nd floor of a building approximately 200 meters behind the 2 women. The heads of the clawed zombies exploded upon impact, their bodies tumbling through the air before crashing to the ground. With the sound of gunfire, Yuan Xuanqing's attention turned to the upper floor, where another tall woman emerged. She was poised with a futuristic silver sniper rifle on the balcony, targeting the horde below. Bang! Bang! 2 more shots rang out, accurately striking the heads of 2 mantis zombies that had been poised to ambush the baton-wielding woman. The precision of her marksmanship left Fang Qingqing in awe. Hitting 4 swiftly moving mutated zombies at such a distance was a feat beyond her capabilities. When Yuan Xuanqing recognized the woman, he was momentarily frozen, as though time itself had come to a standstill. After a lengthy pause, he managed to utter a few words. "Xiao Zhirong? Senior Xiao? Is it really Senior Xiao?" Li Qing exclaimed in astonishment. The strikingly cold beauty and demeanor, coupled with her wine-red hair fashioned into a side ponytail, unmistakably identified her as the senior who had once shared a dormitory with them. However, her military attire caused Li Qing to hesitate in her recognition until Yuan Xuanqing confirmed her identity. Upon hearing the name, Lin Yingshua's heart raced. She momentarily shifted her focus from the battle on the ground to Xiao Zhirong on the balcony, then glanced at Yuan Xuanqing, who seemed lost in thought. His complex expression betrayed a mixture of confusion, curiosity, and resentment. Lin Yingxue recalled that 2 years prior, Yuan Xuanqing had been in a relationship with Xiao Zhirong, but their romance had ended due to his entanglement with another woman, resulting in a significant decline in his reputation among students. After their breakup, Xiao Zhirong had vanished without a trace, never to be seen again at school. The dormitory girls had inquired with teachers, who only knew she had gone for an internship, unaware of her whereabouts. A thunderous roar erupted from a massive hammer-wielding zombie, jolting the occupants of the vehicle back to reality. The anger in its growl was palpable, as it realized that most of its undead brethren had been vanquished by the 2 women. No longer content to observe from the sidelines, it lumbered toward the 2 fighters below. The baton-wielding woman and the petite fighter seemed to anticipate the giant zombie's advance, retreating in unison. It was evident to all within the vehicle that their retreat was deliberate, as they aimed to lure the colossal zombie to a specific location. As the giant zombie crossed a fire hydrant, a gunshot rang out, causing it to explode and unleash a torrent of water that cascaded over the creature, forcing it to stagger back. This brief moment of paralysis was precisely what the 2 women had been waiting for. The petite fighter halted abruptly, pivoting to maneuver behind the hammer zombie, while the baton-wielding woman also came to a stop, her fair arms crackling with electric energy. With a steady flow of electricity coursing through her arms into the baton, she hurled it toward the damp, looming figure of the hammer zombie. The baton, resembling a silver lightning serpent, traced a zigzagging arc through the air before striking the zombie's abdomen. The hammer zombie howled in agony as the electric current coursed through its body, causing its muscles to spasm uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the petite woman had successfully maneuvered to its rear, leaping into the air to draw the twin blades from her waist, aiming for the zombie's right arm. Clang! The metallic clash of her blades against the zombie's tough skin sparked as she made contact. Quite resilient, she thought, furrowing her brow before using the rebound to vault again. This time targeting the same arm with a different technique, her blades enveloped in an invisible force. "Break steel," she exclaimed, crossing her blades like scissors as she sliced toward the zombie's right arm. With a sharp snap, the hammer zombie's iron-like arm was severed beneath her blades. The immense force sent the creature reeling backward, the severed limb tracing a parabolic arc before crashing to the ground. "Captain!" the petite fighter shouted towards the building. Bang! 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 3 gunshots followed, as the absence of the hammer's obstruction made the zombie's massive head an inviting target. The 3 bullets struck true, exploding its head and sending the colossal body crashing to the ground, lifeless. With a sigh of relief, the baton-wielding woman exhaled and remarked through her tactical headset, "Chuyong, you could have simply severed the neck of that wolf-level zombie and killed it directly. Why waste the captain's bullets?" The petite fighter, named Chuyong, paused in contemplation before playfully sticking out her tongue and grinning. "I suppose you're right. How did I overlook that? You're so clever, Qibing. You." The woman named Qibing rubbed her forehead, exasperated, unsure of where to begin her retort to the naive girl. "Stay alert. We have uninvited guests at 3 o'clock. Xiao Zhirong cautioned through the headset. Chapter 33. The Past How Impressive. The onlookers in the vehicle were awestruck by the sight of the 3 women vanquishing the mutated zombies. Yuan Xuan narrowed his eyes, discerning that the petite woman had employed a rather sophisticated sword technique. The invisible gas she wielded must be some form of internal energy. Meanwhile, the woman with the baton exhibited an ability to generate electrical currents, all of which fell under the realm of superhuman abilities. Yet, how could mere mortals possess such powers? Had these women, like him, undergone mutations due to parasitic invasions? Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence. With a bullet striking the ground less than a meter from the vehicle known as the Mighty Warrior 3, sending dust into the air and interrupting Yuan Xuanqing's thoughts. "This is the Julyuo team from the Blue City Shelter. Personnel in the Black Mighty Warrior vehicle. Please disembark in an orderly manner within 10 seconds and promptly report your respective special police unit information. Failure to comply within the stipulated time will force us to take necessary measures." Suddenly, the voice of Xiao Zhirong crackled through the intercom. The occupants of the vehicle were momentarily taken aback, not expecting Xiao Zhirong to contact them in such a manner. How did she know the intercom channel? Moreover, her tone was remarkably authoritative. Before anyone could deliberate on a course of action, Li Qing seized the intercom, leaned out of the window, and called out loudly to Xiao Zhirong, "Senior Xiao, it's me. I'm Li Qing." Upon hearing the voice, a flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Zhirong's icy visage as she aimed her scope at Li Qing's face, confirming her identity. "Junior Li, what are you doing here?" Li Qing's heart raced with excitement upon realizing she had been recognized. Just as she was about to respond, Yuan Xuanqing snatched the intercom from her grasp and said, "Rong Rong. I never imagined I would encounter you here." The name Rong Rong echoed through the intercom, and for the first time, a look of astonishment graced Xiao Zhirong's frostbitten features as she recognized the voice. "Rong Rong, how many secrets have you kept from me? I had no idea you had served in the military or that you were such an adept marksman." With the intercom in hand, Yuan Xuanqing exited the vehicle, directing his gaze towards Xiao Zhirong. Aside from her military attire, she had hardly changed. Yuan Xuanqing's first encounter with Xiao Zhirong occurred during the 2nd semester of their sophomore year. He had approached the faculty office to seek guidance from a counselor, only to have the door swing open as he reached for it. A girl clad in a simple white t-shirt and jeans emerged from the office. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her already stunning features, and when she looked up at Yuan Xuanqing with her cool, piercing eyes, he found himself momentarily entranced. While Yuan Xuanqing frequently claimed to experience love at first sight when pursuing younger girls, he himself had never truly believed in such a phenomenon. Yet, from that day onward, he became deeply captivated by this aloof girl, embarking on a long journey of pursuit. He meticulously gathered information about her major, dormitory, elective courses, and clubs, orchestrating serendipitous encounters at places she frequented. "Oh, what a coincidence. Running into you again, classmate Xiao. Do I know you?" "Hi, classmate Xiao. Here to see a teacher again?" "Not you again. Classmate Xiao, you're in this elective course as well?" What a stroke of luck. Apologies, but this seat is taken. Please sit over there. Classmate Xiao. Just finishing evening study. How about I walk you back to your dorm? Classmate Xiao. Out for a morning run? Me too. Shall we grab breakfast together? These encounters were all meticulously orchestrated by Yuan Xuan, occurring roughly every 2 or 3 days. Without these orchestrated meetings, he wouldn't even dare to glance her way. His philosophy in pursuing a girl was to neither rush nor intrude, especially with someone as frigid as her. Strangely, Yuan Xuan noted that Xiao Zhirong appeared at the faculty office every afternoon, sometimes engaging in conversation with a teacher or idling at the door playing with her phone. If she hadn't been consulting various teachers, he might have suspected her of having an inappropriate relationship with one of them. As their encounters grew more frequent, and Yuan Xuan eventually joined the archery club of which Xiao Zhirong was a member, their relationship began to develop, allowing for brief exchanges of a few sentences. However, they were still far from establishing a romantic connection. Yuan Xuan was patient. This was the first time he had genuinely liked a girl. However, events progressed much more swiftly than he anticipated. One day, while working part-time at a cinema and a shopping mall, he stepped into the restroom. Just as he finished washing his hands, a woman in black hurriedly entered. To his astonishment, it was Xiao Zhirong. Yet, at that moment, she was carrying a musical instrument case and clad in tight black leather, accentuating her already flawless figure. For the first time, he noticed a hint of panic on her otherwise serene face. Classmate Xiao, what are you doing here? Yuan Xuan inquired, bewildered. Yuan Xuan? Xiao Zhirong responded with equal surprise. This is the men's restroom, he pointed out, indicating the sign on the wall. How did you get in here? Only then did Xiao Zhirong realize she had entered the wrong restroom, her cheeks flushing as she turned to leave. She's running this way. Just as she attempted to exit, voices outside caused her to hesitate. After a moment's deliberation, she turned back to Yuan Xuan and asked, "Could you do me a favor?" "Sure, how can I help?" Yuan Xuan detected an urgency in her tone, and though questions lingered in his mind, he refrained from asking. "Wait a moment." With that, Xiao Zhirong scaled the sink and lifted one of the ceiling panels, stowing her instrument case away. She then jumped down and pulled Yuan Xuan into a stall. Could I borrow your outerwear?" she asked, her expression slightly bashful. Yuan Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing her earnest demeanor and recalling her earlier distress, he understood and smiled, of course. He removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Removing the hair tie from her side ponytail, he let her hair down and placed the hood over her head, effectively concealing her face for some degree of disguise. Xiao Zhirong was taken aback by Yuan Xuan's attentiveness. "Hey, there's no ladies' restroom here." "No," came the voices from outside, and moments later, the men's restroom door swung open, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps in polished shoes. Once inside, there was a brief pause before, bang, the door to the adjacent stall was kicked open. Xiao Zhirong sensed the gravity of the situation. They were evidently planning to search each stall. Yuan Xuan realized that action was imperative. After a moment of contemplation, a sudden idea struck him. "Who's there? What is all the racket? Can't you be quiet?" Yuan Xuan shouted toward the commotion outside. Then, he pulled Xiao Zhirong close and kissed her. Chapter 34. Frame. Xiao Zhirong was taken aback by Yuan Xuan's sudden action, her wide eyes reflecting her shock, and a rosy hue blossomed on her otherwise pale face. Her instinctive reaction was to push him away. "Don't move. If you want to evade, just cooperate with me," Yuan Xuan whispered as he sensed her movement. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhirong realized they were merely acting. After a moment's hesitation, she thought it pointless to push him away since they had already kissed. It was better to navigate through this predicament first. Thus, she obediently closed her eyes. "There are people here." The commotion from inside prompted those outside to kick open the door to the private room. Upon entering, several robust men clad in black froze at the sight before them. They beheld Yuan Xuan embracing a woman who had her back turned to them, seemingly engaged in a passionate kiss. Yuan Xuan's restless hand was exploring the woman's back, resembling a couple deeply in love. "What the hell? Can't you see we're busy?" Yuan Xuan glared at them with fury. "Are you seriously doing this in the men's restroom?" One of the men cursed. "Damn it. What bad luck." Another man grumbled, turning to leave. "Let us go. They shouldn't be here. Quickly, search elsewhere. Don't let him escape." The apparent leader of the group glanced at Yuan Xuan and Xiao Zhirong before turning to exit. Once the men left, Yuan Xuan released Xiao Zhirong, his gaze lingering on her flushed cheeks and slightly disheveled hair, stirring a wave of emotions within him. Today was indeed fortuitous. How much longer are you going to hold me? Let go. Xiao Zhirong, blushing, forcefully pushed him away. Hey, I was helping you, Yuan Xuan protested innocently. Taking advantage of me and still having the audacity to complain? Xiao Zhirong shot him a glare, tossing her outer garment at him. She straightened her attire and hair, regaining her composed and exquisite appearance, then retrieved her instrument case from the ceiling. This can't be considered taking advantage, can it? I sacrificed my first kiss for you, and I haven't even held you accountable yet, Yuan Xuan remarked, feeling somewhat aggrieved as he touched his lips. First kiss? Xiao Zhirong turned her head, scoffing. How many girlfriends do you think I've been unaware of? Sure, I've had relationships, but I've never kissed anyone. Yuan Xuan shook his head, affirming that this was indeed his first kiss with a girl. Liars, Xiao Zhirong shot him a cold glance before turning to leave the restroom. Hey, you're leaving just like that? Aren't you going to explain who those people were? Yuan Xuan called out to her retreating figure. Predators, Xiao Zhirong replied tersely, taking her instrument case and departing the scene. By the time Yuan Xuan followed her out, Xiao Zhirong had vanished from sight. This incident would later serve as the foundation for their romantic relationship. Reflecting on this, Yuan Xuan glanced at Xiao Zhirong, who now held a sniper rifle in one hand, the same instrument case slung over her back as that day. He was certain it was the same case, and the rifle's size perfectly matched it. This woman, the pursuers from that day were undoubtedly more than mere creditors. Long time no see. Xiao Zhirong approached the Mengsher 3, greeting Yuan Xuan with an icy tone, almost as if they were strangers. Indeed, it has been a while, Yuan Xuan replied, his tone equally calm, devoid of excessive emotion. He merely pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and placed it between his lips. Noticing this, Xiao Zhirong frowned slightly. Since when did you start smoking? After you framed me. Yuan Xuan exhaled a cloud of smoke toward her beautiful face, speaking coldly. Frame me? What do you mean? Xiao Zhirong was perplexed by his words, unable to comprehend when she had ever framed him. Yuan Xuan took a deep drag, his gaze lingering on Xiao Zhirong's face, attempting to unearth any cracks in her facade. Yet, he found none. Naturally, this woman was exceptionally adept at acting. Have you become daft at such a young age? Shall I help you remember? Do you recall why we broke up? In the car, Li Qing, overhearing Yuan Xuan's words, muttered under her breath, wasn't it because you were too timing? Shu, Qing don't interrupt. Listen to them. Lin Ningshu gently chided Li Qing. Yuan Xuan, oblivious to Li Qing's remark, continued recounting the past. It was during the second semester of our junior year. That day I returned from work. And just as I reached the school gate, an unfamiliar woman suddenly embraced me, showering me with affection. Unfamiliar? Xiao Zhirong chuckled, interrupting him. An unfamiliar woman would come to embrace you? Do you really think you possess such charm? Strangely enough, just days before the apocalypse broke out, I experienced a similar embrace that nearly cost me my life. Yuan Xuan recalled the hotel incident with the female zombie. Why was it that every woman who approached him seemed to harbor ulterior motives? Wait, that is not entirely accurate. Yuan Xuan turned to Lin Ningshu in the car, who appeared puzzled by his gaze. Let us not digress, Yuan Xuan redirected. I still maintain that I didn't know that woman. At the time, I assumed she was sent by your admirers to frame me. After all, what were the odds of her appearing just as both you and I were at the school gate? However, when I shoved her away and rushed to explain myself to you, you wouldn't listen, directly entering the girls' dormitory and disappearing. You only resurfaced today. Frustrated, I sought that woman, who, like you, vanished after our encounter. Yet, heaven rewards the diligent. I eventually located her. Under my pressing inquiries, she revealed the truth of that night. She was an escort from a bar, and that night she embraced me because a woman had approached her, offering 5,000 yuan to appear at the designated time and hold me. Throughout this narrative, Yuan Xuan meticulously observed Xiao Zhirong's expressions, yet he discerned no change. Her face remained as inscrutable as a playing card, betraying no hint of emotion as she listened quietly. The escort had mentioned that the woman who sought her wore a mask, leaving her unaware of her identity. The voice was cold, reminiscent of winter's chill. Having finished his account, Yuan Xuan extinguished the cigarette, and stood there, fixated on Xiao Zhirong. As she absorbed his narrative, Xiao Zhirong's expression remained unchanged. After a prolonged silence, she broke it with applause, chuckling softly. Xuanqing, I always thought you were a clever man, and it seems I was right. Indeed, she was sent by me. Yuan Xuan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Zhirong. as if searching for even a hint of panic or unease on her face. Yet, her demeanor remained impassive, as though discussing matters entirely unrelated to her. Why? Yuan Xuan asked in a low voice, filled with confusion and disbelief. Nothing in particular. I simply didn't want to engage in a romantic game with you, as your nature is quite clingy. Therefore, I needed to provide you with an irrefutable reason to conclusively end our relationship, Xiao Zhirong replied flatly. An irrefutable reason? Yuan Xuan echoed, his eyes ablaze with anger. So you conspired with outsiders to frame me? Chapter 35. Wherever you go, I shall follow. How outrageous. Lin Yingxue could no longer contain her fury upon hearing those words. She flung open the car door and stepped out, positioning herself defiantly in front of Yuan Xuan. Glaring at Xiao Zhirong. Aren't you the senior's girlfriend? Why do you treat him this way? Xiao Zhirong turned her gaze to Lin Yingxue, a flicker of surprise crossing her features before she quickly regained her composure. You are Lin Yingxue from the student council? What does it matter who I am? Do you realize that because of you, the senior is ridiculed throughout the entire school? Lin Yingxue retorted vehemently, witnessing Lin Yingxue's impassioned defense. Yuan Xuan felt his own anger dissipate significantly. He gently grasped her hand, signaling her to calm down. His steadfast gaze bore into Xiao Zhirong, a resolute light flickering in his eyes. In response, Xiao Zhirong did not address Lin Yingxue's accusation, but coldly directed her question to Yuan Xuan. Is this your new girlfriend? Indeed, Yuan Xuan affirmed, wrapping an arm around Lin Yingxue's shoulders with an air of confidence. Moreover, she is infinitely more considerate and understanding than you. Lin Yingxue, slightly taken aback by Yuan Xuan's unexpected gesture, nevertheless boldly met Xiao Zhirong's gaze as if to declare her claim. Observing the intimate display between Yuan Xuan and Lin Yingxue, a barely perceptible anger flickered in Xiao Zhirong's eyes, but she quickly masked it with a light laugh. Is that so? How delightful. Captain. Urgent call from the commander. Chu Yong rushed in from behind, a satellite phone in hand, which she promptly handed to Xiao Zhirong. Xiao Zhirong accepted the phone, instructing Chu Yong, keep an eye on them. After casting a glance at Yuan Xuan and Lin Yingxue, she stepped aside to take the call. Commander, this is Xiao Zhirong. Her demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as she attentively listened, nodding occasionally. The gravity of the conversation deepened, and after a long breath, she stated solemnly, understood. Rest assured. Commander, we will complete the mission. Upon hanging up, Xiao Zhirong approached Yuan Xuan and Lin Yingxue, her gaze laden with complexity. We have received orders to return immediately. Should we encounter any survivors along the way, they must be brought back to the shelter. She adopted a businesslike tone. You should come with us. The shelter has food, walls, and armed guards, ensuring your safety and livelihood. You need not continue to wander outside, threatened by zombies. The conditions were indeed favorable, in a world ravaged by chaos. Such an offer could be likened to paradise. Yet, Yuan Xuan shook his head resolutely. I'm sorry, but I do not wish to go. Yuan Xuan. Xiao Zhirong raised her voice, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Do not throw a childish tantrum. You must understand the dire situation outside. Zombies are everywhere, and a moment's carelessness could cost you your life. In the shelter, you would receive the utmost protection. Why would you refuse? I hope you do not make a hasty decision driven by momentary emotions. Even if not for yourself, think of your girlfriend and companions. Look at you. There are even children in your group. Can you guarantee their safety? Xiao Zhirong was convinced Yuan Xuan was merely sulking. Thus her tone bore a mixture of reproach and persuasion. However, Yuan Xuan remained steadfast, his eyes unwavering as he addressed Xiao Zhirong. Throwing a tantrum? Zhirong. After a year, you still do not understand me. Am I that kind of person? My refusal is rooted in my own plans, and I am confident in my ability to protect them. Of course, if they wish to accompany you, I will not stop them. His gaze shifted to Lin Yingxue and the others, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Yingxue, Li Qing, Qingqing, Zixi, while this woman may not excel as a girlfriend, she is dependable. If you wish to go with her, simply say so. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Xuan sought to gauge the loyalty of his companions. If any wished to depart, he would not hinder them, only hoping they would not regret their choice. No, senior, I will follow you from now on. Lin Yingxue was the first to respond, her eyes brimming with trust as she gazed at Yuan Xuan. Brother Yuan, you haven't forgotten your promise to my grandfather, have you? Fang Qingqing chimed in from the driver's seat, while her subordinates discreetly readied their weapons, preparing for any sudden movements from Xiao Zhirong and her team. Wherever you go, I shall follow. Tang Zishi's voice emerged from the walkie-talkie. Yuan Xuan turned to see her in the car, clutching the device with determination in her eyes. Tang Zishi remembered how Yuan Xuan had saved her and buried her mother, and she recalled her mother's teachings about gratitude. Feeling the warmth of their responses, Yuan Xuan was deeply moved. Despite the apocalyptic atmosphere, they chose to trust him, to follow him, which was the greatest affirmation and support he could receive. Having never experienced familial warmth, he felt it for the first time within this small circle, solidifying his resolve to protect them. Xiao Zhirong observed the unwavering expressions on Lin Yingxue and the others, astonished. She had believed the allure of the shelter's conditions would easily sway them. Yet they had all chosen to refuse. Xiaoqing, what about you? Xiao Zhirong turned to Li Qing, expecting her to join. After all, Li Qing was accustomed to a pampered life and would likely appreciate the offer. All eyes fell on Li Qing, the only one yet to declare her stance. At that moment, Li Qing hesitated. The conditions presented by Xiao Zhirong were undeniably appealing, and she had greater insight into Xiao Zhirong's character than the others. Even upon hearing of Yuan Xuan's plight, she still believed there was more to Xiao Zhirong's actions. Nonetheless, she recalled how Yuan Xuan had protected them, provided food and security, and even promised to show her his father's company. After much deliberation, her decision crystallized, and with an apologetic expression, she replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior Xiao. But I cannot leave Yingxue alone." Her meaning was clear. Li Qing had chosen to remain with Yuan Xuan. This revelation left Xiao Zhirong perplexed. What kind of enchantment had Yuan Xuan cast upon them? Wait, she reflected on her past with Yuan Xuan. During their relationship, she too had been enchanted. Unlike other scoundrels, who intoxicated and excited one like a fine wine, leaving a bitter aftertaste, Yuan Xuan was akin to water, gentle and soothing, providing daily sustenance without harm, making it impossible to part from him. Sighing, Xiao Zhirong exhaled, surprised at her newfound understanding of the women around Yuan Xuan. If you do not wish to come, then so be it. You may leave. She waved her hand, signaling her subordinates to remain calm. Her gaze lingered on Yuan Xuan for a moment before she turned with her team and departed. Captain, are we really letting them go? Qibing followed Xiao Zhirong, questioning. Xiao Zhirong raised her hand to interrupt, responding, "The commander is unaware we encountered survivors. The call was merely a reminder. Do not mention this to anyone when you return." Understood, Captain. Both Chu Yong and Qibing replied in unison. Then, Chu Yong nudged Qibing with her elbow, whispering, "Is this the first time the captain has disregarded orders?" Qibing shook her head. "No, this is the third time." As she spoke, she glanced back at Yuan Xuan and his group. Chapter 36. Arrival at the Happiness Prison. As Yuan Xuan gazed at the retreating figure of Xiao Zhirong, he would be deceiving himself to claim that his heart was untroubled. He remained perplexed about her motives for framing him, her subsequent disappearance, and the nature of their extraordinary abilities. Even if he had dared to inquire, it was likely that Xiao Zhirong would remain reticent. Yuan Xuan knew her well. She was a proud, earnest woman, devoid of compassion. Although she occasionally displayed a shy demeanor during their romance, such moments were rare. She would speak of what she wished, but pressing her on matters she preferred to keep secret would yield no fruit. In this regard, she was quite similar to him. As for the matter of their extraordinary powers, perhaps he could investigate further at the refuge once they secured the Happiness Prison. After Xiao Zhirong's figure faded from view, Yuan Xuan turned to Lin Yingxue and said, "Let us continue on our journey." Lin Yingxue nodded obediently, but just as she was about to enter the vehicle, he unexpectedly whispered close to her ear, "Thank you, Yingxue." The sudden intimacy left her momentarily flustered, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. It's nothing. Senior, you have already helped us so much." Lin Yingxue stammered, her voice barely audible even to herself. "Haha," Yuan Xuan chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair, then beckoned her to board the vehicle. "Please wait for me a moment." He approached the corpse of the hammer zombie after speaking briefly with Fang Qingqing, who was in the driver's seat. Following their encounter with Xiao Zhirong and the others in vanquishing these mutated zombies, he had noticed a peculiar phenomenon. Typically, when mutated zombies were nearby, the black insect within him would exhibit signs of agitation. However, after the death of the hammer zombie, that restlessness had completely vanished. As Yuan Xuan reached out to touch the corpse, he was astonished to discover that it could not be consumed. It was devoid of any energy. A similar examination of the other mutated zombies revealed the same unsettling truth. What could be the cause of this? Did Xiao Zhirong and her companions possess the ability to consume as well? It seemed unlikely, as consumption required the body to be absorbed into one's being. At that moment, the black insect communicated with him, sensing that the abilities of these zombies had been siphoned away, akin to energy absorption seen in conjoined zombies. Yet, this mere energy absorption could only enhance the biological entity and would not grant the abilities of the mutated zombies. The insect's words plunged Yuan Xuan into contemplation. If it were merely energy absorption, it would be no different from consuming enhancement fruits. But he surmised that their extraordinary powers were undoubtedly linked to the absorption of zombie energy. After much pondering without resolution, he decided to postpone his thoughts for another time, resolving instead to visit the refuge when the opportunity arose, for the secret surely lay there. Brother Yuan, where shall we head next? Fang Qingqing inquired as he returned to the vehicle. Let us take the bypass highway. That route is typically less congested, he replied. An hour later, the vehicle came to a halt at a countryside and beside the bypass highway. The area was relatively devoid of zombies, with only about a dozen present, all of which were swiftly dealt with by Yuan Xuan and his companions. Let us have lunch here. Everyone, please search for any food supplies. If we find nothing, I will venture out to procure some, Yuan Xuan instructed. Everyone nodded in agreement, and shortly thereafter, they discovered a considerable amount of ingredients in the kitchen storage. Remarkably, they also found 8 live chickens and 6 pigs confined in a room, although several were on the brink of starvation. Wow, it's been 8 days since the apocalypse began, and these pigs haven't starved to death? Li Qing remarked in surprise. Perhaps their owner left behind a sufficient supply of feed? Lin Yingxue suggested. Yuan Xuan turned to Lin Yingxue and asked, can the ones that are too weak to move be saved? Considering the need to establish a base at Happiness Prison, he intended to take the animals with them rather than slaughter them. After inspecting the livestock, Lin Yingxue replied, this boar may not make it, but the others should recover with some feed and water. All right, we shall consider this one as lunch for today, and the rest will be raised until we can transport them after securing Happiness Prison, he decided. Who will handle the slaughtering of the pig? Yuan Xuan surveyed the group. He had faced both zombies and humans, but had never slaughtered a pig. Li Qing and Fang Qingqing exchanged glances, indicating their unpreparedness. I can do it. I've seen it done in the village before, Lin Yingxue volunteered. Yuan Xuan looked at her in surprise. He had not expected this seemingly delicate girl to possess such a skill. Are you sure you can manage? He asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Lin Yingxue nodded confidently, assuring him, with the ingredients from the kitchen, it will be more than enough to prepare a grand feast. Thus, Yuan Xuan entrusted the task of slaughtering the pig to Lin Yingxue, while he took on the responsibility of boiling water and preparing to handle the pig's hair and entrails. Fang Qingqing stood watch in the vicinity, while Li Qing, seeking diversion, returned to the vehicle to play chess with Tang Zishi. After Lin Yingxue's diligent efforts, a splendid array of dishes was prepared for their meal. During lunch, Yuan Xuan discussed with Li Qing and decided to capture Happiness Prison first, ensuring a secure base before proceeding to the Li Yu Society. Li Qing nodded in understanding, recognizing the necessity of their plan. Given the recent events involving Xiao Zhirong, it was clear that they were not the only survivors targeting a prime location like Happiness Prison. After the meal, Yuan Xuan instructed the women to rest at the inn while he ventured out to scout the situation at Happiness Prison, to ensure their safety in case of emergencies. He opted not to drive the third-generation military vehicle, but instead took the innkeeper's van, which would also allow him to gather resources along the way. 1 hour later, Yuan Xuan arrived at the entrance of Happiness Prison. This prison-like 5-star hotel still retained the vibrancy of its former days. The area was bustling with activity, not from the lively chatter of guests, but rather filled with the haunting growls of zombies. It appeared that this place had transformed into a veritable zombie den. Yuan Xuan chuckled as he observed the zombies wandering within the walls. This was advantageous for him. An area overrun by zombies was far easier to reclaim than one occupied by humans. However, the task of clearing out thousands of zombies would prove to be rather tedious. He entered the hotel, securing the door behind him to prevent any outside zombies from infiltrating. Once inside, he began to explore the hotel, which, despite the apocalypse having erupted just over a week ago, remained largely intact. When the hotel first opened, it had sparked considerable discussion online. Out of curiosity, Yuan Xuan had once searched for its blueprints and layout. Spanning an area of 50,000 square meters, the hotel was surrounded by thick walls reaching 7 meters high. encircled by a moat and topped with 3-meter-high barbed wire. The internal structure comprised various facilities, including a prison area, training zone, administrative offices, barracks, and parking lots. The expanse was immense, and he would need to recruit more manpower to manage it effectively once they had secured it. Chapter 37. Miscalculation. Yuan Xuan first arrived at the nearest barack to the entrance. This place was essentially a shooting experience venue, equipped with various imitation firearms for gaming purposes. In the future, when he visited the military base to procure real guns and ammunition, this location could serve as a shooting practice ground. Continuing onward, he reached the craftsmanship building, which was constructed to resemble a prison work area, divided internally into 3 major experiential zones: workspaces, cultivation, and livestock. Upon entering, he observed that the corridor lights were all illuminated, a testament to the hotel's advocacy for a solar-powered green energy system still functioning normally. The first floor was dedicated to indoor cultivation, featuring various green vegetables. However, due to the onset of the apocalypse, some of the plants had withered from neglect. Once Lin Yingxue arrived, this area would be entrusted to her care. Ascending to the second floor, he found the breeding area, where an array of poultry and livestock had once thrived, but now lay lifeless, reduced to mere remnants devoured by zombies. The third floor housed a creative leisure studio, blending embroidery, clothing, graffiti, and fashion design. Its design drew inspiration from prison textile workshops, aiming to provide participants with a unique artistic experience. The more he explored, the more Yuan Xuan felt the inadequacy of manpower. The place was splendid, yet overwhelmingly vast. Upon reaching the prison block, the hotel's primary accommodation facility, he noted 3 buildings. The main structure, a 21-story 5-star hotel, indistinguishable from other hotels, and 2 auxiliary buildings of only 5 stories each, designed to mimic prison interiors. Each floor featuring numerous experiential cells, single, double, and multiple occupancy rooms. Just as he was about to inspect the auxiliary building, a sudden scream echoed from the main building above. Looking up, he witnessed a man plummeting from a high floor. Moments later, he crashed onto the unforgiving ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Were there people on the rooftop? Yuan Xuan swiftly sought refuge beneath a tree's shade, retrieving his binoculars to discreetly observe the top floor through the foliage. There, he discerned several silhouettes at the wide-open 21st floor window. 1, 2, 3. A total of 7 individuals, a mix of men and women. The man at the forefront, a corpulent figure clad in a suit and sporting glasses, wore a sinister grin as he gazed downward. The expressions of those behind him varied from mirth to sheer terror. Had he pushed that man down? Judging by their expressions, Yuan Xuan surmised that a conflict had erupted among those above. In this post-apocalyptic reality, the law of the jungle prevailed. During conflicts, it was a matter of kill or be killed. Before long, the rotund man turned to address those behind him, launching into a speech. How callous he was, having just taken a life, yet remaining unfazed enough to prattle on. Yuan Xuan noted a resemblance between himself and this man. Both having adapted swiftly to the apocalypse, such individuals could not be allowed to remain. Time to take action. Yuan Xuan swiftly transitioned into a clawed form, his limbs firmly grounded, before dashing at full speed toward the main building. With his enhanced physique, he effortlessly scaled the wall, ascending to the 21st floor. This time, he had no intention of lurking as he had at the police station. His black beast form was ready for activation, and he felt no fear of a mere handful of humans. Soon, he reached the 21st floor, reverting to human form and leaping through the open window. Drawing his 92 type pistol and commanding, "Don't move." The group, engrossed in their argument, was momentarily stunned by his sudden intrusion. They gaped at Yuan Xuan, momentarily oblivious to the new presence among them. Seizing the opportunity, he scanned the expansive room, which resembled a casino, approximately 400 square meters in size. Among the 21 individuals present, 12 women and 9 men. Yuan Xuan was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the women, though their attire bore some dirt. One elderly woman donned an elegant dress, while the others were clad in alluring bunny costumes, each figure exhibiting a striking hourglass silhouette. This was Yuan Xuan's first encounter with genuine bunny girls. The affluent truly knew how to indulge themselves. As for the men, 2 were dressed in expensive suits while the others wore attire reminiscent of butlers. Without further ado, Yuan Xuan aimed his gun at the portly man in the luxurious suit and commanded, "You, come here." The man paled at the sight of the firearm. Cautiously approaching Yuan Xuan, his voice trembling as he inquired, What do you want? What is the situation here? Who are you? Yuan Xuan pressed. The man. Upon noticing the assault rifle slung across Yuan Xuan's back and his tactical gear, instinctively assumed he was a soldier. Recalling the recent murder, fear gripped him, rendering him momentarily speechless. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't answer, you can go have a chat with the King of Hell, Yuan Xuan warned, leveling the pistol at the man's forehead. Feeling the weight of the threat, the man's body trembled, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he stammered, and no. Please, I'll talk. I am Lu Cheng, the deputy manager of this hotel. We've been trapped here since the outbreak. Was it you who pushed someone down just now? Yuan Xuan pressed, noting the man's attempt to sidestep the question. But when there are too many people, conflicts arise. That person was pushed down because we disagreed. Lu Cheng's voice dwindled, clearly aware of the gravity of his actions. Oh, is that so? You killed him over a disagreement? I can understand. Given the current circumstances, Yuan Xuan replied with a nod and a smile. Aside from you, were there any other participants in this? With this inquiry, Yuan Xuan intended to eliminate all involved in the murder, regardless of gender, while sparing those uninvolved to recruit them as subordinates. Though he had taken lives, he would not tolerate cold-hearted individuals among his ranks. He needed people, but not just anyone. What do you mean by that? The rotund man began sensing the ominous undertone in Yuan Xuan's words. Dare to mention anything beyond my question, and you can test your luck. Yuan Xuan's intent was unmistakable. Speak out of turn, and he would die. All right, I'll tell you. There are others involved, Lu Cheng began, turning to point out the accomplices. However, as he turned, he discreetly signaled to a young man in a butler's outfit standing behind him. The young man understood, and as he withdrew his hands from behind his back, flames began to gather within 2 seconds. There's him, her, and also Lu Cheng gestured toward a closed door. There's someone inside. Yuan Xuan's gaze followed Lu Cheng's pointing finger. At that moment, the flames in the young man's hands erupted, transforming into a half-meter-wide fireball aimed directly at Yuan Xuan. Reacting swiftly, Yuan Xuan rolled to the side to evade it. However, Lu Cheng also conjured a fireball, hurling it toward Yuan Xuan's new position. Yuan Xuan raised his 92-type pistol, firing repeatedly at the fireball, but he could neither halt its advance nor slow it down. It lunged straight toward him. Miscalculation, Yuan Xuan muttered in frustration. Chapter 38. The Bunny Girl. A fireball crashed directly onto Yuan Xuan, exploding upon impact. The fire alarm was triggered simultaneously, and the sprinklers on the ceiling began to spray water mist, enveloping the entire room in steam. Ha, foolish one. What good is your gun? We possess extraordinary abilities. Lu Cheng laughed heartily as he beheld Yuan Xuan, wrapped in flames amidst the steam. Brother Lu, Brother Chun, you both are incredible. Your coordination is truly remarkable, cheered the small-time followers and women behind them. I never expected him to dodge the first strike. If Brother Lu hadn't held back, it would have been quite troublesome, said the young attendant known as Brother Chun, with a tone of humility. Brother Chun, spare us your modesty. It was your teamwork that led to the demise of that man. Those present believed that Yuan Xuan was doomed after taking that hit. They perceived him merely as an ordinary survivor. Despite possessing some weapons and gear, he was no match for them, the ones endowed with extraordinary abilities. Oh, thank you for this enlightening lesson. Suddenly, a sinister and eerie voice emanated from Yuan Xuan's position, halting the cheers in an instant. The crowd turned towards the source of the voice and were met with a towering figure that had inexplicably materialized amidst the steam. Sigh. I have been so fortunate lately that I've grown somewhat arrogant. I thought only those in the safe haven with Xiao Zhirong possessed such powers. Yet here I find even commoners endowed with abilities. What an oversight. Thank you for reminding me of the harsh realities of this apocalypse. In return, allow me to share a revelation. You are not the only ones with extraordinary powers. As Yuan Xuan's words concluded, the steam gradually dissipated, revealing a sight that left everyone in the room utterly astonished. He appeared as a dark demon risen from the depths of hell, his body enveloped in a mass of black organic matter, eyes glowing red, and his visage both sinister and terrifying, exuding an aura that instilled dread. What was more alarming was that the flames had not harmed him in the slightest. He stood unscathed, wearing a mocking grin. What manner of monster are you? Lu Cheng and Brother Chen gaped in disbelief at Yuan Xuan. Monster? This is the first time I have been labeled thus. How shall I put it? As he spoke, Yuan Xuan swiftly appeared before Lu Cheng, his right arm morphing into a claw that pierced through Lu Cheng's body before he could react. This title, I must admit, is rather delightful, Yuan Xuan grinned, revealing his horrific, mutated teeth. Lu Cheng could not even scream. His head tilted back in terror before he succumbed to lifelessness. Yuan Xuan flung Lu Cheng's corpse against the nearby wall, blood splattering across the onlookers. This sight terrified the ordinary people present, some collapsing to the ground in fear, trembling and paralyzed, while others screamed in panic and attempted to flee. Do not move. Whoever dares to move shall meet their end. Yuan Xuan bellowed, silencing the crowd. Whether seated on the ground or attempting to escape, everyone froze in place, petrified. The young man known as Brother Chen felt fear gnawing at him, but summoned his courage to gather flames behind him. He understood that having previously attacked Yuan Xuan, none present would spare him. I said do not move. Before Brother Chen could fully charge his fireball, 3 swift tentacles shot from Yuan Xuan, ensnaring him in less than a second. The tentacles constricted tightly, threatening to snap Brother Chen's bones, forcing forth agonized cries. Now tell me, from where do your abilities originate? Yuan Xuan pulled Brother Chen closer, demanding answers. Brother Chen gritted his teeth, reluctant to speak. He feared that revealing the truth would seal his fate, while remaining silent might grant him a chance at survival, as only he and Lu Cheng knew this secret. Oh, still a tough nut to crack. Let me see just how tough you are. Yuan Xuan's robust left hand reached for Brother Chen's left leg. Crack! A sound of breaking bone echoed alongside Brother Chen's anguished scream. The women present, witnessing Yuan Xuan crush Brother Chen's leg with ease, were so terrified that they involuntarily relieved themselves. Still not going to speak? Then I suppose I'll have to move on to your right leg and the third leg. Yuan Xuan grinned wickedly as he reached for Brother Chen's right leg. Yuan Xuan realized that he was acting rather ruthlessly today. He was unsure why he felt this way, yet a peculiar fervor coursed through him. Was it the irritation of encountering Xiao Zhirong again? Or frustration at being ambushed? Perhaps it was due to the black beast form? He had noticed that each time he transformed, an exhilarating rush surged within him. Regardless of the reason, Yuan Xuan savored this feeling deeply. In this apocalypse, one ought to be ruthless. If one offends me, I shall eliminate them. He cast aside any remnants of softness, compassion, or mercy without hesitation. I will tell you. Please, just stop, Brother Chen cried out in agony, desperate to escape the torment of his shattered leg. Seems your bones aren't so tough after all, Yuan Xuan scoffed. Now, tell me, where did your abilities come from? It was at rain last week. We had little water, so we filled some buckets outside the window. After drinking it 3 days later, we gained our powers, Brother Chen confessed. Yuan Xuan raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. So it is indeed related to that rain. Did all of you partake? Were there any side effects? Only Lu Cheng, myself, and 3 others drank it. The others were too afraid. There were indeed side effects. After drinking, we experienced excruciating pain. 1 person died immediately after drinking, and 2 others perished that night. Only Lu Cheng and I survived to gain our abilities. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xuan thought to himself, thank goodness I didn't recklessly give it to others. It could have resulted in fatalities. Thank you for your cooperation. Is there anything else you wish to add? Yuan Xuan continued his inquiry. And no, nothing more. Are you certain? Yuan Xuan tightened his grip on Brother Chen's right leg. And no more. I swear. Please, just stop, Brother Chen exclaimed in terror. Good to know. With that, Yuan Xuan plunged his claw into Brother Chen's chest, granting him release from his torment. Casting the corpse aside, Yuan Xuan surveyed the room, his gaze landing on the youngest and most beautiful bunny girl present. The girl, however, sat trembling on the ground, tears streaming down her face from sheer fright. Upon noticing Yuan Xuan's gaze, she instinctively recoiled in terror. Did I grant you permission to move? Yuan Xuan unleashed his tentacles once more, binding the girl and pulling her closer. The girl screamed loudly, yet no one dared to intervene, fearing that this demon would start killing once more. Do not fear. I shall not harm you, nor will I mistreat you, Yuan Xuan reassured her as he gently set her down beside him. However, the girl remained in shock, trembling uncontrollably and rooted to the spot before Yuan Xuan. He observed her fear and retracted his murderous aura, speaking in a gentler tone, rest assured. Such a beautiful girl like you. I merely require your assistance. Be big brother, whatever you need, I shall comply. Just please, do not kill me. The girl's tone was laced with pleading, terrified that Yuan Xuan would treat her as he had treated Brother Chen, with a sharp slap. Pain coursed through her as Yuan Xuan playfully flicked her forehead. He then remarked, somewhat irritably, "What do you mean by doing whatever I say? Young ladies should refrain from uttering such words. You're making my heart flutter." This unexpected flick left the girl momentarily dazed. But upon observing Yuan Xuan's fearsome visage softened by a gentle expression, she managed to regain her composure. "What is your name?" Yuan Xuan inquired. "Xiao Qi." The girl stammered in response. "Ah, Xiao Qi. Could you enlighten me as to why they just tossed that man down?" Chapter 39. Establishing authority. It was because Lu Cheng and Chen Tao, after acquiring their extraordinary abilities, monopolized all the food, allocating only a meager portion to us. What was originally enough to sustain us for a month was devoured by them in just 5 days. Today, Li Ping could no longer restrain himself and argued with them, only to be thrown down. Xiao Qi trembled as she recounted the events. 5 days to consume a month's worth of food? Yuan Xuan, recalling his own plight, inquired again, did their appetites increase after gaining their powers? Xiao Qi nodded in affirmation. Is that so? It seems those endowed with abilities require copious amounts of sustenance, much like him. In that case, we must expedite our search in the city. After all, anyone can harness that rainwater, and the number of individuals with powers will only rise, not diminish. How much food do you have left? Yuan Xuan asked. None at all. They had decided to venture out today to forage for more. Aside from you, are there others here? No. One final question, among those present. Who has connections with Lu Cheng and his companion, and who participated in the act of throwing Li Ping down? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qi hesitated, her expression revealing uncertainty. She knew the answer. After 3 years of working in this casino, she was well aware of everyone's relationships. However, divulging this information would mean betraying her former colleagues. A sacrifice she was unwilling to make. I shall give you 3 seconds. If you do not speak, I will have to retract my promise. Yuan Xuan's previously gentle demeanor morphed into something fearsome. His transformed appearance was already intimidating, and the aura of menace radiating from him sent a shiver through Xiao Qi. From the intensity of his gaze, she understood that revealing the identities of those involved would seal their fates, yet failing to do so would endanger her own life. She wished to live, but not at the cost of others' lives. Just as Xiao Qi found herself torn, a young man beside her pointed toward 2 of the bunny girls, declaring, her. She was with Lu Cheng the night before last, and she spent the night with Chen Tao. The young man seized the moment to assert himself, hoping to gain favor. Excellent, my friend. You are quite astute, Yuan Xuan commended him, then approached a slightly charred backpack. After inspecting it and finding it intact, he noted, this is from the mysterious woman's room at the Jinxiu Hotel, crafted from an unknown fire-resistant material. He retrieved 2 cans of meat and tossed them to the young man, saying, it seems you have run out of food, yes? For everyone who answers my previous question, I shall reward you with 2 cans of meat. However, do not lie. Should I discover any deceit, I will throw the liar down as well. The sight of the meat cans caused the onlookers to salivate. It had been many days since they had tasted flesh. Ever since Lu Cheng and his crew had commandeered the food supplies. This provoked the famished crowd to rise and begin accusing those around them. Those men are Lu Cheng's accomplices. They are all in cahoots. What did you say? We are not accomplices. We were coerced. And that woman, she spent the night with Chen Tao a few days ago. I only did it out of desperation. I had no choice. I, too, only agreed to help Lu Cheng out of loneliness. It was merely a fleeting encounter. She was Lu Cheng's mistress. We broke up ages ago. Can we not dwell on past grievances? He was once close friends with Chen Tao. No, we were merely colleagues, nothing more. For every accusation, there was an immediate rebuttal. It became evident that those singled out would face dire consequences, as each person fought to defend themselves. In less than a minute, every man present, save for the young accuser, was connected to either Chen Tao or Lu Cheng in some way. Among the women, 5 were identified as well. Yuan Xuan observed their quarrels in silence, contemplating who to spare and who to eliminate. Initially, he believed that anyone who had witnessed his transformation must be silenced to avoid exposure. However, with the emergence of individuals possessing extraordinary abilities, his transformation could be rationalized as a power as well. Henceforth, he needed only to conceal the secret of why he was immune to zombie attacks. As for those who deserved to die, Yuan Xuan scanned the room, arriving at a conclusion. He had studied ancient history, noting that many rulers fell victim to their own mercy, harboring those who bore grudges or ill intentions against them. For instance, figures like Fu Jian of the Eastern Jin and Xiao Yan of the Southern Liang. Learning from history, Yuan Xuan resolved to eliminate anyone associated with Lu Cheng to prevent future resentment and retaliation, especially since these individuals would eventually become part of his faction. He did not wish for discord within his own ranks. Thank you for your cooperation. As his words fell, Yuan Xuan unleashed numerous tendrils that pierced the skulls of all the men present and Lu Cheng's mistress. Most of the men had ties to Lu Cheng, either as accomplices or former friends. Yuan Xuan did not spare the first young man who had pointed fingers. He had no patience for opportunists. Once a person betrays others, they are likely to do so again, and Yuan Xuan could not allow such a traitor to remain close. In contrast, Yuan Xuan exhibited a double standard regarding the women. Looking at the beautiful bunny girls with their fair skin and alluring legs, he hesitated to kill them. He only eliminated the mistress with deep ties to Lu Cheng, as the others had merely engaged in transactional encounters, not particularly intimate relationships. Moreover, women were generally easier to control than men. As each victim was pierced, torrents of blood erupted, splattering across the room, sending the surviving women into terrified screams. Enough. Be silent, or you shall be the next to die, Yuan Xuan commanded coldly. The screams ceased immediately, leaving only the heavy breaths of the women. While it is natural to scream in such a scenario, Yuan Xuan understood the need to establish authority as he sought to build his own power. Unlike Lin Yingxue and her acquaintances, these women were not familiar faces. He had no knowledge of their character or integrity. Thus, taking precautions against potential rebellion or unrest was prudent. By executing such a large number of individuals and displaying a ruthless demeanor, Yuan Xuan intended to instill fear in these women, ensuring they would not dare to defy his orders in the future. Xiaoqi, come here. Yuan Xuan retracted his tendrils and beckoned to Xiaoqi. However, she remained frozen, mouth covered in shock, staring at him in terror. After a moment, she nodded quickly and stumbled toward him. Yuan Xuan tossed the backpack to Xiaoqi, indicating a room. There is food inside. You will distribute it. Take them in to eat. No limits on portions, but record precisely how much each person consumes and report back to me. The food within the bag had been hastily acquired from a convenience store on his way, ample enough for the remaining 11 women. A firm hand must accompany a sweet reward. Relying solely on fear and coercion would inevitably lead to trouble. Though the bag also contained bullets and 2 bottles of rainwater marked as undrinkable, Yuan Xuan was acutely aware of their presence. He would know if even a single bullet or bottle was missing, and they were all under his control, serving as a test of whether these women would dare to tamper with such items. Should they do so, they would face dire consequences. Upon hearing the mention of food, particularly in unlimited quantities, the women, who had recently displayed expressions of trepidation, suddenly exhibited a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Fear lingered, yet they had not satisfied their hunger for over a week, having endured an entire day of starvation just yesterday, leaving their stomachs in a state of distress. Despite their hunger, none dared to approach and take food for themselves, for Yuan Xuan had instructed that it be distributed by Xiaoqi. They were acutely aware of the man's ruthless nature. Any defiance would likely result in dire consequences. Xiaoqi swallowed hard, her own hunger evident. Grasping her bag, she led the women into the room, methodically retrieving the food items within, preparing to allocate them. Each morsel sparked delight in the women's eyes: self-heating pots, instant noodles, marinated chicken legs, shredded squid, filled biscuits, and chocolate, alongside cola and orange juice. In the world before the apocalypse, they would have scarcely glanced at such inexpensive snacks. After all, working at a VIP casino in a 5-star hotel afforded them monthly salaries exceeding 20 to 30,000, with opportunities for additional earnings through gambling commissions and the occasional escorting of wealthy patrons. Given the nature of their work, maintaining their figures was essential, leading them to largely avoid these processed, low-quality foods. Yet now, each woman was eager to grasp a package, yearning to savor every last crumb from the snack bags. Observing their ravenous demeanor, Yuan Xuan smirked and continued, "Oh, and one more thing. From this moment onward, I am your master, your boss. Follow me, and I assure you, you shall not be neglected. Your sustenance and safety will be my responsibility. Should you wish to decline, feel free to leave now. I will not coerce anyone. However, should you choose to stay, obedience to my commands is imperative." Any disobedience. His gaze fell upon the corpses outside, his voice turning severe. The consequences will be far graver than theirs. Do you understand? The women, each displaying a myriad of expressions, processed Yuan Xuanqing's words. While he professed not to force them, they recognized the underlying truth, leaving Mint confronting the zombies, a fate akin to a death sentence for these vulnerable women. As they absorbed his message, silence enveloped the room, each woman reflecting inwardly. Surprisingly, their thoughts aligned closely. Although Yuan Xuanqing was indeed ruthless, he was undeniably powerful, having swiftly dispatched two formidable abilities that had terrorized them in recent days. Moreover, his provision of food was far more generous than that of Lu Cheng and Chen Tao, promising security and sustenance in the harsh new world, a privilege not easily attained. No woman working in such an esteemed establishment was naive. As for complying with his wishes, they speculated on what he might demand, likely the same desires any man would harbor. Even if Yuan Xuanqing had chosen not to intervene, they would eventually fall prey to Lu Cheng and Chen Tao, with little difference in outcome. Many had already crossed lines in their profession, finding it inconsequential in the pursuit of financial gain, while those who had not would eventually find themselves faced with similar decisions. Thus, whether before or after the apocalypse, their futures remained unchanged, unless they forsook their lucrative careers or, more drastically, their lives. Now, let us proceed to a vote. Those who agree to follow, please raise your hands. Those who do not may leave at this moment, Yuan Xuanqing declared. Chapter 40. Yes, Master. As soon as the words left his lips, 6 women raised their hands. Shao Qi, the older woman, and 3 others hesitated for a moment before following suit. Ultimately, no one chose to leave. Very well. Since no one is leaving, you are all to heed my commands from now on and address me as Master. Understood? The outcome did not surprise Yuan Xuanqing. After all, the terms offered were quite favorable. Yes, Master. The 11 women stood and performed a respectful 90-degree bow, a gesture they typically reserved for esteemed guests. Observing their fluidity in addressing him as Master, Yuan Xuanqing mused that they must have addressed countless patrons in their line of work. Wealthy individuals certainly know how to indulge. Now, let us proceed to the dining area, Yuan Xuanqing instructed. Yes, Master. The 11 women chorused in unison before following Shao Qi into the adjacent room. Once inside, Shao Qi began distributing food. Although the women's eyes were fixed intently on the provisions, they maintained an orderly queue, refraining from any scuffles. Standing at the doorway, Yuan Xuanqing noted their disciplined demeanor. They only consumed the food allocated to them, suggesting that the hotel's etiquette training was commendable and that the staff had been meticulously selected for their high standards. Redirecting his attention, Yuan Xuanqing reassumed his human form and unleashed his tentacles, disposing of the corpses one by one through the window. Glancing outside, he observed that dusk had settled in. He retrieved his walkie-talkie and called out, "Yingshui, do you copy?" "Received, Senior." "I'm here," came Lin Yingshui's melodious voice, akin to a mountain stream. "I have some matters to attend to and one tea be returning tonight. Please rest at the farmhouse." Senior, is everything all right?" Lin Yingshui's tone was laced with concern and apprehension. "Nothing major, just encountered a few survivors at the Happiness Prison and need time to make arrangements for them." "I see," Lin Yingshui sighed in relief. "Take care, Senior. Furthermore, from now on, report back to me every half hour regarding your safety, including during the night watch. I shall not be sleeping tonight." "Understood, Senior." After concluding the communication, Yuan Xuanqing returned to the lavishly decorated VIP lounge where the women were dining. A few had already begun indulging in self-heating hot pots, their unrefined manner of eating revealing their desperate hunger. "Master, would you like some?" Shao Qi and the others tensed upon his entrance. "No need. I have already dined," Yuan Xuanqing replied with a shake of his head. He then settled onto the sofa and inquired, "Which of you is familiar with the layout of this establishment? Please share the approximate number of zombies present." At his request, the women turned their gazes towards the older woman among them. Acknowledging the attention, she set aside her hot pot and replied, "If it pleases you, Master, I shall speak." "Very well, what is your name? How old are you? What is your position in this hotel, and how long have you worked here?" Yuan Xuanqing asked. Regarding the woman whose demeanor and appearance were commendable, "My name is Lu Roland, 33 years old. I am their supervisor and have worked here for 4 years." She responded with deep respect, reflecting the professionalism honed through years in the service industry. "Please, proceed." "Yes, Master. This building has 21 floors. As you can see, the VIP area occupies the top 3 floors, featuring a casino, gym, and swimming pool. The 20th floor is dedicated to spa services, beauty treatments, and sauna facilities, while the 19th floor houses a cinema and nightclub. Due to the outbreak, these 3 floors remain unoccupied during the day as we block the stairways and emergency exits. And the remaining zombies have been cleared by Lu Cheng and his team, so there are no zombies there. The 18th to 5th floors are guest accommodations. The 16th to 18th floors are presidential suites. The 13th to 15th are luxury suites, and below the 12th floor are standard rooms. Based on our occupancy, there should not be many zombies above the 12th floor, but below, there are at least dozens per floor. From the 5th floor down to the 2nd, there are business centers, meeting rooms, offices, and staff lounges. Considering the number of employees, each of these floors also has dozens of zombies. The first floor features the lobby and shops, where the number of zombies may reach hundreds or even thousands, as many have flooded in from outside in recent days. Upon hearing Lu Ruolin's detailed report, Yuan Xuan felt greatly satisfied. Her account was not only thorough but also reflective of her own insights, demonstrating her caliber as a 5-star hotel supervisor. I understand. You all stay here for now. I shall step out for a moment, Yuan Xuan declared as he moved toward the exit. Master, may I ask where you are headed? To the 20th or 19th floor. Allow me to accompany you. Lu Ruolin immediately rose to follow him, recognizing that pleasing Yuan Xuan was essential now that he was their leader. Yuan Xuan raised a hand to halt her. There is no need to accompany me. I am not going to the 19th or 20th floor. I intend to clear out the zombies below the 19th floor. Below the 19th floor? Master, that is too dangerous. There are at least thousands of zombies down there, Lu Ruolin urged. Rest assured, such numbers pose no challenge to me. Yuan Xuan replied with a confident smile. As for you, ensure that the bloodstains in this room are cleaned before I return, and train your subordinates in the proper etiquette for addressing me. After years as a service supervisor, you should know what to do. Master, please wait, Xiaoqi interjected. Noticing his seriousness, she hurriedly picked up Yuan Xuan's bag and rushed over to hand it to him. Master, you forgot your bullets. No need, leave the bag here. It would be cumbersome to carry, Yuan Xuan stated before exiting the casino. As he departed, the women began to fret, not solely out of concern for Yuan Xuan, but for their own safety, knowing that if anything were to happen to him, they would be left to fend for themselves in search of sustenance. For hours later, the clock struck 10 in the deep of night. The casino's bunny girls were resting, having thoroughly cleaned the premises and completed Lu Ruolin's training. Although they had undergone training previously, Lu Ruolin merely instructed them to treat Yuan Xuan as the supreme VIP of the hotel. However, after completing their tasks, they found themselves anxiously awaiting his return. While the hotel still had power, they dared not turn on the lights, knowing that the zombies could be attracted to the illumination. Hey, Lily, do you think that man will come back? One of the bunny girls, Zhou, asked her companion. Zhou, are you trying to get yourself killed? How dare you speak of master like that? Be cautious, he hears you. Lily glared at her, warning in a hushed tone. What is there to fear? He is not here, Zhou muttered quietly. Don't forget how he appeared here in the first place, Lily reminded her. At this, Zhou recalled the scene of Yuan Xuan silently materializing before them earlier that day. Her heart raced, and she quickly scanned the surroundings, relieved to see no sign of him. Ugh, Lily, don't scare me like that. Zhou pouted, leaning back against the sofa. It's your own fault for not being cautious, Lily chuckled, covering her mouth. But honestly, Lily, don't you find Master a bit terrifying? The way he kills, as if he were slaughtering chickens, without even a blink, and his bizarre transformation abilities, it's all quite unnerving. Zhou recalled the chilling demeanor of Yuan Xuan when he had previously taken a life. She swallowed hard and lowered her voice, saying, there is no alternative. This is the apocalypse, a realm where the weak are preyed upon by the strong. It is precisely individuals like our master who possess the fortitude to ensure our survival. Although Lily felt trepidation, she was acutely aware of the harsh realities. She had always been fond of stories depicting apocalyptic scenarios, and through extensive exposure, she had come to understand that the darker facets of human nature are inevitably unleashed in such times. Adhering to the rules of the past would undoubtedly lead to an early demise. Is that truly the case? I find it hard to comprehend. Yet, one must wonder. Our master has yet to return. Could something have gone awry? Certainly not, Lily replied, shaking her head. He left with an air of unwavering confidence, as if he had everything under control. Moreover, he mentioned he would be clearing out the zombies below the 19th floor, which will surely require some time. Just wait and see. Do you have such faith in him? It is not merely faith in him, but rather in my own judgment of men. Do you recall what I told you the other day? I perceived that Lu Qing and his ilk were doomed to meet an early end. Zhou pondered this, recalling that Lily had indeed made such a statement, which ultimately proved accurate. Nevertheless, she remained skeptical. Clearing out the zombies below the 19th floor? Surely you jest. Thousands of zombies? No matter how formidable he is, it is improbable he could single-handedly eradicate them all. Suddenly, the door to the casino swung open, and in walked Yuan Xuan, carrying 4 large bags and a backpack slung over his shoulder. Welcome back, master. All the bunny girls promptly rose to pay their respects. Distribute these among yourselves. In addition to food, there are daily necessities for you women. I haven't counted the quantities, so please divide them evenly. Yuan Xuan set the bags down and addressed Lu Ruolin and Xiao Qi. Upon hearing his words, Lu Ruolin and Xiao Qi rushed forward to seize the bags. They opened them to discover not only food but also clothing, skincare products, cosmetics, and even a substantial supply of sanitary pads. They exchanged astonished glances, both recognizing the implications. They were well aware that such items were only available in the shops on the first floor. Had Yuan Xuan truly cleared out all the zombies on the 119th floor? Zhou felt her cheeks flush with disbelief. She had never anticipated he would accomplish this feat in under 5 hours. Meanwhile, Lily gazed at the bloodied Yuan Xuan, momentarily lost in thought. Then, her alluring lips parted as she delicately licked them. She resolved silently that she would seize this man tonight. Such a powerful figure in the apocalypse was not someone she could afford to overlook, especially since he appeared to be merely a university student. Capturing the affections of such a youthful man would pose little challenge for her. Chapter 41. New enhanced fruit. After the allocation of resources was completed, it was already 11 p.m. Yuan Xuan had the bunny girls introduce themselves before sending them off to rest. He then headed to the gym for a hot shower. The long-awaited warm water cascading over him brought an invigorating sensation to his body. Earlier, during the zombie hunt, he had discovered that the water here had not ceased. It seemed the hotel possessed an independent water supply system. This realization further convinced him that choosing this location as a stronghold was a wise decision. With both water and electricity available, and rooms equipped with a variety of amenities, it was nearly perfect. The only shortcoming was the solar power system, which had limitations. It required sunlight to charge the power system, and once depleted, it would take several days to replenish. Moreover, during overcast days, the wait for solar power would be even longer. To fully resolve the power issue, he would need to acquire some box-type diesel generators or perhaps seek out talents in this area to establish a wind, fire, and hydroelectric power system. Speaking of which, Xiao Zhirong, that tall female subordinate, was a lightning element ability user. Perhaps he could seize an opportunity to recruit her for power generation? Yuan Xuan was quite envious of Xiao Zhirong's 2 capable subordinates. Not only were they beautiful, but they were also skilled fighters, which would save him the trouble of training them. After his shower, he found a VIP room and sat on the bed, intending to create enhanced fruits from the zombie energy he had harvested that day. With his subordinates being primarily women, it was imperative to empower them, otherwise, their efficiency in the future would be severely compromised. Closing his eyes, he concentrated all the energy within him into his palms. Today, he had slain approximately 600 zombies. Each enhanced fruit required 600 units of zombie energy, which meant he could create 2. During the creation process, Yuan Xuan felt a significant difference. The energy within him radiated a peculiar heat. 1 minute later, 2 fruits materialized in his hands. The moment they formed, he felt an intense warmth, akin to holding a bowl of soup freshly removed from a microwave. He immediately opened his eyes to inspect his palms and was taken aback. Why were they red? The vibrant crimson fruit was markedly different from the usual hue, prompting him to ponder its origins. Could it be related to Lu Qing and the others? He recalled the 2 fire element ability users he had dispatched earlier that day. The color of the fruit was likely connected to them. However, he had not sensed any energy flowing into him upon their demise. Inquiring with the black bug, he discovered that it too was unaware of this phenomenon. Yet it could confirm that the fruit was indeed edible. Consuming it would grant fire element abilities, but like the enhanced fruits, it could only be given to others. Yuan Xuan himself could not partake. Although he had absorbed the energy, it belonged to a form usable by humans. As a mutant, he was unable to utilize it. Otherwise, he would have been able to harness it upon its entry into his body. How unfair. He had created it, yet could not consume it. Yuan Xuan grumbled. But he did not dwell on it. Providing it to his subordinates was still beneficial. However, awakening superpowers merely required drinking rainwater, rendering the fruit somewhat redundant. Wait. Yuan Xuan suddenly recalled the concept of dual abilities found in certain online narratives. If an awakened individual consumed this fruit, could they potentially gain dual powers? Sharing this thought with the black bug, it concurred that it was highly plausible and suggested finding someone to test it. Knock, knock. Just as Yuan Xuan was conversing with the black bug, there was a knock at his door. Who is it? Good evening, master. I am Julie. I came to ask if there is anything you require assistance with. Are you alone? Yes, master. The woman named Julie possessed an alluring figure and a captivating visage. Yuan Xuan had a vague recollection of her. During the earlier introductions, she had thrown him a flirtatious glance. A moment's contemplation led him to deduce her intentions. At this late hour, a woman alone in a man's room could only signify one thing. Her arrival was quite timely. Come in. Julie entered, wafting a subtle scent of perfume. She was clad in a brand new bunny girl outfit that accentuated her curvaceous form, her face adorned with light makeup, and her hair slightly damp, indicating she had taken time to prepare herself. Observing her, Yuan Xuan found her astute. She recognized the importance of seizing opportunities and had come to ingratiate herself with him. Admirable resolve. Approaching Yuan Xuan, Julie lowered her head slightly and spoke softly. Master, is there anything you would like me to do? Come over and massage my shoulders. They are a bit sore from the zombie hunting. Of course, master. Julie responded gently, moving to his back to begin kneading his shoulders. Her movements were deft and light, her delicate fingers skillfully working on his muscles, applying just the right amount of pressure without needing any guidance from him. The technique she employed surpassed that of any masseuse he had encountered in previous establishments. It was simply exquisite. Wow, master, your muscles are quite firm. Do you exercise often? She inquired as she continued her ministrations, showering him with compliments. Somewhat. But your technique is quite refined. Who taught you? In response, Master, I attended a massage vocational school during my student years, so I have acquired some knowledge in this area. Where is your school located? Yuan Xuan engaged in casual conversation with Julie. According to her, she hailed from a small town in the Sichuan-Chongqing region. After failing her high school entrance examination, she enrolled in a vocational school in K City. Upon graduation, she was fortunate enough to be hired as a server at the newly completed Happy Prison. After 2 years of service, she caught the eye of Lu Wolin, which led to her promotion to the VIP level. What do you typically do at this level? I mainly serve guests, bringing them tea and refreshments. Occasionally, I accompany guests in gambling. As for the likes of Zhou Wan and her peers, they act as dealers and bankers. I heard online that the girls at this level sometimes accompany guests outside. Yes, master. Some girls do indeed go out on dates with guests when they are short on money. Have you ever done so? Yuan Xuanqing's tone suddenly turned cold as he turned to scrutinize her expression. He surmised that Julie was likely the type of woman who was quite open-minded. Her decision to enter his room alone at this hour was telling. Just as he anticipated, the previously smiling Julie appeared somewhat flustered, hastily replying, No, master. I am not in need of money, so I have never agreed to any guest. There are rules against coercion here. Oh, is that so? Then, Julie, do you have a boyfriend? Yuan Xuanqing raised an eyebrow, continuing his inquiry. Master jesting. We are usually too busy with work to have time for boyfriends. Julie answered without a moment's hesitation. Really? I find that hard to believe. A beauty like you has no boyfriend? Lying will make me angry. Yuan Xuanqing's questions aimed to assess whether Julie possessed the qualifications for dual abilities. During the massage, he contemplated that only those who were his women could qualify for such powers. In other words, the first time had to occur. While he was not entirely certain if dual abilities could be attained, the possibility was there. At present, it seemed he alone could grant such an ability unless another individual also housed a black bug within them. Such secrets must remain undisclosed. Yuan Xuanqing had Julie accompany him for a massage and conversation to glean insights into her background and character. Originally, Lining Xue and her companions were the most suitable candidates. However, due to probability concerns, Yuan Xuanqing decided to first seek an outsider for experimentation. Additionally, Yuan Xuanqing had refrained from engaging with Lining Xue and her friends out of worry regarding a peculiar transformation in his body. He pondered whether such an encounter would pose a threat to them. This matter necessitated testing with another individual. As for Julie, since she had fortuitously appeared, she would serve as the subject. I truly have not. I would not dare deceive you, master, Julie asserted, her response devoid of hesitation, yet tinged with a hint of grievance. Observing her demeanor, Yuan Xuan found himself somewhat convinced, even if she were to deceive him. The truth would soon be revealed through subsequent trials. Should she truly attempt to mislead him, she would not only lose her opportunity, but also her life. Nevertheless, Yuan Xuan retorted, "No, I do not believe you. You strike me as a seasoned flirt. Otherwise, why would you come to my chamber, all dressed up, in the dead of night?" Upon hearing his words, Julie grew anxious, fearing that Yuan Xuan might perceive her as a promiscuous woman. Without much contemplation, she promptly replied, "Master, if you do not believe me, you can try for yourself." The moment the words escaped her lips, she felt a pang of regret. Indeed, she had intended to come and charm Yuan Xuan, seeking an opportunity to engage intimately with him. She had refrained from pursuing boyfriends, waiting for a golden opportunity to offer herself to a worthy suitor. She had heard that men often cherish the women who gift them their first experiences. Yuan Xuan was precisely the type of man she had been longing for, as she understood that only the strong could survive in this apocalypse. However, the situation had unfurled in an unexpectedly convoluted manner. She had anticipated that Yuan Xuan would behave like Lu Cheng and his ilk, readily taking advantage of any opportunity presented. Instead, he inquired about her romantic history. She had initially intended to assert some control, hoping that Yuan Xuan would take the initiative. Yet, she now found herself relinquishing that power. "Oh, you wish for me to try? Have you mistaken our roles? I am the master, you are the servant. Take your place," Yuan Xuan commanded, his tone imbued with authority that brooked no dissent. Upon hearing this, Julie began to regret her decision from earlier that evening. However, she dared not defy Yuan Xuan's command and obediently settled onto his lap. Chapter 42, Dual Abilities at 11:30 p.m. In a rural homestay along the K-City Ring Road, Fang Qingqing emerged from a bedroom, addressing Lin Yingxue. "You've worked hard on the night watch. I'll take over from here." "Thank you," Lin Yingxue replied, handing over her firearm to Fang Qingqing. She then retrieved a walkie-talkie from her waist, saying, "It's time to contact our senior. Go ahead and speak to him," Fang Qingqing encouraged. Previously, Yuan Xuan had instructed them to check in with him every half hour. And the time had come. "Senior, everything is fine here. Please respond," Lin Yingxue called into the device. "Received. Remember to keep someone on watch tonight," came Yuan Xuan's voice after a brief pause. "Yes, we have someone on duty. I'm just switching shifts with Qingqing now," Lin Yingxue replied, a sweet smile illuminating her face upon hearing his voice. "Good. Rest up, but don't sleep too deeply. The zombies in the prison still need to be dealt with. I estimate I won't be back until the day after tomorrow. You all need to be careful. Call me if anything comes up." "Understood, senior." After addressing the matter at hand, Lin Yingxue wished to converse further with Yuan Xuan, having not seen him for nearly a day. "Is everything safe on your end? What did you have for dinner?" "It's quite safe. I found a convenience store before entering the hotel and grabbed something to eat." "Oh, I see. Senior, we had wild rabbit meat for dinner tonight. It was delicious. The rabbit came to the homestay shortly after you left, and Qingqing caught it in no time. She's truly impressive." "Oh, there's no need to mention me," Fang Qingqing interjected, feeling a bit bashful at the praise. "Really? Did you save any for me? I haven't tried it yet." Suddenly, a breathy female voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Lin Yingxue and Fang Qingqing exchanged startled glances. The voice not only bore a hint of breathlessness, but also a seductive, languid quality. "Senior, who is that person beside you?" Lin Yingxue asked, her confusion evident. Sensing something was amiss. "Oh, she's a subordinate I just acquired. You'll meet her when you arrive," Yuan Xuan explained. Too fast. Master, I can't take it anymore." The female voice sighed again. "What on earth are you two doing? What do you mean by fast or slow? And what's this master situation?" Fang Qingqing interjected, having caught on to the underlying issues. "Nothing much. I rescued a few people today, and they wish to acknowledge me as their leader, calling me master. Right now, I'm making them run because we need to prepare to clear out the zombies tomorrow." "Oh, so it's just running." Lin Yingxue and Fang Qingqing sighed in relief upon hearing Yuan Xuan's explanation. "Keep going. You're almost there." The sound of a sharp slap and Yuan Xuan's voice came through the still active walkie-talkie. Upon hearing the slap, Lin Yingxue's face flushed crimson. She was all too familiar with that sound. That senior, always spanking someone. How infuriating, she thought to herself. "Well, I won't interrupt your training any longer, senior." Although she wished to chat more, she felt it inappropriate to intrude further. Let us reconnect in half an hour. After that, the communication from Yuan Xuan ceased. For the next 5 hours, Fang Qingqing managed the communication with Yuan Xuan. Twice, she heard that breathy voice again, but dismissed it, blaming Yuan Xuan for making someone train so late. He justified it by mentioning he had discovered a new type of enhancement fruit that needed to be digested during training, assuring her that she would understand upon arrival. Fang Qingqing accepted this explanation without further inquiry. At 4:30 a.m., Yuan Xuan observed the peacefully sleeping Julie beside him and gently brushed her smooth hair. He then rose to take a shower in the gym. Running freely with the wind is the direction. Chasing the power of thunder and lightning, he hummed a cheerful tune. Feeling invigorated after an exhausting night of running over 5 hours alongside Julie. Julie, with her unyielding spirit, always pushed to outpace Yuan Xuan, a trait he found endearing. Now, he eagerly awaited the results of the enhancement fruit test. After their run, Yuan Xuan prepared a concoction of rainwater and fruit for Julie, explaining that this would grant her dual abilities, his reward for their camaraderie. He envisioned her as his partner, promising her even greater rewards in the future. Julie, moved by his words, consumed the mixture and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Yuan Xuan, having checked for any adverse effects mentioned by Chen Tao, found her vital signs stable. He believed that once she awoke, they would see the results. Even if she did not gain dual abilities, mitigating the rainwater side effects would still be a significant achievement, allowing him to focus on awakening Lin Yingxue and the others' powers without worry. As dawn broke, Yuan Xuan remained at the bedside, monitoring Julie's condition. Throughout the night, she exhibited no signs of distress, merely sleeping soundly and serenely. At 7 a.m., the rabbit girls awoke, and Lu Wolin, after knocking and receiving permission, entered Yuan Xuan's room, her breath caught in her throat. Upon seeing Julie asleep in bed, she was reminded of the scene from the previous night when Julie had dressed up after her bath. It dawned on her that Julie had plans. Lu Wolin did not scorn Julie. Rather, she felt a twinge of admiration. In truth, she had considered doing the same to win Yuan Xuan's favor. But her past with Chen Tao and her age, which was significantly greater than Yuan Xuan's, deterred her. To be honest, she envied Julie, yet envy was of little consequence. At present, her only recourse was to curry favor with Yuan Xuan through her work. Hence, she had come to seek him out early in the morning. What is it? Yuan Xuan's voice broke Lu Wolin's reverie. Master, do you have any instructions for today? Prepare 20 packets of instant noodles for me, and bring those high-calorie foods as well. You've served Chen Tao. You should know the appetite of an ability user. After you're done, make sure you all eat something, then stay on standby. I have something to announce when Julie wakes up. Understood, Master. Lu Wolin respectfully bowed before exiting the room, her heart sinking as she recalled that Yuan Xuan remembered her past with Chen Tao. While preparing the noodles, she silently prayed that this revelation would not undermine her standing among the other girls. At 10:02 a.m., Julie awoke slowly, meeting Yuan Xuan's gentle gaze as he sat beside her. Julie, how are you feeling? Julie sat up, gazing at her hands, seemingly lost in thought. Yuan Xuan patiently waited, recognizing that she was digesting her newfound abilities, akin to the state after devouring a mutated zombie. Before long, a golden light began to coalesce in Julie's left hand, which soon dimmed, transforming into earth that enveloped her palm. In her right hand, flames emerged, similar to those of Chen Tao and Lu Cheng. Julie pressed her hands together, the flames wrapping around the earthy substance of her left hand, eventually merging into a singular form. Before her stood a pair of magma gauntlets, encasing her hands. Is that lava? Yuan Xuan marveled at Julie's transformation. The dual abilities had indeed manifested successfully. Is it? Julie, equally astonished, stared at her hands, repeatedly exclaiming, I have powers. I am an ability user. Haha, splendid. Julie, you are now not merely a gifted individual, but a dual wielder of extraordinary abilities. You have excelled, Yuan Xiancheng exclaimed with great mirth. Thank you, Master. Everything I have today is a result of your benevolence, Julie replied, promptly rising from her bed and kneeling respectfully before Yuan Xiancheng. Julie understood the magnitude of the gift bestowed upon her by Yuan Xiancheng. Possessing extraordinary abilities signified her newfound means of survival in this apocalyptic world. It represented a formidable power for self-preservation amid the harsh realities of her existence. Previously defenseless against the undead, she now wielded powers more potent than those of Chen Tao and his companions, akin to poverty-stricken individuals receiving an inexhaustible fortune, thereby achieving financial liberation. Such blessings filled her heart with gratitude and relief, simultaneously solidifying her resolve to follow Yuan Xuan. Her thoughts were not misguided. As long as she remained by this man's side and endeavored to please him, this desolate world would cease to be terrifying. "Rise," Yuan Xuan said with a smile, extending his hand to assist Julie to her feet. "You need not call me master any longer. Do you recall what I said last night? You are now my woman. Simply address me by my name." Julie, upon hearing this, stood up, shedding her formalities. Like a tender young woman, she embraced Yuan Xuan's neck and placed a soft kiss on his cheek, saying, "All right then, my Xuan go." Having learned that she was a year younger than him, calling him brother felt entirely appropriate. Yuan Xuan chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. "Let us proceed, and you shall demonstrate your abilities to your sisters. This will ensure their obedience, and then we shall venture forth to eliminate the zombies." Julie replied, wrapping her arms around Yuan Xuan's, her voice sweet and playful as she followed him out the door. Chapter 43. The dual approach of kindness and authority. As Lu Wulan and the other young women observed Julie emerging, her arm entwined with Yuan Xuan's. Their expressions turned markedly nuanced. The news of Julie's visit to Yuan's room the previous night had already spread. Their eyes sparkled with curiosity, speculating about Julie's circumstances. Some even scrutinized her gait, noting that she walked without a limp, suggesting this was not her first encounter. Unbeknownst to them, it was indeed her first experience. However, those who gained extraordinary abilities found their bodies to be stronger than ordinary individuals. Coupled with the enhancement effects of the fruit, Julie's injuries were no longer of concern. A few of the girls had harbored similar intentions the night before, yet the terrifying sight of Yuan Xuan during the day had dissuaded them from approaching him. Now, witnessing Julie's demeanor, it was evident she had succeeded, and they began to feel a pang of regret for their timidity. Yuan Xuan cast a glance at the group of women, discerning their thoughts, and smiled faintly as he spoke. "From today onward, Julie shall be your mistress. When you see her, address her as you would address me. Do you all understand?" The women, reacting to his words, displayed a range of expressions. Some felt that Julie was shameless, while others thought it absurd that one could become a mistress after merely a single night. Particularly, those who had previously accompanied guests were contemplating if they should seek out Yuan Xuan that very evening. Despite their varied internal thoughts, they lowered their heads in unison and responded, "Yes, mistress." Upon hearing Yuan Xuan's declaration, a wave of indescribable exhilaration and pride surged within Julie. Her efforts the previous night had borne fruit. Not only had she acquired extraordinary powers, but she also gained Yuan Xuan's recognition as the mistress among the girls. Yuan Xuan continued, "Additionally, I have an important announcement. Julie has awakened her extraordinary powers, and she possesses dual abilities." The room erupted with astonished gasps as the women turned their gaze toward Julie, their eyes filled with envy and reverence. "Congratulations, mistress, on acquiring your powers," they chorused, with Lu Wulan leading the applause. Julie smiled modestly, her heart swelling with pride as she remarked, "This is all thanks to Brother Xuan. He was instrumental in awakening my powers." Julie was a woman of gratitude. She understood that all of this was due to Yuan Xuan's intervention, which had afforded her this opportunity. Yet another wave of astonishment washed over the room, directed toward Yuan Xuan. They were unaware that he could facilitate the awakening of others' powers. This realization amplified the regret of those who had refrained from seeking him out the previous evening. "No, it is also due to your own innate talent." Yuan Xuan waved his hand dismissively. "On the back of this event, I wish to announce that as long as you perform well in your duties, I too can assist you in awakening your extraordinary powers. Your loyalty and hard work will be duly rewarded." Upon hearing this, the women erupted in excitement, their faces alight with anticipation. In both the pre-apocalyptic world and the current one, no one wished to forego the chance to gain extraordinary powers. Such abilities were of immense interest to all, regardless of gender, especially in this post-apocalyptic era where possessing powers significantly increased one's chances of survival and elevated their status. Just look at Lu Cheng and his companions. Contrasted with Julie, acquiring abilities could lead to a complete reversal of fortune, a prospect that no one could resist. Yuan Xuan adeptly capitalized on this, making the rewards explicit to ensure the unwavering loyalty of these women. "Now, I shall announce your tasks." Yuan Xuan clapped his hands to quiet the excited women. Yesterday, I cleared this building of zombies. Your task over the next few days is to remove every corpse from each floor and clean all rooms thoroughly. You may dispose of the bodies by throwing them out the windows. There is no need to carry them downstairs. However, regardless of the methods you employ, you must leave no trace of blood or odor in the rooms. As he spoke, Yuan Xuan tossed a master key to Lu Wolin. I found this in the lobby yesterday. You should know how to use it. I shall temporarily entrust you with the management and oversight of their tasks. Do not disappoint me. Yes, master, Lu Wolin replied respectfully, her heart elated. It seemed that Yuan Xuan still trusted her, not allowing the incident with Chun Tao to mar his judgment. Julie, come with me downstairs. We will clean up the zombies outside. It will also allow me to observe your extraordinary powers. All right, Brother Xuanqing, Julie replied. After Yuan Xuan finished issuing instructions, he departed with Julie. Once they heard his footsteps fade away, Zhou Wen and two other women began to voice their complaints. Cleaning is one thing, but dealing with corpses is beyond me. One lamented. Exactly. Those zombies are filthy and foul-smelling. What if one isn't truly dead and suddenly bites me? Another chimed in. Jielu, could you please plead with the master on our behalf? One woman beseeched Lu Wolin, who had remained quiet while Yuan Xuan was present. Once he left, however, they could no longer suppress their grievances. Enough. The master has not asked you to kill zombies, which is already quite generous. If you refuse to undertake such tasks, how do you expect to survive in this post-apocalyptic world? Lu Wolin shot them a stern look, her tone serious. But handling corpses is really disgusting. Lu Jia, please let us do something else, one woman pleaded, grasping Lu Wolin's hand. Absolutely not. This is the task assigned by the master, and we must see it through. Lu Wolin firmly rejected. Have you forgotten how terrifying the master was yesterday? If we fail to execute our duties, you know what the consequences will be. At her words, a hint of fear crept into the expressions of the women, clearly recalling the chilling scene from the previous day when Yuan Xuan had taken a life. Let us go. We must get to work, Lu Wolin urged as she noticed their compliance. Remember, if we do this well, we will have better days ahead. Though reluctant, the women understood that Lu Wolin spoke the truth. In the corridor outside, Yuan Xuan leaned against the door, listening to their conversation. Lu Wolin is quite capable and useful, he mused with a faint smile, turning to Julie. Let us begin our work. Yes, all right, Julie sighed in relief. Having overheard the conversation, she had felt anxious for Zhou Wen and the others, thankful that Yuan Xuan had remained unperturbed. Unbeknownst to her, he had already resolved to impose some discipline on the complaining women upon his return. To be a master requires both the ability to govern and the wisdom to balance kindness with authority, ensuring that rewards and punishments are clearly delineated. Chapter 44. As Yuan Xuan and Julie descended to the first floor via the elevator, they entered the grand hall. After vanquishing the zombies the previous night, he had secured the main entrance, effectively isolating the undead outside. Upon emerging from the elevator, Julie was confronted with a gruesome sight of lifeless zombies strewn across the floor, causing her heart to race with apprehension. The elation of her recent awakening had momentarily clouded her mind, almost leading her to forget that she had never truly faced zombies since the onset of this apocalypse. Gazing at the terrifying corpses, fear began to take root within her. What's wrong? Are you scared? Yuan Xuan observed her expression and inquired gently. Yes, I am a bit frightened, Julie admitted, nodding and not concealing her trepidation. It's only natural to feel fear when confronting something for the first time, he reassured her, placing a comforting hand on her head. Rest assured, your physical abilities have more than doubled, and with your newfound powers in my presence, you will be safe. Hearing his words alleviated much of her fear. She took a deep breath, steeling herself to face the challenges ahead. Noticing her determination, Yuan Xuan approached the entrance, cautioning her, once the door opens, a horde of zombies will surge in. Just focus on those that slip past me. With that, he activated the scythe form of the mantis zombie and flung open the door. Outside, over 100 zombies were milling about. As the door swung wide, they turned their heads in unison towards Julie, like sharks sensing blood, and charged towards the hall. Standing at the threshold, Yuan Xuan wielded his scythe with effortless grace, cleaving through the first row of zombies with a mere flick of his wrist. In a single motion, he dispatched 7 of them. Julie watched in stunned silence, marveling at his prowess. His casual gestures resulted in the swift demise of several zombies. As more zombies rushed forth, some from a distance, drawn by the commotion, the numbers began to swell. Yuan Xuan continued to stand at the door, his sides dancing through the air while his appendages pierced through the approaching undead. Countless zombies fell before they could even draw near, leaving Julie with little opportunity to intervene, as he was far too efficient in his slaughter. As the horde thinned slightly, Yuan Xuan deliberately allowed 3 zombies to enter. He then called out to Julie, "Lily, it's your turn. Just be cautious not to use magma or fire. We wouldn't want to set the hall ablaze." "Ah, okay," Julie replied, her previously conjured magma dissipating at his instruction. She struck the ground with her palms, causing several tiles to rise and float around her. "Go," she commanded, and the tiles surged forward as if imbued with life, colliding forcefully with the 3 zombies. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies were knocked back violently, crashing to the floor, yet they struggled to rise. "Fall," she commanded again, and the floating tiles accelerated, descending upon the zombies and shattering their fragile skulls, splattering the ground with a gruesome mixture of red and white. "Excellent work," Yuan Xuan praised, nodding appreciatively at Julie's decisive strike on her first attempt. "Thank you for the compliment, Xuan," she beamed, her fear diminishing considerably. With that, Yuan Xuan unleashed his full might, while Julie supported him with her ranged abilities. Their coordination was impeccable. Waves of zombies fell one after another, unable to breach the hall's entrance. Yuan Xuan resembled a merciless butcher, and Julie, a precise marksman, together forming an impenetrable barrier against the undead. 15 minutes later, the area within a 300-meter radius of the hotel was cleared of zombies. "Phew, we finally finished." That was an overwhelming number. Julie leaned on her knees, panting heavily, sweat glistening on her brow, clearly fatigued from the prolonged exertion of her powers. In truth, Yuan Xuan had dispatched the majority of the zombies, yet Julie still felt exhausted, as it was her first encounter with such a massive horde, and she had to engage them directly. The dual strain of mental and physical fatigue left her slightly hunched over. "How is your energy? How much have you depleted? Can you continue?" Yuan Xuan inquired. "The consumption is greater than I anticipated, but I can manage," Julie replied, striving to adjust her state. Though the intensity of the battle was becoming overwhelming, she was determined not to falter, fearing it would render her useless in Yuan Xuan's eyes. Yuan Xuan noticed her struggle, but chose not to press the matter. He felt increasingly satisfied with her resilience. Initially, he had merely intended to treat her as a test subject, but he was surprised by her unexpectedly strong character. Her tenacity alone qualified her as a capable subordinate. This battle had also illuminated the limits of her powers. Reflecting on Xiao Zhirong and her companions, he recalled how they rarely utilized their abilities against ordinary zombies, relying instead on their physical prowess until they faced mutated ones. It seemed these powers had a fixed capacity, akin to a video game character with a finite mana pool. Once depleted, skills could not be unleashed. If he wished to replenish her energy, Yuan Xuan had a means to do so by transferring energy from within himself, but this would require consuming the energy of first-tier zombies. Given the scarcity of mutated zombies, such an approach felt wasteful. It would be better to transform them into first-tier enhancement fruits to increase Julie's maximum energy capacity. However, encountering mutated zombies was a matter of luck. "By the way, Julie, after your powers have cleared the zombies, refrain from using them in the hotel," Yuan Xuan suggested. Glancing around, "Why is that?" Julie asked, puzzled by his remark. "Just take a look around," Yuan Xuan said with an exasperated expression, gesturing toward the floor. Julie glanced down and noted the disarray the Grand Hall had suffered in the aftermath of their battle. The once immaculate floor now bore the marks of chaos, with tiles missing here and there. This would be their home, and Yuan Xuan felt a twinge of regret. Her abilities, whether in earth or fire, were too destructive for use in their base. Yet, Julie merely chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I can restore it." With that, she pressed her hands to the ground, closing her eyes to channel her powers. The tiles within the hall began to tremble before the broken pieces seamlessly reassembled, gradually restoring the damaged floor to its former glory. Opening her eyes, Julie beamed at her handiwork. "What do you think? My ability to control Earth is quite useful, isn't it?" Yuan Xuan regarded her proud expression. His opinion of her elevated once more. "By the way, how do you know how to use your powers?" he asked, curious, as he was not an ability user himself. "After awakening, the knowledge just appears in your mind, much like reading a game guide," Julie explained while surveying her surroundings, ensuring the floor was restored before finally sitting down with a sigh of relief. Yuan Xuan nodded, reflecting on the user-friendly nature of such powers. What exactly was the source of this apocalypse? He found himself pondering these questions involuntarily. He was indeed curious about the reasons behind the apocalypse. Yet it was merely a fleeting curiosity. He never contemplated delving into the secrets that lay behind it. That seemed too exhausting. For now, this existence sufficed, establishing a base. Gathering some women, and leisurely enjoying the remainder of his life was more than enough. Chapter 45. Complete occupation as Yuan Xuan and Julie rested. A zombie's corpse was unceremoniously hurled from above, splattering into a gruesome mess upon impact. Yuan Xuan turned to observe and chuckled. It seems they have begun their work as well. Shouldn't we also resume our efforts to eliminate the zombies? Julie inquired, her gaze fixed on him. No rush. Take a bit more time to rest. It will be interesting to see how long it takes for your powers to recover, he replied, handing her a can of cola. Julie accepted it with a nod, remaining silent as she quietly watched him. Brother Xuan, do you look down on me? Julie suddenly asked, a hint of unease lacing her voice. Look down on you? Why would I? Yuan Xuan responded, puzzled. Because last night Julie's voice trailed off as she lowered her gaze. Understanding her implication, Yuan Xuan smiled knowingly, realizing she was referring to her decision to be intimate with him the night before. He gently ruffled her hair and reassured her, not at all. I actually appreciate a girl who is so proactive. Really? Julie's eyes sparkled with hope as she raised her head. Absolutely, he affirmed, recognizing that her choice was a testament to her character. Such a girl was all the more precious to him. Thank you, Brother Xuan, Julie said, snuggling beside him, her face radiant with happiness. He did not resist, settling beside her as they basked in the warmth of the moment. However, their tranquility was soon shattered by the relentless cascade of more zombie corpses. After approximately 30 minutes of rest, Julie felt her powers had recovered significantly. Ready to continue the fight, Yuan Xuan nodded and led her outside the main building. He had previously estimated that within the confines of the Happiness Prison Hotel, there were around 7,000 to 8,000 zombies, a daunting task to clear. He devised a plan. There was a small artificial lake on the side of the main building, and he intended to place a loudspeaker at the center. This device was available in the conference room on the second floor. By playing music to lure the zombies into the lake, Julie could unleash her lava powers to incinerate them, effectively reducing their numbers with minimal cleanup required. Julie assured him that she could gradually restore the damaged lake, and when it rained, it could collect fresh water, ensuring the original lake's water would not be diluted. It was indeed a clever twofold solution. Without delay, they began clearing the zombies around the artificial lake. Julie continuously released lava into the lake, creating a small lava pool. The task was labor-intensive, and she needed to take breaks. When she exhausted herself, Yuan Xuan utilized zombie energy to replenish her strength. They allowed the lava to reach a depth that submerged the zombies' lower legs before pausing. Yuan Xuan then retrieved the loudspeaker from the conference room and ascended to the 10th floor, extending it over the lake. He played a rhythmically engaging piece of music. The zombies, previously wandering within the hotel, were drawn toward the artificial lake by the sound. Yuan Xuan observed the mass of zombies below with a satisfied smile, realizing he could efficiently eliminate most of them without expending excessive time and energy on individual confrontations. As the zombies entered the lake, they emitted wretched cries, their legs charred by the lava, turning to ash as they succumbed to the molten depths. The acrid stench of burning flesh filled the air as more and more zombies perished in the expanding lava pool. The higher-level bunny girls witnessed the scene and covered their mouths, unable to bear the gruesome sight. Some admired Yuan Xuan's ingenuity, while others envied Julie for her formidable powers. Lily, please go inform them that today's mission is on hold. They should find a sealed room to stay in and avoid the toxic fumes from the lava. Yuan Xuan instructed. What about you? Julie asked, concern etched on her face. I will be fine. Once the zombies are mostly dealt with, I will clear out the remaining stragglers. You've worked hard today. Rest with them, he reassured her. The fumes posed no threat to him. He merely needed to activate his black beast form to filter them out. Julie nodded and turned to head for the stairs. By evening, after dinner, feeling that the zombies had mostly been eliminated, Yuan Xuan instructed Julie to retract the lava while he attended to the remaining zombies scattered across the hotel. Most were trapped indoors, and it took him nearly 7 to 8 hours to finish the task. After meticulous inspection, he confirmed that not a single zombie remained within the walls of the Happiness Prison Hotel. The hotel was fully occupied. Upon returning to the 21st floor and showering, it was already 2 in the morning. When he entered his room, he found Julie patiently waiting by the bed. "Why are you still awake?" he asked as he approached her. "I wanted to wait for you," she replied softly, her face weary yet her eyes sparkling with expectation. Yuan Xuan smiled broadly, settling beside her and gently pulling her into his embrace, whispering, "Shall we go for a run?" Julie's cheeks flushed at his suggestion, and without a word, she nestled her head into his chest. Meanwhile, Lin Xue and the others on night watch at the farmhouse heard the sounds of Yuan Xuan and the woman jogging during their communication. Lin Xue expressed concern, urging him to rest. Yuan Xuan, breathless, replied, "Okay." The following morning, as sunlight streamed through the curtains, Yuan Xuan sat at his desk, drafting some regulations for the base. Once he had made significant progress, he gently set down his pen and turned to look at Julie. Her small face was buried in the pillow, her breathing steady, appearing to be in a deep slumber. He smiled faintly, recalling the exertion of the previous night, and decided to let her sleep a little longer. He then rose and headed to the bathroom to prepare for the day's endeavors. His plan for the day was to fetch Lin Xue and the others, followed by a search for seeds to plant, as the sooner they could sow, the sooner they could reap. After all, food in the city did not have an indefinite shelf life, especially fresh vegetables, which were no longer available. Yuan Xuan left his room, summoned Lu Roland to inform her to speak with Julie when she awoke, and instructed her to prioritize tidying up the presidential suite on the 18th floor. As he intended to bring people back, Lu Roland, having heard Yuan Xuan mention the other mistresses before, nodded in understanding, recognizing the importance of his command. Subsequently, Yuan Xuan made his way to the hotel staff office to retrieve the keys to a truck, drove to the parking lot, and returned to the farmhouse. Chapter 46. Exploring the hotel in the countryside resort, Lin Xue and the others had already received notice and were prepared. Upon seeing Yuan Xuan return, their faces lit up with joy. "Senior, you have finally come back," Lin Xue exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Yuan Xuan tightly, as if she wished to meld him into her very being. Yuan Xuan chuckled and gently patted her back, feeling her warmth and attachment. He understood that Lin Xue had been deeply concerned for his safety during his absence. However, as they embraced, Lin Xue suddenly realized the inappropriateness of her actions, recognizing that their relationship had not yet reached such a level of intimacy. Caught up in the moment, she felt the urge to pull away from Yuan Xuan. But to her surprise, he seemed to sense her thoughts and held her firmly in place. Lin Xue felt a surge of panic, uncertain of how to navigate this unexpected situation. At that moment, Tang Zishi joined the embrace, her sweet voice chiming in, "Big brother, I want a hug too." Lin Xue was momentarily taken aback, turning to see Tang Zishi's innocent smile as she snugly clung to Yuan Xuan, as if he were her most reliable support. Soon after, Li Qing joined in, playfully exclaiming, "How could I be left out?" In truth, Li Qing had noticed Lin Xue's discomfort and had come to help ease the awkwardness. With 3 girls now embracing him, Yuan Xuan turned to Fang Qingqing, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "Qingqing, aren't you going to come and give me a hug?" Fang Qingqing's face flushed slightly at his words, and she retorted, "Look at you. Do you still have room for more?" Yuan Xuan laughed heartily, releasing the 3 girls from his embrace before moving closer to Fang Qingqing, arms wide open. "Then it's your turn to hug me," he said. Fang Qingqing's cheeks deepened in color as she shot him a glare, playfully scolding, "You wish. I'm not hugging you." Yuan Xuan merely chuckled, not pressing the matter further. "All right. I won't tease you anymore. Let's set off. I promise you will be satisfied with where we will be staying," he declared. With that, they began loading the remaining ingredients and livestock from the resort onto the truck before driving away. Yuan Xuan led the way in his truck, while Fang Qingqing followed closely in her military vehicle. As they traveled, the zombies along the route initially ignored Yuan Xuan's vehicle, but soon noticed the prey following behind, only to find themselves unable to pursue in time. Thus, they arrived safely at the Happy Prison Hotel. Upon reaching the hotel, Lin Xue and the others gazed in awe at the towering walls and the turreted towers above. "What surprises you so much?" Li Qing teased with a proud smile. Given her father's status as a shareholder, she was quite familiar with the hotel, having visited often before the apocalypse. Yuan Xuan exited the vehicle and activated his claw form, beginning to clear the zombies at the entrance. The girls quickly disembarked to assist him. Fang Qingqing, with her enhanced abilities, dispatched the ordinary zombies effortlessly, while Li Qing and Lin Xue having trained during this time, no longer hesitated in combat. As they fought, they couldn't help but glance at Yuan Xuanqing's transformed clawed arms, which made dispatching zombies seem as easy as slicing through vegetables. Is that your special ability, senior? Lin Yingxue marveled at the sharp claws, her eyes wide with astonishment. It must be, Li Qing nodded in agreement, having been informed of his powers during their radio communications. Yet, the sight still left Lin Yingxue and Li Qing in awe. Focus, Fang Qingqing reminded them sharply, as they were distracted by Yuan Xuanqing. At her urging, Lin Yingxue and Li Qing quickly returned their attention to the zombies before them. Although Fang Qingqing was equally surprised by Yuan Xuanqing's powers, she had witnessed them before at the police station, which made her more cautious and vigilant. Once the area was cleared of zombies, Yuan Xuanqing used the intercom to notify Lu Ruolin, who had been waiting in the control room, to open the gates. After the doors swung open, he drove the vehicle into the hotel parking lot and instructed Lu Ruolin via the intercom, in 2 hours, gather everyone at the skill training building. After receiving her acknowledgement, Yuan Xuanqing began to explore the hotel with Lin Yingxue and the others. However, midway through their tour, Li Qing took over as the guide. Given her frequent visits before the apocalypse due to her father's involvement as a shareholder, she was far more familiar with the place than Yuan Xuanqing. This is the parking lot, and over there is a workshop filled with tools, little one. Your future job might be there. This area is for barracks, used for shooting games. We can practice here in the future. That is a fish pond, where we could raise fish if we find some fry. And here, wait, Yuan Xuanqing, what's happened to the artificial lake? This is the guest room built to resemble a prison, with iron cage-style rooms that offer a unique experience. This area is the skill training building, with planting and breeding zones on the first and second floors. Later, we can move the livestock to the second floor. The third floor has a variety of trendy clothing. We can explore that area later. It should be quite interesting. As they walked, Li Qing enthusiastically introduced the hotel facilities like a professional tour guide, eliciting gasps of admiration from Lin Yingxue and the others, who were thoroughly impressed by the amenities and designs. Particularly for Lin Yingxue, who had only heard rumors of the potential for farming and livestock rearing here, activities she was well versed in from her village. Her heart swelled with joy at the thought of finally being able to assist Yuan Xuanqing. She envisioned herself cultivating the first batch of vegetables and receiving his praise for her efforts. Fang Qingqing, intrigued by the iron cage rooms, was eager to see how they were designed to provide comfort. Meanwhile, Yuan Xuanqing observed with a smile, nodding occasionally as he took in the excitement radiating from Lin Yingxue and the others, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Is this what it feels like to showcase one's own property? It's quite delightful. After completing their tour, Yuan Xuanqing led Lin Yingxue and the others to the third floor of the skill training building, which was filled with an array of trendy clothing and shoes, leaving them in a state of wonder. Wow, look at all these beautiful clothes and shoes, Lin Yingxue exclaimed, excitedly pulling Li Qing along as they browsed through the racks. What do you think? Trendy, right? Renowned fashion designers used to come here and create outfits on a whim. Over there are some fabrics. Yingxue, I remember you can sew. Could you make me a few pieces with these materials? Li Qing said with a proud grin. Sure. As long as you don't mind my skills being a bit rough, Lin Yingxue replied with a smile, then turned to Yuan Xuanqing. Senior, if you need anything, I can make something for you too. Yuan Xuanqing responded with praise. Impressive, Yingxue. You seem to be capable of everything. Feeling bashful, Lin Yingxue lowered her gaze. I learned from my grandmother in the village, but I wasn't very good at it. Yingxue's sister, I want one too. Tang Zixi chimed in, showcasing the innocent whims of a child. Ahem. I want one too, Li Qing added. Fang Qingqing cleared her throat and interjected, feeling somewhat out of place, as if she were not part of the group. The longing for new clothes is a sentiment shared by every girl, despite being a special police officer. She remains an 18-year-old young woman. Lin Yingxue looked at them with a smile and replied, very well, as long as you do not mind. I shall make them for you. After 2 hours of exploration, they had visited all but the main and secondary buildings. Nevertheless, the girls had gained a general understanding of their future residence. Each of them began to anticipate their new lives, as they realized for the first time that existence in a post-apocalyptic world was not as dreadful as they had imagined. All of this was thanks to Yuan Xuanqing. Not only Lin Yingxue and Fang Qingqing, but even Li Qing gazed at Yuan Xuanqing with newfound admiration. They had not expected that the one who had come to investigate would manage to secure this 5-star hotel in merely 2 days. Surely, he must have encountered numerous dangers and exerted considerable effort throughout this process. Master, Everyone is gathered, came Lu Wolin's voice from the intercom. All right, we shall head over now, Yuan Xuan replied. Upon returning to the office on the first floor of the Shi building, Lin Yingxue and the others were greeted by the sight of 10 beautiful women dressed as bunny girls, standing in a neat row. Beside them stood a woman in casual attire, her gaze somewhat evasive. Greetings, master, and the 4 mistresses, the bunny girls said in unison, bowing respectfully to them. This caught Lin Yingxue and her companions off guard, leaving them momentarily speechless. Allow me to introduce you. This is Lin Yingxue. And this is Li Qing. Yuan Xuan introduced them one by one, continuing, these 4 are also your mistresses from now on. To see them is to see me. Do you understand? Yes, master. The bunny girls responded in unison, bowing once more to Lin Yingxue and her companions. Lin Yingxue and her friends were taken aback. They had not anticipated such an introduction from Yuan Xuan, nor did they expect the bunny girls to show them such deference. You need not do this. We are all the same, Lin Yingxue said, feeling somewhat shy. No, the master has decreed it. You are our mistresses, and we must show you respect. The bunny girls replied in unison. Lin Yingxue and her friends exchanged glances, feeling a mix of helplessness and curiosity about how Yuan Xuan had achieved this. Casting puzzled looks in his direction. I shall explain it to you later, Yuan Xuan said, then waved to Julie. Julie, come here. Hearing this, Julie's heart sank. And she approached Yuan Xuan and Lin Yingxue, her head bowed, unable to meet their eyes, as if she harbored some secret. Chapter 47. The main wife in the current state of mind. Julie felt akin to a mistress confronting the legitimate wife, her heart racing with unease. During their run, Yuan Xuan had mentioned Lin Yingxue and her companions. Had this been before the apocalypse, she would have unhesitatingly ended her relationship with Yuan Xuan. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, she understood the harsh realities governed by the law of the jungle. Take Lu Cheng and his 2 companions, for instance. They had made veiled suggestions about trading food for favors, implying a transaction of bodies without any responsibility. The women who had visited their room were compelled to continue such exchanges for sustenance. In this unforgiving world, men's treatment of women was unlikely to be any better, as power dictated everything, making survival much more arduous for women than for men. In contrast, Yuan Xuan treated her with respect and took responsibility, even granting her special abilities. He displayed the same consideration toward other women, protecting them from dangerous tasks. To encounter such a man in this desolate reality was a blessing she could hardly wish for more. Reflecting on her heart, she recognized Yuan Xuan's profound impact on her life, and she found herself increasingly reliant on him. Thus, the thought of his other women troubled her. She was not familiar with Lin Yingxue and her companions' personalities, and seeing Lin Yingxue's striking beauty only deepened her insecurities. After all, it was she who had pursued Yuan Xuan, and she feared Lin Yingxue might confront her for this, given that she was the newcomer. Julie, there's no need to be anxious, Yuan Xuan gently reassured her. I called you over simply to help you get acquainted with them. Julie looked up at Yuan Xuan and then stole a glance at Lin Yingxue and the others, feeling a bittersweet pang in her heart. Yingxue, Li Qing, Qing. This is Julie. She will be a part of our family from now on, so please treat her well, Yuan Xuan stated directly, clarifying Julie's position among them. According to the plan he had drafted the previous night, he intended to have more women in the future, and it was better to address this matter early on. If they could not accept it, he had no intention of forcing them, merely allowing them to lead their own lives in the hotel. Upon hearing Yuan Xuan's introduction of Julie, Lin Yingxue and the others understood the nature of Julie's relationship with him. They were not surprised by Yuan Xuan's involvement with other women, having been privy to such jokes during their school days. They recognized that his earlier remarks were not mere jesting. He genuinely harbored such intentions. After all, a man of Yuan Xuan's caliber would not limit himself to a single partner in this world. Moreover, none of them had formally established a relationship with Yuan Xuan and had continuously benefited from his generosity, leaving them with no grounds to blame Julie. Though Lin Yingxue harbored such thoughts, the discomfort was inevitable, and she clenched her fists, gazing deeply at Yuan Xuan. He, in turn, noticed her shift in emotions and gently grasped her hand. Yingxue, in this apocalyptic world, we require more strength to protect ourselves and our family. Julie is a dual ability user, which will be immensely beneficial to us, and she is a wonderful person. I hope you can accept her. Lin Yingxue met Yuan Xuan's gaze, her eyes glimmering with conflicting emotions, which ultimately settled into a sigh. She was an astute girl, aware of the changing dynamics. Yuan Xuan was far superior to the men who had previously forced themselves upon her. If he wished to compel her, it would be all too easy. I understand, senior. Lin Yingxue replied softly, choosing to embrace understanding and acceptance despite her discomfort. She extended her hand, smiling at Julie. Welcome, Julie. You are now part of our big family, and we shall be good sisters from now on. Tang Zishi, innocent and unaware of adult complexities, rushed to Julie and took her hand, exclaiming, Hello, Sister Julie. I'm Tang Zishi. I'm great at fixing cars, so if you ever need repairs, just come find me. Fang Qingqing had intended to say more about Yuan Xuan, but seeing Lin Yingshue's acceptance, she felt she had no grounds to oppose and offered her welcome as well. Li Qing had no ulterior motives and echoed the sentiment, merely feeling sympathy for Lin Yingxue. Seeing Lin Yingxue and the others extend such kindness, Julie's anxiety and unease dissipated significantly. She felt a twinge of guilt for having pursued Yuan Xuan first, as Lin Yingxue and her companions, the original women in his life, had not only refrained from blaming her, but had welcomed her with open arms. This gesture touched her deeply. At that moment, she was unaware that Yuan Xuan had never established a formal relationship with them. Thank you all for accepting me, Julie said, her eyes glistening with emotion. All right, let us not stand around. Please, take a seat, Yuan Xuan said with a smile, gesturing to the nearby sofa. You all sit down as well. He waved his hand, inviting the others to join him. The bunny girls displayed a variety of expressions. Some had anticipated a dramatic confrontation, hoping to witness a showdown between the mistress and the legitimate wife, only to find none forthcoming. They were also taken aback by Yuan Xuan's ability to manage these beautiful women so harmoniously, even allowing a mistress to coexist peacefully. As they settled, Yuan Xuan took a seat beside Lin Yingxue, wrapping his arm around her shoulder and leaning in to whisper, Yingxue, thank you. Lin Yingxue turned her head slightly, avoiding his lips. Her cheeks flushed, and she feigned annoyance, saying quietly, Humph, senior, if you ever treat me poorly, I will run away from home and ignore you. Yuan Xuan chuckled in disbelief. Then you'll never have a chance to run away from home. Humph. Don't be too confident, senior. What if a better man comes along? Lin Yingxue had intended it as a jest, but midway through, she realized she had misspoken. Yuan Xuan's playful demeanor shifted to one of cold seriousness in an instant, a change only Lin Yingxue could perceive. There won't be such a man. Yuan Xuan whispered in her ear, his tone icy, carrying an undercurrent of possessiveness that made her shiver. She sensed his fierce protectiveness, as if no other man was permitted in his world. Though her heart raced with anxiety, Lin Yingxue understood this was Yuan Xuan's way of caring for her. Indeed, a man's jealousy could be far more formidable than a woman's, especially a man of Yuan Xuan's caliber. This left her with mixed feelings. She was pleased by his concern, yet slightly irritated by his possessiveness. Now, I will announce some rules for our time together here. I will only say this once. Lu Wolin, please take notes, Yuan Xuan declared, shifting the conversation to serious matters. Yes, master, Lu Wolin promptly stood from the sofa, retrieving a notebook and pen from the desk, ready to record at a moment's notice. Chapter 48, Class, Appointments, Treatment, Promotion, and Rules. Firstly, from this day forth, I shall officially rename this place as the City of Radiance, signifying that even amidst the chaos, darkness, and uncertainty of this apocalyptic world, you shall be guided by the light, illuminating your path forward. I am that light for you. From now on, you shall labor for me, and in return, I shall provide you with sustenance and security. Yuan Xuan's gaze swept across the crowd, his tone resolute and self-assured. Upon hearing this new name, all present displayed expressions of contemplation. Lin Yingxue and Fang Qingqing, among the more astute women, had already discerned Yuan Xuan's intentions. He planned to establish a belief system for these women amidst the collapse of civilization, morality, and law, with himself as the embodiment of that belief, becoming their pillar of support in this desolate era. Such a tactic is exceedingly ingenious. Ancient emperors have employed similar methods to solidify their reign, fostering reverence and awe among the populace. Next, I shall delineate a classification system and establish rules to ensure our base operates in an orderly and efficient manner. Yuan Xuan paused, ensuring that each face was attentive to his words. Firstly, the classes shall be divided into 5 tiers. Fifth tier, maidens. Individuals in this tier shall be responsible for various tasks within the base, including cleaning, farming, livestock care, cooking, and other chores. The advantage of this role lies in the exemption from venturing outside to confront zombies, while the disadvantage is the meager daily rations and inferior living conditions. Fourth tier, warriors. These individuals shall patrol, guard, and eliminate zombies surrounding the base, safeguarding its safety. Warriors will receive double the rations and superior treatment compared to maidens. Currently, selection for warriors will be conducted from the maidens, as our numbers are still few, allowing for voluntary enlistment. However, as our population grows, an examination system will be instituted, with only qualified candidates permitted to ascend to this rank. Third tier, administrators and captains. Individuals in this tier shall oversee the maidens and warriors, acting as internal supervisors and operational commanders. Finally, the second tier, chief supervisor, and the first tier, myself. Now, let us discuss appointments, treatment, and promotion methods. Firstly, Liningshua. You shall henceforth be the chief supervisor of the base, with Li Qing serving as your assistant. In terms of treatment, you both shall have unfettered access to the base's resources. Liningshua and Li Qing exchanged astonished glances, clearly taken aback by Yuan Xuan's high regard for them, as he entrusted Liningshua with the most powerful position within the base, second only to himself. Thank you, Senior, Liningshua expressed, her heart overwhelmed with gratitude as she nodded solemnly in acceptance of the appointment. After acknowledging her, Yuan Xuan continued with the appointments. Fang Qingqing, you shall henceforth serve as the Chief Combat Commander and Chief Training Officer, also belonging to the second tier. You will oversee the recruitment, training, and deployment of the warriors. Julie, you will learn from Qingqing, and should you excel, I shall promote you to the position of deputy. You too shall have unrestricted access to resources, Yuan Xuan stated, directing his attention to Fang Qingqing and Julie. Fang Qingqing nodded in acknowledgement, while Julie beamed with joy, unable to believe that she had a chance to ascend to the role of deputy so soon after joining. Yuan Xuan selected them as key personnel because they were the 4 individuals he trusted most. Their future performance would determine whether they remained in their positions. Those lacking ability could simply serve as ornamental figures, as he could afford to support them. Lu Wulan, I temporarily appoint you as headmaid, belonging to the third tier. Remember, this is only provisional. If your performance is lacking, I shall replace you immediately. Do you understand? At this, Lu Wulan trembled slightly, rising respectfully to bow her head. Yes, master. I will endeavor to fulfill my duties diligently. Very well, Yuan Xuan replied, satisfied, before proceeding to discuss treatment. For the second tier, as I previously mentioned, access to the base's resources shall be unrestricted. For the third to fifth tiers, resources will require points for acquisition. The third tier will receive a fixed daily allocation of 200 points, the fourth tier 100 points, and the fifth tier 50 points. Moving forward, all provisions such as food, clothing, and daily necessities must be exchanged for points. Points can be earned through overtime work and zombie elimination, with a 12-hour workday established. Each additional hour of overtime will yield an extra 10 points, while each zombie slain will provide 1 point. The pricing for redeemable items is as follows. 100 grams of rice costs 10 points, 100 grams of vegetables 40 points, and 100 grams of meat 100 points, among others. I will print a price list, and any requests should be reported to Lu Wulan for compilation before being presented to Liningshua for distribution. By the way, among the redeemable items, there exists one of utmost importance. With that, Yuan Xuan produced 2 enhancement fruits for all to see. This is a body enhancement fruit, priced at 1,000 points each, and this is an ability enhancement fruit, priced at 10,000 points each. As the name implies, the body enhancement fruit can double one's physical capabilities. The bunny girls, hearing this for the first time, wore expressions of disbelief. Observing their reactions, Yuan Xuan was unconcerned and tossed a 0-tier body enhancement fruit to Lu Wulan, instructing, consume it. Lu Wulan hesitated briefly before swallowing the fruit whole. In the next moment, a wave of warmth surged from her abdomen, swiftly radiating throughout her body. She felt as though her muscles and bones were being reformed, experiencing an unparalleled sense of comfort. Soon, the warmth subsided, and upon opening her eyes, Lu Wulan discovered that she was drenched in sweat, akin to having just completed a marathon. Yet, she felt no fatigue. Instead, she brimmed with vitality. Throw a punch, Yuan Xuan commanded, placing a wooden plank before Lu Wulan. Nodding, she clenched her fist and struck a nearby boulder. The moment her fist made contact with the plank, it shattered into pieces. This, Lu Ruolin marveled at her own fist, unable to believe the power she had just unleashed. The bunny girls widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to fathom that the seemingly delicate Lu Ruolin had just shattered the plank with a single blow. No one remained skeptical of Yuan Xuanqing's claims, their gazes now fervently fixed on the other red fruit he held. As long as you all work diligently in the future, I can distribute these fruits to you, especially this red one, which will grant Julie dual abilities. With that, Yuan Xuanqing revealed a handful of body enhancement fruits, showcasing them to the bunny girls. These were the fruits he had obtained from clearing out zombies at the hotel the previous day. He still had 16 zero-tier enhancement fruits on hand, sufficient to enhance all the bunny girls. None of the bunny girls were indifferent to the allure of these fruits. They calculated how long it would take to accumulate the 50 points they would earn daily to exchange for one. Realizing the lengthy wait, their spirits began to sag. Observing their despondence, Yuan Xuanqing smiled. As the first group to join me, you shall receive special benefits. He then distributed 9 enhancement fruits, 1 to each bunny girl. This had been his intention all along. Enhancing them was imperative, not only to boost their work efficiency, but also to prepare them to mentor newcomers in the future, showcasing the advantages of the base. This approach would foster gratitude among the bunny girls while motivating newcomers to strive harder after witnessing the results. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. The bunny girls eagerly accepted the enhanced fruits, each one genuinely grateful to Yuan Xuanqing, both in words and in spirit. Some had already resolved to wholeheartedly dedicate themselves to their work starting tomorrow, determined to contribute to Yuan Xuanqing and the entire base. Finally, Yuan Xuanqing addressed the matter of promotions. After all the bunny girls had consumed the fruits, he spoke once more. If any of you possess special skills, such as maintenance, plumbing, agriculture, animal husbandry, construction, or medical expertise, you may report them directly to me or Lin Xue. I will assess how much your skills can benefit the base and will grant you a corresponding rank elevation. If you wish to speak, now is the time. Yuan Xuanqing glanced at the bunny girls and waited for over 10 seconds, but not a single individual stood up. This was as he had anticipated. After all, they were formerly engaged in the service industry. Thus, the alternative method of promotion would involve training, with examinations held monthly. Those who pass the exams will be elevated to the 3rd tier. As for the content of the exams, Qingqing, you shall determine it. Fang Qingqing nodded in agreement, understood. Warriors who excel and have undergone physical enhancement twice will be eligible for promotion to the 3rd tier. As for promotions beyond the 4th tier, there will also be an examination, the details of which will be disclosed at a later time and personally arranged by me. Upon hearing this, everyone present became curious about the content. However, without Yuan Xuanqing's disclosure, they could only speculate. Among them, only Julie pondered a possibility, though she lacked certainty. Nevertheless, Yuan Xuanqing's examination content closely aligned with Julie's thoughts, and the reason for its announcement was that Lin Xue and the others were present, making it somewhat difficult for them to voice their concerns. The examination content was actually quite straightforward. Like Julie, participants would need to run at night, marking it as their first night run in life. Of course, exceptionally capable women could be granted exceptions, a decision solely at Yuan Xuanqing's discretion. Lastly, there were 2 rules to establish. First, obey your superiors. Their commands are paramount. Should anyone defy this, they will face punishment, and in severe cases, I will personally cast you out to feed the zombies. Second, internal strife is strictly prohibited. Violators will similarly be thrown out to feed the zombies. New regulations may arise in the future, and I will announce them at that time. Is everyone clear on this? I will be bringing more newcomers back in the future, and you are all responsible for conveying these rules and the hierarchical system to them. Do you understand? Yuan Xuanqing asked loudly. The bunny girls responded in unison, understood, Master. Lin Xue and her companions also nodded earnestly in agreement. Chapter 49. The Apocalypse of Others. For now, let us pause our discourse. Lu Ruolin remained behind while the others dispersed to attend to their respective tasks. Yuan Xuanqing waved his hand, signaling the bunny girls to exit. As they departed, the room soon held only Yuan Xuanqing, Lin Xue, and a few others. Julie, please escort Xue and the others to the 18th floor and explain the functions of each level of the main building to them, he instructed. Understood, she replied. Having given his orders, Yuan Xuanqing lifted Tang Zishi onto his shoulder. Zishi, let us head to the parking lot. You shall teach me a few things. Tang Zishi nodded vigorously, wrapping her arms around Yuan Xuanqing's head. Roland, do join us. Yes, master, she responded. The trio then made their way out of the skill training building. Upon reaching the parking lot, they were greeted by a plethora of vehicles, including a multitude of luxury cars: Maybach S680, Maserati MC20, Unimog, Lamborghini Revuelto, and even a Knight 15. Yuan Xuanqing gazed at the dazzling array of automobiles, marveling inwardly. Now this is the romance of a man. Wow, so many cars! Tang Zishi exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder at the sight of such an abundance. Zishi, teach me how to start these cars without the keys, Yuan Xuanqing gently encouraged, stroking her small head. Of course, it's actually quite simple, she replied, and began to instruct him on various methods to unlock cars in the absence of keys. Yuan Xuanqing and Lu Roland listened intently, taking notes as Tang Zishi shared her knowledge. He diligently recorded everything she said, occasionally posing questions for her to clarify. Tang Zishi patiently answered each query and even demonstrated the techniques for him. Before long, Yuan Xuanqing had mastered the ignition methods for most vehicles, including those of the more specialized types like the Unimog and Knight 15. Lu Roland, however, found herself somewhat bewildered by her notes. Zishi, you are truly remarkable. You've taught me so much in such a short span of time. Yuan Xuanqing praised her sincerely. Tang Zishi blushed at the compliment, giggling shyly. He, turning to Lu Roland, he added, make sure you jot down everything Zishi has said. If anything is unclear, do not hesitate to ask her. Understood, master, Lu Roland affirmed. Now, please take Zishi back to the 18th floor to rest. Additionally, instruct all the maids to check for car keys or other useful items while clearing the zombie corpses and rooms. Ensure they gather all food items from the rooms for Ingxue to log, after which they will be stored. Should anyone be caught pilfering or hoarding food during this process, report it to me. Is that clear? Yuan Xuanqing reiterated sternly. Understood, master, Lu Roland nodded before leading Tang Zishi away toward the 18th floor. Meanwhile, Yuan Xuanqing returned to the third-generation brood and donned his gear before departing from Radiant City. With daylight still on his side, he planned to scour nearby seed shops and supermarkets. If the rest of humanity discovered that rainwater could grant them abilities, the resources within the city would soon be depleted. The sooner he could gather supplies, the better. This time, Yuan Xuanqing chose not to drive. Instead, he utilized his tendrils to traverse the buildings with the agility of a spider, far swifter than a car could manage. His intent in learning how to start cars without keys was to enable him to find a vehicle roadside to transport his findings efficiently and reach farther destinations. Radiant City, formerly known as Happiness Prison, is situated along the expressway from K-City to the airport, conveniently located on the outskirts within a development zone. It experiences a significantly lower zombie population compared to the city center. 3 kilometers away from Radiant City, on Baoxin Road, a Toyota SUV was parked in front of a grocery store with relatively few zombies. 6 individuals, 4 men and 2 women, all appearing to be students, exited the vehicle, leaving one person in the driver's seat. Armed with weapons such as bats, golf clubs, fire axes, and staffs, they quickly began to dispatch the surrounding zombies with practiced ease. As Yuan Xuanqing observed them from atop a 3-story building 200 meters away, he marveled at their audacity to confront zombies without any special abilities. Remarkable, he thought. Having followed them to this location, he watched as they skillfully eliminated the undead and scavenged for food. His curiosity was piqued to determine whether any among them possessed abilities, lest he be caught unawares again. He also sought to ascertain if they had a base or other companions. For Yuan Xuanqing, manpower was in greater demand than material supplies. With Radiant City being so vast, the few maids alone could not manage it all. He observed as the group continued to empty the grocery store of its provisions. The commotion from their combat and the engine of their vehicle began to attract more zombies to their vicinity, including several agile, semi-evolved ones, and their numbers steadily increased. The 3 capable men soon found themselves overwhelmed. Leon, there are too many zombies. We can barely hold on. One of the men wielding a staff shouted. Leon, seemingly the leader with a tall, unremarkable stature, set down his weapon and called to his frantic companions inside the store, "Stop gathering. We need to leave." He wielded his blade with precision, each swing taking down a zombie, while simultaneously providing cover for his teammates whenever possible. Yet, the encroaching horde continued to swell, and he too began to feel the strain. "Hurry, we must go," A girl carrying a bag of food cried out as she stepped outside, confronted by the sight of dozens of zombies closing in. At that moment, a towering semi-evolved zombie leapt down from the roof above, lunging directly at the girl. She screamed in terror, falling to the ground, her bag flying from her grasp. Seeing this, Li Yang charged forward, using his body to shield her from the monstrous attack. He swiftly dispatched the creature with his blade, saving her life. He pushed the semi-evolved zombie aside, pulled her to her feet, and protected her from further danger. Quickly, let us go, he urged the others, rallying them toward the vehicle. They gathered at the front of the SUV, climbing in one by one before driving away from the scene. Yuan Xuan, having witnessed the display, decided to follow them to discover their base and how many individuals comprised their group. He felt a sense of admiration for the leader, appreciating his skill and willingness to aid his comrades. While he did not consider himself a virtuous person, his hands stained with blood, he found a certain kinship with those who exhibited goodness. If the rest of this team's members were equally commendable, he might contemplate a collaboration. Such an arrangement would entail trading their women to him, allowing them to return and serve him. After all, as humanity dwindles, it would be unfortunate for the world to succumb entirely to the undead. However, just as Yuan Xuan was contemplating these possibilities while tailing them, the SUV suddenly halted in a relatively zombie-free area. The doors swung open, and one girl was unceremoniously thrown out of the vehicle. It was the very girl who had been knocked down moments earlier. The girl wept as if pleading for something, but the distance was too great for Yuan Xuan to hear her. However, the occupants of the SUV merely discarded her and drove away with a flourish. The surrounding zombies, upon noticing the girl, quickly converged upon her. Seeing this, the girl attempted to flee, but it appeared that she had injured her knee when thrown from the vehicle, and her steps were unsteady, preventing her from escaping swiftly. Not far from her, a semi-evolved zombie was rapidly approaching, its speed far exceeding hers. As the girl saw the zombie closing in, now less than 3 meters away, she let out a piercing scream. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, a figure much larger and more robust than Li Yang appeared before her, sending the zombie flying with a single punch. The girl gazed in astonishment at her unexpected savior, who was clad in a black leather jacket and jeans, adorned with tactical gear, and carrying a large pack along with an assault rifle. The striking appearance of this individual, combined with their rugged charm, left the girl momentarily speechless. "Are you all right?" Yuan Xuan inquired, turning to her. Upon hearing his voice, the girl snapped back to reality and expressed her gratitude fervently. "Thank you. Thank you so much. Big brother, thank you for saving me." "No need to thank me," he replied with a smile. "I just happened to pass by. Stay put and don't move." With that, Yuan Xuan drew 2 police daggers from his waist and charged at the encroaching zombies. His movements were swift and precise, each swing of his blade claiming the life of a zombie. Although the number of zombies was overwhelming, they fell before him like sheep, unable to mount any resistance before he dispatched them. The girl watched in awe as he moved with a combination of strength and speed, noting that in this brief time, he had slain more zombies than Li Yang and his companions combined. Before long, the street was cleared of the dozens of zombies by Yuan Xuan. Sheathing his daggers, he returned to the girl and asked, "Why did they throw you from the vehicle?" Upon hearing his question, her eyes reddened, and she choked out, I think I was scratched by a zombie. They probably thought I would turn and just toss me aside." Tears began to cascade down her cheeks, and her voice faltered. Yuan Xuan frowned at her distress. Could it be that the person I exerted effort to save is on the verge of mutation? He leaned closer, saying, "Show me where you were injured." The girl hesitated, fear flickering in her eyes, but eventually raised her left hand to reveal a wound on her wrist. The blood flowing from it was still bright red, devoid of any darkening that would indicate impending mutation. It was known that when humans were on the brink of transformation, their blood would start to turn black. After a careful examination, Yuan Xuan concluded that the wound was not from a zombie's claw. It bore dust both within and around it, suggesting it had been inflicted by a stone when she was knocked down by a zombie. How could they have just thrown you aside without a proper examination? He mused. It seems that in this apocalypse, there are no good people, and I was perhaps too optimistic. Noticing her sorrowful expression, he reassured her, "It's all right. This doesn't appear to be from a zombie." "Really?" she asked, her tears halting as she looked up at him with hope in her eyes. "So I won't mutate?" "No, you won't," he confirmed, nodding. "From what I can see, it looks more like a scrape from a stone." Yet, he resolved to observe further, as he was not a doctor and needed to ensure the nature of her injury. Upon hearing his words, the girl displayed a look of relief, wiping her tears and gazing gratefully at Yuan Xuan. Thank you, big brother. If it weren't for you, I might have. He raised a hand to interrupt her. Save your thanks for later. We should find a place to hide. There are likely more zombies nearby. The girl immediately agreed, having noticed that while Yuan Xuan had cleared this street, others still harbored zombies. They sought refuge in an abandoned clothing store. Securing the door behind them, Yuan Xuan retrieved a bottle of mineral water and a can of fruit from his pack, handing them to her. Use this to wash your hands, then have something to eat. The girl accepted the water and can, her eyes brimming with gratitude as she looked at him. She felt incredibly fortunate to encounter such a kind-hearted individual in this perilous world. However, holding the water, she hesitated, saying, "Big brother, water is quite precious now. Won't it be too wasteful to use it for washing hands?" "Not at all. I have plenty at my base," Yuan Xuan replied promptly. He aimed to showcase his strength before her, as he intended to take her under his wing and ascertain the location of her group's base. The girl widened her eyes at his words. Even before the apocalypse, using drinking water to wash hands would have been considered wasteful, let alone in these dire times. Additionally, the way he offered the canned fruit without hesitation astonished her. Yuan Xuan discerned the changing expressions on her face with satisfaction. It seemed she had endured considerable hardship. "What is your name? How old are you?" he inquired. "My name is Zhou Xuyan, and I am 17 years old." 17, you must be a student. Were the others with you earlier your classmates? At the mention of Li Yang and the others, Zhou Xuyan's expression dimmed slightly as she nodded. "Yes, we are all students from K-City Sports School." Yuan Xuan mused to himself, realizing that was why they appeared to be quite capable. "Oh, so you are all athletes. There should be quite a few survivors at your school, right?" he inquired subtly. Zhou Xuan shook her head, responding, "Actually, not many survived. The disaster struck too suddenly. Many either mutated on the spot or were bitten. Only 23 of us managed to escape from the school. Is that so? I suppose there are more boys among you. Given that boys generally have a higher chance of escaping in such situations." "Not really. There are more girls, 15 of us. They have also killed many zombies." "Impressive indeed. You must be quite formidable, being athletes," Yuan Xuan remarked, feigning astonishment, while internally he rejoiced at the prospect of 15 female athletes forming his base. After all, that fellow Liang had failed to appreciate their worth. Chapter 51, Aggression or Soft Approach After a Casual Conversation. Yuan Xuan noticed that Zhou Xuya had finished the canned fruit. He stood up and said, "Well, I should be on my way. Take care of yourself." With that, he turned to leave the clothing store. Zhou Xuya, seeing this, immediately grasped his arm anxiously and asked, "Big brother, are you leaving?" Recently abandoned by her companions, Zhou Xuya had deeply felt the coldness of humanity in this apocalyptic world. At her most helpless and desperate moment, Yuan Xuan appeared, offering her hope and assistance. However, he too was about to leave, which made her panic. "Yes, I have matters to attend to. There are many people waiting for me to take care of in my stronghold." Yuan Xuan smiled back at Zhou Xuya. Although he said he would leave, it was impossible for him to abandon Zhou Xuya. He intended to bring her back with him. Yet, it would be better if she were the one to plead for it. To ensure effective management, he needed to maintain control. A stronghold? Zhou Xuya looked at Yuan Xuan with curiosity. "Big brother, do you have a stronghold? Are there many people there?" Yuan Xuan nodded and replied, "Not many. Just about a dozen. However, we have ample food and water, and it is quite safe." By presenting the conditions outright, Yuan Xuan aimed to entice her. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xuya's eyes sparkled with envy and longing as she asked, "Big brother, may I join you?" Hooked, Yuan Xuan thought. It was reasonable, after all. Not everyone was as capable as him, and even a single person could survive well. "You?" Yuan Xuan looked at Zhou Xuya, slightly furrowing his brows. "You can. But our rules are quite strict. Are you up for it?" Zhou Xuya hurriedly replied, "Big brother, I can do anything. I can wash clothes, cook, and clean." Yuan Xuan observed her eager expression and couldn't help but chuckle internally. However, he maintained a serious demeanor and said, "Don't be hasty. Let me explain the rules first. In simple terms, we operate on a daily wage system. You would have to start at the lowest level, and your daily wage would only be enough for some basic food. The most crucial point is that you must obey my orders. Whatever I say must be followed." Yuan Xuan looked at Zhou Xuya earnestly. "If you cannot comply, then it's best to forget it. I do not accept disobedient individuals." Hearing Yuan Xuanqing's words, Zhou Shiya's eyes flickered with hesitation, particularly at the stipulation of following orders. Does that mean I have to do everything? Even that? Yet, it was her first time. Noticing her indecision, Yuan Xuanqing said, I will give you 30 seconds to decide. If you cannot make up your mind, I will leave. He thought she hesitated due to the prospect of starting from the bottom and did not realize she was overthinking it. He intentionally limited her time to prevent her from overanalyzing. Upon hearing the countdown, Zhou Shiya grew increasingly anxious. Agreeing could jeopardize her virtue, but refusing meant she might not survive long in this zombie-infested city. 20 seconds left, Yuan Xuanqing reminded her. Zhou Shiya felt her heart racing, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She understood the gravity of this decision, which would determine her future and fate. 10 seconds. Big brother, I agree. Zhou Shiya exclaimed decisively with 10 seconds remaining. Ultimately, she chose to join Yuan Xuanqing's stronghold, in the face of the threat of becoming a zombie's prey. What did her virtue matter? Moreover, Yuan Xuanqing was quite handsome and capable. Having such a man to rely on in the apocalypse might not be a bad choice. However, she added, I have a request. Zhou Shiya's voice suddenly dropped, tinged with a hint of shyness. Yuan Xuanqing raised an eyebrow. This girl had some guts to make demands in such a situation, but he was curious about her request and remained silent, waiting for her to continue. I've heard that you men tend to. Zhou Shiya paused, seemingly searching for the right words. If, big brother, after you grow tired of me, please don't give me to anyone else. What on earth are you talking about? Yuan Xuanqing was taken aback by her words. What was going on in her mind? Did he look like someone with such a peculiar taste? What was she thinking? I have no such inclination, and besides, there are no other men in the stronghold besides me. Yuan Xuanqing chuckled at Zhou Shiya's misunderstanding. Zhou Shiya's expression turned incredulous as she asked, Really? Only women? Of course, why would I lie to you? Yuan Xuanqing nodded with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shiya felt a wave of relief, but then, as if recalling something, she asked, If it's all women, big brother, could you please not invite other women for my first time? I would feel shy. Enough. You're still young. Why is your mind filled with such thoughts? Yuan Xuanqing was exasperated, but did not directly refuse her as he had before. All right, it's settled then. Yuan Xuanqing wanted to quickly conclude this topic, as he felt his pace was being derailed by her. You stay here. I will finish my matters and come back to get you. As he spoke, he took out several bags of snacks and water from his backpack. Enough to last her for a day. Am I alone? Zhou Shiya accepted the food and water, her voice tinged with nervousness. Yes, I will return soon. Just keep quiet and don't wander off. With that, Yuan Xuanqing exited the clothing store and rolled up the shutter door. Now, Yuan Xuanqing needed to investigate Zhou Shiya's stronghold. The location was not hard to find. Li Yang and his group had left by car, which would surely attract a significant number of zombies. Following the direction they had taken and the trail of zombies would lead him to their stronghold. Not long after, he spotted a horde of zombies moving towards the factory area. Following the path of the zombies, Yuan Xuanqing effortlessly located Zhou Shiya's base. It was a warehouse, enclosed by a 3-meter-high wall, topped with barbed wire to prevent zombies from climbing in. From the rooftop of the adjacent factory, Yuan Xuanqing had a clear view of Li Yang and their vehicle. He took out his binoculars to observe the warehouse. The defensive measures were commendable, with tall walls, barbed wire, and an iron-barred gate. Behind the closed gate, 7 or 8 individuals were clearing zombies with sharpened iron rods and long knives. In the central plaza, Li Yang unloaded supplies from the vehicle, surrounded by several women who appeared to be chatting and laughing, exuding a relaxed and carefree demeanor, completely devoid of remorse for having abandoned their companions. Watching this scene, Yuan Xuanqing couldn't help but sneer internally. Is this the warmth and coldness of human relationships in the apocalypse? Suddenly, he felt he was not so bad after all. At least he had never abandoned any companions. At this moment, Yuan Xuanqing pondered how to approach the women within. Should he adopt a direct and forceful stance to intimidate them, or should he employ a more conciliatory strategy? The former would yield immediate results, but foster resentment, while the latter seemed too cumbersome. What to do? Chapter 52, A Good Woman. As he pondered, 6 vehicles, predominantly modified jeeps, approached the warehouse, their fronts and sides reinforced with steel plates. By now, the zombies outside had been nearly cleared away, and these vehicles came to a halt at the entrance. From one of the cars, 3 men emerged, all appearing to be around 30 years of age, wielding bloodied hammers, clubs, and machetes. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Xuan noticed that the leader bore a 54-style pistol at his waist, yet their attire exuded a rough, unsophisticated air, distinctly unlike that of law enforcement. It seemed they had indeed raided a police station or similar establishment. They also did not appear to be affiliated with Li Yong, as the latter's expression shifted noticeably, revealing a sense of trepidation towards their presence. One of the men, sporting a buzz cut and carrying a sledgehammer on his shoulder, approached the warehouse door and struck it several times with his hammer, seemingly calling out something. Yuan Xuan, unable to hear clearly from a distance, moved closer behind the nearest wall to listen intently. Li Yong, your people are quite unscrupulous, daring to invade our territory to seize items. The buzzcut man shouted with evident displeasure. Boss Zhang, surely there's been a misunderstanding? Our people would never. Li Yang's tone was noticeably respectful yet cautious. This so-called Boss Zhang was once a notorious thug of this generation, commanding a gang of followers. In the wake of the apocalypse, he had established dominance over a territory through sheer numbers and ruthless tactics, becoming a local tyrant. Enough of your nonsense. Open the door and let us in. The zombies will be swarming soon, Zhang ordered. Li Yang's face revealed a bitter expression, yet he signaled to his companions to open the gate. The iron gate creaked open, allowing Zhang and his entourage, along with the 6 vehicles, to enter. Soon after, the sound of engines attracted a horde of zombies, encircling the warehouse. Yuan Xuan boldly stepped into the throng of zombies, finding an optimal vantage point to observe the unfolding drama. He had not anticipated discovering 2 factions so close to his radiant city, less than 4 kilometers away. Curiosity piqued. He was eager to uncover the nature of their relationship and origins. Then, the man referred to as Boss Zhang jogged over to the sturdiest modified jeep, flung open the rear door, and a tall man dressed in a sleek black suit with an intense gaze emerged. This man appeared to be in his 40s, emanating an aura of authority that suggested he was not one to be trifled with. Upon seeing him, Li Yang's complexion changed dramatically. He hurried to the man, bowing slightly as he spoke. Lu. Mr. Lu, what brings you here in person? During his school days, Li Yang often mingled with ruffians, leveraging his skills to forge connections. In conversations with these toughs, 2 names frequently surfaced: the Lu brothers of the steel mill, Lu Tianlong and Lu Tianhu. These brothers were not only major landowners in the development zone, but also the covert overlords of local thugs, known for their involvement in illicit activities, effectively making them infamous underground rulers. Lu Tianhu disregarded Li Yang, merely casting a fleeting glance in his direction before shifting his focus to Boss Zhang. Zhang nodded in understanding and gestured, prompting 4 women to be ushered out of the vehicle. Najia, Li Yang exclaimed in shock upon recognizing one of the women. His brow furrowed deeply as he beheld her. Yuan Xuan, intrigued by their reactions, edged closer to the entrance and peered inside, spotting among the 4 women one who resembled the stunning beauty of the famed Shuya. No, stunning was an understatement for this woman. Yuan Xuan found himself momentarily entranced. He had thought Lining Xue to be the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered, yet here stood a lady who rivaled her allure. This woman appeared to be a perfect masterpiece, sculpted by a renowned artisan, radiating an irresistible charm shaped by elements of wind, sunlight, and passion. Her physique was exquisite, akin to that of an elegant dancer, each curve whispering strength and grace. Her waist was perfectly slender, reminiscent of a willow, graceful yet resilient. Her long legs were powerful and fair, akin to the rare jade tribute offered to emperors of old, with just enough muscle to accentuate her stunning form. Her features were equally unforgettable, with a well-defined face, bright eyes, a straight nose, and distinctly shaped lips. The high ponytail not only revealed her fair, healthy neck, but also added a touch of charm. What a remarkable woman! Yuan Xuan mused inwardly, his gaze betraying admiration and desire. To possess such a woman would indeed be a splendid fortune. As he lost himself in thoughts of how to win her over, the dialogue continued. Liang, is she your girlfriend? Today she appeared on Yuzhu Road with a group, taking our belongings and injuring several of our brothers. How do you propose to resolve this? Boss Zhang inquired with a hint of amusement in his eyes. Girlfriend? Yuan Xuan was taken aback at the realization that such a splendid woman had a boyfriend. Naturally, men were not blind. Yet what could he do? This woman was truly exceptional. Should he play the role of a benefactor? Liang, observing Zhang's expression, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. He was acutely aware of Lu Tianhu's ruthlessness and knew he was not someone to be trifled with. However, the mention of Yuzhu Road was perplexing, It was not within the Liu brothers' claimed territory, being at least 2 to 3 kilometers from their stronghold. You're talking nonsense. In the territory division you mentioned last week, Yuzhu Road was not included. It's clear your people attempted to rob us. How can you turn this around on us? Just as Li Yong was about to speak, the woman referred to as Na Jie interjected angrily. This girl seems to have a strong spirit. Yuan Xuan thought to himself. Robbing you? What a joke. We officially claimed Yuzhu Road as our territory yesterday. Does your intrusion not constitute an invasion of our domain? Zhang scoffed, his face a mask of derision. Lu Tianhu remained silent, merely observing the unfolding scene with piercing eyes. But we never received any notification. Li Yong feebly argued, fully aware of how powerless their voices sounded in the presence of such underground tyrants. It was clear they had come seeking trouble. As expected, Zhang's laughter grew more derisive. Notification? You lot, whom we protect, warrant such courtesy? Your role is merely to pay protection fees weekly. Do you truly think you're entitled to dictate our fragmented order? Very well, even if we did not notify you. What of the injuries to our brothers? How do we account for that? Zhang motioned towards one of the vehicles. 5 men emerged, 3 of whom bore injuries, dislocated arms and limping legs, leaning on crutches in a pitiful state. These injuries were inflicted by your girlfriend. How do you propose we resolve this? Zhang demanded. Chapter 53. The consequences of gossip. Li Yang's complexion was ashen. He understood that the events of the day could not end well. He had heard of Lu Tianhu's ruthless tactics, known for his merciless nature and penchant for retaliation. Today, not only had his girlfriend harmed their men, but she had also stolen their possessions. Lu Tianhu would undoubtedly not let them off easily. Boss Zhang, we are willing to offer additional supplies as compensation. Would that be acceptable? Li Yong said, forcing himself to speak with resolve. Supplies? We are not in need at the moment. How about this? The items you delivered a few days ago pleased our esteemed Lu. So let us proceed as before, Boss Zhang replied. A sly smile creeping across his face, reminiscent of a cunning fox. As before, Li Yong felt a heavy dread settle in his heart. Fully aware of what Boss Zhang's words implied, Lu Tianlong, the eldest of the Liu brothers, was notorious for his lasciviousness and had peculiar fetishes that were well known among those in the underworld. For days prior, due to a shortage of supplies at their base and an inability to pay the protection fee, Li Yong had resorted to appeasing Lu Tianlong by bringing a woman, claiming she was to assist in the search for resources, only to never return. Internally, he had claimed she was bitten by a zombie. In truth, she had been delivered to Lu Tianlong. It was later rumored that the woman had endured a harrowing day at his hands, and her current fate remained unknown. Mr. Lu, may I invite you inside to discuss this matter? It's rather inconvenient here. Li Yong attempted to maintain his composure. There's no need. They will know sooner or later. Boss Zhang interjected, waving his hand dismissively. His gaze shifted to the woman being restrained by Nana. You may not be aware, but a few days ago, your boyfriend gifted our esteemed Lu a delightful woman. Her name was Zhou Jia, if I recall correctly. You know her, don't you? By Nana's expression transformed in an instant. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Li Yong. Zhou Jia was her childhood friend and confidant. How could she not know her? Li Yong, is that true? By Nana's voice trembled, filled with disbelief as she turned her gaze toward him. Li Yang's face drained of color. He could not bear to meet the fury and disappointment reflected in by Nana's eyes. He remained silent, unable to respond. Seeing Li Yang's expression, Bai Nana realized the truth in Boss Zhang's words. She recalled the day he returned, claiming that Zhou Jia had been bitten, filled with self-reproach, constantly apologizing and slapping himself. In that moment, he seemed more devastated than she was, and thus she had refrained from blaming him. However, upon learning the truth today, Bai Nana felt as if struck by lightning. She was unwilling to believe it. Yet, Li Yang's silence only confirmed her worst fears. Bai Nana's gaze towards Li Yong was now filled with anger and disappointment. He lowered his head, unable to confront her stare. How could you do this? Bai Nana's voice quivered, her fists clenched tight as she struggled to contain her emotions. Nana, I had no choice. You know we cannot afford to cross them. Li Yong raised his head, his eyes brimming with helplessness and despair. No choice. So you could sacrifice someone else? Bai Nana's disappointment deepened, her words laced with betrayal. At that moment, Yuan Xuan, standing outside, recalled Zhou Shuang's cryptic words, "Do not give her to others." Did she know something? Was that why Li Yong had abandoned her? Enough of your bickering. It's time to address our matters, Boss Zhang interrupted, continuing. Bai Nana, you injured 3 of our men today. So we require compensation of 6 women to settle this. 6. Nana's eyes flared with anger. She had not anticipated such greed and shamelessness from Boss Zhang. Indeed, each injured brother deserves a consolation, and since they are in pain, both Lu and I require 2 more for our own comfort. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Our esteemed Lu has already requested you. Nana. Boss Zhang's lips curled into a cruel smile, as if he viewed these women merely as commodities to be traded at will. Shameless. Nana seethed, her body twisting in an attempt to break free from her restraints. Despite her martial background, she found herself powerless against the ropes binding her, with 2 men pressing down on her shoulders. During this struggle, Yuan Xuan cast a glance at Liang. Though his eyes reflected indignation, he showed no inclination to resist, remaining silent. What a coward! Yuan Xuan realized how foolish his earlier thoughts had been, considering cooperation with such a despicable weakling. His girlfriend was about to be taken from him, and he couldn't even muster the courage to speak. It was truly a farcical spectacle. From now on, he would refrain from seeking partnerships in this apocalypse to survive. These petty individuals would even betray their companions and loved ones. Relying on oneself was the only true safety. He glanced at the Lu brothers, who, emboldened by their numbers and firearms, ruled with an iron fist. Perhaps he should learn from their ways? If so, he would first need a loyal cadre, as he was not always present at the base. Mr. Lu, what do you think of this arrangement? Boss Zhang, having finished speaking, respectfully approached Lu Tianhu for his input. However, Lu Tianhu remained silent, leaving Boss Zhang anxious about whether he had erred in some way. It was peculiar that since his arrival, Lu Tianhu had not uttered a word. He appeared deep in thought, occasionally sniffing the air. Suddenly, amidst the stunned gazes of all present, Lu Tianhu drew his pistol from his waist and swiftly turned to fire at the horde of zombies outside the door. His target was none other than Yuan Xuan, who had been eavesdropping. Yuan Xuan, now reacting at 4.5 times the speed of an ordinary person, instinctively ducked behind the wall as Lu Tianhu turned to aim, and the bullet struck a nearby zombie instead. Eavesdropping is not a commendable habit, Lu Tianhu scoffed, his gaze sharp as he directed his words toward the outside. Upon hearing this, those present immediately became alert, scanning the surroundings. Yet, apart from the fallen zombie, there were no other signs of life. Yuan Xuan's heart raced. How had Lu Tianhu discovered him? He had been exceedingly cautious, revealing only half his face. How could Lu Tianhu have noticed him despite turning his back? Lu Tianhu was equally astonished. Since entering, he had sensed someone outside, but with the area swarming with zombies, how could a human hide within their midst? He had refrained from engaging in Boss Zhang's dialogue earlier, intent on discerning whether it was a person or a zombie lurking outside. Just moments ago, he had finally confirmed it, having detected a faint scent of femininity and body wash wafting from the individual. A hint of femininity was plausible if they had consumed human flesh, but surely, zombies did not bathe. Chapter 54. The Howl of the Wolf having been discovered, Yuan Xuan resolutely decided that he must not allow them to realize he was human. Otherwise, he would immediately be exposed as someone possessing the ability to evade the attacks of zombies. With determination, he activated his black beast form, ensuring that his appearance would remain concealed. Initially, he had hoped to enjoy a bit more of the spectacle while gathering intelligence on the Lu brothers and assessing whether they possessed any extraordinary abilities. However, now that he had been noticed, he resolved to eradicate these individuals. Even the slightest chance of revealing his secret could not be tolerated. His entire physique began to expand, and the echo of his previous roar stunned the surrounding zombies, causing them to cease their howling and turn their attention to Yuan Xuan. By this time, he had completed his transformation, advancing toward the entrance with heavy steps, revealing a visage as fearsome as a dark demon. Wolf-level mutated zombie. Lu Tianhu recognized Yuan Xuan immediately upon seeing his ebony skin, sharp fangs, and crimson eyes. During his time at the base, Lu Tianhu and his brother had listened to announcements regarding the classification of zombies by height, build, and abilities. Zombies less than 2 meters tall were classified as ordinary, those between 2 and 3 meters as wolf level, and those over 3 meters with abilities as tiger level. There were rumors of elephant level, whale level, and dragon level zombies, though these classifications remained unconfirmed. The others, witnessing this scene, turned pale, disbelief etched on their faces as they beheld the demonic entity outside the door. This is a mutated zombie, Big Zhang stammered, his body involuntarily retreating a few steps. No, a wolf-level mutated zombie cannot possess intelligence. It would charge in upon seeing us instead of lingering at the door. A cold glimmer flashed in Lu Tianhu's eyes as he sensed the uniqueness of this mutated zombie. A thought crossed his mind. Could this zombie be controlled by someone? This notion sent a chill down his spine. If someone could indeed control such a formidable zombie, their power would be immeasurable. Everyone, grab your weapons. We must eliminate it at all costs. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Lu Tianhu commanded his subordinates. Upon hearing this, a few of his men immediately began searching for firearms from their vehicle. However, at that moment, Yuan Xuan made his move. He leapt over the door, unleashing a dozen tendrils in midair that lunged toward Lu Tianhu and his men. Lu Tianhu, the quickest to react, fired several rounds as Yuan Xuan ascended, emptying his magazine. Yet the bullets struck Yuan Xuan as if they were ricocheting off solid stone, only sparking slightly without inflicting any damage. Get away, Lu Tianhu shouted. But no sooner had he spoken than the tendrils had pierced the bodies of half the people present, binding them tightly. Big Zhang was also impaled by a tendril, letting out a single cry before falling silent. Several of the men holding women were similarly skewered through the head. Nana and her companions seized the opportunity to flee, their faces etched with terror. Among all those targeted by the tendrils, only Lu Tianhu narrowly evaded the attack. Seeing half of his men fall in an instant ignited a fierce rage within Lu Tianhu. With a roar, his body began to undergo a transformation. Beneath his skin, muscles and bones reshaped at an astonishing rate, every cell undergoing a painful yet empowering metamorphosis. A thick layer of silvery white fur enveloped his form. His hands roughened, and sharp claws sprouted from his fingertips, capable of rending any obstacle. His back arched as furry wolf ears emerged from his hair, and his face contorted into a fierce visage, revealing glistening fangs that shimmered with a cold light. A werewolf. Upon witnessing this transformation, Yuan Xuan's gaze sharpened. It appeared this was Lu Tianhu's extraordinary ability, a transformation type. No wonder he had been able to detect him. That keen nose was impressive. This world was becoming increasingly intriguing. After completing his transformation, Lu Tianhu glared at Yuan Xuan with palpable hatred. He and his brother had acquired their powers after a recent reign, initially discussing using this as a last resort, a card to be kept hidden. However, they had not anticipated that today would necessitate its use. Lu Tianhu tilted his head back, opened his mouth, and unleashed a soul-shattering wolf howl that resonated through the clear sky, startling the birds in the vicinity. The zombies outside were similarly provoked, their eyes turning blood-red as they began to batter against the door with frenzied intensity. Then, a dozen figures leaped in from the walls. Yuan Xuan withdrew his tendrils and observed these newcomers. Truly, as wolves do, he could summon his subordinates. Upon closer inspection, Yuan Xuan identified these figures as 17 zombie dogs. Once inside, the zombie dogs lunged at Li Yang and his men. Lu Tianhu shared a similar sentiment. In this chaotic world, one could not afford to reveal their trump cards to too many. Thus, he aimed to eliminate all other factions present. Li Yang and his men, witnessing the onslaught, quickly began to fight back, but the speed of the zombie dogs was extraordinary, far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. In the first exchange, several subordinates were knocked down or had chunks of flesh bitten from them. The women were also targeted, with the zombie dogs attacking them relentlessly. Though the women had managed to free themselves from the men's grasp, their bodies and hands remained bound, rendering them unable to resist the zombie dogs, especially by Nana, who was on the verge of being pounced upon. Observing this, Yuan Xuan shot out his tendrils to intervene. He had no concern for Li Yang and his men as fates, but he had long deemed these women as his own and could not allow them to come to harm. Yet, in the face of imminent danger, Nana exhibited no sign of fear. She calmly turned and executed a spinning kick, striking the zombie dog squarely in the face and sending it flying. This action not only showcased her remarkable bravery, but also her exceptional combat skills. Indeed, she was a commendable woman, Yuan Xuan silently praised. Subsequently, the tendrils reached the vicinity of all the women, eliminating or driving away the zombie dogs nearby. The women gazed at Yuan Xuan in astonishment, pondering why this mutated zombie would protect them. Even Lu Tianhu wore a look of shock. Could it truly be that someone possessed an ability similar to his, capable of controlling zombies? This was vastly superior to his own. He could only command canine creatures. Yuan Xuan paid no heed to their thoughts, binding tendrils around each of them. Only by Nana instinctively attempted to evade, but the tendrils moved with such speed that she could not escape in time and was ensnared. One by one, the women were hurled onto the roof of the warehouse. The women, upon being tossed aloft, wore expressions of bewilderment, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Meanwhile, Lu Tianhu regarded Yuan Xuan with a gaze rife with wariness and confusion. "Are you truly human or a zombie?" Yuan Xuan offered no reply. Having observed Lu Tianhu's behavior, he understood that this fellow also preferred to keep his extraordinary abilities concealed. "You know the importance of not revealing your trump card. So why should I, Yuan Xuan, feel compelled to respond to you?" Chapter 55. Are you human? Yuan Xuan let out a thunderous roar, charging straight at Lu Tianhu. Despite his heavy footsteps, he moved with remarkable swiftness. Lu Tianhu was taken aback by the sudden assault and hastily attempted to evade to the side. However, Yuan Xuan's movements were far quicker than he anticipated, leaving him no time to escape. A gust of wind rushed past, and Yuan Xuan's figure appeared before him, raising his right fist and aiming a powerful strike at Lu Tianhu's face. Lu Tianhu could only swiftly raise his hands and a cross to block the blow. At this moment, Yuan Xuan let out a sinister laugh, transforming his fist into a claw mid-attack, immediately activating his claw form. Sharp talons extended from his fingers, piercing directly into Lu Tianhu's hands. "Ah!" Lu Tianhu screamed in agony as Yuan Xuan's claws pierced through, blood gushing forth. He had never expected this mutated zombie to change tactics mid-strike. To Yuan Xuan, it felt as if he had struck two iron plates. He had intended to pierce through both the hands and head, but midway, his claws became lodged in Lu Tianhu's grip. At that moment, the mutated dogs, sensing their master in peril, ceased their assault on Li Yong and turned to charge at Yuan Xuan. However, Yuan Xuan remained unfazed, a glint of cunning in his eyes. He thrust his left hand downward, sending tendrils into the ground. Moments later, the tendrils emerged, ensnaring a dozen zombie dogs together. Seeing this, Lu Tianhu seized the opportunity to forcefully withdraw his hands from Yuan Xuan's claws and quickly retreated. Yuan Xuan, undeterred, tightened his tendrils, mercilessly strangling the encircled zombie dogs. Bang! 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 The previously stunned subordinates of Lu Tianhu, sensing the dire situation, opened fire in an attempt to eliminate Yuan Xuan. They understood that if Lu Tianhu fell, even if the zombies spared them, returning to the base would mean certain death at the hands of Lu Tianlong. However, the bullets seemed to have little effect on Yuan Xuan, merely leaving shallow marks on his body. Undeterred, he let out a furious roar, his body accelerating instantaneously, darting towards Lu Tianhu's subordinates like a flash of lightning. His speed was astonishing, leaving the subordinates no time to react as they could only watch helplessly as he approached. Yuan Xuan darted across the square, claiming one life after another with each encounter. His claws, akin to the scythe of death, effortlessly tore through their defenses, reaping their lives. Lu Tianhu stood by, watching in horror and despair as his subordinates fell one by one. He had never imagined that this mutated zombie would possess such strength, terrifying speed, and extraordinary abilities. This was no mere wolf-level zombie. It was akin to a tiger. Initially, he believed that his transformation ability would suffice to defeat a wolf-level zombie. But he realized he had underestimated the threat. If he did not exert his full power now, he might very well perish here. Lu Tianhu's werewolf form had 2 stages of transformation. Upon using the second transformation, he could gain formidable regenerative abilities and speed. However, this came at a cost, as he would be incapacitated for 10 days to half a month afterward. Transforming once more, his muscles swelled, fur bristled, fangs bared, and his eyes turned a blood-red hue. Lu Tianhu morphed into an even larger werewolf, towering nearly 3 meters high, exuding a fearsome aura. Just as Yuan Xuan finished off the last of Lu Tianhu's minions, he sensed the latter's transformation. Turning to look, he saw Lu Tianhu let out a low growl before vanishing from sight. Yuan Xuan was taken aback. He could not even discern Lu Tianhu's movements. His speed was far superior. He quickly focused, attempting to catch a glimpse of Lu Tianhu. Yet, the latter's velocity was astonishingly swift, his form flickering in and out of Yuan Xuan's vision, making it impossible to track. When Lu Tianhu reappeared, he was already behind Yuan Xuan, wrapping his powerful limbs around him, immobilizing his arms and legs. He then opened his massive maw, exposing his sharp fangs, and bit down hard on Yuan Xuan's right shoulder. Yuan Xuanqing felt a searing pain in his shoulder, glancing down to see Lu Tianhu's fangs piercing through his defenses, embedding deeply into his flesh. He soon sensed his energy being siphoned away by Lu Tianhu. The latter's body began to emanate a green glow, healing his wounds and restoring his form under the mysterious power. Yuan Xuanqing felt his energy depleting rapidly, struggling against Lu Tianhu's formidable grip, which held him fast. A shock coursed through Yuan Xuanqing. He had never anticipated that Lu Tianhu possessed the ability to absorb his zombie energy to heal himself. Did he not fear becoming a zombie? Or had he previously absorbed zombie energy? No, now was not the time for such thoughts. If he could not break free soon, he risked being drained entirely. With his limbs restrained and his tendrils ineffective, he resolved to flip his wrist, intending to launch tendrils towards Lu Tianhu's head. Just then, a woman's voice rang out behind them, drawing the attention of both Yuan Xuanqing and Lu Tianhu. When Lu Tianhu turned to look, it was already too late. A graceful figure leaped through the air like a nimble deer. In her hands were two sharpened iron rods, slicing through the air before plunging into Lu Tianhu's wolf ears. Lu Tianhu yelped in pain, instinctively releasing one hand from Yuan Xuanqing to strike at the assailant behind him. The tremendous force sent the attacker crashing into the stone wall, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Xuanqing forcefully broke free from Lu Tianhu's grasp, simultaneously shooting tendrils to bind Lu Tianhu entirely. At this moment, Lu Tianhu was incapable of resistance. With his ears pierced, he was in a near-death state. Yuan Xuanqing, seeing Lu Tianhu on the brink of collapse, turned to regard his savior. To his astonishment, it was Bai Nana. Bai Nana, Yuan Xuanqing exclaimed, rushing to her side. She lay on the ground, pale and bloodied at the corner of her mouth, two short iron rods rolling beside her. Her body lay limply, clearly having suffered fractures. Damn it! A surge of fury ignited within Yuan Xuanqing as he tightened the tendrils around Lu Tianhu's neck. With a sharp crack, Lu Tianhu's neck was broken. Then, with a powerful pull, he severed Lu Tianhu's head from his body. Blood gushed forth, drenching Yuan Xuanqing. The women on the rooftop trembled at the sight, while the zombies outside, sensing the blood, became even more frenzied. After discarding Lu Tianhu's lifeless form, Yuan Xuanqing hurried to embrace Bai Nana. Are you all right? He asked urgently. Bai Nana, still somewhat conscious, gazed at the mutated zombie who held her, astonished. You are human? In response, Yuan Xuanqing immediately reverted from black beast form to his human appearance. Yes, I am human, named Yuan Xuanqing, able to transform just like Lu Tianhu. Bai Nana looked at him, astonishment flickering in her eyes, but upon recalling Lu Tianhu's peculiar abilities, she nodded in understanding. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, Bai Nana began to cough up blood. Chapter 56. Bai Nana. Yuan Xian's heart tightened as he looked at Bai Nana's limp form. He quickly said, hang in there. I will help you heal. With that, he reached into his waist pouch to retrieve the enhancement fruit to feed her. The enhancement fruit not only strengthens the body but also possesses healing properties. Previously, after Julie consumed it, she was able to recover from a severe injury rapidly. However, Bai Nana firmly refused, saying, no, there's no need. I'm practically a dead person. I don't want to waste your medicine. Don't worry, my medicine is effective. You'll see once you take it. Yuan Xian believed she was unaware of the enhancement fruit's capabilities, which is why she spoke so. Surprisingly, Bai Nana shook her head and smiled, saying, I can feel many of my bones are broken within. Even if I heal, I might end up a cripple. Moreover, with great difficulty, she pulled up the leg of her pants and continued, before I encountered Zhang Laoda and his gang. I accidentally got bitten on the leg by a zombie lying on the ground. Considering the time, I'm likely to turn into a zombie soon. Yuan Xian was taken aback, glancing at her calf, where deep bite marks were evident. Damn it, he had finally met such a beautiful and formidable girl, and she was about to die? Sister Nana. Nana. Behind them, the girls on the rooftop and a few surviving men, including Liang, rushed over. As Liang approached, he saw Yuan Xian cradling Bai Nana in his arms, feeling a surge of anger, though he dared not express it. Yuan Xian was simply too powerful. He had effortlessly dealt with more than 30 men from Lu Tianhu's group, leaving Liang feeling both furious and impotent. The moment they heard that Bai Nana had been bitten, the girls' faces all turned pale. Bai Nana was their leader during the outbreak. It was she who led them out of the zombie-infested school and brought them here to join Liang. Nana, don't say that. There must be a way. One girl said, her voice thick with tears. Brother, I have one last request. After I die, please take care of my sisters. Although they are girls, they are all athletes. Some have trained in martial arts since childhood and can certainly be of help to you. We cannot leave them here." As she spoke, Nana shot a glare at Li Yang. Li Yang recoiled, not daring to retort. However, Yuan Xuan was not listening to Nana. His mind was racing, desperately seeking a solution to save her. The enhancement fruit alone would not suffice. He had just asked the black bug, which informed him that the enhancement fruit could only heal external injuries and could not cure diseases or eliminate the zombie virus. Furthermore, he had no medicines on him, only some food and a few bottles of rainwater. Rainwater? That could only awaken superpowers. Was there anything else? The fire-type enhancement fruit likely. Wait. Yuan Xuan suddenly recalled Lu Tianhu's abilities. After killing Lu Tianhu, he must have absorbed his energy. It struck him that Lu Tianhu, despite believing Yuan Xuan to be a zombie, had bitten him without hesitation. Did he possess some ability to resist the virus? With this thought, he resolved to give it a try. "Brother, there's one more thing I ask of you. Please, before I turn into a zombie, don't speak. I have a way to save you." Everyone gasped in astonishment. Yuan Xuan had a method to prevent her transformation into a zombie? How could that be? Li Yang scoffed inwardly, thinking Yuan Xuan was merely boasting. Yuan Xuan had no time to care about their thoughts. He gently lifted Nana, looking at one of the girls, and asked, "Is there a bedroom or similar place here?" The girl was taken aback but quickly nodded, saying, Yes, follow me." Soon, under the girl's guidance, they arrived at a communal bedroom in the warehouse. As they entered, Yuan Xuan was greeted by the distinct fragrance typical of a girl's room. The space was approximately 80 square meters, furnished with about 10 bunk beds. "This is where we girls usually rest. Nana's bed is that one." The girl pointed to the farthest bed. Yuan Xuan nodded appreciatively and said, "Thank you. Could you please step outside for a moment? I need to treat her." The girl hesitated, glancing at Nana, who was in evident pain and on the verge of fainting. She wanted to stay and assist. But seeing Yuan Xuan's serious and unyielding expression, she eventually nodded. "Okay, big brother, you must save Nana," she said before turning and leaving the room, closing the door gently behind her. Outside, she found the other girls and Li Yang waiting by the door. Upon seeing the girl come out alone, Li Yang frowned and immediately questioned her. "Why are you out here?" "It was that big brother who asked me to come out first," the girl replied timidly. "What? You just came out because he told you to? They're alone in there. What if something happens? How will you take responsibility?" Li Yang continued to interrogate her in an authoritative tone. "Li Yang, who do you think you are to question her?" A tall, sturdy girl, Qin Lan, stepped forward from the group of girls. She was the second in command among them. "Don't think we've forgotten what you've done. Now get lost. Or don't blame me for being rude." As she spoke, she cracked her knuckles, ready to confront him. "Qin Lan." Li Yang gritted his teeth, realizing he might not even stand a chance against her. She was the provincial champion in Sanda and the head of the karate club. Inside the room, Yuan Xuan gently laid Nana on the bed, then looked at her calf, which was already darkening, indicating the virus was spreading. He thought, desperate times call for desperate measures. Yuan Xuan closed his eyes, concentrating to gather Lu Tianhu's energy in his palm. Before long, a green enhancement fruit sprouted. He set down his backpack and retrieved the rainwater, intending to try the method he had previously used to awaken Julie. "Eat this, it may save your life," Yuan Xuan said, pressing the fruit to Nana's lips. She looked into his earnest eyes, sensing he was not joking, and opened her mouth to consume the enhancement fruit. Afterward, Yuan Xuan offered her the rainwater, saying, "Now drink this." Although Nana did not understand his reasoning, she chose to trust him, for it was thanks to him that her sisters had escaped peril. Thus, she opened her mouth again and drank the rainwater. Yuan Xuan then quietly sat by the bedside, waiting. Minutes later, Nana's body began to tremble violently, indicating that the enhancement fruit and rainwater were starting to take effect within her. Strangely, this experience was entirely different from Julie's. After taking hers, Julie had immediately fallen into a deep sleep, while Nana appeared to be in excruciating pain, as if enduring tremendous torment. Her complexion shifted from flushed to pale, and beads of sweat rolled down her forehead, clearly indicating she was undergoing unimaginable suffering. Seeing this, Yuan Xuan felt a pang of anxiety. After all, he had only tried this method once, and his experience was limited. The black bug was entirely unfamiliar with the awakening process in humans, leaving him to navigate this uncharted territory blindly. 5 minutes later, Nana's suffering noticeably lessened. Yet she had not slipped into unconsciousness like Julie. Instead, she stared blankly at the upper bunk. Then she sat up, her eyes vacant as she looked at Yuan Xuan and asked, "May I absorb a bit of your energy?" Huh. Yuan Xuan was momentarily taken aback, but then recalled how Lu Tianhu had bitten his shoulder to aid his recovery. Perhaps allowing her to draw a little from him might assist in purging the virus. Without hesitation, he pulled aside his clothing to reveal his left shoulder and said, "Go ahead." Upon seeing Yuan Xuan's robust arm, Banana's delicate tongue, reminiscent of a willow leaf, darted out to moisten her lips. She then opened her mouth and sank her teeth into Yuan Xuan's shoulder. He felt the energy within him being drawn incessantly, far more intensely than when Lu Tianhu had absorbed from him before, prompting him to expend a first-tier zombie energy supplement. Throughout this process, Banana occasionally emitted soft murmurs, suggesting that she appeared to be in a state of bliss. To Yuan Xuan's astonishment, he noticed that a pair of fluffy white ears gradually sprouted from the top of Banana's head. A round, soft, white tail also began to emerge from her backside, resembling not that of a wolf, but rather a fox. Once her ears and tail had fully formed, Banana ceased her consumption, withdrawing from his shoulder and gazing up at him. As Banana lifted her head, Yuan Xuan observed that her eyes now radiated a distinctive amber hue, shimmering with a gentle and warm light akin to ancient gemstones. There was an extraordinary allure about her that captivated him. "This is taking too long. Shall we try a different approach?" Banana's previously sharp tones softened into a sultry whisper. Her gaze was as warm and inviting as the midday sun, passionate and intense. Her lips curved into a gentle smile, blooming like a radiant rose, enchanting and alluring. She seemed transformed, shedding her former self entirely, exuding an intoxicating charm. "Try a different approach?" Yuan Xuan found himself momentarily spellbound, responding in a daze. "Yes, just like this." With that, Banana tenderly cradled Yuan Xuan's face in her hands. Their eyes locked for a few seconds before she leaned in and kissed him deeply. Chapter 57. After the Cloud and Rain Senior, are you there? Please respond if you receive this. The voice from the intercom beneath the bed roused Yuan Xuan from his slumber. Drowsily, he attempted to open his eyes, feeling an overwhelming fatigue coursing through his body. His eyelids felt as though they weighed a ton, refusing to budge. He presumed the lack of proper rest over the past few days had taken its toll. As he reached for the intercom to reply, he noticed his right hand was wrapped around something soft and smooth. What is this? The sensation was so delightful that he began to caress it unconsciously. As his hand glided downward, what is this? A fluffy mass. A distinctly drowsy voice murmured in his ear. Huh. This scenario felt eerily familiar, as if he had encountered it before, perhaps in a hotel. Suddenly, memories of 2 weeks ago at a hotel flooded back to him. He forced his eyes open to glimpse the person beside him. The first thing that came into view was the expanse of pristine white skin, belonging to a stunning woman with fox ears. Her fluffy tail swayed playfully behind her. Banana? Upon recognizing her, Yuan Xuan recalled the earlier incident where he had healed her, nearly exhausting himself in the process. She had drained the energy from 2 first-tier zombies and hundreds of ordinary ones, leaving him in a haze. However, observing her now, peacefully asleep, he surmised that she was no longer in peril. Senior? Senior? Can you hear me? Please respond. Lin Yingshue's voice crackled through the intercom again, this time tinged with urgency. Yuan Xuan gently withdrew his hand from Banana's neck. Upon doing so, her sleeping face revealed a hint of displeasure, her ears twitching adorably. The vivid crimson stains on the sheets were undeniable evidence that this was her first time. With a tender flick to her nose, he whispered, "All right. I will get up and respond, then I'll come back to you." Banana emitted a sweet sound, seemingly acknowledging his words. He rose from the bed, picked up the intercom, and answered, "Yingxue? I'm here, what's the matter?" "Oh, Senior, you finally replied. I was worried something had happened to you." Lin Yingshue's voice exhaled a sigh of relief. Then, she asked, sounding a bit annoyed, "Why didn't you let us know you were coming out? We were so worried." "Haha, I'm fine, aren't I? By the way, how are things at the base? Everything all right? Are Lu Roland and the others behaving?" Yuan Xuan swiftly redirected the conversation. "Everything is fine at the base. Roland and the others are working diligently. The zombie bodies in the main building have been mostly cleared, and we'll finish cleaning the annex tomorrow. Is that so? Excellent. Please relay my message to them. Reward each of them with 50 points so they can enjoy a nice meal." Yuan Xuan felt quite satisfied with the progress at the base. If they performed well, They deserve to be rewarded, spurring them to work even harder. Senior, when will you be back? It's already 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock? Yuan Xuan turned to see that the outside world had succumbed to darkness. He hadn't realized he had slept for so long. I have a few matters to attend to, and will likely return by tomorrow. Okay, please be careful, Lin Yingxue replied with concern. You too. Contact me immediately if anything arises. Understood. After ending the call, Yuan Xuan intended to lie back down for a bit more sleep. However, upon settling in, he noticed Nana had awakened, her tail and ears conspicuously absent. She gazed at him with her eyes, now restored to their original black hue. Her expression one of confusion and bewilderment. Nana blinked rapidly, her gaze drifting over Yuan Xuan's bare form. As if sensing something, she glanced down at her own unclad body. Her face flushed crimson, tears welled in her eyes as she opened her mouth to scream. Yuan Xuan, quick on his feet, swiftly covered her mouth. He could sense the two girls stationed at the door. Her outcry would surely draw attention. Just as he was about to explain, Nana raised her fist and swung at him. Yuan Xuan instinctively lifted his hand to catch her punch. To his surprise, her strength was formidable. Though he managed to intercept her fist, the sheer force of her blow sent him tumbling off the bed. Rolling to his feet, he shook out his right hand, now tingling from the impact. It seemed that the rain, the power-enhancing fruit, and the energy from two first-tier zombies had augmented her strength beyond his own. As Nana prepared to rise and pursue him, Yuan Xuan raised his hand softly, saying, "Wait a moment. If you get up now, I will see everything." Despite having seen her earlier, his words had an immediate effect. She blushed deeply and quickly wrapped herself in the blanket. "Wait, have you forgotten? You were the one who lunged at me and kissed me first." Yuan Xuan seized the moment to explain. "You're talking nonsense. How could I?" Nana began to retort, but her words faltered as a realization seemed to dawn upon her. Observing her thoughtful state, Yuan Xuan remained patient, allowing her to recollect the events. He had sensed something was amiss with Nana earlier, but had refrained from voicing his suspicions. Now, witnessing her demeanor, he suspected her transformation abilities had influenced her behavior, much like his own when he assumed the black beast form, which rendered him more savage and bloodthirsty. "Why would I?" Nana murmured, covering her mouth as she began to talk to herself. It appeared she was piecing together the memories. Yuan Xuan then recounted the day's events, explaining the effects of the power-enhancing fruit and the ring. His patience stemmed from his admiration for Nana, despite having a boyfriend. She remained virtuous, and her beauty was exceptional. A woman like her would likely remain untouched until marriage. Listening intently, Nana bowed her head in contemplation before saying, "Can you leave? I need some time alone." Yuan Xuan nodded, understanding her need for solitude to process everything. He dressed in the clothes he had dropped on the floor and exited the room. Upon stepping out, he encountered two girls stationed nearby. Their gazes toward him were peculiar, even somewhat teasing. "Don't be disheartened, big brother. Nana's personality is just a bit reserved," one girl chuckled, covering her mouth. "Indeed, she's actually a very charming woman," the other girl chimed in. Chapter 58. Sundara. Upon hearing the words, Yuan Xuan raised an eyebrow, realizing that both girls had caught the commotion from within. It was hardly surprising, considering the lack of soundproofing in the door. During the day, the noise he made with Nana was quite loud, and it was implausible that they had not overheard. "So, she is a bit Sundara?" Yuan Xuan smiled slightly, unfazed by the playful teasing from the two girls. As a seasoned individual, he was not one to feel bashful simply because two young ladies had overheard the sounds of his intimacy. "Indeed, she is Sundara. Our Nana is the type who possesses 4 parts pride and 6 parts delicacy. As long as you embrace your responsibilities as a man, she will soon succumb to your charm." The two girls nodded in unison. Sundara? This personality reminded Yuan Xuan of someone, Xiao Zhirong. However, that woman was predominantly prideful, surpassing 8 parts in her haughtiness. Inside the room, Nana was still striving to recollect the events of the day. She clearly remembered informing everyone about being bitten by a zombie, and how Yuan Xuan had assured her of a remedy and carried her inside. Yet, the memories that followed were somewhat hazy and indistinct. Only fragments remained, yet they hinted that she had taken the initiative. Had she truly crossed a boundary? Nana began to tug at her hair in distress, yearning to scream, but the hushed voices at the door interrupted her thoughts. Wasn't she already embarrassed enough? "Oh, Nana, what have you done? Why engage with a man you met less than an hour ago?" Even if he saved her and assisted her team in overcoming a crisis, She was still in a relationship with Li Yang. No less. The sort of man who would send his companions to a pervert. Nana let out a self-deprecating laugh, recalling how her sisters had warned her about Li Yang's cunning and selfish nature, but she had chosen to ignore their advice, consistently deceived by his outward gallantry, despite his kindness towards her. As Nana reminisced about her past with Li Yang, his figure began to fade, gradually replaced by another silhouette. This figure was remarkably familiar. It belonged to the man from her fragmented memories, the one who had held her so closely during the day, Yuan Xuan. Nana, I will take responsibility. At that moment, Yuan Xuan's voice rang out from the door. His tone was resolute and sincere, akin to a brilliant star illuminating the darkness, bringing Nana a flicker of warmth and comfort. Her heart began to race. She was unsure how to face Yuan Xuan or respond to his promise. Embarrassment and anxiety intertwined within her as she clutched the blanket tightly, as if it could shield her from her own turmoil. Nana, can you hear me? I assure you, I will be responsible. Enough. You're so loud. Please be quiet. I still want to sleep. Nana's heart raced. And as Yuan Xuan continued to utter words that quickened her pulse, she couldn't help but yell out. Although her words were laced with irritation, her tone betrayed a hint of shyness. Yuan Xuan and the two girls at the door stifled their laughter, covering their mouths to suppress their amusement. Indeed, she was tsundere. Since she expressed the desire to rest, they would grant her that. Yuan Xuan inquired of the two girls, when Nana is not around, who usually takes charge. One of the girls replied, actually, after Nana brought us here, it was Li Yang who directed us. However, I have no desire to heed orders from such a person. If you seek a leader, perhaps you should look for Sister Qinlan outside. She should be capable. Qinlan. Yuan Xuan was unfamiliar with the name. Is she the tallest girl? Yes, that's her. I will find her now. Please take care of Nana, he instructed. Of course. The two girls nodded in agreement. After giving his instructions, Yuan Xuan stepped outside the warehouse and observed several girls clearing the zombie horde from the large iron gate. Numerous zombie corpses littered the square, likely half-evolved zombies that had been killed upon entering. One girl, tall and almost matching his height, was covered in zombie blood. Though weary, she continued her work without pause. This must be Qinlan, the girl mentioned earlier. Much of the zombie presence had been eliminated, leaving only a handful remaining. Yuan Xuan extended his tendrils, intending to assist them in dispatching the remaining zombies. The sudden attacks startled those at the gate, causing them to raise their weapons in preparation for battle until they recognized Yuan Xuan and relaxed. Qinlan turned around upon seeing him, immediately dropping her steel pipe and rushing towards him, her expression fraught with concern as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Mr. Yuan, you're finally out. How is Sister Nana? Yuan Xuan could sense her genuine concern for Nana and nodded reassuringly. She is fine now. Really? That's wonderful. Qinlan's face lit up with a joyful smile, as if a great burden had been lifted from her heart. She grasped Yuan Xuan's hands, exclaiming, Mr. Yuan, you are truly our benefactor. She then turned to the other girls, declaring, Did you hear? Sister Nana is safe. The other girls, upon hearing this, also smiled, clearly relieved at Nana's safety. It seemed Nana was quite beloved among them. With such a woman around, Li Yang likely felt considerable pressure. By the way, Mr. Yuan, I have something to discuss with you. Qinlan's demeanor suddenly grew serious, her expression solemn. What is it? Yuan Xuan inquired. Qinlan took a deep breath and said slowly, It's about Li Yang. Li Yang? Yuan Xuan frowned, recalling the man who had once attempted to send women to a depraved individual, a wave of revulsion surging within him. Yes, Qinlan nodded, continuing. He and his subordinates have vanished. I suspect they fled, fearing we would hold them accountable. They even stole a few guns from Lu Tianhu's men before escaping. Escaped? Yuan Xuan was taken aback. How had he managed to flee amidst such a horde of zombies? He took several guns? According to the number of weapons Lu Tianhu's men had, they brought 20 handguns, and I noticed 5 were missing when I counted them earlier. Is that so? Yuan Xuan pondered for a moment before replying, I will step out. Please take care of things here. I will return shortly. Are you going to pursue Li Yang? It's too dangerous out there at night, Qinlan cautioned, wanting to dissuade him. No, Yuan Xuan chuckled. Such a minor character is not worth my pursuit. I am going to retrieve your sister, Joshia. Joshia? She is still alive? Qinlan was taken aback. Didn't Li Yang say? Before she could finish, she recalled his propensity for deceit and chose not to continue. She is alive. I will go get her and then bring you all to my base. Well, all right. I trust you. Although Qin Lan felt some trepidation, she recognized Yuan Xuan as a reliable and capable individual, thus she nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall take my leave. With that, Yuan Xuan vaulted over the wall, vanishing into the shadows. In the darkness, Yuan Xuan followed the trail of zombies, intending to locate Li Yang. His earlier statement about retrieving Zhou Xia had merely been a pretense. After acquiring by Nana, Yuan Xian had developed the intention to eliminate Li Yang, albeit not in her presence, for Li Yang had once been his boyfriend. With Li Yang now having fled, it presented Yuan Xian with a prime opportunity to orchestrate his assassination discreetly. As the saying goes, if one does not eradicate the root of the problem, it may resurface in due course. This individual has connections with the Liu brothers. Should he choose to alert them, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Yang's survival was not an option. Chapter 59. Yuan in the deep of night in a city ravaged by the apocalypse. The streets were lined with shops and houses, all rendered unrecognizable by destruction. The vehicles on the roadway lay scattered, some having been turned into hiding spots for the undead. Li Yang, accompanied by 3 men and 1 woman, advanced cautiously through the darkness, ever vigilant of their surroundings. The chilling sounds of zombies' growls and their claws scraping against the ground pierced the stillness of the night, echoing ominously. In this shroud of darkness, the zombies exhibited far greater activity than during the day. Despite having chosen a path with the fewest undead, they still encountered numerous troubles. From time to time, a zombie would emerge from the shadows to launch a surprise attack. A sense of unease and terror filled Li Yang's heart. Yet he knew that remaining in the warehouse would guarantee a grim fate ahead. He could feel the gaze of that mysterious man upon him, as if he were merely observing a corpse. Furthermore, the incident involving the woman had been exposed. Neither by Nana nor Qin Lan would let him off the hook. Although he was a man and a student of physical education, he was no match for either by Nana or Qin Lan. The group sought refuge in a convenience store, hastily pulling down the shutter before breathing a sigh of relief. Inside, it appeared that someone had already ransacked the place, leaving the shelves bare, as if a swarm of locusts had passed through. The previous scavengers seemed to have been in a hurry, failing to select their items carefully, leaving behind crushed snack bags and drinks scattered across the floor. One of the boys, gazing at the trampled food, couldn't help but ask, "Boss, are we truly going to keep running away?" Li Yang shot him a glare, retorting, "What other choice do we have? If we don't leave the warehouse, none of us will fare well. Don't forget, you all were involved in that incident." The boy lowered his head, silenced by Li Yang's words. "All right. Let us rest here for the night, and we shall depart at dawn," Li Yang said, picking up an unopened packet of biscuits from the floor and beginning to eat. The others, seeing this, began to search the convenience store for any remaining food. "Hello, big brother, big sister." Suddenly, a girl's voice drifted in from the window beside them. Startled, everyone turned to face the sound, raising their weapons instinctively, aimed at the window. There stood a beautiful figure holding a white lace parasol. Bathed in moonlight, her pale visage glowed ethereally, her blue eyes deep as the stars, sparkling with a ghostly light. Her skin was whiter than snow, with a subtle bluish sheen, resembling porcelain under the moonlight, cold yet enigmatic. She appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old, dressed in Gothic attire, a long black gown as deep as the night sky adorned with intricate lace and embroidery, weaving bizarre patterns reminiscent of falling stars and peculiar flowers in the dark. "Why are you all so tense?" the girl inquired, her tone laced with confusion. "Xiao Yu has greeted you politely, just as my mother taught me." With a light and graceful motion, she elegantly leaped through the window, reminiscent of a sprite dancing in the shadows. Li Yang and his companions exchanged glances, their eyes filled with bewilderment. How could such a girl appear in a night fraught with zombies? Where did she come from, and who was the mother she spoke of? As she moved to the center of the convenience store, her skirt swayed gently with her steps. A faint smile graced her moonlit face as she regarded Li Yang and the others, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and anticipation. "My name is Yuan. You can call me Xiao Yu," she introduced softly, her voice akin to a clear spring flowing through a mountain stream, both crisp and melodious. Despite their wariness, there seemed to be no malice in Xiao Yu. Her gaze was pure and bright, brimming with innocence. "Hello, I am Li Yang," he said, breaking the silence and attempting to engage with Xiao Yu. Though questions swirled in his mind, he found himself captivated by her grace and beauty, allowing some of his caution to dissipate. "Li Yang Gij, What are you doing rummaging through this place? Xiao Yu asked, her large eyes blinking with genuine interest. Li Yang hesitated before responding. We are looking for food. Food. Xiao Yu blinked, seeming perplexed. Isn't there plenty of food here? Why search for it? Li Yang and his companions exchanged glances, feeling somewhat at a loss. They surveyed the empty shelves and the trampled snack bags on the floor. This hardly resembled a place abundant with food. Yet, observing Xiao Yu's innocent expression and her eyes shimmering with curiosity, they surmised she might not have seen clearly in the darkness. Xiao Yu, the food has been taken. We cannot find more, Li Yang explained patiently. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu frowned in confusion, glancing around before suddenly brightening as if recalling something. Oh, I understand now. Understand? What does that mean? What has she grasped? Li Yang wondered, perplexed by the strange girl. That Xiao Yu smiled slightly and asked, since you have food, could you share some with me? Li Yang hesitated but ultimately nodded. All right, we can share some food, but you mustn't eat too much. His reasoning was that escaping like this was futile. If he could bring this woman to the Liu brothers' base and inform Liu Tianhu of who had killed him, perhaps he would find refuge. But he needed to probe Xiao Yu's true nature first, so he decided to offer her some benefits. Really? Thank you. Li Yang giggled. You are so kind. Xiao Yu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she tossed aside her parasol and leaped onto Li Yang, embracing him. Taken aback by her sudden affection, Li Yang struggled to maintain his composure and asked, You're welcome, Xiao Yu. But could you tell us how you came to be out here alone? It's dangerous with zombies everywhere. He sought to extract more information from her. However, Xiao Yu merely replied, Then Xiao Yu shall start eating. After her words, Li Yang felt a sharp pain in his neck. Turning to look, he saw Xiao Yu's sharp fangs deeply embedded in his flesh, blood trickling down her chin. What are you doing? Li Yang shouted in terror, attempting to push her away, but her strength was surprisingly formidable, rendering him unable to break free. Kiki, Li Yang giggled. Didn't you say you would share food with me? This is my favorite kind. A satisfied smile spread across Xiao Yu's face. Her once sky-blue eyes now glinting with a bloodthirsty crimson light. Chapter 60. Sweat turns salty the color of her eyes. She is a zombie. This little Yu is not human at all, but a zombie masquerading as one. Li Yang, unable to ponder the nature of such a zombie in this apocalyptic world, shouted in panic to the others, Quick, pull her away. However, no sooner had he uttered those words than a wave of excruciating pain surged through his neck. The once innocent-looking Yu suddenly transformed into a grotesque figure, sinking her teeth into a chunk of flesh from Li Yang's neck. Ah! Li Yang screamed in agony, his body convulsing uncontrollably before collapsing to the ground. Brother Li Yang is a big liar. He promised to share food with me. After just a sip, he wanted to abandon little Yu. Liar. Liars are wicked. If you're wicked, then I shall devour you. Little Yu's voice became sharp and cold, and her aura shifted to one of chilling terror, devoid of her previous innocence and beauty. Most horrifyingly, as she spoke, she gnawed on Li Yang's corpse, tearing off bloody morsels and swallowing them hungrily. The others, witnessing this gruesome scene, stumbled back in fright, and one girl turned to flee. Big sister. Chew. Is food. Chew chew. Must run. Swallow no? Little Yu was remarkably swift, instantly catching up to the woman and sinking her teeth into her neck. The girl let out a horrified scream before collapsing, becoming yet another victim of little Yu's insatiable hunger. The remaining two were paralyzed with terror, too afraid to move, knowing that any misstep could lead to the same fate as their female classmate, facing a zombie that possessed both cunning and a thirst for blood. They had to devise a plan to confront her swiftly, or they would be next in line to be devoured. However, their overwhelming anxiety rendered them unable to think clearly, and cold sweat poured from their brows. Big brother, you are sweating. When sweating, the flesh becomes salty. But salter flesh is tastier. I'll eat you first. Don't come any closer. Stay back. Help me. Meanwhile, Yuan Xuan traced the movements of the zombies, following them until he halted in front of a convenience store. He found the scene peculiar. A large horde of zombies surrounded the store, yet they seemed to have lost their objective, merely milling about without further action. Some zombies had begun to wander off to other places, no longer interested in the convenience store. What had attracted them in the first place, only to have it vanish? Yuan Xuan began to inspect the area around the convenience store and noticed that one of the side windows was open. Observing that there were no people inside, he climbed through. What is this? Upon entering, he discovered an array of colorful torn fabric strewn across the floor, as if someone had forcefully ripped apart clothing. Could this be Li Yang's clothing? He recalled the few individuals who had followed Li Yang, all of whom had abandoned Zhou Xia earlier that day. He could still picture what they had worn, particularly a piece of black and white fabric that unmistakably belonged to Li Yang's sports jacket. What were they doing here, tearing their clothes? The more he examined the scene, the more perplexed he became, prompting him to venture deeper into the convenience store. As he walked, he felt something hard beneath his foot. Looking down, his eyes widened in shock. Goodness! Lined up neatly against the wall at the back of the store were 4 complete skeletons. A wave of nausea washed over Yuan Xuan, and he stumbled back, crashing into a shelf that toppled over with a loud crash. The noise stirred the zombies outside, causing them to stir restlessly and begin banging on the store's shuttered door. Yet Yuan Xuan paid no heed to the commotion. His mind was filled with confusion. The skeletons bore a striking resemblance to Li Yang and his companions. He recalled the zombies he had seen outside and the scattered pieces of clothing that belonged to them. Could it be that these skeletons were all that remained of Li Yang and his friends? Had they been consumed by the zombies, leaving only their bones behind? Impossible. These skeletons were far too clean. Zombies always left behind a trail of blood when they fed. Yet, he saw no traces of blood anywhere, leading him to wonder if they had not died here at all, or had a new, mutated species of zombie emerged. Yuan Xuan began to scrutinize the skeletons closely, searching for any clues. He noticed that the arrangement of the bones was remarkably orderly, as if deliberately positioned by someone. Furthermore, the bones were exceptionally clean, devoid of any remnants of flesh or blood, distinctly different from the aftermath typically left by a zombie's feast. He began to suspect that the convenience store harbored some unknown danger. Perhaps something horrific had transpired here, resulting in the deaths of Li Yang and his friends, with their bodies disposed of so meticulously. With this thought, Yuan Xuan resolved to leave the store. A wise man does not linger beneath a dangerous wall. The events here were far too strange to remain any longer. With that in mind, he exited the convenience store. As Yuan Xuan departed, little Yu emerged slowly from the shadows of the store, gazing at him with disappointment. This big brother doesn't look appetizing at all. Oh, is that mother calling me back? She suddenly lifted her head, looking towards the west side of the convenience store. After leaving, Yuan Xuan made his way directly to Zhou Xia. Big brother, you have finally returned. Zhou Xia exclaimed with a quivering voice upon seeing him. The surrounding cacophony of the zombies' moans filled her with fear and loneliness. Yes, I am back. Yuan Xuan approached Zhou Xia and gently patted her shoulder, offering her a semblance of comfort. Come, I will take you back. Okay, big brother, wait. What are you doing? Before Zhou Xia could finish her sentence, Yuan Xuan hoisted her onto his shoulder, saying, hold on tight. If you're scared, just close your eyes. With that, he opened the shutter door and strode out. The zombies outside, upon catching sight of Zhou Xia on his shoulder, surged towards him in a frenzied rush. Zhou Xia, witnessing this, immediately shut her eyes tight, gripping Yuan Xuan's clothing in terror. Though fear still gripped her heart, she felt a measure of reassurance. Then, she felt as though she were weightless, as if riding a roller coaster. Peeking open her eyes, she saw that Yuan Xuan had lifted her into the air. His arms shot out like tendrils, allowing him to navigate between buildings like Tarzan, while the zombies below could only gaze up, letting out frustrated howls. Wow, big brother, you're amazing. How can you fly? Zhou Xia exclaimed with excitement. Aren't you scared? Yuan Xuan turned his head slightly, surprised to see her enthusiasm. He recalled how, when he had carried Lin Xue and Li Qing, they had screamed the whole way. Yuan Xuan was prepared to give Zhou Xia a playful smack on the backside. Yet, to his surprise, she appeared unfazed and even exhilarated. As long as Big Brother is here, I am not afraid. This is so much fun, like being on a giant swing at an amusement park. Zhou Xia nodded vigorously. Big Brother, look at those zombies. They can't catch us at all. They look so angry. Haha, is that so? Then you better hold on tight. I'm going to speed up now. Yuan Xuan had initially intended to slow down for her, but since she was unafraid, he decided to go full throttle. Indeed, I shall endeavor diligently. Chapter 61. Zero-cost purchase. Yuan Xuan brought Zhou Xia to a bare apartment on the 6th floor of a residential building on Yongxing Road. After leaving her there, he intended to make a quick stop at the nearby Milong supermarket. The primary purpose of this outing was to gather supplies. Despite any delays, the task must be completed. Upon entering the supermarket, he found the place in utter disarray. Dried bloodstains marred the shelves, floors, and walls, and only the low, Mournful moans of aimlessly wandering zombies filled the air. Clearly, there were no humans left. The stock remained largely untouched and well-stocked. Yuan Xuan pushed 2 shopping carts and began his zero-cost shopping spree, collecting canned goods, instant noodles, packaged snacks, rice, flour, beverages, and condiments. He also found vacuum-packed fruits and vegetables, the seeds of which could be used for planting, though he would need to visit a seed store for more. Additionally, there was a plethora of dried goods, including dried abalone, shark fins, scallops, dried fish, dried mushrooms, seaweed, peanuts, and red dates. Yuan Xuan traversed the zombie-infested supermarket, taking whatever he desired with ease. During his shopping, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the freezer section was still operational. Perhaps the backup power system still had fuel? This was delightful. There were plenty of frozen products that had not yet expired, which he could take with him. Particularly enticing were various meat products from cows, pigs, sheep, and chickens, along with an array of frozen microwave meals, pizzas, chicken wraps, popcorn, teriyaki chicken burgers, fried rice, shumai, buns, dumplings, curry rice, and 8 treasure rice from various cuisines. His eyes widened at the possibilities. If he took everything, along with the existing reserves at the base, they could feast for months. If not for the substantial appetite of him and the other abilities, they could sustain themselves for years. However, the challenge lay in how to transport these items. The frozen goods would perish within days if not kept cold. An idea struck him. The supermarket must have refrigerated trucks, which typically use gasoline or diesel for cooling. He could drive one back and use it as a cold storage unit. Resolutely, he made his way to the garage and, as expected, found 3 refrigerated trucks parked. After searching through the employee lounge, office, and control room, he located the keys to the trucks. Although he could have started the vehicle using Professor Tang Zishi's method, it would involve breaking a window, which he deemed unnecessary. He intended to use the truck long-term and did not want to deal with replacing glass. A quick test revealed that the vehicle could indeed start, with approximately 70 fuel remaining. Soon enough, Yuan Xuan loaded the desired food and beverages into the truck, leaving some space for daily necessities. With an all-female crew, he made sure to stock up on cosmetics, skincare products, and sanitary items. After all, he wished to see them looking beautiful every day. Such sights uplifted his spirits. Moreover, neglecting skincare would only hasten aging. In a couple of decades, there would be few young and lovely women left in this post-apocalyptic world. He planned to take the time to visit a shopping center again to select premium skincare products, cosmetics, jewelry, clothing, games, and books for them. This would not only enhance their morale, but also motivate them in their tasks. A diet consisting solely of food points would be dreadfully monotonous. After more than an hour, the truck was fully loaded, packed to the brim, with only 1 seat remaining. This space was reserved for Zhou Shuya, ensuring that she could drive without the risk of being surrounded by zombies. The only issue was the cold. Yuan Xuan retrieved sweaters and down jackets to prepare for her comfort. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, Nana sat on the bed, contemplating her relationship with Yuan Xuan for over 2 hours. Finally, she resolved to have a serious conversation with him. "Nana, have you rested well? Are you all right?" A girl stationed at the door asked with excitement. "Yes, I'm fine now," Nana replied with a smile. "Wow, you really look much better," the girl noted, observing Nana's improved complexion, which appeared smoother and more radiant than before. "Is this the effect of being pampered by a man?" Another girl whispered in astonishment. "What did you say, Linlin?" Nana asked, not hearing clearly. "Oh, nothing. I'm just glad you're feeling better." Linlin quickly shook her head in response. "Oh, Ning Ro, where is he? The man?" she inquired, glancing at Ning Ro. "Who? Which man?" Ning Ro asked, somewhat confused. "The man, of course," Nana said, exasperated. "Are you referring to Brother Yuan? I heard from Sister Qin Lan that he went to find Shuya." Ning Ro recounted what she had heard about Yuan Xuan and the escape of Liang. "He went out alone?" Nana exclaimed in surprise after listening to Ning Ro's account. "Ah, yes. Sister Qin Lan said so," Ning Ro replied, puzzled by Nana's reaction. Shouldn't she be more concerned about Li Yang's escape or abandoning Zhou Shuya? Instead, her primary worry seemed to be Yuan Xuan going out alone. "Nana, how could you? Have you fallen for him already?" Linlin thought, sharing the same sentiment. Both girls exchanging incredulous glances at Nana's apparent concern for a man she had only recently met. Indeed, Nana felt a surge of anger regarding Li Yang's betrayal. She had once believed him to be trustworthy. During their time at school, he pursued her for 3 years. and his persistence had eventually moved her to agree to a relationship. However, she later discovered that the dedication she admired was a facade. For instance, his daily breakfast deliveries were orchestrated through financial means, as he had other girls from different dormitories inform him when she would leave for class, timing his arrival accordingly. Though she had previously brushed off such manipulations as endearing, they now repulsed her. Li Yong was a consummate opportunist, betraying female classmates and abandoning teammates. Such actions were unthinkable. Yet, her feelings of anger and disgust were eclipsed by a singular concern: whether Yuan Xuan would be in danger alone outside. Did he really go out alone? Zombies are especially active at night. Does he not know this? When did he leave? Nana pressed anxiously, noticing the girl's silence. Almost 2 hours ago, Ningro recalled, taking a moment to respond. 2 hours? Nana's heart sank. She was acutely aware of the dangers lurking outside, where zombies roamed freely, and being alone could lead to perilous encounters. As her anxiety intensified, an extraordinary transformation began to take place. Fox-like ears sprouted from her head, and a tail emerged from behind her. Strangely, unlike what Yuan Xuan had witnessed earlier, her entire body emanated a ghostly blue energy glow. Nana, your tail. How did you grow a tail? Ning Ro exclaimed, staring in astonishment at the appendage behind her. What? Nana gasped, startled by her own transformation. She turned to inspect her body, confirming the fluffy tail and the pointed ears atop her head. Nana, why are you glowing? Lin also cried out in shock. Glowing? Nana looked at the blue energy emanating from her hands and laughed lightly. This isn't fire. It's water. Water? But how can water leap like flames? Lin asked, perplexed. Perhaps I was too excited. Nana exclaimed as she raised her right hand, transforming her gesture into that of a gun. Water wave bullet dance. She called out softly, and then, from her fingertips, she unleashed 3 water-like projectiles that soared forward, piercing through a steel plate 3 centimeters thick. Sister Na, you are incredible. You can actually control water. Ning Ro marveled. Indeed, Sister Na, you are truly remarkable. Lin gazed at Nana with admiration. I have no idea how I can do this. Nana looked at her own hands in bewilderment, pondering why she was capable of such extraordinary feats. It felt as if these abilities were innate, instinctively known through the muscle memory of her body. Her gaze then shifted to the fluffy tail behind her. Could it be? Could it be because of Yuan Xuan? Yes, it must be him. Chapter 62. Reluctant Words. Honest Body by Nana reminisced about the peculiar fruits and water that Yuan Xuan had previously fed her. Then, the memories began to blur, leaving her with a vague recollection of her body undergoing a transformation. Indeed, she had sprouted ears and a tail. Following that, Yuan Xuan had removed his clothing, and she had bitten into his shoulder. Subsequently, she had embraced Yuan Xuan. At this thought, Nana's face flushed crimson. Silly, silly, silly. Nana, you great fool. You had resolutely vowed not to think about it, yet here you are, lost in thought again. Nana, your tail is wagging. Ning Ro pointed out, directing her gaze towards the tail behind Nana. Huh. Nana was momentarily taken aback, hastily glancing at her tail, which was indeed swaying gently. What is happening? She looked at her tail in bewilderment, completely at a loss as to why it was behaving this way. She wished to command it to cease, yet for some inexplicable reason, it would not stop. Perhaps it's because you're too excited, as you just said, Ningro speculated. Too excited? Nana furrowed her brow slightly, then a thought crossed her mind, causing a shy blush to bloom upon her cheeks. Could it be that her thoughts of Yuan Xuan had stirred such emotions? The mere mention of Yuan Xuan ignited a greater excitement within her. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of a truck pierced the tranquility of the night, drawing closer. Qinlan, stationed at the entrance, climbed atop the wall to take a look, spotting a white truck speeding towards them with its headlights ablaze, standing out starkly against the dim night. What is that? Qinlan furrowed her brow, pondering the origin of the vehicle. It's his truck. Nana's voice came from behind. Nana, are you all right? Qinlan exclaimed in surprise upon turning, only to realize something amiss and inquired. His truck? Who is it? That guy. You want something? Nana replied. How do you know, Nana? I sensed. No. It's nothing. Huh. What did you say? Nana's last words were barely audible, and Qinlan did not catch what she had said. Nothing. You all prepare to open the door. I'll go clear out the zombies. Before Qinlan could protest, Nana had already leaped over the wall. It was then that Qinlan noticed the pure white tail trailing behind Nana midair, leaving her momentarily stunned. When did Nana start cosplaying? No, this isn't the time for such thoughts. I must quickly assist Nana. With that, Qinlan was about to leap off the wall when her form tumbled mid-air, landing deftly behind the zombies. Although they had done their utmost to clear the area, the zombies seemed to come in waves, continuously increasing in number, with still hundreds outside. Upon landing, Nana did not immediately launch an attack, but instead stood still, her gaze penetrating as she focused on the horde of zombies before her. Her tail swayed gently in the night, almost as if imbued with a certain magic, drawing others in. Her eyes glimmered with a ghostly blue light, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. Suddenly, Nana sprang into action. Inhaling deeply as the energy within her surged, she conjured a mass of energy from her own being, stretching it until it formed a long staff. The staff came to life in her grasp, dancing gracefully, emitting waves of energy. The zombies seemed to sense this formidable power and charged at Nana with ferocious roars. Yet, she remained unfazed, her movements agile as she evaded their attacks while delivering precise strikes to their vulnerabilities with the staff. Each blow sent zombies crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. Qinlan recognized this technique. It was the family legacy of Nana, the Xingyi Liuha staff. Each movement was imbued with strength and rhythm, dazzling to behold. As zombies fell before her, fresh waves continued to surge forth from all directions. Nana remained composed, morphing the staff into a ring that she secured around her waist, then raising her hand to summon. From within the ring, streams of water shot forth like bullets, each one striking true to the heads of the zombies, instantly dispatching them. The zombies were caught off guard by this sudden assault, collapsing one after another. Just then, a mutated zombie with sharp claws lunged at Nana from behind. However, she had already caught its scent, turning gracefully to deliver a high kick, sending the clawed creature flying far away, bouncing several times before finally coming to rest. Then, Nana shifted her hand into a gun shape, unleashing a torrent of water bullets. With a series of precise shots, she pierced the flying mutated zombie's head. By this time, Yuan Xuan had arrived, observing Nana's prowess as she battled. Initially intending to assist her, he paused, captivated by how effortlessly she handled the zombies. It was evident that her skills, combined with her awakened water abilities and Lu Tianhu's transformation powers, had rendered her stronger than he. Not to mention, the strength behind that kick to the clawed zombie far surpassed his own. It seemed Lu Tianhu's transformation abilities provided a greater enhancement to physical prowess than merely absorbing lower-tier mutated zombies. Furthermore, Nana had absorbed the energy of 2 first-tier zombies, and her innate water powers only augmented her abilities further. The water in her hands morphed seamlessly into various forms: a staff, a ring, a whip, a blade, even bullets, transforming her into a melee mage of sorts. Her assault was as fierce as a tempest, leaving the zombies with no means of retaliation. Her tail swayed behind her, as if cheering her on, occasionally swatting away lurking zombies. Ultimately, Nana single-handedly eradicated the horde of zombies. In the center of the street, the ethereal beauty, akin to a fox spirit, turned her gaze towards him. Yuan Xuan noted that although her expression appeared somewhat aloof, her tail revealed a different story, thrashing excitedly upon seeing him, hinting at an inner emotional shift. Humph. Nana merely cast a glance at Yuan Xuan before huffing softly and entering the warehouse without looking back. Yet her tail continued to wag incessantly, eliciting a chuckle from Yuan Xuan. What is this? Reluctant words, yet an honest body? Chapter 63, 3 parts pride, 7 parts tenderness. After Yuan Xuan drove the vehicle into the warehouse, he exited and opened the cargo compartment, from which Zhou Shuya quickly jumped out. Brother, how could you be so excessive? First, you leave me alone in an unfinished house, and now you have me freezing in this truck. Zhou Shuya complained. Shuya, Ning Ro exclaimed joyfully, immediately rushing over to embrace her. She and Zhou Shuya shared a dormitory at school and were very close friends. The other girls, upon seeing Shuya, also gathered around happily. Sharoha, how come everyone is here? Zhou Shuya, puzzled by Ning Ro's embrace, glanced around and soon realized that she had returned to the warehouse. Her eyes instantly reddened as she choked out the entire story of how Yuan Xuan had rescued her after being abandoned by Liang. Nana listened, gritting her teeth in anger. Liang, he's truly outrageous. If I encounter him again, I will certainly give him a good beating. Qinlan also clenched her fists, spouting fierce words. However, only Yuan Xuan knew that Liang had turned into a pile of bones, and they would never see him again in this lifetime. Indeed, Brother Yuan is incredibly powerful. He single-handedly dealt with a whole swarm of zombies, slicing through 3 or 4 heads with each swift strike. His speed was so astonishing that I could barely follow. Zhou Shiya continued to extol Yuan Xuanqing's might, embellishing her narrative with exaggerated details. Although the girls had witnessed his strength during the day, they still gasped in awe upon hearing how he had vanquished so many foes alone. And he also brought back a huge haul of food. There's everything you could wish for. Yes, indeed, there are plenty of supplies in the truck. I'm feeling hungry. Let's cook something. Yuan Xuanqing responded. He then fully opened the truck's cargo area, showcasing the bounty before the girls. So much. Qin Lan exclaimed in astonishment. So many snacks. Plus vegetables and meat. Ning Rou and Lin Lin echoed her surprise. Even Bai Nana, who had been maintaining a stern demeanor, widened her eyes in disbelief. This much food could last us for months. How did Yuan Xuanqing manage to gather so much in such a short time? How about it, my dear? Have you fallen for me? Just as Bai Nana was taken aback, she noticed Yuan Xuanqing had somehow sidled up to her, wrapping his arm around her shoulder. What do you mean by my dear? Bai Nana, flustered, promptly swatted Yuan Xuanqing's hand away, yet her tail wagged vigorously, revealing her inner turmoil. Such an unassuming woman. Yuan Xuanqing mused, finding her both amusing and adorable. Despite her unwillingness, her tail betrayed her true feelings. Ignoring her rejection, he embraced her again. Bai Nana attempted to push him away once more, but Yuan Xuanqing leaned in close to whisper in her ear, "You gave me your first kiss. And you still deny being my wife?" Upon hearing this, Bai Nana felt an overwhelming rush of embarrassment, her ears and tail bristling. She turned her head to sneak a glance at her friends, who were preoccupied with the food in the truck. Noticing they were unaware of her predicament, she took a breath and contemplated how to retort. However, just as she turned back, Yuan Xuanqing pressed his lips to hers. Instinctively, she wanted to push him away, but he had already pulled back, softly instructing, "Don't move. Don't make a sound. They LLC us. You, shameless." Bai Nana's heart surged with anger. This man was utterly brazen. Yet, a strange emotion stirred within her, leaving her flustered. Her anger stemmed from his realization that she wished to keep their relationship a secret from her friends, not due to dislike, but because it was she who had initiated their intimacy, a fact that felt humiliating. She did not want her friends to think of her as a loose girl. Ultimately, she shot Yuan Xuanqing a fierce glare, resigning herself to the moment. "Good girl," he remarked, kissing her once more. In many ways, Bai Nana resembled Xiao Zhirong from years past, unforthcoming and only susceptible to assertive approaches. Moreover, her tale effectively conveyed her true emotions, making her more predictable than Xiao Zhirong. "Brother, how much of this can we eat?" Zhou Shiya suddenly recalled that all this was Yuan Xuanqing's and thought it best to inquire. Upon hearing her voice, Bai Nana immediately disengaged from Yuan Xuanqing. He chuckled softly at her flushed face and turned to respond. "Take as much as you can eat. Don't unload the truck. I'll take some of it with me tomorrow." "Take away? Brother, are you leaving?" Zhou Shiya exclaimed in shock, leaping from the vehicle. "Yes, I'll be leaving by morning," Yuan Xuanqing confirmed with a nod. Almost simultaneously, all the girls expressed their astonishment. Even Bai Nana stared in disbelief at Yuan Xuanqing. Just a moment ago, he had called her his wife, and now he was leaving? Why? Was it because she had previously kicked him out of her room and given him the cold shoulder upon his return? That shouldn't be the case. She had already accepted his kiss. She wanted to ask Yuan Xuanqing why, but her unassertive nature left her at a loss for words, and her wagging tail came to a halt. The expressions on everyone's faces reflected their reluctance. Although they had only recently met, the events of the day and evening had forged a strong bond. The man who had consistently provided them with a profound sense of security was about to depart, and their hearts were heavy with sorrow. Zhou Shiya stepped forward, gripping Yuan Xuanqing's arm. "Brother Yuan, where are you going?" "Yes, brother, are you abandoning us?" Ning Rou added, tugging at his sleeve. "Nana, you must persuade brother Yuan not to leave," Lin Lin chimed in, stepping up to Bai Nana. Ning Rou and Lin Lin were aware of the relationship between Yuan Xuanqing and Bai Nana, and Lin Lin believed Bai Nana could sway him. Seeing their reactions, Yuan Xuanqing was momentarily taken aback, then realized his previous statement had been ambiguous, leading to their misunderstanding. Just as he was about to clarify, Bai Nana spoke up. Could you please not go?" Yuan Xuanqing looked at Bai Nana, who was tightly clutching the hem of her clothing while making a concerted effort to voice her request. He never expected that a misunderstanding could yield such an unexpected result. Though by Nana was tsundere, she was indeed more tender than proud, unlike Xiao Zhirong, who would have simply stated, "If you want to leave, go ahead," and then followed him onto his vehicle without a second thought. In contrast, by Nana was considerably more forthright. Yuan Xuan smiled gently, patting Zhou Shuya and Ning Rou's hands, before turning to Bai Nana with a warm gaze. "You all misunderstood. I intended to discuss this with you over a meal," Yuan Xuan explained with a smile. "I have a base less than 4 kilometers from here, which is very safe. Should you wish to join me, you are always welcome. But my place has its own rules, so think it over carefully." Upon hearing this, the tension in by Nana and the others eased somewhat. "All right, let us prepare the food for now. I'll explain everything in detail during dinner," Yuan Xuan said. "Okay, I'll cook. I promise, brother Yuan. You won't want to leave us after tasting my cooking," Zhou Shuya declared confidently, rolling up her sleeves. "Is that so? I look forward to sampling your culinary skills." Yuan Xuan replied with a smile. "Absolutely," Zhou Shuya said, heading toward the truck to select ingredients. "Shuya, I'll help you," by Nana, blushing, called out as she chased after Zhou Shuya. "Nana, no need for that. I heard you were injured today, so you should rest well. I can manage on my own." "Ah, Sister Na, please don't push me." "No, I have rested sufficiently. Come on, let's go cook." Yuan Xuan looked at by Nana and chuckled, remarking, "You are still not candid enough." "Indeed," Ning Rou replied with a smile from the side. Chapter 64. In the evening, I come to find you while they were cooking. Yuan Xuan took advantage of the moment when no one was paying attention and ventured outside the wall to consume the clawed zombie that by Nana had slain, absorbing its energy. Upon returning to the warehouse, he noticed Zhou Shuya at the kitchen door, selecting vegetables under the moonlight, while the sounds of stir-frying emanated from within. Was by Nana cooking inside? "Shuya, weren't you going to let me sample your culinary skills? Why are you out here?" Yuan Xuan inquired. Zhou Shuya replied with a wry smile. "I don't know what got into Nana today. She insisted on cooking herself and shooed me out." "Oh." Yuan Xuan raised an eyebrow, intending to peek into the kitchen. Gently pushing the door open, he entered. Inside, by Nana was bustling around the stove, flipping and seasoning ingredients, while a pot of soup simmered nearby. Despite her serious demeanor, her drooping tail and slightly anxious eyes betrayed her in her turmoil. "Nana, what delectable dish are you preparing?" Yuan Xuan asked with a smile. Startled by his voice, by Nana spun around, her face instantly flushing upon realizing it was him. "Why you? How did you come in?" she stammered, nearly dropping the spatula in her hand. "I came to see what my dear Nana was cooking," Yuan Xuan teased. Inching closer to her, by Nana felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, yet she resisted the urge to appear foolish in front of him, suppressing her emotions. She retorted, "Why you shouldn't say such things? Who asked your wife?" However, her voice and tail revealed a hint of sweetness and shyness. As Yuan Xuan stood beside her, he noticed the dish in the pan was fish-flavored shredded pork. Leaning down, he inhaled the fragrant aroma. Delicious. He then picked up a pair of chopsticks and snatched a piece of pork to taste. "Wait, don't." By Nana rushed to protest. Although the dish was ready to be plated, she lacked radishes and bamboo shoots, substituting them with red peppers that, while vacuum-sealed, were not fresh enough, leaving her feeling quite unconfident. She had intended to taste it herself after plating, but Yuan Xuan had beaten her to it. By Nana anxiously watched him, fearful of his reaction. "Wow, this is truly flavorful. It's the first time I've tasted such a sweet and spicy fish-flavored shredded pork. It seems my Nana is not only beautiful, but also an exceptional cook," he praised. By Nana, flattered by his words, felt a rush of bashfulness, and her previously drooping tail began to sway. Yet she replied with feigned indifference, "Humph, it seems you have some sense. My efforts weren't in vain." With that, she ignored Yuan Xuan, focusing on plating the dish. Observing her proud yet unyielding demeanor, Yuan Xuan felt a playful urge arise within him. "Ah!" Yuan Xuan suddenly grasped by Nana's wrist and pulled her into his embrace. "Since you've cooked so well, I must reward you. Don't let go of me. Why are you always so touchy?" By Nana struggled, though her resistance was half-hearted. Yuan Xuan leaned in, whispering in her ear, "I'm touching my wife. What is wrong with that? Do you have any objections?" "Yes, of course I do. You always do this." By Nana continued to struggle, her tail wagging more vigorously. "Since you have objections, I won't touch you anymore. Can I kiss you instead?" Yuan Xuan said, gently placing a kiss on the tip of her fox ear. By Nana felt a tingling sensation course through her ear, rendering her weak, and she melted into Yuan Xuan's embrace. Observing her reaction, Yuan Xuan chuckled inwardly. Oh, is this your weakness? Why you shouldn't he do that? There are people around. Nana murmured, her voice laced with shyness and apprehension. Does that mean it's permissible when we're alone? Yuan Xuan gently released her, gazing at her blushing face, his eyes sparkling with mischief. You. Nana realized she was utterly powerless against Yuan Xuan. Unlike her previous male classmates, including Li Yang, who would comply when she was angry, this man seemed to thrive on her frustration. She couldn't even fathom why she couldn't stay mad at him. After being touched by him, she experienced inexplicable feelings that made her long for his embrace. Was it because of what happened during the day? Just as that thought crossed her mind, she felt her body grow even softer, craving to be held like this forever. Yuan Xuan, noticing her transformation, decided to intensify his approach. Wife, you still haven't answered my question. Yuan Xuan, She struggled to form words, caught between hesitation and resolve, but ultimately remained silent, lowering her head and giving a slight nod. Well then, I'll come to find you tonight, he said, satisfied, whispering softly in her ear as he playfully pinched her fox ear before turning to leave the kitchen. Left alone in the kitchen, Nana felt a faint blush creeping across her face, her tail wagging incessantly, betraying her inner tension and a hint of anticipation. After a while, Zhou Xia entered, saying, Nana, the big brother asked me to remind you to make more, saying your appetite is significantly larger than before. The soup. Hearing her voice jolted Nana back to reality, and she glanced at the pot on the stove, which was now emitting smoke. Oh no, my soup, Nana exclaimed, hurriedly scrambling to manage the smoking pot. Zhou Xia watched in confusion, muttering, what is going on with these two? One left humming a tune, while the other is lost in thought. What is happening? During mealtime, Nana prepared an abundance of dishes as Yuan Xuan had suggested. Initially, she didn't notice anything amiss. But as she began to eat, she realized that her previous portions were insufficient. Even after consuming double the amount, she still felt unsatisfied. Yuan Xuan explained that after becoming an ability user, one's appetite could increase several-fold. However, to Yuan Xuan's surprise, Nana's appetite surpassed even his own. Was it due to her dual abilities? Yet, Zhu Li, who also possessed dual abilities, did not have such a voracious appetite. Could it be that the appetite of ability users increased according to their strength? Regardless, it was imperative to expedite the gathering and collection of resources. In the future, the number of dual ability users would escalate, consequently increasing food consumption significantly. Currently, he possessed a fire-type ability enhancement fruit, which he planned to give to Fang Qingqing, as her combat skills were far superior to others, making it more beneficial for her use. As for Lin Xue and the others, he would provide them with new resources when available. For now, their primary role would be to manage internal affairs. During the meal, Yuan Xuan elaborated on the rules and conditions of his base to Nana and the others. It was safe, luxurious, and abundant in food, relying on work to exchange for sustenance, with voluntary participation akin to life before the apocalypse. The women present nodded in agreement, finding it far preferable to the days of uncertainty they had endured over the past 2 weeks. When they heard they could choose to join the maids for simple tasks or become warriors responsible for maintaining security and eliminating zombies, Yuan Xuan was taken aback to find that all of them opted to become warriors. Nana and Qin Lan led the charge, as both hailed from sports backgrounds, with half of them being from martial arts departments, making them well-suited for the role of warriors, along with significantly better benefits. As for facing the dangers posed by zombies, Nana had resolved to handle the cleanup herself, allowing her sisters to focus solely on security. The primary reason for her decision was the knowledge that Yuan Xuan's base was predominantly composed of women. Although Yuan Xuan did not mention Lin Xue and others, Nana was already quite concerned. She understood that Yuan Xuan was exceptionally strong, and his appearance and physique were also commendable. In this apocalyptic world, it was inevitable that many women would desire to be close to him. He was her first man, and she had given him her first experience. How could she allow other women to approach him? Therefore, she had to compete. Merely being a maid would not suffice. She intended to ascend to a prominent position and ensure that no other women could engage in any improper relationships with her man. However, when she contemplated her man, her face flushed once more, and she began to chide herself for her lack of modesty. How could she claim him as her own when he had yet to confess? He was raising a horde of women and calling them wives. The scoundrel. Why wasn't he attending to her needs? Yuan Xuan noticed Nana pause with her chopsticks and, Puzzled, inquired, "Who is your wife?" "Go away." Nana shot him a glare, turned her head, and resumed eating, leaving Yuan Xuanqing in a state of confusion. After dinner, Ning Rou and Lin Lin took charge of the cleanup, while Yuan Xuanqing approached Nana to discuss matters in the kitchen. However, upon seeing him, Nana no longer displayed her previous shyness. Instead, she wore a serious expression, her tail no longer wagging. Gazing at him, she said, "Yuan Xuanqing, come with me." Observing her grave demeanor, Yuan Xuanqing surmised what she wished to discuss, most likely the other women in the base. Nodding, he followed Nana into a room. Chapter 65. Return. This was originally the office of the warehouse manager, furnished with a desk, a computer, 2 chairs, and a sofa. The walls were adorned with a city map and various cargo lists. Yuan Xuanqing entered and closed the door, waiting for Nana to speak first, ready to respond to her inquiries. "Be honest, are there any women in your base whom you refer to as your wife?" Nana asked directly. Yuan Xuanqing found her demeanor reminiscent of a wife questioning her husband about infidelity, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. "No," he replied firmly. "Indeed, there are none. It's either Ingxue or Lily." Nana exhaled slightly, feeling a sense of relief, and continued, "Then, do you have that kind of relationship with them?" "Which kind?" Yuan Xuanqing teased knowingly. That kind," Nana stammered, her cheeks flushed, and her voice dropped to a whisper as if fearing someone might overhear. "Is it this kind?" Yuan Xuanqing suddenly stepped closer and swept her off her feet. "Put me down," Nana exclaimed, yet instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, her face burning like a ripe apple. "Your bashfulness is truly adorable," Yuan Xuanqing said, carrying her to the desk and gently placing her atop it. His body pressed against hers, a playful smile gracing his lips. Nana felt the warmth radiating from him, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. She bit her lower lip, unable to meet his gaze for fear he might see through her secret. "You still haven't answered my question," Nana mustered her courage, looking up at him, attempting to mask her inner turmoil with words. "Curious, are we? Then listen closely as I recount the tale," he said, leaning in closer to her cheek. As Yuan Xuanqing narrated his experience rescuing Lin Ingxue and Li Qing, Nana felt her mind gradually going blank. Initially, she tried to focus, but when he spoke of Fang Qingqing, she found herself unable to absorb any more. Despite his continuous chatter, it felt as if he were droning on like a tedious online novel. Since her transformation with beast ears, any breath of his near her ear rendered her weak and helpless. To make matters worse, he playfully tugged at her ears, making it nearly impossible for her to concentrate. Eventually, the specifics of Yuan Xuanqing's tale became irrelevant. Her desire for an explanation had morphed into something else entirely. He relished this turn of events. What needed explanation? Too much detail could harm feelings, while too little would seem deceitful. It was simpler to yield to her whims. The following morning at 6 o'clock, Yuan Xuanqing gently grazed Nana's cheek with his fingers. "Lazy head, rise and shine. It's about time we returned to the base. Just 5 more minutes," she murmured lazily, curling up on the sofa like a little puppy, wishing to linger in the realm of dreams. Nana was not typically one to linger in bed, but Yuan Xuanqing had worn her out. Though he wished for her to rest a bit longer, today was not the day. They had consumed quite a bit of resources lately. Returning to the base for more rest seemed prudent, especially since Lu Tianhu and the others had not returned, making it wise to leave early given the uncertainty of his powers. Upon hearing his words, Nana jolted awake, realizing the truth in his statement. Remaining here posed danger to her sisters. How had she not considered this sooner? It was all Yuan Xuanqing's fault for distracting her mind. He then awakened the other girls still lost in slumber, urging them to gather their belongings in preparation for departure. When they learned that Lu Tianhu's brother might come, they hastened their pace. While they packed, Yuan Xuanqing disposed of Lu Tianhu and his men's bodies in a nearby factory, ensuring the evidence was eradicated by the undead. Within an hour, all the women were ready. Yuan Xuanqing instructed those who could drive to take the 6 jeeps left by Lu Tianhu, while he himself took the lead in the refrigerated truck. With such a formidable vehicle at the forefront, by the time the zombies realized there was a convoy, it was too late to pursue. Thus, the convoy departed the warehouse, heading toward Radiant City. However, shortly after their departure, a convoy of 16 modified jeeps raced towards the warehouse. They sped along, engines roaring, dust swirling, embodying speed and intensity. The lead jeep bore the striking insignia of Tianlong, a symbol of the team's might and dominance. "Brother, we've arrived," A burly man in the passenger seat reported respectfully to Liu Tianhu in the back. Liu Tianhu's brother, Liu Tianlong, was a stout, fierce-looking man. He nodded slightly, peering out the window toward the now empty warehouse, only traces of dust left by the wind. Are you certain Tianhu and the others came here looking for Liang yesterday? Liu Tianlong inquired of his subordinate. Yes, when I returned with supplies yesterday. Boss Liu and old Zhang mentioned they were coming here to take some women back, the subordinate replied. That is peculiar. They shouldn't have encountered any danger here. Liu Tianlong remarked, aware that Li Yang's group consisted mostly of women, some skilled fighters, yet they were unarmed and lacked abilities. His brother shouldn't have run into trouble here. But gazing upon the deserted warehouse, Liu Tianlong remained skeptical. If nothing had happened to his brother, why would he flee? Disperse everyone and search for Li Yang's whereabouts. Report back to me once you find them. Understood, Boss Liu. After more than 30 minutes on the road, Yuan Xuan's convoy arrived at Radiant City. From a distance, the girls spotted the towering city walls, each feeling elated at the prospect of residing within. Such high walls, accompanied by a moat and barbed wire, offered a rare sanctuary in this apocalyptic world. What could bring greater joy? Ching, I'm back. Have someone open the gates, Yuan Xuan communicated via radio. Received. Throughout the journey, he had already contacted Lin Xue, who had arranged for Lu Roland to await them in the control room. Upon entering the hotel, the girls gasped in awe. They had heard of this prison-like hotel, some even passing by frequently, but never had they imagined they would reside in such a luxurious 5-star establishment during the apocalypse. Their expressions mirrored that of Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden, filled with wonder and anticipation. Chapter 66. Lin Xue and by Nana after parking the vehicle. Yuan Xuan led by Nana and the others to the main building. They observed the maids busily transporting the corpses of the zombies, stacking them together. Yuan Xuan's gaze was immediately drawn to Lin Xue, who was working diligently alongside the maids. She wore a set of cleaning overalls, seemingly sourced from nowhere, her brow glistening with perspiration, and her attire stained with the blood of the undead. Yet, her beauty remained undeniable. The sunlight bathed her in a golden glow, enhancing her allure. Watching her from a distance, Yuan Xuan felt a warm surge within him, as if all his weariness vanished in that instant. The girl from the countryside was truly commendable. Despite being told that her responsibilities would involve merely statistics and management, she still toiled alongside the maids. Such a kind-hearted individual. It reminded him of the earlier incident at school, when she had coldly taken the lives of 3 men without a moment's hesitation. Sometimes, Yuan Xuan found himself uncertain of which version of her was the true one. Nana, standing nearby, was equally mesmerized. This girl was stunning, even in such simple attire. She exuded an undeniable charm. Observing the way Yuan Xuan looked at Lin Xue, the women could sense the unspoken connection between them. At that moment, Lin Xue had just set down a corpse and lifted her head to see Yuan Xuan and the others approaching. A radiant smile broke across her face, warm and bright like the spring sun, as she hurried to greet them. Senior, you're back. Lin Xue's voice was filled with joy. However, as she approached, she noticed Nana beside Yuan Xuan. Their eyes met, and they began to appraise one another. Their initial impressions mirrored each other's. She's beautiful. You must be Nana, right? I'm Lin Xue, and welcome to our team. Lin Xue extended her hand in greeting. Although her expression was calm, internally she sighed, thinking, Senior, you've brought back so many women. Yuan Xuan had already briefed her on Nana's situation during their journey, mentioning that she would be co-leading the female warriors alongside Fang Qingqing. Though Yuan Xuan had not disclosed the nature of his relationship with Nana, Lin Xue understood the implications of Nana's elevated status. Hello, I'm Nana. Nana shook Lin Xue's hand, showing no disdain for the dirt from her work with the corpses. Her focus lay solely on the relationship between Yuan Xuan and Lin Xue. Last night, although she had only absorbed part of Yuan Xuan's words, it was evident that he chose to rescue Lin Xue first and entrusted her with the role of overseer, indicating a special bond between them. What should she say first? Hello, I'm Yuan Xuan's girlfriend? Claiming her territory seemed inappropriate, especially since she was new and unsure of her own standing. Yet, to converse casually might appear weak, and she worried about potential bullying in the future. Just as Nana pondered her words, Lin Xue took her hand and said, Perfect timing. I have a moment now. Let us register your sisters. I recall Senior mentioning they wanted to join the female warriors. Sisters, I imagine you haven't bathed in a while? I need to wash up as well. Let us all go together. We have hot water here, and it's open for use. Upon hearing this, the sisters behind them, Qin Lan and Zhou Shuang, cheered with excitement, having gone 2 weeks without a proper hot shower. They had merely used drinking water and firefighting water for a quick rinse in the warehouse. Oh, by the way, Senior, you should check on Qinger. She is on the 18th floor, room 1803. She seemed a bit restless last night, as if troubled, Lin Yingxue added, pulling the bewildered by Nana along with her. Brother, should we? Zhou Shuang turned to seek Yuan Xuanqing's opinion. Go ahead. After you wash up, follow Lin Yingxue's arrangements. She will assign you rooms, Yuan Xuanqing replied with a nod. Okay, thank you, brother, Zhou Shuang exclaimed, joyfully following Lin Yingxue and the others. Yuan Xuanqing remained behind, watching as Lin Yingxue and the others departed. He had initially prepared a speech to clarify his relationship with Nana, but it seemed unnecessary now. Since the incident with Julie, Lin Yingxue appeared to have accepted his lifestyle choice, and since she took the initiative to guide Nana away, he trusted that she would handle the situation delicately. Yuan Xuanqing believed Lin Yingxue would never act against his interests. Nana, being led away, cast puzzled glances at Lin Yingxue's back, feeling that there was no animosity toward her. Rather, she was warmly welcomed. This left her somewhat perplexed. Had she misjudged the situation? Was there truly no significant connection between her and Yuan Xuanqing? After registering their names and ages, Lin Yingxue brought them to the shower facilities on the 21st floor of the hotel. The amenities were plentiful, and the hot water was ample, leaving the women pleasantly surprised. After washing away their fatigue and grime, their spirits lifted considerably. Sister Nana, Lin Yingxue is so nice, treating us with such warmth, Zhou Shuang remarked, drying her hair. Nana remained silent, offering only a faint smile. While she was taken aback by Lin Yingxue's kindness, her guard was not entirely lowered, as she remained uncertain about the nature of Lin Yingxue's relationship with Yuan Xuanqing. Once they finished bathing, Lin Yingxue led them to their assigned rooms on the 5th floor of the hotel's main building. The rooms were bright and well-equipped, exceeding their expectations for accommodations in a post-apocalyptic world. With soft beds, running water, and electricity, it felt like paradise. Thank you, Nana expressed sincerely. It's nothing. We're all family here, and it's only natural to help one another, Lin Yingxue replied with a smile. Take the day to rest. Tomorrow you will start following Fang Qingqing's, your future superior's, instructions. I will have her come by for a meeting shortly. After that, Lin Yingxue refrained from inquiring further about Nana and her companions' pasts. Yuan Xuanqing had already provided her with a general overview. She simply introduced the hotel's regulations and daily routines, which eased the minds of Nana's sisters, further solidifying their trust in Lin Yingxue. By the way, Nana, your room was specifically arranged by Senior. I'll take you there now, Lin Yingxue stated. All right, Nana nodded. Lin Yingxue escorted Nana to the presidential suite on the 18th floor. This room was specially arranged for you by Senior, she said, opening the door to reveal a spacious and bright room. The suite was luxurious and exquisitely decorated, with a soft, comfortable bed and a bouquet of fresh flowers on the table, exuding a subtle fragrance. While Nana was not particularly concerned about the room itself, knowing it had been arranged by Yuan Xuanqing filled her heart with warmth. You must be curious as to why I accepted you so quickly, Lin Yingxue suddenly remarked. Chapter 67. Regardless of the number of women he has, Nana found it quite peculiar. Lin Yingxue approached the window, drew back the curtains, and allowed sunlight to flood the room. She gazed out at the apocalyptic landscape, inhaling deeply as if to gather her thoughts. In truth, I once felt the same confusion as you do, Lin Yingxue slowly began, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy. Nana remained silent, quietly standing by, awaiting Lin Yingxue's words. I met my senior before the apocalypse. During my freshman year, he saved me once, and it was then that I began to harbor feelings for him. Lin Yingxue recounted her story with Yuan Xuanqing. After the world fell apart, I found myself trapped in the school, tormented by hunger and fear. I sought help from many, yet none came to my rescue. At that time, 3 boys attempted to harm me and another girl, and it was my senior who saved me, shielding me and providing me with a home, a safe haven to rely on. Life with him brought me immense joy. As Lin Yingxue spoke, her voice softened, as if reminiscing about those cherished moments. There is a secret, known only to me, that I wish to share with you. Lin Yingxue turned to Nana, her gaze sincere. Ever since my senior saved me during freshman year, I have been secretly watching him. Banana, intrigued, inquired, why keep it a secret? You are beautiful. If you confess to him, he would surely accept you, given his character. However, Lin Yingxue shook her head, saying, I was not beautiful back then. I had just arrived from the countryside, dressed unflatteringly and lacking in confidence. Moreover, my senior had a girlfriend at that time. Upon mentioning Xiao Zhirong, a flicker of resentment crossed Lin Yingxue's eyes, though Banana, focused on the outside world, did not notice. For these reasons, I could only watch him from afar, gathering information at school, and after the apocalypse, I learned certain things. At this point, Lin Yingxue's gaze dimmed with sorrow. My senior lost his parents at a young age, and his relatives were indifferent to him. The tuition fees for college were earned through his hard work and scholarships. I share a similar background with my senior, yet I am not as strong as he is. The more I observed him at school, the more I admired him. He is incredibly resilient and diligent. Despite life's unfairness, he has never given up, which is one of the reasons I love him. Lin Yingxue continued, her voice imbued with admiration and compassion. Those who have endured such experiences lack love the most. So I have resolved to support him, regardless of how many women he may have, and I will always remain by his side. He saved my life, and I love him, so I wish to dedicate my life to him, supporting him in all endeavors. Having said this, Lin Yingxue turned and smiled at Banana, asking, what about you? Would you support him as I do? If not, I believe my senior would not force you and would allow you to live peacefully here. Upon hearing Lin Yingxue's heartfelt revelations, Banana felt deeply moved. She could discern from Lin Yingxue's expression and tone that this emotion was not a fleeting impulse, but a sincere commitment from the heart. When Lin Yingxue mentioned that she was also saved by Yuan Xuan, Banana reflected on her own experience of being rescued by him. Their experiences bore some similarities. Yet, truth be told, she found it difficult to match Lin Yingxue's selflessness. Initially, she planned to ascend to the highest point of the Radiant City to prevent other women from getting too close to Yuan Xuan. However, seeing her opponent already at the pinnacle, Banana felt defeated. Should she give up? Yet, surrendering without a fight was never her character. However, her opponent was undeniably formidable. Noticing Banana's silence, Lin Yingxue remarked, there's no need to rush your answer. You haven't spent much time with my senior. You can stay here for a while longer to understand him better. All right. Banana finally responded. She recognized the truth in Lin Yingxue's words. Their time together was too brief, and she was uncertain about her own feelings, contemplating whether her affection for Yuan Xuan was merely a momentary impulse. Well then, let us pause our conversation for today. During mealtime, someone will notify you using the intercom on the table. At that time, I will introduce you to others. With that, Lin Yingxue headed toward the door. By the way, my senior and I have not yet been intimate. You are ahead of me in that regard. Just as she opened the door, Lin Yingxue paused, turned back to Banana, and flashed a playful smile. Those words instantly flushed Banana's cheeks with a rosy hue, and out of shyness, she instinctively wanted to deny it. But Lin Yingxue merely glanced at her reaction before closing the door and leaving the room. Yuan Xuan has not touched her? That is unlike him. Banana stood there, staring blankly at the closed door, murmuring to herself. Yet, upon receiving this news, an inexplicable sense of joy surged within her. So, she had indeed triumphed over Lin Yingxue in some regard? Wait, Banana, what are you even competing about? Is this something to compare? How shameless. Forget it, forget it. She would observe Yuan Xuanqing's situation a bit longer. Outside the door, Lin Yingxue leaned against it, letting out a soft sigh, muttering, seeing that reaction. My senior must have feelings for her too. Truly, he is such a big fool. He could have sought her out if he needed something. Why hasn't he made a move? He is clearly a lecher, first with Julie, and now with Banana. With such thoughts, Lin Yingxue returned to her room, 1802, and entered the bathroom to gaze at herself in the mirror. Has she not yet transformed into someone worthy of her senior's attention? Meanwhile, while Lin Yingxue was taking Banana and others to shower, Yuan Xuanqing took the elevator, intending to visit Li Qing. This girl had been suffering from insomnia, likely due to her father's situation. He had promised her he would check on the Li Yuxi, but due to unforeseen circumstances, he had yet to fulfill that promise. Arriving at the door of Li Qing's room, 1803, he initially planned to ring the doorbell, but discovered the door was ajar. Just as he was pondering why she had not closed the door, the bathroom door slid open. A thick mist billowed out alongside a slender figure, Li Qing. Fresh from her bath, she resembled a water lily, pure and ethereal. Her skin, after the warm water's embrace, appeared even more fair and delicate, akin to a freshly shelled egg, smooth and elastic. Her hair still damp, strands clung to her cheeks, with droplets sliding down her locks and cascading onto her slender neck, adding a touch of allure. Her exquisite face, enveloped in steam, appeared even more dreamlike. Yuan Xuan stood at the doorway, momentarily entranced. He had never seen Li Qing in such a fresh and unblemished light, resembling a celestial being gracing the earth, breathtakingly beautiful. Had she not been petite and overshadowed by Lin Yingxue from the School of Finance and Trade, she would undoubtedly claim the title of Campus Belle. Li Qing soon noticed Yuan Xuan standing at the door. Initially taken aback, her face flushed like a ripe apple, and she opened her mouth. "Ah!" she exclaimed, hastily wrapping her bath towel tighter around herself, then shot a furious glare at Yuan Xuan before grabbing a toothbrush cup from the sink, ready to hurl it at him. Chapter 68. Bonus gift. Yuan Xuan was swift and agile, swiftly entering the room and seizing Li Qing's arm as she attempted to throw something out, while his other hand deftly closed the door behind him. She widened her eyes in alarm. A mixture of panic and embarrassment etched across her face. What are you doing?" Li Qing stammered, her voice quivering slightly. Yuan Xuan's fierce gaze unsettled her. "What am I doing? Shouldn't I be asking you that?" Yuan Xuan frowned, his tone laced with reproach. "It was you who left the door open while showering. I merely happened to pass by and stumbled upon it." "What? Do you wish to strike me?" He had long harbored frustration towards those anime scenarios where the male lead inadvertently walked in on the female lead bathing and subsequently faced her wrath. Why should he be punished for merely witnessing something trivial? If he desired to see swimsuits or beach scenes, there were ample opportunities. Moreover, it was imperative for him, as the leader of this illustrious city, to maintain his dignity. Allowing Li Qing to act as she pleased in front of him would undermine his authority. "You." Li Qing was momentarily at a loss for words, yet she couldn't deny the truth in his statement. It was indeed her oversight in leaving the door ajar. "What about me?" he warned, his eyes piercing. "If this happens again, I shall take action right here and now." With that, he released her arm. Li Qing trembled at his words, acutely aware that he was not jesting. Although Yuan Xuan typically exuded a carefree demeanor, his seriousness commanded attention. "I understand," she finally replied, hastily wrapping her towel tighter around herself before dashing into her bedroom and slamming the door shut. Yuan Xuan sighed as he regarded the closed door, shaking his head in resignation. This girl had not changed. Even in the past, when she shamelessly mooched off him, it always required a firm approach. He sank into the sofa in the living room, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag, the smoke swirling around his fingers as he awaited her emergence. However, even after finishing his cigarette and waiting another 10 minutes, Li Qing remained inside. Growing impatient, he approached her bedroom door and knocked. "Li Qing, open the door. I have something to discuss with you." A nervous voice emerged from within. What is it?" "Fear not. I will not devour you. If I intended to, I would have done so already. Now, open the door," Yuan Xuan replied. After a moment, the door creaked open, and Li Qing cautiously peered out, her expression wary. What is it?" she inquired. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Yuan Xuan found it rather endearing and felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth, though he maintained a stern facade. "What is this? Let me in." "Wait, I haven't." Yet before Li Qing could protest further, Yuan Xuan pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the room's decor. What should have been a luxurious presidential suite had been transformed into a shrine of anime fandom. The walls were adorned with various anime posters, the bedding and cushions emblazoned with characters, and the desk cluttered with an array of figures and models. Most were from shoujo and shounen genres, and it appeared some were being packed away by Li Qing, as if she intended to conceal them. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Li Qing glanced at Yuan Xuan, aware that her room was rather unique, but she had not anticipated his sudden intrusion. "I told you not to come in," she murmured in complaint. "How is it that such items are found in a hotel?" Yuan Xuan asked, intrigued. "This room was reserved by my father. Neither of us are locals, and he knew I was coming here to study. Coincidentally, he invested in this hotel, so he booked it for us. After arriving yesterday, I specifically requested this room from Yingxue," Li Qing explained. "I see," Yuan Xuan nodded, moving to the desk to examine a Zorro figure closely. "You actually have this one? It's quite expensive, over 23,000 yen. Li Qing's eyes widened in surprise. You know the prices of figures?" "Yes. A friend introduced me to anime during my freshman year, and I watch it whenever I have free time," he replied, picking up another figure with astonishment. Wait, this Hinata is a limited edition, right? How did you acquire it? And this one, well done. Isn't this the figure of the flagship character from your family's Liu Society? I thought it was not for sale. Realizing they shared a common interest, Li Qing felt relieved and moved closer to him, proudly sharing details about her collection. They conversed about anime and leisurely explored the room, the atmosphere gradually lightening. Seizing the moment, Yuan Xuan expressed his intent. Li Qing, I promised I'd visit the Liu Society. Please tell me about its layout. I recall it being quite expansive. I plan to go there shortly. Upon hearing Yuan Xuan mention the Liu Society, Li Qing's face lit up with excitement. She had thought he had forgotten about it. Pulling him to a chair, she began to elaborate on the society's internal structure. Actually, it's not as complicated as you might think. My father typically occupies the chairman's office on the top floor or the conference room on the third. You only need to visit those two locations. Suddenly, her words trailed off. What did she mean by merely visiting those two places? She was clearly swept away by her enthusiasm. The Liu Society housed thousands of employees, and in the aftermath of the apocalypse, it had undoubtedly become a den of zombies. Given the distance, even if Yuan Xuan was formidable, he would still face peril. If anything were to happen to him because of her, how could she explain it to Yingxue? This was why she had refrained from pressuring him. She had resolved that if he was unwilling to go, she would not insist. After all, she understood they were not particularly close. And Yuan Xuan had saved her merely because she happened to be trapped with Lin Yingxue. Why the sudden silence? Yuan Xuan inquired, puzzled by her abrupt quietness. Li Qing hesitated before voicing her concerns. You really don't need to take risks for my sake. The Liu Society building has 36 floors. There must be countless zombies. If anything were to happen to you, Yuan Xuan raised a hand to interrupt her, smiling. I have never failed to fulfill a promise I made. Li Qing gazed into Yuan Xuan's steadfast and confident eyes, her heart swelling with emotion. She had not anticipated that he would go to such lengths for her. What was merely a verbal agreement had clearly resonated with him, and he intended to see it through. Yet, why was he so kind to her? Their bond was not particularly profound, and she often sought to irritate him. Was it a request from Yingxue? Yes, it must be. Ever since she was rescued, she felt like an afterthought. Just moments ago, Yuan Xuan had scolded her without hesitation. Yet he had never directed such ire towards Lin Yingxue. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a wave of melancholy washed over Li Qing. Chapter 69. The Liu Society, why have you fallen silent again? Yuan Xuan couldn't shake the feeling that Li Qing was acting strangely today. She kept speaking halfway before stopping, unlike her usual boisterous self. Nothing. Li Qing quickly shook her head, striving to conceal her disappointment and attempting to make her voice sound more normal. Let's continue our conversation. Oblivious to Li Qing's emotional shifts, Yuan Xuan redirected the discussion back to the matter at hand. Subsequently, Li Qing detailed her father's appearance and provided an overview of the Liu Society to Yuan Xuan. She even sketched a portrait of her father for him. As expected of a homebody, her drawing was quite impressive. After their exchange, Yuan Xuan learned from Li Qing that Feng Qingqing was training with Julie in the gym upstairs, and he chose not to disturb them. Instead, he sought out Lu Ruolin, instructing her to arrange for the unloading of food from the refrigerated truck into the hotel's storage and cold storage facilities. He also asked Lin Yingxue to take care of the registration. Once everything was arranged, Yuan Xuan drove the third-generation Hummer away from Radiant City. If Li Qing's father happened to be one of the survivors, it would be prudent to transport him in an armored vehicle. He left without a firearm, realizing that he had not used one during his previous outings. However, even if Li Qing's father was alive, Yuan Xuan would not bring him back to Radiant City. At most, he would find a secure place in a nearby high-rise for him to stay. Currently, Yuan Xuan had no intention of taking in any men. Even if he were to do so in the future, it would only be to establish a separate base outside, allowing them to form their own search teams and become self-sufficient. He had no desire to support men. He was not in the business of that. During the day, the zombies seemed to detest sunlight, primarily lurking in shadowy areas. Additionally, they showed no interest in Yuan Xuan, allowing him to travel unhindered. The roads resembled those of a festive season, remarkably clear, despite the occasional accident blocking the way. It was far less congested than the streets once packed with vehicles. On the road, Yuan Xuan occasionally spotted zombified cats and dogs wandering about, seemingly affected by the sunlight, moving sluggishly and appearing somewhat listless. Were animals beginning to succumb to zombification as well? It seemed imperative to bolster the security of the walls. Zombified dogs were manageable, but cats posed a greater challenge due to their smaller size and climbing abilities. Radiant City was vast. Should one slip in and launch a surprise attack, it would be nearly impossible to defend against. Although there were moats and barbed wire outside to deter them, there was a lingering fear that these zombified cats might evolve, just like the zombies. Yuan Xuan glanced at the sky, occasionally spotting sparrows flying by, appearing entirely normal. Fortunately, birds had not yet been affected. If they too became zombified, the walls of Radiant City would be rendered meaningless. The number of female warriors remained insufficient. By Nana and her team consisted of just 14 individuals. Even with round-the-clock patrols, they could not adequately fill the walls. Once today's business was concluded, he would prioritize recruiting more women. 30 minutes later, Yuan Xuan arrived at the building housing the Li Yu Society, situated 6 kilometers from Radiant City. From the outside, it had indeed transformed into a den of zombies. Due to the daylight, they were clustered in the lobby on the first floor, seeking refuge from the sun. The throngs of heads suggested there were nearly 1,000 of them. According to Li Qing, just 30 minutes before the zombie crisis erupted, she had spoken with her father, who was still at his office that day. After the outbreak, she had attempted to contact him but could never get through again. Various signs indicated that her father was likely in grave danger. However, Yuan Xuan understood the profound pain of losing a family member, having experienced it himself. Regardless of the outcome, this journey would help alleviate Li Qing's burden. For him, it was merely a matter of taking a trip. A wasted trip? A futile effort? Nonsense. Yuan Xuan was never one to suffer losses. He intended to claim the women who advanced to the first and second tiers. This was merely a matter of building rapport. Forcing compliance, while expedient, would only sow seeds of resentment and unrest. Given his current strength and status, there would undoubtedly be many who sought his favor, much like Julie. The third-floor conference room and the top-floor office? Yuan Xuan extended his reach directly to the third floor. Upon entering, he surveyed the area but found nothing of significance. It was merely zombies and more zombies. The top-floor office was similarly devoid of life. There were hardly any zombies present. It appeared that Li Qing's father had either perished or succumbed to zombification. The thought of delivering such news to Li Qing weighed heavily on Yuan Xuan. He could empathize with the anguish of losing a loved one. After some deliberation, he resolved to search for any trace of Li Qing's father, whether it be his remains or evidence of his transformation into a zombie. At the very least, he wanted to ensure a proper resting place for him. Yuan Xuan began to comb through the top floor, room by room. However, he found not a single living zombie. Oddly, there were numerous corpses of zombies, and the signs of death indicated they had all perished from gunshot wounds. Many walls bore bullet holes, and spent casings littered the ground. Collecting a casing, he noted it was of 5.8 mm caliber. The weapons using such ammunition in the country would be the Type 95 or Type 06 assault rifles. How could the Li Yu Society possibly possess assault rifles? No, that was implausible. The firearm regulations in the country were stringent. Even owning a shotgun or handgun was a rarity, let alone a Type 95 assault rifle. The more he pondered, the stranger things appeared. Yuan Xuan returned to Li Qing's father's office, hoping to uncover something. If her father had been hiding firearms, there would surely be some traces left behind in the office. As he approached the desk, he noticed a crumpled A4 sheet of paper with hastily scrawled lines beneath the chair. Yuan Xuan bent down to retrieve the paper, revealing the words, "Qing'er, if you come here, go to the Blue City shelter to find me." The note bore no signature, but addressed her as Qing. Likely a message left by Li Qing's father. Blue City shelter? Wasn't that the base of Xiao Zhirong and her group? Had Li Qing's father gone there? This reminded him of Xiao Zhirong and the helicopter he had seen at the school. Could it be that Li Qing's father was also on their rescue list? Yet, why hadn't he contacted Li Qing before leaving? Why had he not tried to rescue her? According to Li Qing, her father had always been very fond of her. At the onset of the apocalypse, communication signals were still operational. This was indeed puzzling. Yuan Xuan once again examined the A4 paper. If he had left a note, why not sign it? Moreover, the handwriting was rather untidy, not befitting that of a corporate chairman. It appeared rushed, as if written in haste. Could he have been kidnapped? Yet, the content of the note did not suggest that. It instructed Li Qing to seek him out. It was strange. He urged Li Qing to find him. Yet he could have contacted her before leaving. It made no sense. Forget it. He wouldn't dwell on it. He would eventually visit that shelter regardless. Yuan Xuan intended to establish a significant force and that shelter would either become an ally or an adversary. Their circumstances needed to be investigated. Moreover, he recalled Xiao Zhirong's appearance, causing him to frown. He then folded the A4 paper, planning to show it to Li Qing upon his return. Chapter 70. The Path to Heaven Untraveled. After leaving Liu Society, Yuan Xuan intended to refuel on his way back and to procure some seeds. Although it was already November, there were still vegetables suitable for winter planting, such as spinach, radishes, garlic, cabbage, and peas. Upon arriving at the nearby Tianyan Road gas station, while refueling his Mengsher 3, Yuan Xuan noticed the neon lights of the renowned Jin Zun Yuzhuan Gu restaurant across the street were surprisingly illuminated. Jin Zun Yuzhuan Gu was a famous luxurious dining establishment in K City, frequented by social elites and the affluent. Although Yuan Xuan had only heard of it, he had never visited. The fact that the neon lights were on indicated the presence of an independent power supply, suggesting that there might still be frozen meats and live seafood within. Such items had become rare and were prioritized above seeds. Thus, Yuan Xuan left his Mengsher 3 at the gas station, slung a large bag over his shoulder, and approached the entrance of Jin Zun Yuzhuan Gu. Outside, an array of luxury cars was parked, each worth over $1 million. It seemed that, prior to the apocalypse, gatherings of some sort were still held here. However, these luxury vehicles were now covered in a layer of dust, having lost their former grandeur. Yuan Xuan stepped forward and forcefully pushed open the grand doors of Jin Zun Yuzhuan Gu. Inside the hall, the lights were on, but the once beautifully adorned space, filled with various artworks and opulent decorations, was now in disarray. Some antiques and vases lay shattered on the ground, tables and chairs overturned, creating an aura of desolation. Yet, Yuan Xuan paid little heed to the chaos. His gaze remained fixed on the corridor. It was eerily clean here. Despite the scattered debris across the floor, there was not a single zombie in sight, nor any corpses. Had everyone fled? Was it possible that none had transformed into undead? It seemed implausible. The only explanation was that someone was still present. Yuan Xuan immediately became vigilant. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the second-floor corridor of the restaurant. There were a considerable number of them, at least a dozen. Subsequently, several doors on either side of the hall swung open, and 7 or 8 men rushed out, armed with wooden sticks, rolling pins, kitchen knives, and cleavers. Upon sensing the presence of humans, the zombies outside went wild, rushing towards the restaurant. However, the doors were secured, and those who had emerged from the rooms had locked them behind. This group encircled Yuan Xuan, numbering nearly 30 individuals, predominantly men, with only 9 women present. The women, all of striking appearance, wore the standard service uniforms of Jin Zun Yuzhuan Gu. The exquisite traditional kipeos accentuated their figures. Truly, the quality of the staff recruited by such a luxurious restaurant was commendable, though they bore expressions of distress, suggesting they had been deprived of sustenance for some time. While Yuan Xuan observed them, the group scrutinized him intently, fixating not on him but rather on the contents of his backpack. A middle-aged man stepped forward and said, "Young man, you appear quite robust. Would you care to join us?" "Join you?" Yuan Xuan responded with a smile. It was evident they were eyeing his backpack, and the proposition to join them only hinted at an ulterior motive. Were they expecting him to share the food within? Indeed, he carried some provisions as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. "What benefits would I gain from joining you?" he inquired. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, seemingly caught off guard by Yuan Xuan's question, yet he patiently replied, "Naturally, there are advantages. We have food and drink here, and we can guarantee your safety. Look at those zombies outside. Without unity, how can we withstand them?" Yuan Xuan surveyed the faces around him. Aside from the middle-aged man and the 2 burly figures beside him, the rest appeared malnourished. Food and drink. Surely you jest. Rather than empty promises, why not be forthright? You covet the food in my backpack, don't you? The middle-aged man's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, smiling as he said, "You are quite astute. Indeed, we require your food, but in joining us, you would also receive our protection. Sharing some of your resources does not seem unfair, does it?" Yuan Xuan chuckled softly. His words were artfully crafted. It was clear that this man had engaged in such schemes before. The famished men around him likely had been deceived into surrendering their provisions as well. Nevertheless, if they sought merely food, Yuan Xuan pondered, "I am willing to provide you with food, but I do not wish to join you. Let us strike a deal instead." "Deal?" The middle-aged man looked puzzled. He had not anticipated this young man to remain unfazed amid such numbers while proposing a transaction. Quite simple, Yuan Xuan replied coolly. I will exchange my food for your women. I have a dire need for women, and if you grant me your women, I shall offer all the food in my possession. What say you? They appeared as ordinary individuals, with a few seemingly inexperienced in violence, their hands trembling as they held their knives. Observing their demeanor, Yuan Xuan preferred to avoid bloodshed, hoping for a peaceful resolution, unless they were obstinate. Upon hearing Yuan Xuan's demand for women, several service staff clad in kipeos instinctively recoiled, seeking refuge behind others, their eyes betraying fear and unease. Clearly, they were terrified by Yuan Xuan's proposition, fearing they might become bargaining chips. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed deeply, evidently taken aback by Yuan Xuan's request. He glanced around, noticing the anger etched on the faces of the other men, who clearly disapproved of the proposal. Young man, do you take us for fools? You believe you can simply barter a morsel of food for our women? Dream on. A burly man bellowed, with others echoing their displeasure and rage. Very well. If you refuse, then I shall take my leave, Yuan Xuan declared, turning away. Yet, the men behind him brandished their knives, unwilling to let him depart. Yuan Xuan turned his head towards the middle-aged man. What is this? Do you intend to keep me here by force? Or perhaps, to kill me? His final words were laced with a piercing intensity as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the middle-aged man. The latter felt a chill sweep through him, rising from his feet to the crown of his head. What was this young man? Despite appearing unassuming, his aura was strikingly formidable. Summer, why waste breath on him? With so many of us, should we fear him? Let us bind him like the others and seize his food. Then we can interrogate him about what transpired earlier, suggested one of the towering men beside him. Interrogate me? About what? Yuan Xuan replied, his tone icy. Had they noticed something? Did they see that he had entered the restaurant and scathed by zombies? Question you about how you so boldly walked in, but before the tall man could finish, he was suddenly pierced through the forehead by a tendril. Though heaven has its paths, you choose not to tread them. Hell has no doors, yet you barge in. Your path has grown narrow, Yuan Xuan's voice, cold as a tomb, echoed in the ears of all present. This voice, akin to a death knell, sent a shiver down their spines. Chapter 71. I disdain liars for Yuan Xuan. There were two matters that must never be trifled with. First, his woman. No man would tolerate any infringement upon her. Second, the secret of his immunity to zombie attacks. This was his most significant secret, one that, if discovered, could invite endless trouble. Who in the midst of a zombie apocalypse would not covet the ability to evade such attacks? He was reluctant to divulge this even to his own woman, let alone to outsiders, for he had no desire to be captured for experimental dissection. Take, for instance, the Blue City shelter, evidently established by either the authorities or some organization. They possessed armed helicopters and a group of supernatural beings led by Xiao Zhirong, far beyond the capabilities of the current Bright City. Moreover, it was certain that other organizations and factions existed within this apocalyptic world. Hence, upon suspecting that this group might be aware of his secret, Yuan Xuan did not hesitate to unleash a massacre. His life was his own to protect. The restaurant erupted into chaos as patrons fled in terror, screams and cries echoing throughout. No one could have anticipated that this young man would act so decisively and with such strange methods. A middle-aged man turned pale with fear as death occurred mere inches from him, blood splattering across his body, the result of tentacles that had erupted from the young man's form. The speed was so swift that he could scarcely comprehend it, leaving him too terrified to even contemplate resistance. What manner of creature was this young man? Reflecting on the report from his lookout, who had noted that no zombies had attacked the young man as he boldly entered the establishment, the middle-aged man had initially doubted. Yet, having witnessed the tentacle, he was convinced this individual was indeed a monster. A wave of intense fear surged within him, prompting him to instinctively retreat a few steps. After the killings, Yuan Xuan approached the middle-aged man known as General Xia. With each step, it felt as though he was treading upon General Xia's heart, instilling a profound weight upon him. What? What do you want? Murder is illegal. You cannot act recklessly. He stammered, his voice trembling audibly. Yuan Xuan cast him a cold glance and inquired. I have a question for you. If you answer truthfully, I shall spare your life. Ask. I will tell you everything I know, General Xia quickly agreed, fearing that any hint of dissatisfaction might seal his doom. Yuan Xuan scrutinized him, pointing at the corpse on the floor, and gravely questioned, among those present. Who knows of the matter he just mentioned? The question momentarily stunned General Xia, who had not anticipated such an inquiry. It was not difficult to answer. Yet he remained unaware that Yuan Xuan had commenced the slaughter due to this very subject. Only I and he, General Xia pointed at the burly man recently slain, his voice quivering slightly. Is that so? Lying is unwise. The last person who deceived me had their limbs crushed. As he spoke, Yuan Xuan transformed his right hand into a massive claw, seizing General Xia's wrist and applying a modicum of pressure. It's true. I am not lying. General Xia cried out in pain, sweat streaming down his forehead, his eyes filled with terror. Yuan Xuan nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before settling on the trembling waitresses clad in kipeos, visibly shaken by the gruesome scene, too frightened to even breathe. And you? Who among you knows? Yuan Xuan asked coldly. The crowd, bewildered, shook their heads, unaware of what he meant. Only one of the men beside General Xia bore a look of intense anxiety, knowing full well that the deceased had reported back moments ago. Yet why would General Xia remain silent? Had he forgotten? His suspicion was correct. General Xia was indeed so frightened that he had forgotten the presence of the slain man. I detest liars. Yuan Xuan discerned the nervous expression indicative of guilt. Die. Before the echo of his words faded, Yuan Xuan extended his tentacles, targeting the man's throat, piercing it. Simultaneously, his claw released General Xia's arm and plunged directly into his heart. The restaurant was once again filled with the anguished cries of women as Yuan Xuan claimed 2 more lives. Many were paralyzed by fear, collapsing to the floor or trembling in place, too terror-stricken by his bizarre methods to dare resist. Observing the cowering crowd, Yuan Xuan sneered internally. Was this really all they had? Remember, sometimes the price of lying is death. With that chilling declaration, he scanned the remaining patrons, locking eyes with one man as he approached. Please, don't come any closer. I am not with them. My fate is akin to yours. I stayed only because they stole my food. The man trembled, his complexion pale, clearly petrified by Yuan Xuan's bloody methods. He waved his hands in desperation, eager to dissociate himself from General Xia and his faction. Yuan Xuan halted, fixing the man with a cold stare, and uttered, I have a question for you. Once again, the man's heart raced. This was the very phrase that preceded death for General Xia. If he answered poorly, his fate would mirror that of the others. You may ask, and I shall tell you everything. He nodded vigorously, his voice quivering in an attempt to sound sincere. Yuan Xuan pointed at the waitresses and asked, Are any of them connected to those who have died? The man scrutinized the women carefully, recalling their behaviors since his arrival, and shook his head earnestly. No. To my knowledge, there is none. Yuan Xuan studied him for a moment, watching as the man's anxiety escalated to the point where he could scarcely stand. Finally, he nodded. Is that so? Thank you for your cooperation. Then, Yuan Xuan proceeded to the next individual, posing the same question. He repeated this inquiry to each person present, receiving consistent answers. When he reached the group of waitresses, he noticed one woman hesitating, her eyes darting nervously toward her companions. You know the consequences of lying, Yuan Xuan stated coldly, his voice reminiscent of death as harbinger. Terrified, the woman pointed at one of her colleagues, stammering, She had an improper relationship with General Xia before the apocalypse. I saw them in the office. The accused woman's face drained of color, trembling uncontrollably, her lips quivering as she struggled to articulate a defense, but found herself utterly speechless. Yuan Xuan's icy gaze bore into her as he slowly advanced. Chapter 72. A lifetime of serving his whim? The woman recoiled in fear, her hands clenching the edges of her qipao as if seeking a semblance of safety within its fabric. What do you want? I have done nothing wrong. Please don't kill me. Her voice trembled, her eyes brimming with terror and desperation. Yet, Yuan Xuan paid no heed to her pleas. His tendrils were already reaching for her throat. With wide eyes, she stared in horror as the appendage drew nearer, her legs weakened by fear, leaving her no means of escape. Despair engulfed her. I typically refrain from harming women, but my principle of rooting out threats leaves me with no justification for sparing your life unless you can prove your worth, and I might consider it. Prove my worth. How? Her heart raced. She was momentarily bewildered by Yuan Xuan's words. Then it struck her. He had expressed disdain for liars earlier, and indeed, among the men present, some had spoken untruths. She instantly pointed at one of the men. Him. He is General Xia's nephew. He lied just now. And him. He is General Xia's driver. He has served him for 8 years. The woman quickly identified two men, her survival instinct overpowering her fear of the consequences. Even in this dire apocalypse, she did not wish to perish. Upon hearing her words, Yuan Xuan understood, retracting his tendril. The first man he had questioned had merely claimed innocence, while the others surely hoped to evade scrutiny. The innocent were terrified of making a misstep that could lead to their demise, especially given the two implicated individuals. Thus, Yuan Xuan had interrogated them one by one, his fearsome demeanor breaking down their psychological defenses to elicit the truth. I did not. I am innocent. Brothers, she is lying. Kill him. The two men immediately protested, their voices rising in panic. Yuan Xuan disregarded their outcries and turned to the woman. Are there any more? She quickly shook her head. No. None. Thank you. With that, Yuan Xuan unleashed his tendrils, swiftly ending the lives of the two men, sparing the woman for the moment. He then proceeded to question the remaining women. And this time, they genuinely had no more to reveal. Well then, it is time to settle the accounts. His words sent a shiver through all present. What accounts? Did he intend to kill again? As punishment for the robbery against me, you shall work for me until your last breath. Of course, I shall ensure your safety and provide sustenance, and those who perform well may even receive promotions. It will not differ much from life before the apocalypse. There were 16 men and 9 women remaining, minus the one connected to General Xia, leaving 8 women. The women would be taken back to the Radiant City, while the men would be placed under surveillance outside the city, tasked with hard labor to serve as a lookout to attract both zombies and humans. Although the walls of Radiant City could defend against the onslaught of humanity or hordes of the undead, Yuan Xuan cherished those walls. Repairs would be troublesome without skilled laborers. Therefore, he planned to establish a lookout station as a buffer, allowing him to take proactive measures without jeopardizing Radiant City. Yuan Xuan had also contemplated surveillance methods. Previously, he had worried about mutated animals breaching the walls, but then he recalled that Nana possessed the ability to control animals. Thus, she could oversee the prevention of animal incursions and perhaps even employ zombie dogs to monitor the lookout. If that failed, he could resort to surveillance cameras or drones. Work until death. The crowd exchanged bewildered and anxious glances. They had expected Yuan Xuan to resort to murder, and several men had braced themselves for confrontation, only to be met with such an unexpected proposition. Work until death? Does that not make us your slaves? A man summoned his courage to inquire. Yuan Xuan let out a cold laugh. Slaves? Were you not merely pawns for General Xia? He commanded you to rob. And now you have simply exchanged one master for another. At least I can guarantee you will be well fed. His words left them momentarily speechless. Indeed, they had followed General Xia's orders, with little freedom to speak of. Yuan Xuan opened his backpack and tossed all the food inside to them. After a show of force, it was necessary to offer some sweet rewards to win their loyalty. Sheer intimidation would not suffice. As they beheld the copious amounts of food spilling from the backpack, they were rendered speechless. No grabbing. Form a line, take one each, and if you still feel hungry, you may take more. Yuan Xuan commanded. Those who had considered rushing forward to snatch food immediately halted, obediently lining up. The abundance of snacks was quickly devoured, leaving them half satisfied. Yet this was merely a single meal's worth of provisions. While they consumed the food, Yuan Xuan ventured into the kitchen, where he discovered the ingredients had indeed been entirely depleted. Wait here for a moment. With that, he strode toward the door, intending to clear the zombies outside. However, as the others witnessed his intention to open the door, fear gripped them, and they began to retreat. What was he planning? Did he mean to let the zombies in to devour them? Why then, had he provided them with food? Was he trying to fatten them up for slaughter? Some began to entertain wild thoughts. Without hesitation, Yuan Xuan flung the door open. His hands transformed into claws, swiftly severing the heads of a line of zombies outside. The door was promptly shut again, and the remaining individuals inside could only listen to the diminishing cries of the undead outside. 20 minutes later, the sounds of the zombies ceased entirely, followed by the unmistakable roar of engines. 1, 2, 3, 4 vehicles were started, one seemingly having come from the gas station across the street. The door opened once more, and Yuan Xuan entered, bloodied and triumphant. With an armored vehicle and 3 luxury SUVs in tow, the sight outside left all present in shock. Piles of headless zombie corpses littered the ground, with not a single one remaining alive. Some decapitated heads still blinked and moved their mouths, clearly not yet dead, but bereft of bodies, they posed no threat. The women gazed at Yuan Xuan. Though he was fearsome and bloodthirsty, his strength was undeniable. Following him might ensure greater safety in this chaotic world. Among them, a few women who considered themselves attractive realized that Yuan Xuan had been appraising them upon entry. He had demanded them from General Xia, indicating a preference for women. If they could win his favor and become his companions, they could enjoy endless resources and never suffer hunger again. Conversely, the men harbored entirely different thoughts. This man was too terrifying. His overwhelming power left them feeling utterly powerless. Would they be subjected to his relentless exploitation until death? Were they to become his lifetime slaves, forever beholden to his whims? How could one possibly live in such a manner? Chapter 73. The man no longer accepted. Get in, ladies, the armored vehicle is for you. And the men will take the SUV, Yuan Xuan commanded. The group nodded in agreement and began to comply. The third-generation armored vehicle indeed had transport capabilities. After 8 women boarded, there remained 3 vacant seats. Only the mistress of General Xia found herself barred from entry by Yuan Xuan. I promised not to kill you, but I never stated that I would shelter you. You are on your own, he said coldly. While he had needed someone to betray their companions earlier, it did not mean he harbored any fondness for such individuals. Keeping them around would only invite disaster. No, big brother, please. You can't leave me here, the woman pleaded. But with a mere glance, Yuan Xuan silenced her. That look seemed to convey, do you still have the audacity to bring that up? He then took the driver's seat and signaled for the men in the SUVs to follow. The 4 vehicles drove off without hesitation. Not a single one halted. Nor did anyone speak in her defense, leaving her alone in place, furiously stomping her feet. You scoundrels! You are untrustworthy. Just wait, I will. Her threats were abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream, followed by her cries of anguish. Yuan Xuan chuckled upon hearing it. With so many lives lost in the restaurant, the scent of blood wafting from the open door would surely attract nearby zombies. It seemed some corpses had arrived first to partake in a feast. On the return journey, Yuan Xuan led the way in the armored vehicle, with the men following in the SUV. Hey, Laoli, are we really going to follow him? A man in the first vehicle asked the driver. Laoli, what other choice do we have? Did you not witness his lethal methods? Laoli replied curtly. But if we return with him, will he truly provide us with food and a safe haven? Look at him, a cold-blooded killer. What if we fail to meet his expectations or inadvertently offend him? Will he not eliminate us too? The man expressed his concerns. Laoli's expression darkened at this remark. Indeed, if they did not heed his commands upon their return, the consequences could be dire. I also feel that this fellow is untrustworthy. Look, he has women in his vehicle. Will he really share them with us? General Xia had promised that as long as we secured food, women would be arranged for us. Another young man chimed in indignantly. The others in the vehicle nodded in agreement. What then? If we do not follow him, he will undoubtedly kill us. Laoli queried. Are you foolish? Once we reach a crossroads with fewer zombies, we simply make a turn. His armored vehicle can only reach a maximum speed of 120. Even if he instantly pivots to pursue us, he cannot catch up, the man replied with a smug grin, as if envisioning his escape from Yuan Xuan's clutches. Lao Li and the others, though apprehensive, acknowledged that it was indeed a feasible plan. They felt compelled to follow Yuan Xuan out of coercion. This young, formidable, and ruthless man made them uneasy. In contrast, the notion of seizing control of their own fates was far more enticing. Soon, they arrived at a crossroads where zombies were relatively sparse. The man promptly instructed Lao Li to turn. Although Lao Li hesitated briefly, he ultimately followed the directive. However, they were unsuspecting of Yuan Xuan's foresight. The moment they turned, the window of the armored vehicle suddenly rolled down, and 3 tendrils shot forth, targeting the drivers of the 3 trailing vehicles. Lao Li felt a chill at his brow, followed by the sound of shattering glass. And then he could see no more of this world. The drivers of the 2 other vehicles met the same fate, their foreheads pierced in an instant. The remaining occupants erupted in terrified screams, utterly unprepared for Yuan Xuan's anticipation of their betrayal, nor for his brutal methods. With all 3 vehicles devoid of drivers, chaos ensued. Lao Li's vehicle collided with a lamppost, smoke billowing from the wreckage. The other vehicle's driver, having been killed, inadvertently slammed the brakes, causing the last vehicle to collide violently. A tremendous crash echoed through the street, drawing the attention of surrounding zombies, who converged upon the source of the noise. The survivors within the vehicles were left dazed by the impact, and by the time they regained their senses, they found themselves surrounded by a horde of zombies. Unable to escape, the ordinary SUV's windows could not withstand the relentless assault from the throng, and it wasn't long before the glass shattered. The streets soon echoed with the sounds of anguish. After confirming the demise of those in the rear vehicles, Yuan Xuan continued driving away. You all heard that. They brought this upon themselves, he remarked to the women in his vehicle. The women, terrified, dared not speak, merely nodding in silent agreement. They had overheard everything. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan Xuan had hidden a walkie-talkie in their vehicle, and he had listened in on the discussions from the three vehicles. One group had plotted to flee, another sought to ambush and kill Yuan Xuan to seize his base, while the last aimed to uncover his secrets. Believing that his violent actions were driven by something significant, they intended to ascertain this secret before making their next move, perhaps to steal resources for themselves. I am not one to revel in killing. Today, I had hoped to minimize bloodshed, but I found myself diverging from my previous convictions. Alas, they sought their own demise. Wouldn't you agree? Yuan Xuan smiled at the women, his tone light as if discussing a trivial matter. Although he had not intended to kill again today, he feared that some men might still know his secret. Thus he planned to shelter and monitor them. Alas, men's thoughts are indeed complex. While women also possess their own intrigues, they typically lack the boldness that men often display in executing their desires. Reflecting on one man who had acted out of jealousy over women, it was only natural. Men always have a need for them. Henceforth, it would be best not to accept men. They are too difficult to control, and if taken in, one would have to share women with them, which simply would not do. The women Yuan Xuan accepted, even if they were merely fourth-tier maids, would never be shared with others. Such an act would incite feelings of betrayal, which he found utterly displeasing. The women listened to Yuan Xuan's words, nodding in unison, thoroughly intimidated by his methods and authority, daring not to voice any dissent or question. Big brother, you are right, they brought this upon themselves. And it has nothing to do with you. The woman in the passenger seat replied cautiously. What a sweet tongue you have. What is your name? Yuan Xuan inquired, glancing at the beautiful woman beside him. She stood at least 1.7 meters tall, her calves long and proportionate, her thighs perfectly muscular with no excess flesh, embodying the epitome of nature's craftsmanship. The reason he permitted her to sit in the passenger seat was precisely due to her exquisite legs. In terms of leg aesthetics, no one in the base could compare. Chapter 74. Have you caught up with the flight attendant? My name is Xiaoman, but please don't misunderstand. Although we share the same surname, I have no relation to the late President Xia. They can all vouch for that. Xiaoman replied nervously, fearful that Yuan Xuan might mistake her for having any connection to the deceased president. Oh, Xiaoman, that is quite a lovely name. Yuan Xuan smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned with Xiaoman's anxiety. He shifted gears and accelerated, casually placing his hand on Xiaoman's thigh. Due to her wearing a high-slit cheongsam, it was easy for him to slip his hand inside. Xiaoman's delicate face immediately flushed with a shade of crimson. She lowered her head and silently allowed Yuan Xuan to caress her, showing no intention of removing his hand. The women in the back seat turned their heads away, daring not to look, fearing they might upset Yuan Xuan. Yet inwardly, they scorned him as a lecher, thinking all men were the same. Some felt a tinge of envy as they silently berated Xiaoman for seemingly enticing Yuan Xuan, thinking her shameless. What special skills do you possess? Yuan Xuan inquired. Special skills? Xiaoman was momentarily taken aback, looking at him in confusion. The experienced women in the back immediately thought, is this man really that eager? They assumed he was inquiring about intimate matters. No, I mean practical skills, such as farming, electrical maintenance, medicine, cooking, and so forth, Yuan Xuan clarified. The reason for his inquiry stemmed from his satisfaction with Xiaoman's legs. Typically, he would not engage in such behavior in public, yet the allure was overwhelming, even for someone as seasoned as he. Thus, he intended to ask Xiaoman if she possessed any special skills, contemplating promoting her if she did. If not, she could return to being a maid, perhaps earning extra points to care for Yuan Xuan's daily needs. I have some cooking skills. I was once a culinary major, but I haven't delved into other areas, Xiaoman replied, feeling anxious that her answer might not meet Yuan Xuan's expectations. A culinary class? Yuan Xuan pondered. Knowing how to cook didn't seem particularly remarkable. Several of the base's bunnies, including Zhou Shuya and others, could also whip up a meal. As for his future, he would only trust Lin Xue with meal preparations for now, as dietary matters were the easiest to sabotage. I I hold a senior Chinese culinary qualification certificate. Before the apocalypse, I was preparing to take the technician qualification exam and also possess intermediate certificates for both Chinese and Western pastry chefs. Seeing Yuan Xuanqing's expression seemed unsatisfied, Xiaoman quickly added, "Oh, that is impressive." Yuan Xuanqing looked at Xiaoman with surprise, not expecting someone who appeared to be only around 25 or 26 to be a certified cook with such credentials. He knew that vocational qualifications came in 5 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, technician, and senior technician. With a certificate, Xiaoman could directly oversee the base's culinary affairs, and it wouldn't be out of the question to appoint her as the head of the royal kitchen when the population increased. However, this raised a question. "Why are you working as a server instead of a chef?" Yuan Xuanqing asked. "Because I just started my job, and the chefs at Jinzhuan Yuzhuang are all senior technicians, not even allowing me to assist in the kitchen. The personnel suggested I work as a server first to familiarize myself with the job while preparing for the exam." Xiaoman explained. "I see, but servers earn a low salary, right?" "Not at all. Jinzhuan Yuzhuang offers us a salary of 8,000 a month, plus commissions. 8,000. Yuan Xuanqing exclaimed in astonishment, nearly slamming on the brakes. 8,000. For serving? Even if Jinzhuan Yuzhuang is upscale, the salary shouldn't be that high, right? And the rest commission? That is almost on par with international flight attendants." Xiaoman and the women in the back nearly burst into laughter at Yuan Xuanqing's surprised expression, but they refrained. However, seeing him like this eased their nerves slightly. Yuan Xuanqing still had a touch of humanity. Indeed, the standards for servers at Jinzhuan Yuzhuang are quite stringent, and we are categorized as senior servers, requiring a level 6 English proficiency or knowledge of minor languages such as Thai, Japanese, or Korean. One of the women explained. Yes, there are many service items as well," another chimed in. "But not those peculiar services. You didn't visit the private rooms, did you?" The private rooms at Jinzhuan Yuzhuang are decorated in various styles reflecting different countries. We undergo extensive training to serve guests according to the etiquette and language of those nations. Exactly. We even have to wear costumes from various countries, and the way we walk is also scrutinized. The training is truly exhausting, several women interjected, eager to bond with Yuan Xuanqing, especially since they would be working under him in the future. Yuan Xuanqing listened, occasionally nodding and responding to them. The atmosphere in the vehicle gradually shifted from tense to a more relaxed ambience. As Yuan Xuanqing conversed with them, he drove to a seed store and said, "Get out and load the seeds onto the car." He then turned to Xiaoman and continued, "Since you have a chef's certificate, you must know what vegetables are suitable for winter planting, right?" Yuan Xuanqing's words instantly tightened the atmosphere, which had just eased. "Load the seeds? How can we do that with so many zombies around?" Without waiting for their reaction, Yuan Xuanqing exited the vehicle and began to slay the zombies. A massive horde followed the armored vehicle, primarily comprised of fast-moving zombies. Numerous zombies in the vicinity roared as they charged toward the women in the car. Yuan Xuanqing's hands transformed into claws as he swiftly dispatched several zombies inside the seed store. He then turned his attention to those outside, his movements rapid and decisive. The zombies fell beneath his sharp strikes, emitting ear-piercing howls. Xiaoman and the women in the vehicle observed Yuan Xuanqing's valiant stance against the undead, their fear gradually replaced by admiration and reassurance. "Hurry and load the seeds. I won't let them harm you," Yuan Xuanqing shouted, encouraged by his words. The women steeled their resolve, disembarking to begin moving the seeds. Xiaoman quickly took charge, guiding the others on which seeds were suitable for winter planting. They swiftly transported bag after bag to the vehicle while remaining vigilant of the zombies around them to ensure their safety. However, they realized it was somewhat unnecessary, as Yuan Xuanqing kept the zombies at bay, preventing them from approaching within 20 meters of the vehicle and the seed store. After about 7 or 8 minutes, the vehicle was nearly filled with seeds, leaving just enough space for people to sit. Yuan Xuanqing, seeing that they were almost done, intended to return to the vehicle and leave. Suddenly, he sensed a mutated zombie nearby. He turned to look at a rooftop 200 meters away, where a female zombie with intact skin, unlike the others that were decayed, stood. She was covered in red, her neck to chest slashed open, exposing her internal organs. With 8 spider-like legs, she fixed her gaze upon Yuan Xuanqing and the others. Her eyeless sockets, filled only with white, locked onto her prey as her body arched backward, a protrusion glowing red from her open chest. She then emitted a piercing shriek. The sound was so high-pitched that Yuan Xuan and the women instinctively covered their ears. One woman was momentarily sluggish in her reaction, resulting in her being pierced by the sound to the point where her ears began to bleed. The ordinary zombies, situated closer to her than the mutated ones, fell to the ground at her cry, never to rise again. After her voice faded, a surge of mutations erupted around them. Yuan Xuan sensed that a multitude of mutated zombies was advancing toward their position. 50? 70? No. The number, at least in the hundreds. Chapter 75. The forces of the four directions put everything down and get in the vehicle. We are leaving this place. Yuan Xuan shouted as he turned towards the Mengsher 3. The sheer number of mutated zombies approaching was daunting, comprising both first and second tiers, with the female mutated zombie being a formidable third tier. With so many burdens to protect, engaging in battle against such a horde was utterly unfeasible. Upon hearing his command, the women panicked and hastily discarded their seed bags, scrambling into the vehicle. Just as they managed to shut the door of the Mengsher 3, a clawed zombie lunged forward, raking at the door with tremendous force, sending sparks flying and leaving the first scratch on the vehicle. Yuan Xuan floored the accelerator, propelling the vehicle forward. Ahead, a multitude of zombies appeared, though not as overwhelming as during the school incident, allowing the Mengsher 3 to push through. In the distance, the female mutated zombie, noticing their escape, emitted a piercing shriek and leaped from rooftop to rooftop in pursuit. Simultaneously, Yuan Xuan felt a shift as the mutated zombies gathering near the seed store altered their course, heading directly towards them. To pursue or not? Yuan Xuan pondered. He was reluctant to forfeit the energy from so many mutated zombies, along with the capabilities of that female zombie. He resolved to lead them to the City of Radiance, escort the women inside, and then exploit the advantageous terrain to eliminate them. As he mused, he noticed in the rearview mirror that the female zombie was gaining speed. Utilizing her 8 legs, she bounded across rooftops with astonishing agility. The Mengsher 3, laden with passengers and cargo, could only manage a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Within 3 minutes, the female zombie had caught up and reached their side. With her mouth agape, a sharp tongue shot forth, aimed straight at the tire. Yuan Xuan was taken aback. This creature seemed intelligent enough to target the vehicle's tires. Though the Mengsher 3's tires were robust, he could not gauge the strength of the female zombie's attack and opted to steer clear, narrowly avoiding the strike. The tongue plunged into the ground, creating a gaping hole. Damn, so you have tentacles too? Yuan Xuan opened the window. With his right hand on the steering wheel, he extended his left, unleashing 3 tendrils towards the female zombie. Seeing the tendrils approach, the female zombie swiftly anchored her 8 legs into the ground, executing a sudden stop, causing Yuan Xuan's attack to miss. He had anticipated her trajectory, but her abrupt halt had increased the distance between them. Realizing the gap widening, the female zombie inflated her cheeks and, after a moment of concentration, expelled a viscous substance towards the vehicle. Yuan Xuan observed the projectile, which veered off course and landed on the ground ahead of them. What is that gray mass? He wondered, curiosity piqued. Suddenly, it struck him, and he swiftly swerved to avoid it. Damn, it's spider silk. She truly is a spider-like zombie. If she ensnares me, I might just become Spider-Man. Spider-Man? How amusing, Yuan Xuan chuckled, glancing at the female zombie. The women in the vehicle were terrified, witnessing such a grotesque creature for the first time. Her 8 hairy legs were particularly chilling. However, Yuan Xuan's calm demeanor and laughter provided them with some reassurance. Everyone, cover your ears, Yuan Xuan commanded as the number of zombies blocking their path increased. The women complied, hastily covering their ears. A thunderous roar erupted, Yuan Xuan's tiger roar. The sound reverberated, stunning the ordinary zombies, who halted in their tracks, mesmerized. Seizing the opportunity, Yuan Xuan maneuvered the vehicle through the encirclement towards the City of Radiance. 1 kilometer away, atop a 7-story residential building, a young man with a rooster hairstyle donned in a black sports hoodie stood on the rooftop, observing the surroundings through binoculars. Bored with the desolation of the post-apocalyptic city, he chewed on a piece of beef jerky. This lookout duty is so tedious, he muttered, stifling a yawn. Just as he opened his mouth, a deafening roar interrupted him, startling him. What was that sound? He exclaimed, redirecting his binoculars towards the source of the noise. He noticed a throng of zombies and mutated zombies standing idly in the street, fixated on one direction. Another sharp cry echoed, prompting the horde to surge wildly towards that same point. Witnessing this astonishing spectacle, the youth swiftly grabbed his walkie-talkie. Brother Tianlong, Brother Tianlong. Do you copy? What is it, Gao Yuan? Lu Tianlong's voice crackled back after a brief pause. I just spotted a significant number of zombies and mutated zombies converging in one direction. Do you know why? Uncertain, I heard two sounds resembling zombie cries. Lu Tianlong fell silent, seemingly in deep thought. The youth waited patiently for his response. After a while, Lu Tianlong finally said, Gao Yuan, investigate the situation. With your abilities, it should be manageable. I have a feeling the zombies are evolving at an accelerated pace. Understood, brother. I will proceed immediately, Gao Yuan affirmed. Be cautious, don't get too close. Some zombies have keen senses. Yes. With that, Gao Yuan donned his hood, gradually becoming transparent before vanishing from the rooftop. Meanwhile, atop a commercial building in the development zone, a woman, standing at 1.7 meters tall, clad in a white Western-style business suit, with fair, delicate skin and striking features, gazed out from the glass walls of her office on the 32nd floor. Her physique, sculpted from hours in the gym, was accentuated by her long legs clad in black stockings and high heels. Her gaze was profound, seemingly capable of piercing through the layers of fog, unraveling the truth hidden behind this apocalypse. Gently caressing a golden bracelet on her right wrist, the most treasured possession from her life before the end. A keepsake from her deceased husband, she felt a sudden shift in the atmosphere, furrowing her brow and turning to glance behind her. What is it, Director Luo? A woman in a black suit approached. She was her personal bodyguard and companion in this bleak world. I sense significant commotion over there, she remarked, pointing toward the direction where Yuan Xuan and his group were located. Zombies? The bodyguard immediately tensed, her firearm ready. Yes, but they are not approaching us. It appears they are pursuing a group of living individuals. She stated calmly, from now on, do not allow anyone in. I need to concentrate on sensing what is happening over there. Understood. The bodyguard promptly exited the office, following her orders. Chapter 76, Julie's Growth. Just 3 kilometers from the city of Radiance, on Tianhing Road, Yi Chiyong wielded a pair of Wing Chun 8-slice knives, effortlessly cleaving a clawed mutated zombie in two. Beneath her feet lay the remains of more than 10 first-tier mutated zombies. Why are there so many mutated zombies gathering here? Are they having a party? Zhang Qibing had just dispatched 2 as well, her tall frame still crackling with electricity. Captain, what are your thoughts? On board a military Hummer equipped with a Mao-style cord-heavy machine gun, Xiao Zhirong gazed intently towards the direction the mutated zombies seemed to be rushing. The roar that echoed seemed reminiscent of the Tiger-class zombie recorded by the helicopter during their previous rescue mission at the Finance and Trade Academy. Orders had been given to eliminate that Tiger-class zombie, as it appeared to possess the ability to control other zombies. Let us go take a look. With that, Xiao Zhirong promptly commanded the 2 women. Understood, Captain. Please, don't kill me. I beg you. I'll give you anything you want. A male survivor sat trembling on the ground, his face etched with terror as he pleaded with a girl clad in Gothic attire, holding an umbrella, with porcelain skin, Lan. Faced with the man's desperate pleas, Lan seemed conflicted, contemplating her options. What to do? Mom said if someone begs you, you should let them go. But little Yu is so hungry right now, she murmured to herself. Upon hearing this, the man immediately knelt before her. I'm begging you, don't kill me. His pleas only intensified Lan's dilemma. Just as she hesitated, a spark of inspiration struck her, and her eyes lit up. All right, big brother, I'll spare you. But you did say you'd give me anything, right? She asked with an endearing smile. Yes, as long as you don't kill me. I'll give you anything. The man responded, nodding vigorously. Then, give me a bucket of blood, or perhaps 2 arms or legs would suffice. And I want to kill you, Lan said, her voice sweet yet chilling. A bucket of blood, arms and legs? The man froze in place, horrified. A bucket of blood would mean his demise, and without arms and legs, how could he survive in this apocalypse? I can't give you that. Could we negotiate? He stammered, trembling as he attempted to reason with her. Lan's demeanor shifted to one of disappointment as she pouted slightly, her umbrella swaying gently as she contemplated her options. But I'm really very hungry, she said softly, her tone laced with helplessness and grievance. But didn't you promise that if I spared you, you would give me anything? Lan blinked her large eyes at him, her voice tinged with displeasure. She toyed with the tassels on her umbrella, seemingly poised to make a decision at any moment. The man, Gazing at Euroland's adorable yet menacing visage, felt a surge of terror. He understood that if he didn't fulfill her demands, his life would truly be at stake. I'll give you blood. A bucket. A whole bucket of blood. He stuttered, and then began tearing at his clothing, exposing the veins on his arms. He picked up a knife that had fallen to the ground, preparing to cut into his arm, but hesitated, unable to bring himself to do it. He slightly raised his head, intending to negotiate once more with Yuan, only to find that she was gazing off in another direction, completely ignoring him. What is happening over there? She murmured to herself. In an instant, Yuan vanished from his sight. She is gone. The man looked around in disbelief, finding that Yuan had completely disappeared. He let out a long sigh of relief, thinking he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. But you just said you'd give me anything. Yet you are giving me nothing. The man suddenly heard Yuan's voice echo from above. Before he could even raise his head, the world around him flipped upside down, and then everything went dark. You are a liar. Liars are bad people, and they deserve to die. Yuan's final words were lost to him. At this moment, Yuan Xuanqing's vehicle was already within sight of the walls of the City of Radiance. He had managed to distance himself from the pursuing mutated female zombies and the horde by approximately 500 meters. There were no traces of zombies at the gates, indicating that Lin Yingxue had indeed organized a cleanup while he was away. Yingxue, I'm almost there. Yuan Xuanqing spoke into the intercom. Understood, Senior. Roland is waiting in the control room. Along the way, Yuan Xuanqing had briefed Lin Yingxue on the general situation, including his plan to eliminate the horde of mutated zombies outside the city. Lin Yingxue never questioned Yuan Xuanqing's decisions. Upon hearing the situation, she immediately began coordinating personnel to stand by and instructed the non-combatant maids to take refuge in the main building. As Yuan Xuanqing drove his vehicle to the base of the city wall, he spotted Lin Yingxue, Fang Qingqing, Li Qing, and several physical education students armed and ready atop the wall. However, he noticed that Nana and Julie were conspicuously absent. Although puzzled, Yuan Xuanqing did not believe Lin Yingxue would disobey his orders. The issue likely lay with Nana and the others. Never mind. Let us ensure these women are safely delivered first. Upon reaching the gate, he saw Xiaoqi, Nana, and Julie clad in military combat uniforms reminiscent of the attire previously worn by Lin Yingxue, styled after the character Lena from Girls Frontline. The outfits were predominantly black with white and yellow accents, paired with black shorts, knee-high boots, and black over-the-knee socks. Yuan Xuanqing halted the vehicle as Xiaoqi promptly stepped forward to drive it inside. Xiaoqi had been instructed to wait there, but he had clearly ordered Nana and the others to defend the walls using their abilities. What are you doing here? Didn't you hear my orders? Yuan Xuanqing questioned, brow furrowed. That's not it, Xuanqing Go. We heard from Yingxue Jie that you plan to eliminate some before entering, Julie hastily explained. Yes. I intend to conserve some ammunition, Yuan Xuanqing nodded, awaiting further clarification from Julie. So, we also plan to join you and eliminate some zombies before. That's nonsense. Yuan Xuanqing interrupted her before she could finish. Do you even know your own capabilities? What if you get injured? Scolded by Yuan Xuanqing, Julie immediately shrank back, afraid to continue speaking. Don't worry, Nana, unafraid of Yuan Xuanqing's stern demeanor, interjected. While you were away, we were clearing the surrounding zombies alongside him and Qingqing. And we've taken down over 1,000, including many mutated ones. We want to hold you back. Moreover, our abilities are affected by distance. The further away we are, the greater the energy consumption. That's why we plan to engage in close combat, Nana added. Yuan Xuanqing was taken aback, glancing at Nana and then at Julie, both of whom wore serious expressions, evidently not jesting. Xuanqing Go, please rest assured. We've grown significantly stronger after defeating those massive mutated zombies during the day, they insisted. Upon hearing this, Yuan Xuanqing recalled the energy that vanished from the colossal hammer zombie's body when he encountered Xiao Zhirong. It was indeed as he had surmised. Ability users could absorb the energy of the mutated zombies they defeated, though they could not gain their powers. Fine, if you wish to try, then go ahead. But both of you must prioritize your safety and not act recklessly, Yuan Xuanqing sighed, reluctantly conceding. Understood. Nana and Julie nodded, smiles gracing their faces, completely unfazed by the impending tide of zombies they were about to confront. They understood that Yuan Xuanqing's previous stern demeanor stemmed from concern for their well-being. Turning back, Yuan Xuanqing regarded the female mutated zombie. Indeed, did that female zombie possess intelligence? This notion arose as he observed that the female zombie had ceased its pursuit, instead pausing to scrutinize something beyond the city wall. In stark contrast, the lower-tier mutated zombies and ordinary zombies advanced fearlessly, undeterred by their surroundings. At this juncture, they were merely over 200 meters from the gates of Radiant City. The numbers had increased significantly. Yuan Xuan could only estimate that there were approximately 300 first and second-tier mutated zombies, alongside thousands of semi-evolved ordinary zombies capable of running and jumping. Just imagine the bounty of enhancement fruits that could be harvested from such a slaughter. Focus only on the zombies I expose, disregard the others. If danger arises, retreat immediately to the city, Yuan Xuan instructed. Understood. The two women replied in unison. Then let us proceed. Yuan Xuan activated the Black Beast mode, charging towards the horde like a massive war vehicle. With a determined stomp, Julie summoned a large stone with a radius of 2 meters, levitating before her. She kicked the stone with her slender leg, enveloped in a layer of soft earth. With a resounding crack, the stone was propelled like a cannonball, surpassing the speed of the swiftly running Yuan Xuan as it hurtled towards the zombie throng. Julie then clasped her palms together and commanded, "Ignite." The airborne stone instantly ignited in flames, crashing into the horde and scattering the zombies in its path. Upon reaching the heart of the zombie mass, she exclaimed, "Explode." The colossal flaming stone erupted in an instant, sending countless fiery fragments flying, piercing through the bodies of numerous zombies. The previously dense horde suddenly revealed gaping voids. What followed was a cacophony of zombie howls. Some were struck down as the debris penetrated their brains, while others ignited from the flammable oils on their bodies. Reduced to ashes, Julie's maneuver proved devastatingly effective. Impressive. Yuan Xuan gave a thumbs up, astonished by Julie's rapid growth. How many mutated zombies had she dispatched in these past few days? She was now wielding area of effect skills. One could only ponder the extent of Banana's power at this moment, considering her previous strength. Chapter 77. The battle beneath the city. Banana revealed her fox ears and tail, but unlike yesterday, she now possessed 2 tails. In her grasp was a long bow formed from a stream of crystalline water, which she held firmly. With her right hand, she drew the bowstring, and 3 arrows of water swiftly took shape, whistling through the air as they were released towards the approaching horde of zombies. The arrows sliced through the atmosphere, accurately penetrating the skulls of several zombies in rapid succession, instantly vanquishing them. Simultaneously, Banana drew back her bow once more, conjuring another trio of water arrows, which once again found their mark, toppling yet more of the undead. As the zombies closed in, Banana transformed her water bow into a staff, sweeping it forward to knock down the nearest zombies. During this process, the staff unleashed the water wave attack she had employed the previous day, dispatching those zombies that had not yet approached her. Observing the scene, Julie was not one to be outdone. She clasped her hands together, murmuring incantations. In response, a multitude of fragments of stone rose from the ground, enveloping her and forming a sturdy suit of stone armor that encapsulated her entirely, leaving only her face visible. Earth Spirit armor. With a commanding shout, Julie charged into the throng of zombies, plowing through them as they were sent tumbling in her wake. Her stone armor sprouted sharp protrusions like spear tips, piercing the zombies along her path, creating a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. Banana and Julie complemented each other perfectly, one striking from a distance, the other engaging in close combat, much to the admiration of Yuan Xuan, who nodded in approval at the significant progress made by the 2 women. Turning to them, he felt a sense of pride. It seemed he could not afford to lag behind. Among the horde, most of the zombies were ordinary and posed no threat to Yuan Xuan, who dispatched them with mere punches as he passed. His primary targets were the mutated zombies. With the insatiable hunger of the black worm, he could distinctly sense the presence of the mutated ones nearby, 6 in total. With that, Yuan Xuan swiftly launched 6 tendrils, piercing through the heads and chests of the 6 mutated zombies, pinning them firmly in place. He then approached rapidly, shattering the skulls of those he had struck in the chest. On the city wall, Liningshue, Li Qing, and Fang Qingqing were witnessing Yuan Xuan in this form for the first time. They knew he was powerful, yet they had not anticipated him to be this formidable. Observing him as he moved through the horde like an invincible deity, they felt a surge of genuine admiration and pride. "Senior is truly incredible," Liningshue exclaimed. Li Qing nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, with him here, we need not fear anything." Initially, Li Qing had worried that Yuan Xuan might find himself in peril due to the circumstances, but now it seemed clear that the zombies were no match for him, and she exhaled in relief. Fang Qingqing, however, looked anxiously at by Nana and Julie, expressing her concern. But will Nana and Julie be all right? Lin Xue and Li Qing exchanged worried glances. Although they knew that by Nana and Julie had improved, the sheer size of the zombie horde still made them uneasy. Do not worry, they will be fine, Lin Xue reassured her. Senior is watching over them, and should any danger arise, he will undoubtedly come to their aid. Li Qing added, yes, we must have faith in them and in Xuanqing. Upon hearing this, Fang Qingqing felt somewhat reassured and began to set her sniper rifle in position, aiming at the battlefield below. Meanwhile, Lin Xue cast a puzzled glance at Li Qing. When had she started calling him Xuanqing Ji? Previously, she had always referred to him simply as Yuan Xuan. Looking down at that figure, her heart brimmed with admiration and trust. She knew that as long as Yuan Xuan was present, they would surely overcome this challenge. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed as Yuan Xuan looked up to see a robust mutated zombie charging towards him, its size comparable to his black beast form. Standing over 2 meters tall, it was covered in hard scales, its face resembling that of a frog. Its limbs bore the characteristics of amphibious creatures, with notably developed muscles. Yuan Xuan frowned. This zombie was formidable, at least of the 2nd tier, possibly even reaching the 3rd tier, and it appeared to be a new breed. However, new breeds were welcomed, promising new abilities to acquire. With determination, he accelerated towards the zombie, but regardless of whether it was a human or an animal transformation, the frog-like zombie sprang forth, leaping towards him. The collision produced a resounding impact, and Yuan Xuan felt a tremendous force that sent him staggering back several paces, while the zombie was also propelled backward. This is intriguing, Yuan Xuan mused with a cold smirk, recognizing the challenge posed by this zombie. Yet, rather than fear, he was filled with a fervent desire to engage. What skills do you possess? Do not hesitate to reveal them. He charged once more at the zombie, throwing a powerful punch that sliced through the air with a fierce whoosh towards its head. Unyielding, the zombie opened its wide frog-like mouth and lunged at Yuan Xuan. The sheer size of its maw suggested that it could easily consume him whole. Are you really exposing your weakness to me? Yuan Xuan laughed heartily. With such a gaping mouth, it seemed as though he could shoot straight through its soft interior. Just as he prepared to unleash his tendrils, a gunshot rang out from behind him on the city wall. A bullet struck the frog-like zombie's mouth, creating a gaping wound in its upper jaw. Yuan Xuan turned to see a striking young woman, Fang Qingqing, expertly aiming her sniper rifle towards him. Beside her stood Lin Xue and Li Qing, both armed with assault rifles, although they were momentarily holding their fire. This was all part of the strategic arrangement Yuan Xuan had communicated via intercom upon his return. Fang Qingqing was to provide sniper cover while Lin Xue and Li Qing remained on standby. As for the maid and the newly joined female combatants, Yuan Xuan had instructed them to stay in a safe location, as he had yet to authorize their use of firearms. This was for their safety. Aside from Yuan Xuan in his black beast form, others could still be harmed by gunfire. Oh, and now we must add Julie in her stone armor state. After dispatching the frog-like zombie, Fang Qingqing redirected her aim towards Nana, who at that moment was holding a large water sphere aloft, containing 2 first-tier clawed zombies trapped within. These zombies had attempted to ambush her from behind, but her keen senses had detected them. She raised the water sphere high, seemingly waiting for something. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out as Fang Qingqing expertly blew the heads off the 2 mutated zombies within the water sphere, their blood staining the entire sphere. Nana cast the water sphere aside and resumed her long-range assault on the zombies. On the rooftop of a building 500 meters from the battlefield of Radiant City, Gao Yuan revealed himself, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Chapter 78. Energy Supplementation. Who are these 3 individuals? As Gao Yuan observed the battlefield, a sense of bewilderment overtook him. He watched the woman clad in stone armor, navigating through the horde of zombies with agility. At times, she would sprout stone spikes, simultaneously vanquishing nearby undead, while at others, she would conjure fireballs to hurl into the distance. And then there were the 2 individuals, a man and a woman, possessing transformation abilities. It was terrifying. In Gao Yuan's base, he and 2 others each wielded a singular power, so why did these 3 exhibit dual abilities? Moreover, the woman wielding a water bow increasingly resembled the notorious Nana, wanted by their leader, Tianlong. This matter required immediate reporting to Tianlong. With that thought, Gao Yuan reached for his walkie-talkie. Tianlong, are you there? Please respond. Moments later, static crackled through the device. Ah, Gao Yuan. What is the situation on your end? Tianlong here. A deafening gunshot rang out from afar, and Gao Yuan's head exploded. Hello? Gao Yuan. What is happening? Gao Yuan. The walkie-talkie clattered to the ground as Gao Yuan's headless body fell beside it. 200 meters away, atop a military Hummer, stood Xiao Zhirong. In her hands was a futuristic-looking anti-material sniper rifle, reminiscent of the Lynx GM6, still emitting wisps of smoke from its barrel. It was evident that she was the one who had fired the shot. Captain, you? Zhang Qibing inquired, casting a puzzled glance at Xiao Zhirong. Her words faltering. She understood that Xiao Zhirong would not shoot recklessly, yet their orders strictly forbade them from eliminating survivors. They were to capture them instead. Why had the captain? I sensed his malice, Xiao Zhirong replied tersely. Her ability allowed her to perceive all hostility in her vicinity. And while the malice from the deceased was not directed at them, it still lingered. With that thought, her gaze shifted towards the heart of the battlefield, where Yuan Xiancheng fought valiantly. A rare look of concern flickered in her eyes, causing both Yi Chuyong and Zhang Qibing in the vehicle to stare in disbelief. The captain, displaying such an expression? Looking toward the object of Xiao Zhirong's concern, they understood. Zhang Qibing mused that their normally diligent captain, who never defied orders, had once again increased her instances of insubordination for this man. Captain, if you're so worried about him, we could assist, Yi Chuyong suggested. After all, defeating mutated zombies could enhance our own abilities. However, Xiao Zhirong shook her head, softly stating, No, I don't wish to see him right now. Yet, her gaze remained steadfast on Yuan Xiancheng. Yi Chuyong and Zhang Qibing exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware that Xiao Zhirong still harbored feelings for Yuan Xiancheng. Yet her strong-willed nature proved to be a barrier. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Yuan Xiancheng and his companions continued to slay the zombies, but the relentless tide only grew. A significant number of sluggish zombies had now joined the fray, alongside an overwhelming number of mutated ones, exceeding 300 in total. Julie and Banana began to show signs of fatigue. The constant exertion of their abilities had drained much of their stamina and energy. Yuan Xiancheng, however, remained invigorated, occasionally devouring some of the mutated zombies to replenish his own energy. Suddenly, Julie was struck and sent flying by a towering second-tier mutated zombie, her stone armor cracking under the impact. Lily, Yuan Xiancheng rushed forward, catching Julie as she soared through the air, taking several steps back to stabilize. Julie's complexion had paled, a clear indication of her energy depletion, an occurrence he had witnessed before when she created a lava lake. Thank you, Xiancheng, Julie murmured, lifting her gaze to meet his, her eyes resolute despite her waning strength. No worries, I'll replenish your energy right away, Yuan Xiancheng replied gently. What? It's too dangerous to do that here, Julie protested, recalling that when he previously replenished her energy, they had to sit down as if in a martial arts novel. With hands placed on her back, a process that took at least 5 minutes, time they did not have amidst the chaos. Don't worry, I have a faster method, Yuan Xiancheng said, leaning down to kiss Julie. Julie's eyes widened in shock, completely unprepared for his action, especially in the midst of battle. Yet, she did not resist, allowing his lips to press against hers. It was an entirely new sensation. Her heart raced as warmth enveloped her, energy surging into her body at an accelerated pace compared to the previous method. This method had been discovered when Yuan Xiancheng was healing Banana. Using lips proved to be significantly quicker than hands. From a distance, Xiao Zhirong, peering through her sniper scope, furrowed her brows at the sight of their intimate exchange. A pang of inexplicable sorrow swelling within her. Memories of an incident in a cinema restroom years ago flooded her mind, and her hand unconsciously moved toward the trigger of her sniper rifle. This scoundrel, she thought, wishing she could shoot him right then and there. Meanwhile, atop the city wall, Li Qing exclaimed, What on earth is Yuan Xiancheng doing, engaging in such antics during battle? She watched in fury as Yuan Xiancheng kissed Julie. To her, this was a moment of survival, requiring complete focus on the fight, not indulging in such peculiar distractions. I must remind him, Li Qing declared, preparing to leap off the wall. Wait, Qinger, Lin Xue grasped her arm. Calm down. It's too dangerous to go down now. But look at them. Li Qing pointed angrily at the battlefield. Senior must have his reasons for doing this. He wouldn't be distracted at a time like this, Lin Xue reassured her. though her own expression was complex. On the battlefield, the kiss between Yuan Xuan and Julie was brief, lasting less than 5 seconds before he released her. Julie's complexion had regained some color, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her gaze. Yuan Xuan smiled gently, asking, "How do you feel? Are you restored?" "Much better," Julie replied softly. "That is wonderful. Cover me. I need to replenish by Nana now," Yuan Xuan instructed. "Understood, Xuan," Julie nodded, stamping her foot as a larger rock rose from the ground. Meanwhile, Nana was also beginning to struggle, though she fared slightly better than Julie, still managing to fend off the zombies before her. After shooting 3 water arrows, a powerful hand suddenly wrapped around her waist from behind. Startled, Nana turned to strike with her bow, only to realize the familiar scent behind her belonged to Yuan Xuan. Having grown accustomed to his presence, she hadn't deemed him a threat and had been preoccupied with others, failing to notice his approach. "What are you doing?" Nana questioned, her heart racing as she felt his warmth and breath against her. "Darling, I'm here to replenish your energy," Yuan Xuan replied. Chapter 79. What are those things? A source of energy? You mustn't want it. Nana, previously engrossed in battle, failed to notice the actions of Yuan Xuan and Julie. However, she recognized the method, her face flushing crimson as she attempted to break free from Yuan Xuan's embrace. Yet, his arms encircled her like iron bands, leaving her with no chance to escape. The zombies, witnessing Nana being restrained by one of their kind, glared with bloodshot eyes, eager to tear her apart. However, Julie did not grant them that opportunity, kicking a massive stone that sent a multitude of zombies flying before positioning herself as a barrier in front of the two. "Don't move, Nana, or I will lose my focus," Yuan Xuan whispered into her ear, his voice rich and magnetic, causing Nana's heart to race uncontrollably. "Don't do this. We are still in battle, and there are so many people watching." Her voice trembled as she felt entirely under Yuan Xuan's control, unable to free herself from his grasp. Yuan Xuan chuckled, "Let them watch." As he spoke, his lips brushed against Nana's cheek, slowly tracing downward. Her breath quickened, feeling as though an electric current coursed through her body, rendering her immobile. She knew she should resist, should refuse, yet inexplicably, a wave of anticipation surged within her. Moreover, if she truly struggled, it would only add to Julie's burden, who was currently fighting alone. Ultimately, Nana convinced herself with this reasoning and acquiesced to Yuan Xuan's method of supplementation. "Hurry up." "All right, my dear wife." From a distance, Xiao Zhiron watched, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. How could this man engage in such behavior at this moment? One was not enough, he needed two. What of Lin Yingxue? Was she not his girlfriend? Why did she not intervene? Xiao Zhiron, unable to bear it any longer, adjusted her scope, searching for Lin Yingxue's figure. Soon, she spotted Lin Yingxue atop the city wall. Though her expression was somewhat complex, she did not react strongly. This perplexed Xiao Zhiron. Her boyfriend was engaging in such acts with another woman. Why did she not stop it, nor even show jealousy? What was this woman thinking? Or was it possible that Yuan Xuan had deceived her, and Lin Yingxue was not truly his girlfriend? Yet, both her current and past expressions did not align with that notion. Could it be that she permitted Yuan Xuan multiple partners? How could that be? Just as Xiao Zhiron pondered these questions, Yuan Xuan had completed his supplementation. The three resumed their assault on the zombies. Above the commercial building, a woman known as Luo Dong stood by the window with her eyes closed, sensing the ongoing battle. Initially, she was merely curious about whom the zombies were pursuing. But the ensuing conflict filled her with increasing dread. The abilities of a man and two women on the battlefield were exceedingly peculiar. One possessed the dual powers of earth and fire, harmoniously coexisting without conflict, sometimes merging to create a new ability. The other woman, wielding transformation and water abilities, experienced a substantial enhancement in physical capabilities post-transformation, with a more fluid flow of her powers than typical water users. Not only was her ability to condense powers faster and her attack potency greater, but her energy consumption was also significantly lower. Yet, what alarmed Luo Dong the most was the man. Through her perception, she discerned that he did not feel human at all. Humans released energy from within when utilizing their powers, while he seemed to possess an inexhaustible source of energy within him. More terrifying was his ability to absorb energy from the slain zombies, converting it for his use, an approach entirely distinct from both humans and zombies. Furthermore, he could transform this internal energy into a form usable by humans and distribute it to others. Who exactly was he? Luo Dong was drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by his frightening presence. Luo Dong, what is the matter? Has something happened? Her female bodyguard inquired, noticing her furrowed brow and the beads of perspiration forming. At the sound of her voice, Luo Dong opened her eyes and sighed deeply. A terrifying group has approached our territory. I cannot discern whether they are friends or foes. Outside the Radiant City, thousands of zombies and nearly 100 mutated ones had been decimated by Yuan Xuan and his companions, leaving the horde considerably dispersed. During this time, Yuan Xuan continued to slay and secretly devour the energy of the mutated zombies. With his energy replenished, he no longer needed to worry about fatigue or power. Initially contemplating a retreat to the city walls should the situation worsen, he now deemed it unnecessary. Is it really that simple? Yuan Xuan mused, turning his gaze toward the distant spider zombie. It's time to deal with her. Nana, Lily, cover me. Understood. Both women responded in unison. Yuan Xuan inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of energy within as he digested the energy from the recently slain three-tiered frog mutant zombie. Having been engaged in battle and supplementation, he had little time to assimilate the energy until now. Approximately 30 seconds later, the energy was fully digested. In his black beast form, the once rigid black organic layer began to manifest scales. He could feel these scales enveloping his skin, forming a protective layer. Now, Yuan Xuan possessed a dual layer of armor. The outer layer comprised of tough black organic material, while the inner layer consisted of scales from the frog zombie. Not only that, but his thigh muscles had become significantly more powerful, and his physical attributes had increased to 5 times their original state. Yuan Xuan crouched low, bending his legs like a frog, propelling himself toward the spider zombie like a cannonball. The spider zombie immediately reacted, unleashing 3 clumps of webbing in an attempt to hinder his advance. Is that all you can do? Yuan Xuan retorted, spitting 3 blobs of acidic saliva in retaliation. Upon contact, the webbing was swiftly corroded and disappeared. Within 2 seconds, Yuan Xuan reached the spider zombie's position. However, due to his inexperience with the frog zombie's leap, he miscalculated his force and could not halt his momentum. Yuan Xuan collided with the spider zombie, sending her hurtling away. The impact propelled her at a speed rivaling his own. She crashed into a roll-up door, the tremendous force damaging it. Yet the spider zombie continued her trajectory until she slammed into the wall of the shop, finally coming to a halt. Yuan Xuan, relying on his limbs to anchor himself to the ground, managed to slow down. Perhaps I exerted a bit too much force. I should practice new skills before using them to avoid turning her into mush and losing the chance to absorb all the energy. That would be a significant loss. It's over, Luo Dong from the commercial building remarked, her beautiful eyes wide open. Which side has emerged victorious? Her bodyguard inquired. The humans. This. The bodyguard found it hard to believe, considering the overwhelming numbers of zombies and mutated variants, including 2 three-tiered ones. How many are they? The bodyguard pressed. Only 3. And there's a sniper on the city wall providing cover, totaling 4. 4? Just 3 people? The bodyguard's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. She did not doubt Mr. Luo's words. Rather, she found it astonishing that merely 3 individuals could vanquish so many zombies. Who on earth were they? Mr. Luo. Mr. Luo. Wait, this is... Before she could inquire further about the bodyguard's words, Mr. Luo's expression suddenly turned grave, his usually stern countenance now betraying a hint of terror. What on earth were those 4 entities? Chapter 80. The Crimson Beasts not far from the Radiant City. Upon a street lamp, Yu Ruolan sheltered herself beneath her white parasol, observing the unfolding battle. Is this how it ends? How dull. Once she witnessed Yuan Xuan hurl the spider zombie into a shop, she understood the outcome was already determined. That unappetizing big brother was far too formidable. Little Yu had not yet had her fill of the spectacle. However, it seemed he had a penchant for food as well, while she relished devouring humans. He seemed to enjoy feasting on zombies. Perhaps they could become good friends. She resolved to chat with him upon their next encounter. Just as she turned to leave, a sudden realization struck her. What are they doing here? Her gaze sharpened as she focused once more on Yuan Xuan's location. Outside the shop, Yuan Xuan unleashed his tendrils, ensnaring the spider zombie and dragging it forth. It was already on the brink of death. How fragile. With an expression of dissatisfaction, he remarked that he had yet to fully experiment with his new abilities. It appeared he would have to seek out the mindless zombies instead. He then shot out another tendril, intent on delivering the final blow to the spider zombie. Suddenly, an alarm blared within him, the black insect warning him to be cautious of a side attack. Without hesitation, Yuan Xuan propelled himself away, feeling a slight brush against his tendril. Had he been a moment slower, it might have been severed entirely. The force of his retreat carried him nearly 200 meters back. When he halted, he beheld 4 figures where he had just stood. However, they could scarcely be classified as human, nor even as zombies. There stood 4 grotesque creatures, their skin entirely stripped away, leaving only raw muscle, their bodies of vivid crimson. They bore a resemblance to the lickers from Resident Evil, yet unlike those. They lacked claws but possessed eyes. Their stature was modest, ranging between 160 to 170 centimeters. Their skeletal structure appeared mutated, with spiny protrusions reminiscent of a Spinosaurus along their spines. Jagged teeth twisted grotesquely from their mouths, and sharp spikes jutted from their wrists, clearly functioning as weapons. Due to the abnormal growth of their bones, their rib cages had elongated, stretching the chest muscles and creating a hollow space between the thorax and abdomen, from which corrosive fluid dripped onto the ground. As the acid pooled, it corroded the concrete, creating small, smoking craters. Yuan Xuan contemplated the implications of engaging them in close combat. Any significant movement from these creatures could result in the acid spraying onto him. It was a nightmare for hand-to-hand encounters. What on earth are these things? He pondered, gazing at the nauseating entities before him. Initially, he thought them to be a new breed of mutated zombies, but the black insect showed no inclination to devour them. This puzzled him greatly. Typically, the black insect exhibited some desire to consume any encountered mutated zombie. Yet, these 4 elicited no response, merely advising him to maintain distance. When he inquired if the black insect knew something, it merely expressed its own revulsion, desiring to avoid them. Suddenly, a resounding gunshot echoed from behind Yuan Xuan. One of the crimson beasts collapsed to the ground immediately. This was followed by the roaring of an engine. He turned to see a military-grade vehicle barreling towards him. Less than 300 meters away, with a familiar figure wielding an anti-material sniper rifle, Xiao Zhirong. What is she doing here? Upon recognizing her, Yuan Xuan's brow furrowed. Yuan Xuan, kill that wolf-level female zombie. Xiao Zhirong shouted. What does she mean? Yuan Xuan was bewildered by her immediate demand. Yet, recalling the earlier encounter, it was evident that those 4 creatures had targeted his tendrils. Was there a reason behind this? Knowing Xiao Zhirong, she would not speak without purpose. TSK. Although her command irritated him, the situation was unique, so he complied. Yuan Xuan thrust out his tendril once more, piercing the spider zombie's head. Roar. The crimson beasts, 200 meters away, immediately erupted into a cacophony of rage. Their faces contorted with expressions of disgust. Wait, why are they becoming even more agitated after I kill her? Yuan Xuan questioned, glancing at the military vehicle now beside him. Not killing them would lead to greater trouble. Xiao Zhirong replied. Her brows knitted tightly as she regarded the crimson monsters. Be cautious, these creatures are formidable. No sooner had she spoken than the previously downed crimson beast shakily regained its footing. From a short distance, Yuan Xuan could clearly see that aside from a shallow dent on its forehead, it bore no other injuries. A cold sweat trickled down his temple as he turned to Xiao Zhirong. Is your sniper rifle genuine? Of course, she replied, casting him a sidelong glance. Yet understanding his concern. What caliber is that? Yuan Xuan pressed on. 50, Xiao Zhirong answered. And it's been reinforced. Damn, this is a tough situation. Yuan Xuan chuckled bitterly, cursing under his breath. 50 caliber bullets, designed for anti-material rifles, could pierce through tanks, yet against these crimson beasts, it merely left a dent. Though he wore double-layered protection, he lacked confidence in withstanding a shot from an anti-material sniper rifle. Haven't I told you before? Stop using foul language, Xiao Zhirong chided, casting him another glance. Still have time for lectures? It seems you have a plan, Yuan Xuan retorted, his gaze shifting to Zhang Qibing, who was seated in the vehicle, forming seals with her eyes closed, murmuring incantations. Sort of, Xiao Zhirong replied nonchalantly. They're coming. Be careful, avoid contact. Your attack power is insufficient to breach their defenses, she warned. No sooner had she finished speaking than the 4 monsters lunged toward Yuan Xuan and the others. The military vehicle began to reverse immediately, and Yuan Xuan also retreated. Bang! Xiao Zhirong fired again, striking the foremost crimson beast, which fell to the ground. However, It merely collapsed momentarily before rising again, filled with fury, joining the other previously injured beast in pursuit of Xiao Zhirong's vehicle. The remaining two unscathed zombies charged directly at Yuan Xuan. They moved with astonishing speed, covering over 200 meters in just 3 to 4 seconds, arriving before him in an instant. As one reached out to grab him, Yuan Xuan swiftly dodged. Despite his quick reflexes, it was only barely enough to evade these crimson fiends. Yuan Xuan, brother! Zhu Li and Banana shouted from behind, wanting to assist. Yuan Xuan, tell those women to retreat. They are no match for them. Xiao Zhirong shouted, her brow furrowed in concern. Chapter 81. Flying kites, how do you speak? Banana asked. Nana, listen to me and go back. They are truly beyond your capability, Xiao Zhirong remarked. Though her words were harsh, they held a kernel of truth. The speed and defensive strength of these creatures were indeed insurmountable for them. Banana might have evaded them with her swift transformation, but they did not possess the same balance of speed and defense as Yuan Xuan. A mere graze could lead to grave consequences. Upon hearing Yuan Xuan's warning, the two women halted in their tracks. However, the two red monsters that had been attacking Yuan Xuan immediately shifted their focus towards Banana and Julie as they approached, abandoning their previous target. What is happening? Yuan Xuan felt a pang of anxiety and shouted towards the two women, run. Yet, the speed of the red monsters was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, they were upon the two women. Reacting quickly, the two unleashed their extraordinary abilities. Banana drew her bow, conjuring an arrow far thicker than the one she had previously used. Meanwhile, Julie combined fire and earth, raising a massive stone engulfed in flames from the ground. Go! They shouted in unison, sending the arrow and the boulder soaring towards the two red monsters. The creatures attempted to evade, but these powers, despite their impressive appearance, were not swift enough to catch them. Just as the monsters were about to dodge, two tendrils suddenly ensnared their thighs, immobilizing them. Trying to escape? Dream on. Yuan Xuan laughed. Boom. The two powers struck the red monsters simultaneously, triggering a thunderous explosion that sent shockwaves through the surroundings. Bound by Yuan Xuan's tendrils, the monsters could not evade the impact and had to endure the blow. Their bodies erupted with red energy as they collided with Banana and Julie's abilities, emitting a radiant light. Yuan Xuan quickly retracted his tendrils, unable to withstand such ferocity. The rumbling persisted for a while before gradually subsiding. When the brilliance faded, the two red monsters lay on the ground but soon rose again. The one struck by Banana's arrow remained unscathed, not even a scratch on its surface. The other, hit by Julie's boulder, was engulfed in flames but stood there, seemingly impervious to pain, merely charred in places. Damn it, their defenses are incredibly formidable. Yuan Xuan couldn't help but curse. He had expected his tendrils to bind the monsters, granting Banana and Julie an opportunity to attack. Yet he was astonished by the robustness of their defenses. He could only knock them down. If his abilities were directed against the previous horde of zombies, they would have easily felled hundreds. Fall back now. Yuan Xuan shot out his tendrils once more to restrain the two creatures, shouting. The two women nodded and began to flee towards the City of Radiance. Along the way, a few zombies attempted to block their path, but they were no match for the pair. Roaring, the red monsters, seeing the two women escape, bellowed defiantly, disregarding their bindings by Yuan Xuan, and charged after them. Their immense strength dragged Yuan Xuan forward, yet their speed had indeed diminished, widening the gap between them and the two women. Bang! Bang! On the city walls, Qingqing seized the moment when the monsters slowed down and rapidly fired her weapon. The bullets struck the foreheads of the two creatures with pinpoint accuracy. However, it proved futile. The power of the 88-style sniper rifle was insufficient even to slow them down, the bullets ricocheting off their tough hides. What kind of skin is this to withstand a sniper rifle? Fang Qingqing frowned. She found herself unable to provide cover, merely a spectator to the unfolding chaos. Lin Yingxue and Li Qing beside her felt equally helpless, their hearts filled with frustration. Especially Lin Yingxue, who despised being a burden to Yuan Xuan and wished to fight alongside him rather than watch helplessly. Although she had a gun, her accuracy was lacking at this distance, unable to hit even a regular zombie. If only she possessed powers like Julie and Banana, she could fight alongside Yuan Xuan. Yet, he had never mentioned such a possibility, and she lacked the courage to inquire. Below the walls, the red monsters realized the distance between themselves and Banana and Julie was increasing. They finally noticed the bindings that hindered their speed, turning their rage towards Yuan Xuan. They roared, their bodies glowing with red energy. In a sudden burst of strength, they broke free from the tendrils, leaving only a few severed remnants writhing on the ground. Foolish creatures, did you just realize that? Yuan Xuan mused. During their pursuit, he had observed that these beings possessed little intelligence, acting purely on instinct, much like zombies. But why had they abandoned their attack on him to pursue by Nana and Julie? After killing that spider zombie, they had gone into a frenzy. Did they come seeking the spider zombie? What was their motive? He glanced toward Xiao Zhirong and her companions, who were being chased by two red monsters. The third-generation warriors were not particularly swift, yet the red monsters had failed to catch up, thwarted by Xiao Zhirong's continuous gunfire. Lacking intelligence, the monsters charged forward, only to be gunned down again as they attempted to charge. This is akin to flying kites, Yuan Xuan remarked, observing Xiao Zhirong's adept handling of the situation with a hint of admiration. It appeared she was quite familiar with these creatures and had a deeper understanding of their behavior. He would have to inquire further later. As the two red monsters saw by Nana and Julie retreat into the City of Radiance and shut the gates, they turned in frustration to attack Yuan Xuan, launching themselves at him. I shall fly a kite as well. Yuan Xuan smiled slightly before swiftly unleashing his tendrils, aiming for the ankles of the red monsters. Once ensnared, he seized the opportunity as they moved forward, pulling them sharply. The monsters' strides widened, forcing them into a split, unable to maintain their footing, ultimately crashing to the ground. This maneuver was learned from Xiao Zhirong. These creatures required little more than control. The atmosphere on the city walls, despite the gravity of the situation, erupted in laughter at Yuan Xuan's antics. The sight of the creatures sprawled in a split was simply too absurd, and the women could not contain themselves. Among them, Li Qing's laughter rang the loudest. Chapter 82. The original species zombie upon reaching the city wall. By Nana and Julie were momentarily bewildered, unsure of the reason behind the laughter. Looking down at the ground, they saw two crimson monsters that had just fallen, attempting to rise only to be yanked back by Yuan Xuan's tendrils or tripped up by them. On the other side, two more red creatures were being knocked down by Xiao Zhirong with every few steps. The scene was utterly comical, leaving by Nana and Julie at a loss for words. Was this truly the formidable creature that was impervious to blades and fire just moments ago? Yuan Xuan, we are ready on our end. Bring those two over. Xiao Zhirong called out. Okay. Yuan Xuan used his tendrils to lift the two recently toppled zombies and flung them toward the pair Xiao Zhirong had dispatched. Qibing. Received. Captain. Zhang Qibing disembarked, forming a hand seal. Thunderstorm summon. As Zhang Qibing completed her seal, a resounding explosion echoed overhead, and azure lightning descended from the sky, striking the four red monstrosities. In an instant, the powerful current enveloped them, and they emitted piercing cries as wisps of white smoke rose from their bodies. However, once the storm passed, they appeared merely charred, yet still stood upright, seemingly unscathed. Hey, this isn't working. Yuan Xuan frowned, preparing to launch his tendrils again. No need. They are already dead, Xiao Zhirong stated, drawing a Glock pistol from her waist. Bang, 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 bang. She fired 4 shots, each one striking the head of a crimson creature with precision. Upon impact, the heads exploded, and the monsters collapsed lifelessly to the ground. What is this principle? Yuan Xuan was momentarily baffled. The heads that even an anti-material sniper rifle could not pierce were now obliterated by a mere handgun. What is happening? Yuan Xuan approached Xiao Zhirong's vehicle for clarification. They fear thunder and lightning. If the current courses through their bodies, it breaches their defenses, rendering them exceedingly vulnerable. Xiao Zhirong explained without turning her head. Ah, I see. But what exactly are these creatures? You seem to know a great deal about them, Yuan Xuan inquired. That is classified information. I cannot disclose it, Xiao Zhirong replied coolly. Classified? Yuan Xuan's brow furrowed. Had Xiao Zhirong indeed joined some organization? No. Perhaps she had been part of it all along. Memories of those who had attempted to capture him at the cinema and the mysterious disappearances before graduation flooded his mind. How many secrets had this woman kept from him? Xiao Zhirong turned, a fleeting complexity in her gaze, before retrieving a bag from the vehicle and handing it to Yuan Xuan through the open window. This is something you forgot at my place. I'm returning it to you. Yuan Xuan was taken aback. When had he ever left anything at Xiao Zhirong's? They had never cohabited. What could he have possibly left behind? Perhaps it was a gift he had given her? but that hardly warranted such a large package. Yet he knew well that Xiao Zhirong would never engage in frivolous acts. Taking the backpack, he noted its lightness, as though it contained nothing of substance. "I'm leaving. Take care of yourself," Xiao Zhirong concluded, not allowing Yuan Xuan a moment to respond before she closed the window and instructed Yi Chuyong to drive away. Damn, that woman really knows how to enter and exit at her whim. Upon encountering Xiao Zhirong again, despite her unchanged demeanor, still cold and aloof, Yuan Xuan understood her complex nature. Especially with the emergence of the red creatures, without her assistance and guidance, engaging them amidst their unknown capabilities would have surely incurred significant costs. "Thanks, you troublesome woman," Yuan Xuan muttered as he watched the military vehicle drive away, then opened the backpack. Inside, he found nothing but a leather document pouch. "What is this?" Yuan Xuan pondered, confused, for this was clearly not his belonging. Why had Xiao Zhirong made such a statement? Could it be? He realized her words were merely a ruse. Perhaps it contained something confidential. Securing the bag, Yuan Xuan unleashed his tendrils and returned to the city wall. Lin Yingxue and the others gathered around him. "Yingxue, convene all within 30 minutes for a meeting, including the new arrivals. I have matters to discuss," Yuan Xuan instructed. "Understood, senior." Lin Yingxue nodded, promptly retrieving a walkie-talkie to summon Lu Wolin. As Yuan Xuan leapt from the wall, he made his way back to his presidential suite in Building 1801. In the Commerce Building, Chairman Luo opened his eyes and instructed his bodyguard, "Inform everyone to stand down. The situation has concluded. Additionally, notify all to set aside their tasks and convene in the 5th-floor conference room." "Yes, Chairman Luo," the bodyguard replied respectfully before exiting the office. It seemed necessary to engage with the group that had taken down the happiness prison, Luo mused to himself. Meanwhile, Yu Ruolin had long since departed the scene. Skipping joyfully down the street, her spirits evidently high. That big brother was so intriguing. He had devised such a fascinating method to tackle the original species. She couldn't wait to tell her mother. But then again, wouldn't her mother be even more interested in his mutation? Little Yu was eager to return home and share her excitement with her mother. Bounding joyfully down the street, Yu Ruolin noticed that the nearby zombies ignored her as if she were invisible, only glancing back when her little black shoes made a sound. Upon returning to his suite, Yuan Xuan retrieved the document and settled into a chair to read. As he glanced at the title, his expression turned grave. Original Species Research Report? Xiao Zhirong had given him this. Such an uncooperative woman. Rather than disclose the truth, she directly handed him the report. The document revealed that the original species was the primary instigator of the apocalypse. 3 years prior, hundreds of small meteors had descended upon Blue Star. Due to their diminutive size, they landed in remote mountains or uninhabited beaches, escaping widespread notice. Subsequent investigations deemed these meteors ordinary space debris, drawing even less attention. However, it was later discovered that these stones seemed to harbor life forms that entered the Earth upon landing. They are now referred to as the original species. An accompanying image depicted creatures identical to the 4 red monsters Yuan Xuan had encountered today. Damn it, so they are aliens. No wonder their skin was so tough. How could ordinary carbon-based life forms withstand strikes from an anti-material sniper rifle and supernatural powers without a scratch? Continuing to read, Yuan Xuan frowned at the next statement. It noted that after the arrival of the original species on Blue Star, there had been a rising number of female disappearances in remote areas. Subsequent research revealed that these original species not only spread the zombie virus, but also required human females for reproduction. Chapter 83. Harvest time. Not only human females, but the majority of biological mothers on Blue Star possess this capability, whether avian, terrestrial, or marine life. Even female zombies can be utilized for reproduction and the dissemination of the virus. However, when compared to relatively lower intelligence and less evolved species, human females, especially those who have undergone evolution, such as those with extraordinary abilities or above the wolf class, are much more suitable for the original species. It is no wonder that today, those 4 original species sought to seize that 3rd-tier female zombie. Upon seeing Nana and Lily, they abandoned their pursuit of me to rush towards them. According to the reports brought back by the Special Operations Team, these red original species, resembling humans, are a new breed that emerged from their reproduction with humans, subsequently interbreeding among themselves. They possess no intelligence and fear thunder and lightning. Additionally, there are beast-like and insect-like forms. which are speculated to have also arisen from reproduction with Blue Star's biological entities. Currently, no higher-tier original species have been discovered, necessitating further investigation. Female personnel on the field are advised to steer clear of the original species if they lack lightning-based attack capabilities. Report concluded. What? Such terrifying defensive capabilities. And they are still considered lower tier? After reading the report, Yuan Xuan fell into deep contemplation. The targets of these beings are solely females, akin to the goblins depicted in certain Western fantasy works. They reproduce with high-ranking female adventurers, mages, and knights to give birth to even more formidable goblin warriors. This is hardly encouraging news. These entities share a similar philosophy with Yuan Xuan's ambition of establishing a power, yet their motives are diametrically opposed. They aim to capture and breed, while Yuan Xuan seeks to capture for aesthetic appreciation. A conflict is brewing, my friend. My domain is filled with women. It is only a matter of time before these creatures take notice. It seems imperative to accelerate the fortification of my military. What is this? A small note slipped out from the document in Yuan Xuan's hand. The handwriting. Is it Zai's? Yuan Xuan, have you offended someone? Today, during the battle, someone was watching you with malice. I took care of it for you. In this apocalyptic world, it's wise not to provoke others to avoid trouble. Though your base is walled off, as you must have read in the report, this is hardly a long-term solution. I reiterate, our shelter is far more secure. If you wish to come, find me at the Blue City Shelter, located 3 kilometers from Key National Road. Someone is watching me? Who could it be? Yuan Xuan momentarily could not fathom who it might be. There's more writing on the back. Yuan Xuan noticed that the reverse side of the paper contained additional text. Happy birthday. Yuan Xuan was taken aback. He had not expected Zai's to send him birthday wishes. He had completely forgotten that today was his birthday. This woman, truly. Yuan Xuan chuckled softly, surprised that she still remembered, despite their having only celebrated it once together. So why did you choose to part ways with me in such a manner back then? Yuan Xuan found himself perplexed from Zai's various actions today. It was evident that she cared for him, providing support and intelligence. Moreover, this information was clearly confidential to her base, yet she offered it freely without any strings attached. It was all so confusing, so incomprehensible. Yuan Xuan, who prided himself on his understanding of women, found himself once again bewildered by a woman's thoughts. No, perhaps he had never truly understood the real Zai's. He tucked the note away, intending to investigate who was surveilling him in the Linhua community. Within 3 minutes, Yuan Xuan reached the top floor of the Linhua community and discovered a corpse. What a grim sight. Its head completely blown off, making identification nearly impossible. What is this? A walkie-talkie? This implies that this individual was previously spying on the battle here and was in contact with someone else. This model of walkie-talkie likely has a range of about 5 kilometers, suggesting that their stronghold is not far away. Who could it be? Zai's mentioned that this person harbored malice towards him. Among those he had recently offended, the only ones still alive were Lu Tianlong and his gang. Given the shabby attire of the corpse, it seemed likely. Well, I hadn't even sought you out, and you've come to me? He pocketed the walkie-talkie, planning to give it to Lin Yingxue for safekeeping, so that if Lu Tianlong and his group used the channel set on this device, they could overhear valuable information. Subsequently, Yuan Xuan arrived at the battlefield and began to consume the remaining energy from the mutated zombie corpses. Out of over 300, nearly half had already been absorbed by Nana and Julie. Most were first or second-tier zombies. Yuan Xuan consumed the remaining half, acquiring energy equivalent to 153 first-tier and 46 second-tier zombies. The energy from evolved zombies could be exchanged for enhancement fruits at a 1:1 ratio. However, with such a significant amount, combined with the energy from ordinary zombies, the process would likely consume a substantial amount of time. At last, Yuan Xuan stood before the spider zombie, prepared to absorb and digest it, assimilating the skills acquired. 15 minutes later, he had fully digested the creature. Aside from the frog and spider zombies, no new species had emerged. The newly acquired skills included 3. Wolfpack. Emit a special sound wave to summon and control zombies. Capable of commanding up to 100 ordinary zombies, 30 semi-evolved zombies, 8 first-tier mutated zombies, and 3 second-tier mutated zombies. Zombies above the 3rd tier, as well as those exceeding the control limit, can only be summoned but not controlled. Spider Silk. Can spray spider silk from any pore in the body, with a range of 100 meters. Venomous tongue can launch a long, toxin-laden tongue to attack enemy units, with an attack range of 50 meters. He chuckled. What peculiar skills these are. It seems I have truly become a Spider-Man, and a formidable one at that, wielding both poison and acidic liquid. After acquiring these skills, Yuan Xuan increasingly felt like a monster. However, Wolfpack is quite commendable. Had I possessed this ability earlier, I could have effortlessly summoned zombies during the cleanup of the Happy Prison instead of laboriously eliminating them one by one. Yet, refraining from killing means forfeiting the opportunity to obtain zombie energy. Senior, everyone has arrived, came Lin Yingshue's voice from the walkie-talkie at his waist. Understood, I'll be there shortly. After responding, Yuan Xuan contemplated testing his spider silk to see if he could swing through the air like Spider-Man. Although using his appendages would suffice, it simply lacked the elegance of spider silk. After all, the image of that superhero had long been ingrained in his childhood memories. With a flick of his fingertip, he shot out spider silk, adhering it to the highest point of the city wall. Yuan Xuan tugged on it with some force. It exhibited excellent elasticity and seemed remarkably resilient. He then attempted to use his retractable appendages to pull himself up. Indeed, it was successful. As he began to retract the silk, he felt a powerful force pulling him upward, and in mere seconds, he reached the top of the wall, standing there steadily. This method proved to be faster than using his appendages, and the range of the spider silk far exceeded that of his tendrils. While his appendages could only extend up to 20 meters, the spider silk could reach 100 meters. This would significantly enhance his speed of movement in the future, freeing him from the constraints of certain unique terrains. Furthermore, given the silk's toughness and adhesive properties, it could also serve as a means of long-range control. Next time he encounters a red original species, he could ensnare them with spider silk. Although he currently lacks offensive abilities to eliminate them, he now possesses numerous methods to control them. Today's events, though perilous, were indeed worthwhile. He not only acquired new skills, but also amassed a great deal of energy. Not only did he strengthen himself, but the women in his base could also ascend to a new level. Chapter 84. Senior, please don't leave Senior, everyone has arrived. Lin Yingshue's voice echoed from the walkie-talkie at her waist. Is it time? Yes, Yingxue, I still need a bit more time here. Please explain our rules to the newcomers, and also inquire if they wish to join the warrior corps. Understood, Senior. Setting down the walkie-talkie, she leaped off the city wall and settled onto the grass, beginning to create enhancement fruits. The bunny girls had seemingly performed well in recent days according to Lin Yingshue's reports, so it was only fitting to reward them. Furthermore, the warrior corps required an enhancement in their combat abilities, as their numbers were still too few, with only 40 individuals currently in the base, including 14 female warriors, 19 maids, and 7 in management. Yuan Xuan planned to elevate all the management members and female warriors to the second tier of enhancement. Additionally, he considered bestowing dual abilities upon Fang Qingqing. What is this? While manufacturing the enhancement fruits, Yuan Xuan suddenly sensed 2 streams of abilities flowing within him. Light and wind. Astonished, he realized that upon absorbing these human abilities, their presence would only manifest during the creation of the fruits. When had he acquired them? Was it possible that one of the men he had killed today possessed abilities? That shouldn't be the case. If they had powers, why hadn't they utilized them? Particularly, this light ability seemed to have been derived from a mutated zombie, indicating a higher level, nearly matching that of Julie, who had just awakened her dual abilities. Were they perhaps reserving their strength for a counterattack? This realization seemed plausible to Yuan Xuan, recalling that a few of the men had indeed plotted to ambush him later. However, this unexpected gain was fortuitous, allowing Fang Qingqing, Li Qing, and Lin Yingxue to acquire abilities as well. Currently, he held enhancement fruits of wind, fire, and light. He decided to give the light fruit to Lin Yingxue, as she radiated a gentleness akin to the morning sun. The fire fruit would go to Li Qing, whose spirited nature suited it well, while the wind fruit was designated for Fang Qingqing. Unlike before, he would not be giving them away freely this time. Previously, it had been inconvenient to share a space at school, but now that each had their own room, it would be foolish not to take advantage of this. Moreover, giving them away for free would be unfair to Banana and Julie. If he were to establish a harem, fairness must prevail. After completing the fruits, Yuan Xuan made his way to the conference room door. He had been delayed. Creating abilities from third-tier fruits took longer than anticipated and consumed 2 hours. Apologies for the wait. I was held up by a few matters, he said as he entered. As he stepped inside, Lin Xue and the others suddenly burst forth with celebratory streamers. Colorful ribbons and confetti filled the air, surprising Yuan Xuan. He paused, glancing around at the newcomers, who were now donned in matching maid outfits, appearing remarkably coordinated and alluring. What is the meaning of this? Senior, happy birthday. Lin Xue beamed. And the others chimed in unison, happy birthday? How did you know? Yuan Xuan was taken aback. Aside from Xiao Zhirong, he hadn't expected anyone else to remember his birthday. He had almost forgotten it himself. Hee, your information is accessible to the student council, but only Xue remembers, Li Qing added with a playful smile. At this, Yuan Xuan turned to Lin Xue, their eyes meeting as she returned his gaze with a gentle smile. Looking further into the conference room, he noticed each place was meticulously set with cutlery and food. A variety of Western dishes awaited them, including steak, lobster, baked chicken, fries, braised noodles, bread, and red wine. His position at the table was arranged with just the right amount of food to satisfy his hunger, reflecting how attentively the preparations had been made to accommodate his appetite. You arrived quite swiftly. I thought you would take longer. The cake from Sister Shaman is only halfway done, Lin Xue remarked with a hint of regret. Yuan Xuan smiled and approached her, affectionately stroking her soft hair. How did you know I would be delayed? Lin Xue's face flushed as she glanced at Nana. It was Nana who mentioned it. She sensed you were still busy on the grass near the city wall and estimated you would need more time. Indeed. Nana's nose is as keen as ever, Yuan Xuan chuckled, directing his gaze toward Nana. What nonsense is that? Is that how you compliment girls? Nana rolled her eyes in mock exasperation. Yuan Xuan laughed softly and took his seat in the center. Gazing at the sumptuous spread before him and the enchanting women surrounding him, a warm feeling swelling within. Since his parents' passing, aside from the year he dated Xiao Zhirong, no one had celebrated his birthday. Come, let us all sit down and enjoy the meal together, he invited, and everyone promptly took their seats, indulging in the delightful feast. Laughter and merriment filled the conference room, cultivating a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Despite being in a post-apocalyptic world, he found unprecedented peace and happiness within this space. This was the life Yuan Xuan yearned for. A piece of land with 2 cows, a loving family gathered around a warm hearth, a life of simplicity. Yet, what he truly desired was a vast expanse of land, surrounded by a multitude of companions. Was all of this arranged by you? Yuan Xuan inquired of Lin Xue, seated beside him. Not at all, it was a collective effort. Initially, we planned to celebrate at a restaurant when you returned today, but since you mentioned a meeting, we decided to shift it here and turn it into a banquet, Lin Xue explained, her face glowing with happiness and satisfaction. Look, the truffle chicken was made by Nana. The steak was cooked by Qing'er, the cookies were baked by Qingqing, the sauce was prepared by Shuaying, and the apple rabbit was peeled by Zixi, she detailed, omitting her own contributions. And what about you? What did you do? Yuan Xuan asked with a smile, knowing Lin Xue must have had a role. Coordination, arrangement, and preparation of the lobster and barbecue were all handled by our head housekeeper, who began the preparations yesterday to surprise you, Li Qing interjected. Is that so? You truly worked hard. Thank you, Yuan Xuan expressed his gratitude toward Lin Xue. He understood well how fortunate and rare it was to have such a thoughtful, gentle girl by his side in this desolate world. Lin Xue shook her head lightly, her face adorned with a sweet smile. It's no trouble at all. As long as Senior enjoys it, that's enough. Feeling a surge of warmth, Yuan Xuan gently grasped Lin Xue's small hand as they began to eat. The atmosphere of the banquet grew increasingly warm and harmonious, and Yuan Xuan refrained from mentioning the meeting to preserve this delightful mood. As everyone dined and chatted, laughter resonated throughout the room. Halfway through the meal, Shaman entered, carrying a cake adorned with candles that exuded an enticing aroma. Master, happy birthday. Shaman placed the cake before Yuan Xuan, her face beaming with a sweet smile, indicating her acceptance of the base's customs. Upon witnessing this, everyone rose to sing him a birthday song, their voices echoing in the conference room, filling it with warmth and joy. Thank you all, Yuan Xuan said, his heart brimming with gratitude and happiness. He knew these women were indispensable presences in his life, and he would do anything for them. Senior, please try the cake. Shaman made it especially for you, Lin Xue urged. Nodding, Yuan Xuan picked up his fork and knife, savoring the cake's perfectly balanced sweetness and delicate texture, which left a lingering taste. Truly, she was a certified chef. The crowd indulged in the cake, relishing this rare moment of warmth. The apocalyptic life of the past few weeks had been exceedingly arduous for everyone present. Many had imbibed copious amounts of red wine, with some already sprawled across the table in slumber. Lin Yingshue's face glowed a rosy hue as she swayed gently. Observing this, Yuan Xuan chuckled and shook his head, realizing that a meeting today was simply out of the question. So be it, tomorrow would suffice. After the banquet concluded, Yuan Xuan carried the slightly inebriated Lin Yingxue to her room. Gently placing her on the bed, he intended to turn off the lights and leave, seeking out the sober Feng Qingqing next door to assist her in awakening her latent abilities. Senior, please, don't go. Chapter 85. Good evening. Big brother Lin Yingxue gently grasped Yuan Xuanqing's clothing, her eyes hazy with intoxication as she gazed up at him, her voice soft and alluring. Yuan Xuanqing, captivated by her enchanting almond-shaped eyes and her alluring figure clad in a revealing maid outfit, felt a stirring in his heart. Perhaps I should help Yingxue awaken tonight. He sat softly at the edge of the bed, caressing Lin Yingxue's cheek and speaking tenderly. All right, I won't leave. Look at you. If you can't drink, then don't drink too much. No, I'm not drunk. I'm just a little dizzy, Lin Yingxue replied, shaking her head, a rosy hue spreading across her cheeks. She sat up, wrapping her arms around Yuan Xuanqing's neck, burying her head in the crook of his shoulder. The mingling scent of red wine and her unique fragrance intoxicated him further. Senior, you are such a fool, Lin Yingxue murmured playfully, tightening her embrace around him, unwilling to let him go. What's wrong? Yuan Xuanqing asked gently, sensing that she had something to share. First it was Julie, then it was by Nana. I clearly arrived first. Senior, you big fool. Her voice, laced with drunkenness, was a blend of childishness and reproach. It was endearingly charming. Senior, do you know? I really like you. I truly, truly like you. Lin Yingxue's voice began to tremble, her grip on Yuan Xuanqing tightening, as if she were confessing a secret, fearing he might leave upon hearing it. I've liked you since my freshman year. But perhaps you don't remember that awkward version of me. Yuan Xuanqing felt a pang of compassion for Lin Yingxue, gently stroking her back as he reassured. Of course, I remember. You wore a blue floral short-sleeve shirt, black pants, and small cloth shoes, with your hair in braids, right? He reminisced about their first encounter. It's not bragging. I can recall the appearance and attire of any woman I've looked at more than a few times. As for men, I can hardly remember what my roommates look like, just their nicknames. Old 2, Old 3, Old 4. Upon hearing this, Lin Yingxue raised her head, astonished that Yuan Xuanqing actually remembered her. Then, why didn't you ever talk to me afterward? I even joined the student council for you. Yuan Xuanqing was at a loss for words. He had been pursuing Xiao Zhirong at the time he saved Lin Yingxue, so he hadn't paid much attention to her. Given the current atmosphere, he certainly could not reveal the truth. Yingxue, you're drunk. You should sleep early. I need to head back to my room as well. Leave? In such a situation, how could Yuan Xuanqing possibly leave? He was merely trying to change the subject. No, you can't go. Lin Yingxue pouted childishly. Yuan Xuanqing leaned closer to her slightly flushed ear, whispering in a deep and gentle voice. If you don't let me go, I might do something bad. At his words, Lin Yingxue's already rosy complexion deepened into a captivating shade of pink. Lin Yingxue lowered her head, seemingly in a psychological struggle, before suddenly looking up and declaring, then, let us do it. Anyway, you can't leave. Otherwise, you'll go find by Nana or Julie. Her voice dwindled, and if not for her lips being so close to his ear, Yuan Xuanqing might not have caught her words. No, tonight I am going to find Qingqing, Yuan Xuanqing teased. Slap. Lin Yingxue, exasperated, playfully struck him on the back. Ouch. I'm just joking. Why hit so hard? Who told you? Yingxue, I also like you. Among everyone here, you are my favorite. Upon finishing his sentence, Lin Yingxue's body trembled, and Yuan Xuanqing felt something warm dripping onto his shoulder. However, Lin Yingxue did not respond. She merely shivered and sobbed softly. Silly girl, why are you crying? Yuan Xuanqing gently pulled Lin Yingxue back a bit, looking tenderly into her tear-streaked eyes. Though wet with tears, they appeared even more crystal clear, her cheeks radiant and breathtakingly beautiful. So stunning. This was the kind of beauty that could only be described as enchanting. Unable to resist any longer, Yuan Xuanqing leaned down and kissed her. At first taken aback, Lin Yingxue quickly succumbed to the moment, her blush deepening as she closed her eyes and began to reciprocate his kiss. Her technique was naive and clumsy, but Yuan Xuanqing found it endearing. making her even more lovable. They shared this kiss for what felt like an eternity until Lin Yingxue began to struggle for breath. Only then did Yuan Xuan release her. Senior. I. Lin Yingxue looked at him shyly, seemingly unsure of how to express herself. Yuan Xuan smiled gently and asked, "What is it?" I am. She hesitated, blushing fiercely as she raised her wrist and held up one finger, indicating one. Understanding her meaning immediately, Yuan Xuan nodded, remaining silent as he tenderly laid down beside her. 3 hours later, Yuan Xuan slowly sat up, carefully lifting the sleeping Lin Yingxue in his arms, intending to change to another bed to rest. This one had become unsuitable for sleep. Carrying Lin Yingxue past the damp-made outfit on the floor, he entered another bedroom and gently laid her down, planning to visit the restroom. Who was there? As he stepped into the living room, Yuan Xuan sensed someone present and called out loudly, "Good evening, big brother." A melodious voice, as gentle as a breeze rustling through a forest, drifted from the direction of the balcony. Yuan Xuan was taken aback. This voice was unfamiliar, not belonging to anyone from their esteemed city. He quickly turned to look. There, at the balcony, stood a girl dressed in a white parasol, her skin as pale as snow, her features reminiscent of a delicate doll, smiling brightly at him. "Who are you?" Yuan Xuan immediately became alert, ready to enter his black beast form. He sensed that despite her cute and innocent appearance, she radiated a strong aura of the undead. She was undoubtedly not human. "Big brother, you're so fierce. Not at all gentle like you were with that sister just now. Did Xiaoyu do something wrong?" The girl tilted her head, her expression a mix of confusion and innocence. "That sister? Did this girl really witness everything that just transpired? When did you arrive?" Yuan Xuan frowned, questioning her. The girl poked her chin with a finger, pondering before responding, "I think it was when Big Brother asked if it hurt." And that big sister shook her head while biting her lip. Damn, so she had been here the whole time, watching the entire scene? If she were a boy, Yuan Xuan would have killed him on the spot. However, the fact that she had been present indicated she bore no ill will. Otherwise, she could have easily taken advantage of the situation. "Peeking is not good, little sister," Yuan Xuan admonished. "Peeking? What is that? Is it delicious, big brother?" If someone else had said that, Yuan Xuan might have perceived it as a taunt. Yet the girl's expression was one of genuine curiosity, as if she had stumbled upon something novel. "That is not food," Yuan Xuan replied, then continued to inquire. "Could you tell me who you are and what brings you here?" "I am Yu Ruolan, and my mother sent me to find my older brother." Chapter 86. Collaboration. Your mother? Who is she? What does she want from me? She didn't say much, just asked me to give you this. It seems she wants to collaborate with you, big brother. Yu Ruolan produced a document pouch and handed it to Yuan Xuan. "Here it is. So, little Yu's task is complete. Goodbye, big brother." With that, Yu Ruolan turned to leave, but as she did, she seemed to remember something and turned back to ask Yuan Xuan, "Big brother, I have a question." "What is it? Can you teach me the game you were playing with the big sister earlier?" I saw how happy and content she looked. Even more so than when I eat a lot of food. "Teach? Is that even possible?" "I fear it might not be." Yuan Xuan pondered, looking at the seemingly naive girl. It seemed improbable that mere words could convey such experiences. She would have to learn through direct experience. But at her age, could she truly engage in such experiences? I could teach you if you want, but you're not of age yet, are you? Let's wait until you turn 18. Yuan Xuan observed that Yu Ruolan appeared to be only about 14 or 15. Although she was not human, he had no qualms about her appearance. He had dealt with zombies before and was unfazed by other anomalies. His only concern was her youth. Of age? What does that mean? It means after you turn 18. That means little Yu has to wait a long time. No, I can't wait. Yu Ruolan's expression shifted to one of distress, as if she were on the verge of tears. "It shouldn't take too long. How old are you?" 2 weeks. "No, I meant how old are you in years?" "Little Yu was just born 2 weeks ago." You've grown so much in just 2 weeks? Are you kidding? Are you suffering from amnesia? This is scientifically impossible. However, given the arrival of the apocalypse, such scientific logic seemed irrelevant. Yuan Xuan had grown accustomed to the existence of the extraordinary in this world. He scrutinized the girl. Despite her zombie-like aura, she bore an almost human resemblance, save for her pale skin. If this were indeed true, it piqued his curiosity about her mother. "All right, since you wish to learn, when you're ready, feel free to come find me. I can teach you." After all, as a non-human, everything was negotiable. "Really? That's wonderful. You are truly a good person, big brother. Yu Ruolan's face lit up with joy, resembling that of a child. But perhaps not today. My mother asked me to return after delivering this. Yu Ruolan expressed her regret. Then we'll meet next time. There's plenty of time ahead. Yuan Xuanqing smiled, unhurried. Knowing that Yu Ruolan's mother had already made the first move, and the matter of collaboration would inevitably progress. Yu Ruolan nodded, seemingly satisfied with Yuan Xuanqing's response, and then leaped out of the window. Yuan Xuanqing approached the balcony to watch her figure disappear into the night. What remarkable speed. No wonder she could enter unnoticed. He reflected on his earlier negligence. In the future, for celebrations, he needed to ensure that some guards were present. He could not afford to have everyone intoxicated as they had been today. Moreover, who exactly was Yu Ruolan? And who was her mother? With these questions in mind, Yuan Xuanqing switched on the living room light and opened the document, revealing an A4 paper with a note and a map. The A4 paper read, "Greetings, owner of the Happy Prison. I am Shang Jing, a former researcher from a large organization, engaged in various biological and weapon scientific studies. My daughter, Yu Ruolan, whom I believe you have met, is one of my research outcomes. After hearing her recount your battle today, I became very interested in your powers. I hope you can provide me with some blood for research purposes. Of course, in this world of distrust, to demonstrate my sincerity, I am gifting you the location of an underground armory. I presume you wish to establish a power base in the Happy Prison, and these modern weapons would greatly assist you. I only hope that when little Yu returns, you can provide her with 300 milliliters of blood to take back. I sincerely await your response." Upon reading, Yuan Xuanqing picked up the map, which was a city map of K City, marking a location approximately 8 kilometers from Radiant City, not too far, yet not too close. The site was located underground at South Wind Square, right in the city center, where the population density was considerable. Although it would not be difficult for him to extract weapons from there with his abilities, it would entail multiple trips. However, could he truly trust the words on this paper? What if it was a trap? Moreover, she mentioned hearing Yu Ruolan's account, meaning that Yu Ruolan had witnessed today's battle. Had Shang Jing discerned something from her accounting? Yuan Xuanqing fell into contemplation. He was not one to easily trust others, especially in this world rife with uncertainties and dangers. Yet, the underground armory map provided by Shang Jing undoubtedly held immense allure. Acquiring those weapons would significantly bolster his power, which was crucial for his future development. Nevertheless, he understood that he must proceed with caution. He could not simply hand over his blood to an unknown individual, especially one with such mysterious powers capable of creating beings like Yu Ruolan. Yuan Xuanqing resolved to send someone to scout the vicinity of South Wind Square to verify the existence of the underground armory mentioned by Shang Jing. Simultaneously, when Yu Ruolan returned, he intended to gather as much information as possible about Shang Jing and Yu Ruolan's backgrounds and intentions, allowing him to make a more informed decision. In this apocalypse, trust must be built upon strength and understanding. Yuan Xuanqing believed that as long as he remained cautious and wise, he could establish himself in this unpredictable world and ultimately achieve his goals. As the night deepened, Yuan Xuanqing sat on the sofa in the living room, toying with the map in his hands, filled with a myriad of complex emotions. He knew the road ahead was long, fraught with a shortage of manpower, a deficiency of weapons, and various external crises that needed addressing. What he needed to do was to move forward step by step, continually exploring and growing. "Senior, why are you up?" Suddenly, the bedroom door opened, and Lin Yingxue emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Nothing much, just pondering some matters," Yuan Xuanqing replied with a smile. "Is it about the base? I heard Qin say that the number of zombies nearby is increasing, and the count of mutated zombies is also rising. Everyone is quite worried." Lin Yingxue approached Yuan Xuanqing, gently placing her delicate fingers on his temples and massaging him. After their earlier closeness, Lin Yingxue no longer maintained her previous shyness and felt more at ease and intimate with Yuan Xuanqing. Sort of, Yuan Xuanqing closed his eyes, relishing Lin Yingxue's massage while his thoughts wandered to Yu Ruolan and Shang Jing. Lin Yingxue noticed the map and A4 paper in Yuan Xuanqing's hand, but, since he did not mention them, she refrained from asking questions or peeking, focusing solely on massaging his temples. "Yingxue, would you like to sleep a bit longer?" Yuan Xuanqing suddenly opened his eyes to inquire. Upon hearing this, Lin Yingxue immediately became bashful again. "Does senior still want that?" I'm not sleepy." However, if Yuan Xuanqing desired it, she would not refuse. "All right then, shall I help you awaken your powers?" "Okay." Please let me wash up first. Awaken. Powers. Greetings, everyone. I am the author of this book, Xuan by Ko. This marks my inaugural venture into writing, and I acknowledge that there are certain imperfections in my work. I have received considerable feedback from readers and am acutely aware of my shortcomings. I have diligently read through each of your comments, which have left a profound impression on me. Every insight shared by my fellow readers has been immensely beneficial, guiding my growth as a writer. I am committed to addressing the points you have raised, and I kindly ask for your continued guidance should you find any areas lacking. As for the future plans regarding this book, my initial intention was to continue writing until completion, provided that the subscription remains above 500 after its launch, allowing me to secure a full attendance. The title and theme of the book will begin to unfold in the second volume post-launch. I sincerely appreciate your support thus far, and I will strive to craft a narrative that meets your expectations. Thank you immensely for your readership. Chapter 1. The Extraordinary Abilities of Lin Yingxue. Chapter 11. Dating and Independence.